from New York. It's a show that finally beat a playoff team. My goodness gracious. The Patriots finally played a playoff team.
Congrats, KW. It's a monumental moment.
It's a good win.
Wow.
It's a good win, and it's like you'll always remember your first.
Playoff win?
Drake May's first playoff win. It's like a real moment.
First everything.
Yeah. That was great. I was legit happy for you.
Thanks, guy. Well, why were you sending sarcastic text?
Well, because you needed a little comeuppance, and you got it. Because Drake May looked like he felt like the game was a little different than normal. Yeah.
He played
shaky for a
bad
half.
for him.
Shaky for a half.
A B minus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right.
That's about fair.
Yeah, that's right.
About fair.
We're starting with the
really
former
good.
champs. They fall, and they are not getting back up. Philly done after, believe it or not, the offense sputters and stalls. Jalen threw for 168, completed fewer 15-yard passes than Juwan Jennings, who does not play quarterback. Great in high school.
Yeah,
4-star.
4-star. Ahead of Burrow and Lamar coming out of high school.
Was he?
Yes.
Yeah. And Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
14 wins.
Yeah.
First 3 drives, I'm like, yeah. Eagles flipped the switch. The 49ers defense is very gettable. Saquon's back. 182 total yards.
Yeah.
No punts.
It did look like that.
13 points in the first 3 drives. Rest of the game, 6 points.
Yeah.
125 total yards. 4 punts. Nick, are you surprised the Eagles came up short?
I do not know how anyone who has watched the NFL all year could be surprised by this. They might be disappointed. It might be not what you predicted was going to happen, but not like, I am shocked that a team that for 4 months couldn't score more than 20 points against a playoff team, that for 4 months had a bad passing game, that for 4 months was getting the play in late to where the operation was hurried at the line of scrimmage, and for a couple years has had a real problem with their wide receiver one's combustibility, would play a playoff game where they don't score 20 points, where they get the plays in late, where they have no continuity to the passing game, and where the wide receiver and the head coach, for no reason whatsoever, get into it on the sideline. The Eagles' offense, if I may, we're back with banners, but banners are kind of a Chiefs thing, so if I may, a little homage to the previous defending Super Bowl champs. The Eagles' offense, failing them again, never a doubt. I don't know how anybody could watch how the Eagles season came to an end and be surprised that that's how it came to an end. And I think, Brew, that the biggest reason for optimism about the Eagles in this game was more about pessimism about their opponent's defensive ability.
Yes, that's
it wasn't. I don't think many people thought that, you know what, they're definitively going to flip a switch, playoff mode. It's that maybe they would do that, but even if they didn't do that, the Niners are so banged up and so undermanned that they're not going to be able to slow them down. But as it turns out, no matter how undermanned you are, if the guy calling the defense is Bob Saleh and the guy calling the offense is Kev Patullo, and the guy executing it is what was this year I think a struggling at times Jalen Hurts and a guy who couldn't fix it on his own, you're going to score 13 to 19 points week in, week out, and you got to hope that's enough.
Yeah, they had so many advantages. That's what surprised me.
Oh, wow. Oh, Patriots time already. I apologize. I'm sorry. Oh, wow.
That is unbelievable.
I'm sorry.
We don't.
No.
That's not on the rundown.
We're not going to allow this. This is. What is he doing?
Patriots coverage coming up in about 15 minutes, okay? Right now, back to the Eagles, gentlemen. Thank you very much. 15 minutes to the Patriots. There's going to be a new Super Bowl champ.
Okay.
The Eagles are not going to repeat. Gentlemen, you can play us off again. I apologize to you. Sometimes they go off on their own. Pups, can you grab the door?
Yeah.
Guys, you can take us off. I apologize. We've been interrupting you guys.
I don't think you do.
I apologize.
I don't think you do.
15 minutes.
That was
Coverage of the team of the century.
I didn't know that was
back.
happening.
Patriots are back. But right now, we need to Guys, we need to regroup. We need to regroup and talk about the Eagles. We're on the Eagles
I was
right now.
fully prepared for that to happen as soon as I started talking about the Patriots.
I'm sorry.
But not the Eagles.
Sorry. Back to the Eagles.
But the thing, and you're right, it's not shocking, but I said last week, this would be a devastating loss.
It was devastating. I agree with that.
Because the Niners, just the talent level because of the injuries is so much in the favor of the Eagles. They're at home where they were 5-0 under Sirianni. And then with George Kittle going down.
Yeah.
But as you said, it showed that both teams did what they've been doing all year.
Yeah.
The Niners executed tremendously, got creative. The coaching staff maximized their players, and they played with heart and guts, made big plays. The Eagles played a half. Now, obviously, they didn't light it up in the first half. But all year long, they have, in their best games, it's been one really good half and one bad or mediocre half. Starting from day one, the Cowboys, week one, they come out, look great in the first half. Second half, Cowboys end up making it a game. The Rams, the Buccaneers, some of their best wins, that was the case. I did think Jalen would play better, because he's been so good in big moments. But it also came down to this, Nick, and this might be the absolute reason they lost this game. Their stars did not make plays.
Oh, I knew
and
this
the
was
Niners stars did.
Oh, I knew Blue
and
was going to get A.J. Brown.
No, he is a great player. But when you make such a stink about getting the ball, you can't do this.
Yeah.
You can't. I think we have video. You can't drop that. Now, it's not an awesome pass. It didn't hit him right in the numbers or anything. But when you're one of the best receivers in the league and you talk all the time about wanting the football, you can't drop that. Now, if you don't make noise about it, people will overlook it. But you can't drop that, and that's a big moment.
And he had, listen, he
had a few.
Right, that was the worst one.
Yeah.
The one down the sideline would have been a really good catch, but he didn't.
But
that one right there was devastating.
A player of his, not that every player, you always make those, but even you said the tough catches. A player of his, now this one was a little out of reach.
A little short, but still catchable.
I mean, that's a tough one.
He was awful.
Yeah, and again, you can't.
This is the one I was thinking.
Yeah, this is it. Now, a player as good as him, the best receivers in the league, make this catch most of the time.
He makes that catch most of the time. I think that one that we're showing right here, this third down key
that was
drop,
with about 2 minutes left.
And I think that was
2 minutes.
the only target he got after he and Sirianni yelled at each other. Like that, after that happened, he was gone from the game.
That can't happen. Devontae Smith dropped a pass with 48 seconds left.
Devontae again.
It was a little tough too, but again, these are great receivers.
But you feel like that is less objectionable because
he knew he was going to get stuck,
and because he's been a great teammate all year.
Yes, that's why you can
Guys are going to make mistakes. It's if we were on a roll on shows, just doing the thing we do, and I out of nowhere was like, if you don't go to me to start the next show, I'm gonna flip out, and then that would never happen. And then you do, and I freeze up and don't know what to say, and like that. It's worse than if you just do it naturally. And I just don't have my nicotine patch on that.
Is there anything to the fact that guys were dropping balls all weekend? All weekend guys had drops, but now it feels like A.J. Brown's drops were magnified because
of what
Sirianni.
Nick said.
I don't view it as all A.J. Brown, though.
You think Sirianni was yelled at him?
I just feel like Sirianni never got, control's not the right. He never was able to put out the brush fires that were always percolating on the team. Well, and now it got to this magnified moment, and A.J. drops one, and then I feel like he gets in his head, and I think one drop can lead to another. I don't know. I put a lot of it on Sirianni. And I know
over the last few weeks, it wasn't really a lot of noise made about that. I mean, we just remember it from obviously last year, but in the beginning of this season. And then A.J. started putting up numbers even as they were losing, and it kind of went away.
Do you think this was an indictment on Jalen Hurts?
I don't think it was an indictment on Jalen Hurts, but it was this whole season was a step backwards.
Definitely.
And so it doesn't mean he can't, continue on what was a very odd but Hall of Fame trajectory.
Yeah.
But it does mean that some of doesn't matter how it looks, that guy just wins and figures it out. Sheen wears off a bit. Now, but Jalen, to me, had earned a much larger benefit of the doubt than the other main characters involved. I think this is a disaster of a season for Nick Sirianni. And listen.
You think, I don't think he's getting fired.
I do not think he's getting fired.
They need to get a better OC, and then we'll see.
If they did fire him, I would not come on TV and say that's outrageous. And there are 8 jobs open. I do not think he would get one of them.
Well,
I think he'd be in the running.
I think he'd be in the the nervousness about firing your head coach is like, man, you fire John Harbaugh.
Okay,
5 teams is going
to.
You fire Matt LaFleur. 6 is a team might fire their coach to hire him. That I do not believe would happen to Nick Sirianni. And where I think Nick Sirianni deserves blame is Kevin Petullo was his guy. He needed to make the hard decision and move on from him.
And it was never working.
It was never working.
It didn't work from the get-go.
If you weren't going to get your arms around A.J. Brown, then you needed to tell Howie Roseman, we need to trade this guy at the deadline. They now regret that. I'm certain of it.
Well, I think that they should certainly look into trading A.J. this summer. And look, I'm not tripping over the sideline argument. Stuff happens. I mean, I don't think that. I'm serious.
I'm not tripping over.
Happens.
Listen, I didn't trip over.
I don't think it's a big deal.
It didn't happen this weekend.
It happened. You mean with other teams? I'm not saying it happens every game.
I just saw a love fest.
But every time two guys get in an argument,
I mean, I can't kill it
like
because Andy and Travis had an assault on the sideline. But Travis then made big plays and they won. Like sometimes it's that is what it is. Like.
I'm surprised you're giving him a pass on that, bro.
I'm giving Sirianni
I'm just saying,
more of a pass
I don't
than
automatically know that is they hate each other.
No.
Because of that. I mean, that stuff happens.
That is not a winning culture, though. You can't show me this.
Nick just talked about how it happened with Travis Kelce and
That was a
Andy Reid.
That was a one-off.
Did Tom Brady ever go off on teammates?
Yeah, but Bill Belichick is not Nick Sirianni.
So that's the thing.
No, Brady.
So
Brady went off on teammates.
I know, but Sirianni and your coach, it's just weird leadership.
His issue, Brew, is not with the interaction happening. It's that the head coach initiated it. That part I understand.
Well, now, whether it's true, Sirianni said he was telling him get off the field, just because it was a delay of game or time.
Hey, watch out, we're going to punt. Get off the field.
Here's what we do know, though, Caleb.
Another banner?
Listen. Defending your title is not for everybody. We just know it. Not everyone's. Listen, some teams
Nick,
can make defending their title.
No,
I'm just telling you.
No.
Listen, I'm sorry.
Because the Eagles lost, the Chiefs did not.
What do you mean?
Chiefs didn't even make the playoffs.
No, it does. Hold on a second. Who's the only team to go back-to-back in the last 20 years? Still the Chiefs? Is that record going to stay intact this year? I'm just curious. I'm just saying some teams some teams win a Super Bowl and then either go back and lose or win the next Super Bowl. your Patriots, that's who they were. They would win the Super Bowl, go back the next year, win it or lose it. That's who they were.
But
that's
nobody was mistaking the Eagles for the Chiefs or Hurts for Mahomes or Sirianni. Well, maybe you were.
I don't know.
Sirianni for Andy Reid. What's the next banner?
I don't have any more.
That's for San Francisco. CMC had 2 touchdowns. Purdy threw 2 to Quinyon. Mitchell's not on his team, but did generate enough offense to make it work. Juwan Jennings to CMC there. What was the number one reason, Brew, the 49ers won in your mind?
Well, I'm going to go back to what I said with the Eagles. The Eagles' big names did not play well and make the big plays. We saw some of the drops. And the Niners did. And even some of their non-big names.
Yeah.
DeMarcus Robinson
Chiefs
out
legend,
of nowhere.
Super Bowl champion.
Okay.
Right. He was with the Chiefs. But this dude has played 10 years.
Yeah.
Only 2 times in his career, his 10-year career, had he ever caught more than 100 yards receiving, or 100 yards even receiving. He had 111, I think, yesterday, and obviously got the game off on a great route way for the Niners in his first play where he had
58 yards.
58 yards, several of it yards after catch. So he stepped up, made some other big plays. Christian McCaffrey, only kind of like his season, 15 carries, 48 yards, 3 yards a carry.
Yep.
He was just kind of like the workhorse that breaks them down a little bit and then had the 2 receiving touchdowns. And the one off the Jawan Jennings throw was a great catch. Some receivers, I'm not saying they
the Willie
couldn't make
Mays
that
style
catch,
almost,
but some receivers may have dropped that ball.
Look at
And
Brock
for a
ready to
running
block
back,
there, too.
and give Jennings credit because he knew he was going to get hammered.
Yeah.
For a
Also, is
non-quarterback,
that roughing the passer?
I know. For the record,
I don't think it was.
What in the world?
I don't blame
I didn't like
Jalen
that
Carter
call.
there because it's like, wait, he's not the quarterback.
How many
I know he's
quarterbacks
throwing
can
the
we
ball.
have?
Right.
No, that's true.
That
right?
would have been like
I can clock this guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Like CMC
He's running.
It ended
But
up
it's
not
still,
mattering
even if it
because
was
he
a
caught it.
quarterback.
But imagine if that pass is dropped. And
Oh,
it's like
yeah.
15 yards automatic first down. I'd
Yeah.
be livid, but that ended up
Yeah,
not mattering.
so-
But go
You
ahead.
can just pretend to pass at any point.
They both step up, and even Jennings, look, we know he was a 4-star quarterback in high school, but still, to throw that ball, he threw a dime, knowing he's about to get nailed. And how about Juszczyk?
Amazing.
How when Kittle went out, he became one of their main targets, and he made some great catches. But I got to give some credit to Brock Purdy. And I'm like, seriously, I know he threw the 2 picks. He's a gunslinger. He throws in the tight windows. Most of the times it works. Some of the times it doesn't, and that's when he gets his interceptions. But he came back from it, obviously led the game-winning drive. And here's the thing with Purdy, and I said it last week. He's never had he hadn't been great in all of them. He hasn't had a bad playoff game in 7 games. And he's 5-2. In his 5 wins, Nick, 4 of them game-winning drives. And here's the graphic. There's 2 guys with multiple game-winning drives since 2022 when Purdy entered the league.
Pretty good.
Mahomes with 5, Purdy with 4. No one else has even 2. So the dude, and his mobility is a big key too. You saw it yesterday.
Buckle up.
Being able to
Get
run
your
from-
helmets on for this one. You're not going to believe it.
You killing Purdy?
I'm tipping my cap to Purdy.
Games
Games like yesterday make me open to changing my mind. What? I'm telling
After,
you.
what is it, 3 years?
Why are you laughing
You're
at
just
me?
3 years,
No,
a Super Bowl
I'm
appearance,
open to it.
4 game-winning drives in the
Guys,
playoffs. You're open to
I'm
it?
open
so
to it.
much so,
I-
I made an even, not better, but a different complimentary
open
Purdy
to it.
graphic. Because what's the knock on Shanahan? You can't, if you are
Down
trailing
in
in
the
the
fourth.
4th, you're dead.
Yeah.
You are dead.
Yeah.
And that to me has always been about he has had civilians, not superheroes at quarterback. So if it's on script and everything's rolling, but if it's like, man, got a pass situation, what are you going to do? Can't do it. Purdy's been able to do it. So
And yesterday he did it without any Avengers except McCaffrey.
Under Shanahan, down entering the 4th quarter, all the other quarterbacks are 6-36. Purdy's won 4 games like that. I understand 4-14 looks bad. That's not bad. Like, that is
Right,
the
in that
only Brady and Mahomes in league history are even close to 500 or above. Mahomes is above, Brady's right around it. For trailing entering the 4th quarter.
Out of all the awesome graphics.
No,
this
but
is
look at the
least.
bottom. Hold on, look at the bottom.
2 wins.
He now has
done.
2 wins and down 6+. Everyone else is 0-30. Every
Shanahan.
other Shanahan, that's what I'm talking about, Shanahan quarterback.
Caleb's
And
like-
so,
Shanahan, that's like you
no,
said, that's
and
been
so
a
that,
knock on
like
him.
yes, he made mistakes, but that guy is fearless, and one of the
Short
reasons he
memory.
throws those picks is because he believes in himself so much, which can be a problem. But because he believes in himself so much, he's like, we're fine. And so I think that plus what is, I think, the greatest coaching season in Shanahan's career.
It's unbelievable.
Is
Yeah,
why
I
they're
agree.
still
I
here.
agree.
We'll see how far they can go.
And look, he's
More on
never,
Kittle.
every time he's made the playoffs, he's gotten
Made
at
the
least in the
conference
conference
championship.
championship.
All right, we got to head to Chicago. Bears with yet another magical comeback. 7th win of the year when they were down with 2 minutes to go or in overtime. Caleb manufactures 25 4th quarter points. Danny Parkins was in the building. Ooh, old classic. What did Caleb prove?
Listen, he's, at the very least, moving forward, he's the best quarterback in that division. and pending if Matt Stafford retires, all think he's the best quarterback in his conference.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, I mean, he is. Maybe you guys can say that's too far, but I believe
the fourth quarter, yeah.
Listen,
Right,
I believe he's only going to get better. And the things he is great at, you can't teach. The things he's shaky at, I think, are the easiest to teach. Yeah. And the things we were worried about, like maturity, leadership, his teammates love him. I thought he gave the single most cogent on-field post-game interview I can remember. It was like 4 minutes long.
Yeah.
Talk.
Yeah. You know, he had that ready to go.
Right, but it just showed. I thought his post-game.
You didn't think like the I know it's all plays great because they won, but he looked very frustrated.
I do think he is very emotional. And he can ride that emotional roller coaster. But I think he will improve on that.
Okay.
And it is, to me, he is now on the trajectory of what his trajectory was when he was drafted. Generational #1 pick. Because this play on 4th and 8, Brew, it might be the single, it is in the running for best, given the context of it. If he doesn't hit the throw, they lose the playoff game. They ended up winning it. The difficulty of it, all of it, it's as good of a throw as a player's made since I've been doing this show.
It's a great throw. And to drop it in there, between 3
it's impossible.
Packers.
Yeah.
And so I am, and their ability to be down double digits, it's a dangerous way to do business.
Often.
But they're 3-3 now, down 10 in the final 5 minutes of a game.
Yeah.
The rest of the league is 3-159. And so that's some Caleb.
That's an incredible number.
That's some.
It's not all him, but it's
no. You don't.
He takes advantage of the opportunities.
It's a dangerous way to do business, but he's so remarkably gifted, and he's learning how to do the other stuff. Like they don't have the process errors anymore, the pre-snap stuff. Right. They cleaned it up. He's still inaccurate.
He's very inaccurate and misses some. Like he
layups.
Only completed 50% of his passes. Some of his throws you like, but he is dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a huge compliment for me. Late in that game, I felt a feeling like it's generally been reserved for Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
Like when it was late, I felt like, man, they're about to score.
Yep.
They're about to score. And I think you can argue, Nick, and this is why I wouldn't say he's definitely the best quarterback in the division yet, because I think Jordan Love was fantastic with the 4 touchdowns.
He was great.
Almost 300 yards. And even though I think it's arguable who will be better next year, we'll see. Certainly, Caleb is more dynamic and his ceiling is higher. But Jordan has played great this year and was great yesterday or over the weekend. But I didn't feel that way with him having that ball in that last drive. It's not all Jalen, but I didn't feel like I didn't think they were going to score. Mm-mm. And maybe they will, and we'll see. And I'm hoping, because that was my team, my pick in the preseason. But Caleb, I felt like they're scoring. And so he is clutch. And that is something, whether it's basketball, we've seen Reggie Miller, Robert Ory, in football, Mahomes, like some guys just have that. And he obviously has it. And Nick, if he does, which you would think he will, because of the great improvement he's made this year, if he loves Ben Johnson. We saw in the locker room, he praised Ben Johnson for what he's done for him. If he just can nail down the little things, then Patrick Mahomes, that type of player, I'm not going to put him on Mahomes level, but that you always said 2.0, that type of player, he looks like
the stuff he's great at cannot be taught.
He's best at the tough throws. Yeah, he throws a cannon, and that's why.
Flick of the wrist that has the power of anybody's throw. The only downside to this is you guys don't know what a generationally bad winner Danny Parkins can be. He has no experience with team success. He was out here. Let's see.
Danny, you're on it.
Danny, you're on it 5. Your show's in 90 minutes.
You're on it 5.
Not even looking at the camera. This guy on Cowherd's show today, he's feeling himself so much.
Chicago
said
Bears.
He thinks the Pope watches his clips.
The Pope?
That's what he said. This is what he said. That's how he's feeling himself.
Pope Leo is Pope Bob from the South Side. He went to the World Series for the White Sox, so it stands to reason.
Danny's clips.
Then he was listening to my highly rated show on The Score back in the day. Brew, by the way, Chicago says, what up?
Chicago, great win.
I mean, this guy's wearing sunglasses inside and at night.
Sunglasses
You said never a doubt, which is a Chiefs thing.
Have you seen the Blues Brothers? It's dark and we're wearing sunglasses. We're on a mission from God. We got the Pope on our side. And by the way, is there a clicker for me?
Yes, it's over here.
It's over here. They told me to come
out here with no plan.
I got a banner. I got a little something for you.
It, you dope.
All right, well, sorry. I thought it was going to be over here. He played, okay? Here's the thing. Greatness. You compared him to Mahomes, Reggie Miller.
That felt the Reggie stuff.
No, but I was playing off of Nick saying
I understand, but
he's not Mahomes.
In the history of basketball, who do you want taking a shot late? A GOAT.
MJ.
What is this one?
Caleb, his airness, and a trio of Chicago goats. Because I told you so. What did Caleb prove? That I was right.
This guy. Buddy,
a goat.
Buddy, roll the animation. That's
a Chicago goat,
Get
baby.
out of here.
Caleb, Mike, and me.
That's too far.
That's too far.
That's what I said. I didn't go far enough. I didn't go far enough. Bear down, baby.
Okay. Fun fact. Did you know that the Patriots have only beaten 3 playoff teams? My goodness. The third being the Chargers last night, who some people said they wanted the Patriots. Oh, okay. I wanted you to score more than 3 points. Poor Drake didn't look like his MVP self. My goodness gracious. Still had 340 total yards, dominated. Dominated probably a little much, regardless. I agree it was fun. I do not think you should keep trying to throw the ball when guys are grabbing your jersey. First half, not great. Yeah. I started to get some mean tweets. Kept my cool, kept my composure. Second half, passer rating shot up to 142. He didn't run the ball as much, but he had some back-breaking plays. Greg, question to you. Is it time to admit the Patriots are a scary squad? Because a long time we weren't getting any respect, the schedule.
Yeah, you know? I was giving the team respect. Look, they're a scary team.
Thank you, Greg. That was good, though. I agree with that. That was good.
Sorry, this thing on Sports TV. You gotta stop answering. You gotta just let him do his thing.
You did it to me.
What?
You pointed. Go to Greg.
I didn't know he was going to do it.
He got me early.
Sorry, Greg, you have always supported Drake May, so I appreciate it. We're on the doorstep of destiny, fellas. Welcome back. Greg, as you were.
Look, they've been a scary team. I think the number one thing you talked about, we looked at their schedule and who they didn't play and the teams that they weren't on their schedule and that they didn't have an opportunity to play, and we measured them according to that. The reality is, in that locker room, they believe that they have one of the best teams in football. And so regardless of who was going to be coming in this weekend, they felt like they had a great chance because of the guy under center. We see the numbers to support what he was in the first half, second half. I absolutely loved what we saw. Ooh. Him actually showing a little bit of adverse situation. It got a little shaky, a little, oh my gosh, is Drake going to actually be bad? And then he overcame it. The defense, something that you've alluded to, in the red zone. How about this, Wiles?
I was shocked.
Gave up nothing.
I don't know what happened.
It was the opposite of what you
It was the absolute
We are not good in the red zone, and we are not good getting to the quarterback. Great in the red zone, great at getting to the quarterback.
It was a phenomenal game to watch. This was a team that came out almost as if Vrabel leaned into the fact that, guys, this is what's being said about us. We got to go and prove that this is not the case, that we are not good enough because of who we've played. And this is a team that set their starters, set their quarterback, and acted like we want you.
Loved it.
We can beat you. And so let's go and show them that this is not what they want. And they did that.
So, listen, I agree with the vast majority of that because there were 2 teams this weekend whose star quarterbacks played poorly by their standards, and they won anyway. And that makes those teams scarier.
Yeah.
The Rams and the Pats, to me. Unless you think that's who those quarterbacks are going to be the rest of the playoffs, you're like, it's a bad game, or in May's case, butterflies, whatever it was, because I disagree with you guys a bit about, in the second half you fixed it. Because they're up 13 and the game's over unless you turn the ball over, and Drake fumbled again.
Yeah.
And it could have the only thing that could have got the Chargers back in the game was a scoop score, and it was right there, and you guys fell on it. Like, it was and we can show Drake's numbers compared to his season averages, what Brew and I were a little worried about. That he would have one of, if not his worst game of the season to start the playoffs.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's now like, okay, that's who he's going to be next week. I think it was first playoff game jitters, all those things, and you guys won anyway.
Yeah.
Which makes your team scarier. So that's a long way of saying Brew and I were right and you were wrong. But it makes your team more dangerous, in my opinion.
I'll take that.
Look, I'm with Greg. I liked what I saw from Drake May. And he did have to fight through adversity, struggled a bit early. That's good for him. I think that, especially when you win, and his running, and we all knew he could run. You had the Michael Vick graphics and all that last year.
Oh, yeah.
But he
And
ran, when he wasn't passing it well, he ran the ball well. And then, of course, he makes throws the dime to Hunter Henry to seal the game. But I thought he learned a lot just over the course of the game. Now, look, I agree with you guys. The pressure, they sacked Herbert 6 times. They obviously were tough in the red zone. I'm definitely going to give them credit for that, and certainly they're dangerous. You look at the field, if you won this weekend in the AFC, you're dangerous.
Yes.
I mean, the Bills, a lot of people, even though the Patriots are favorite, might think the Bills, but they beat the Bills. They're 1-1 with the Bills, and the game is in Foxborough. And then the other two teams, you got questions about the quarterbacking.
And
all the three
offenses.
teams. Yeah, and the offense, Pittsburgh, Houston, Denver. Yeah. The question is, can they score? Now, I do think I did not like some of the play calling by the Chargers in the red zone. I mean, they want to turn Justin Herbert into a running back. Like, it was, so some of it
had him running the
was
Trey
on
Lance
them.
package.
Yeah, some of it was on them, but still, you guys deserve credit, and it was impressive.
That was a career high for Drake running. 10 rushes,
Was
career
that?
high, 66 yards.
That was his career
high. Greg, I want to give you as a Super Bowl champion, and I am flag football champion, so a little champion to champion talk. I want to get a vibe check on something that hit my radar. We saw everybody's, post-game quarterback interviews, one-on-one with the quarterback, how'd you do, this and that. I want to show you the picture of the Patriots post-game. This is a 6-person post-game interview from Mike Reese. For those who watch the NBC on-field interview, Drake May, Hunter Henry, Chase On, and Waynu, Garrett Bradbury, Morgan Moses were there due to May's request. Won the entire O-line there, but Will Campbell and Jared Wilson had
What's up
departed
with Will
quickly.
Campbell and Jared Wilson? They don't mess with it?
No, they had to.
You look at that both ways.
So, look, between that, Mike Vrabel bleeding, the end of the game, there just seems, granted, they're my team, so I think it's a special team.
Yeah.
But is there anything hitting your vibes meter of like, wow, this team really supports each other and loves
Look, they
each other?
obviously are supporting each other. It doesn't hit my meter. I think it's a good sign that he's understanding that it's not just about him. It's about us as the collective. And if he continues to do that, which he needed his team. He alluded to that in this post game. Mm-hmm. Like, he needed the team to step up because he wasn't at his absolute best. But it's a good sign. You can love it. I don't read too deep into it.
It's okay. You can just tell him.
No, I'm high on this team.
Like,
Some OKC vibes.
I know.
I'm
they do
surprised
last
you didn't. Yeah, they.
Gentlemen, do you mind playing us off again, please? Thank you. Watch out, Nick.
I'm fine.
Let me just lay out for a while. Welcome back. As for the Chargers, they rested last week. They wanted to head to New England. Didn't work out. Herbert got sacked 6 times, lost a fumble, managed 207 total yards of offense, and that included a fumble that turned into a first down. Fun. Fair to put this loss on Herbert.
Yeah. It's 10 straight quarters of F- quarterback play in the playoffs by Justin Herbert. This is what it is. I mean, the first good news, well, I guess second good news after Harbaugh getting fired for Lamar in the last couple months. He's no longer the face of shaky playoff quarterbacking from a quarterback that, in Lamar's case, we know is great.
It's far better than
It's
Herbert.
exactly right. But, like, if people talk about, like, playoff shrink, alleged superstar quarterback Lamar, it's not alleged. If Lamar had been the face of it for a lot of people, he's not. And again, this can change, but The fact that it can change in the future doesn't mean it's not a reality right now. Right now, here's where Justin Herbert is in NFL history amongst quarterbacks with at least 3 playoff starts in passer rating. Dalton's the worst, then Herbert, Brad Johnson, Carson Palmer, Rex Grossman. Palmer at least had one good run late in his career, which again is to say it can happen. And when I asked for this graphic, I didn't know Andy Dalton. It was going to be Dalton Herbert 1-2. But we have said for a long time, we're talking about Mahomes and Allen and Lamar, like who's Brady, who's Manning, who's Big Ben of this era. Somebody's also got to be Andy Dalton. And this might sound outrageous because Herbert's 6'6" and has a rocket arm. Here's Andy Dalton and Justin Herbert through 6 years. Now, Herbert's better, but he has a worse record. Same in the playoffs. Team points per game, same. Yards per game goes to Herbert. Yards per pass, Dalton. Again, Herbert is better. But the way it is discussed, he is not discussed like he is a rich man's Andy Dalton until the playoffs when he is just Andy Dalton. And I understand it is always someone else's fault, and the offensive line, particularly in the fourth quarter, was a train wreck. But the flip side to that is this. Literally, no quarterback in NFL history has had their defense force more takeaways in a 3-game playoff losing streak than Justin Herbert has in his. In the last quarter century, no quarterback has lost 3 straight playoff games with their defense forcing 5 turnovers, other than Chad Pennington. Herbert's has forced 10. That's the most in the last.
Of course, Trevor gave him a lot.
Okay, well, whatever it is. I'm saying extra possessions. But still, extra possessions.
I'm joking.
And if we took it to the entirety of NFL history, Herbert's number 1 as well. Number 2, Brew, I didn't do it because I want to do it to your guy. Burt Jones with 9. That Burt Jones fella just showed up a lot of these Justin Herbert playoff.
I know
Burt Jones was an MVP,
but like
I believe.
you have to. You're at the, I think the 8-yard line when Drake gave you the ball.
Yeah,
like you have to score there.
And so I am, again, like Greg, I am not saying he is the biggest problem with the team, but he is the superstar who is the reason people believe in the team. Yeah. And for 3 straight playoff games, at least 2.5, straight, he has been totally unproductive. I don't know what else you can say about it.
Yeah, look, you make a strong argument, and those are facts. The reality for the Chargers and our organization is we have Justin Herbert. We believe Justin Herbert is good enough for us to overcome some of the things that we are not going to have, some of the weaknesses, some of our voids. And that's just not been the case in the postseason. Watching that game yesterday, it is very difficult for me to sit here and put it all on Justin Herbert. Knowing what I, as a receiver, and forget the offensive line. We know the offensive line. Mm-hmm. From a receiving standpoint, tell me a guy that was creating any form of separation yesterday.
I was shocked that we had it.
It was unreal. And you cannot do that to your quarterback. I'm not going to give anybody a pass, but Keenan Allen, a little longer in the tooth. Okay, that acceptable if you want to say that.
Drop.
Ladd McConkey, no, exactly, the drops. Ladd McConkey, no separation, it was poor. Quentin Johnson, where was he?
But here's can I just run that real quick? There was, and I should have him pull the tape. On one of the Herbert scrambles to the right, McConkey is open by a 20-yard radius around him, and at that point they are down 6-3. I understand it'd be one thing if this was a tie or a 3-point or a 6-point game for 2.5 hours before the offensive line totally broke down. You needed your superstar to make one play, including a drive that started inside the 10, and that's like you got to make one play.
I understand that, but we're asking, and again, I'm not a Justin Herbert apologist. Like, he is not exempt.
That's 5 o'clock hour.
He is not exempt. However, he has to be perfect for this team to have success in the postseason. Yesterday, like it was clear because we can point the finger and we can place blame on the play calling. We can place blame on Justin Herbert. We can place blame on the offensive line after they kind of started to break down. We definitely can place blame on the running game and the receiving. To place blame on Justin Herbert is easy to do because he is their best player. And I'm not saying he is not one to own some of that. But to say he has to overcome it all, it's with that team, knowing what that defense is going to look like against a backup offensive line. Like, look, man, if I get a second or third string defender across from me, you know how I'm going to feel?
Uh-oh.
Let's go.
Yeah, and a lot of he got sacked
Fired
6
me up,
times.
right?
And you're right. They protected him fairly well early on. But the sacks, when they started coming in the bunches, those weren't like quarterback. You know, it wasn't his fault. It was the rush and then coverage sacks. I like Ladd McConkey a lot. I felt like, where is he today? Like, I haven't heard his name said once. You know, like they really locked him down. I agree. The receivers could not create separation. But here's what I'll say about Herbert. He's not elite. We have to stop, and I don't think you put him in that category right now, but a lot of people view him as elite. Like, we won't put him in the top 4 with those guys, Lamar and Mahomes, et cetera, but he's right after them. We can't put him there right now.
He's falling out of fluid for you?
Well, he's trying to be funny, but from 5, 6 to I guess he's in the bottom. Now he can get there. But right now, with the way he's performing, he's
out.
I'm like, great. I'm not an apologist like Danny for him, but I do like him. I think he's got great talent. But he looks different in the playoffs. He looked different yesterday.
Yes.
I don't think he looked like he was scared, but he just looked like a different quarterback.
We all knew their offensive line was banged up. If we had told you the Patriots were going to have 2 turnovers and 9 points through 3 quarters, you'd be like, sounds great.
Should be enough.
For the Chargers.
Yeah.
And by the way, 3 of those
16
points were because Herbert gave him an extra possession at the end of the half.
Yeah.
Last week, a lot of people in the comments were yelling at me because a lot of the places their teams don't play in that city.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
They agreed with you?
Yeah, San Jose
Okay.
and San Francisco.
Okay.
Different cities, different airports.
Okay.
Thank you, comments.
So, can you name, I believe, the 8 NFL teams that play outside of their city name?
This is going to be a pain in the
So the New York Giants and Jets
Yep.
play in New Jersey.
The Jets and the Giants play in New Jersey.
The Meadowlands?
East Rutherford.
Yeah, I would have gotten there.
I'm not going to do the map thing this time. I'm going to try to go faster.
The Rams.
The LA Rams and the LA Chargers. Here's the problem. Is there a mayor of Inglewood?
Not technically in Los Angeles.
Is Inglewood its own place? Or is it like a part of LA?
The Chargers.
I'm going to say Inglewood is its own municipality.
Correct.
Oh, Dallas is in Arlington.
Dallas doesn't play in Dallas. They play in Arlington? No.
Yeah.
They do Arlington?
Now it's going to get a little trickier.
The San Francisco 49ers play in Santa Clara.
But now I'm going to have to do the annoying thing.
I guess I am going to do the thing.
What about those, like, metro, like...
We're not doing like states or like
Right.
New England or.
Right.
You're saying the name.
Yeah.
So Foxborough's in New England. It's a
Yeah.
region. Got it. Okay. All right. This time I'm just going to go division by division. God dog it. Buffalo is obviously in Buffalo.
It's not.
Buffalo is Orchard Park.
Oh, wait. No, it's not. Buffalo is in Orchard Park.
Correct.
The Commanders.
Washington Commanders.
Yeah.
Where do they play?
They don't really play in, like, the D.C. proper area.
I'm going to say Arlington, Virginia.
No, wrong state.
They play in Maryland.
Yeah, Nick said Virginia.
Nick said Virginia?
He said, I bet it's in Arlington, Virginia.
Amazing. Missing one.
So I'm done?
Yeah.
That's easy.
Are we counting San Francisco?
You didn't get them all right.
Pardon?
Boom! Santa Clara.
Yep.
Already.
You got the Bills wrong.
For the record, you jumped me on that. I was thinking out loud,
You said
going through it.
the Bills
Was
obviously play in
I
Buffalo.
looking at you, or was I looking over here? I'm looking over here. I am thinking aloud because silence is not good content. I would have gotten there, but so I got them right. I got them right. Let's be honest.
It's a huge win for me.
The Jags' 8-game winning streak has come to an end. Who could have seen that coming besides Coach Mangini, who warned us at every turn? Actually, I thought he ruined some segments, but he was right. Game-sealing interception from the Prince. 1 of 2 in the afternoon. Prince goes 18 for 30 for only 207 yards against that vaunted
That's one way to
Bills pass defense that actually isn't.
What do you mean? It's the number one pass defense in football.
Not in my book.
Okay. I mean,
How much of this loss is on Trevor?
listen, Brew, what do I hate more than anything? What is this? God,
It's sad news.
you guys did not tell me this was happening.
The sad prince.
Fellas, I'm addressing you guys. This is a betrayal. This is a betrayal. I have fought for you guys.
Sad Prince music. You can put your wig on if you want. I'm still
Go
in
to
my
hell.
ear. Okay, that's too much, Whit.
Brew, I was trying to do cogent analysis and be accountable. What do I hate more than anything?
When quarterbacks trying to rally their teams at the end of games end it with an interception.
Game-losing picks when it's in a particularly non-desperation situation. So, like, if there's 20 seconds left
right.
and you're
Hail Mary
and
or
there's
whatever.
or you've got to go 60 yards in 20 seconds. So I didn't like the end of that game.
No.
You had a minute because I thought the Bills were a little too aggressive with the Josh Allen sneak. We don't have to get into it. You have maybe the strongest leg kicker in the history of the league.
Yes.
You're down 3, not down 4, so you didn't have to force it there. That lost them the game. I'm not saying they would have won it, but that lost them the game. And after the Bills fumble on the kick return, Trevor stumbling on the sneak on the 4th down run. I mean, it was going to be 14-3.
Yeah.
Game of inches.
Right.
They say.
No,
And he was down.
No, he was down. It was a good call. So I'm not going to sit here and change what I value because it was my guy. It hurts more because there have only been 2 other losses like that in playoff history where a quarterback has multiple go-ahead from behind fourth-quarter touchdown drives and they don't win. The 13 seconds game and a famous Drew Brees game. Multiple go-ahead touchdowns in the fourth quarter, and then you lose anyway. And so it was this close to being, he could have been, I think, just he and Mahomes would have been the only guys ever with 3 go-ahead touchdown drives in one quarter had he driven him down. He had an opportunity right there. Now, what I will say, despite you jackals, is I am very encouraged by the year and the direction I believe Trevor's going, because I didn't look at that as like he melted down. He made a terrible mistake, but I'm optimistic about where he's going, where the team's going. But they had an opportunity early to put a stranglehold on the game, and he slipped on the 4th and 2, and they had an opportunity late for him to go be a true legend, and he threw a pick on the first play. That's a tough spot. It just is what it is.
I believe Josh can, if he can check this quickly, I believe he has 7 interceptions in his 3 playoff games. I think that's
that's definitely right. He had 4 in the first, 1 in the second, and 2 in that.
It might be the most since, during that time frame. Look,
Good amount.
I don't put it all on Trevor. He threw 3 touchdowns. He played, he had some moments. He's got to get better. This team is really good. Like, I think, and obviously Liam Cohen is good. I don't mean that he's not a good quarterback. He's kind of the weak link, though. Like, he's solid, but he's not great.
But
now,
when they were great, they were great because he
had
was
to
great.
stretch.
Yes.
He had to stretch, no doubt. But remember, earlier in the season, and you even said it, they were winning kind of despite him.
That's fair.
And so I'm not saying he's not a good quarterback. He's a solid quarterback. But for them to get to the next level where they can really get to a Super Bowl, he's got to improve. Now, there's no reason to think he can't because of the jump he took under Liam Cohen. So if he takes that jump next season, then they should be a legit contender. But right now, if he were like an elite quarterback, they win that game going away, really. And so I just think he's got to improve.
So I don't put the loss on Trevor. I think Trevor should put the loss on him and then own it and improve based on what you're saying. I thought I was very encouraged by Trevor. Even the interception, the throw, the conviction in which he threw it, like it was a good throw. It could You could say it could have been better because it ended up getting picked. It was excellent defense. It was a great defensive play, but he didn't throw it with any hesitation. He knew exactly what he wanted to do with the ball, where he wanted to go, and he put it in a good spot. You look at this, it's like, I mean, his receiver is going to catch that ball if the defender doesn't knock it down, hopefully. And so you can live with that. If you are your Liam Cohen and you watch this back, do you want to have it back if you're Trevor? Absolutely. But some of the throws he made in this game, his ability to show resolve and be resilient and make some of these throws, I was really impressed. And so knowing what you have coming back next year, you had a receiver on the field that Parkins Parker Washington that no one knew about. And all of a sudden it's like, okay, we got Parker Washington, you got Jacoby Myers, you got
Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter coming back.
All these weapons, Trevor, if he continues to improve, this can, and defense looks the way they look, this can be a very,
he's gotta
very
be more
scary
accurate.
team.
He's got to be
He's
more
kind
accurate.
of like Caleb without the spectacular,
His spectacular plays are the windows he fits it into. Like
That was
unbelievable.
a great throw. He had a corner route that he threw that was an excellent throw as well.
So, and the other thing, and this is where I'll just, if the Jags defense stops Josh Allen, people are like, wow, they won 24-20, and he had those back-to-back, but they didn't, and that's the cost of, he's not a young player anymore. He's just finished year 5. He makes $55 million. You got the ball back, and had they lost, but he didn't throw that pick, you know what I mean? They get to a 60-yard field goal, and the guy misses it, whatever. It's one thing. So I do think this was a huge step in the right direction, and and I think they're the best team in that division, but
that concludes our Jags coverage for the year. Thanks for joining us, gentlemen. You might as well play us out. We'll see you around the NFL draft in a few months, but until then, we'll talk about the other players.
That social media video really got you in your feelings.
I know. I got dozens
You didn't
of
want to
tweets.
say anything?
Josh Allen scores with a minute left, maybe too much time. The Bills hang on once Trevor throws it to the wrong team. Did Josh Allen's performance put the AFC on notice?
To me, yes, and if they weren't already.
Right.
And I don't want to relitigate old arguments, not amongst you guys, but amongst the media at large. But this is why pressure is good.
That's good.
The reason why it was good, that it was going to be bad if Josh Allen didn't come through, was because that makes a play like this, the 40-yard dart down in this game to try to come back and win, one of the biggest plays of the guy's career.
That's right.
Some folks who wanted this game to be a reputational free roll, like, well, I don't know, guys.
The Jags ran for 160
yards. The Jags run offense is so good.
Yep.
It's unfair to expect the guy who our dear friend Colin Cowherd calls the most talented player in the history of the league to be able to go into Duval County and win. Like, that pressure is good because when you come through, it has more stickiness to it. It's not just a wild card round victory. And I think that was a great example, Brew, of why the Bills are so scary. Because I don't even look at what Josh did yesterday as going Superman.
No.
I just look at that like, man, that's a good Josh Allen playoff game. Yeah. And I don't know that he made a mistake the whole game.
I was going to say that part. It was so efficient. It was excellent. And what we know them for and to be offensively, to lean into the run game, it was the worst output they've had all season. Yep. Obviously, we know who the Jags are up front, but if you look at the numbers, they suggest this is what they did on Sunday with the running back, with James Cook, who obviously rushing title leader, fewest rush yards, yards per rush, fewest rush attempts, fewest. Like, they did this without their typical running game. And Josh, when they typically don't have a running game like this, what do we expect Josh to do? Exactly what you said he didn't do. Superman. He didn't do it. He didn't give you the turnovers. He didn't give you the added unnecessary running that was throwing his body around. Now, he was banged up a little bit, but it was methodical. It was, I'm going to just continue to take what they're giving me, and when the time comes, he makes the play that's needed and that we all expect him to make, because the pressure is going to remain because he is the best player in the playoffs remaining. So Josh Allen, great performance for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, the AFC already had to be on notice. You know, he's clearly the best quarterback left in the conference, so they were already on notice. But I thought what was so impressive yesterday, like you said, with Superman mode is like he goes dynamic. I think it was somewhat, I mean, it wasn't Superman because it wasn't dynamic. It was just steady. It was almost like Jordan in the first three-peat is Superman mode, and yesterday Josh Allen was Jordan in the second three-peat. Not quite as dynamic, not as spectacular, but just killing you mid-range here. And, you know, and that's what he did. Yes, he almost threw for 300 yards, and we're saying that's not Superman mode. Ran for 2 touchdowns. You know what I mean? So he just was steady. And Superman mode usually has a couple of mistakes, a couple of wild, reckless plays. He didn't have much of that yesterday, and so he was just steady. And that's what's scary, because it's like, if he can do this without the mistakes, that really will make them scared.
Scared of the Bills yet?
Am I scared of the Bills? Interesting question. A little bit.
Wow!
A little bit.
Wow.
A little bit. There's only, we got 4 teams left.
They are, they will.
Well, let me ask you this real quick.
I'm not scared of the Broncos. I'm not scared of the Steelers.
So that's what I was going to ask you.
Not scared of the Texans.
If Broncos are playing the Bills.
Yep.
Let's assume you guys have won. I don't think the game's in that order, but doesn't pretend with.
I'll be rooting for the Broncos.
So you'd rather go to Denver than have the Bills come to your place. All right, you're scared. That's good.
Yeah.
I like it. You're supposed to be. That's good.
We're undefeated. We're undefeated on the road. I'd rather take my shots at Bo Nix.
A struggling offense.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay,
Right?
good. You know what?
Josh Allen deserves our respect.
There you go, KW. You've come a long way from the Bills.
I kind of let you guys get away with the best. He's not the best quarterback in the AFC East, but I mean. Check in on Greg's Packers. Didn't go great. Nope. Jordan Love had 4 touchdowns. That was good. But Green Bay ran the ball 3 times in the third quarter. Don't need to drain any clock. You're up big. Don't worry about it. Defense fell apart, right? Sorry. What was the story here? The Bears come back.
I'm going to be honest.
The camera's going to come out on
I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah.
What was the story? The Bears come back or the Packers collapse?
It was the Packers collapse. And credit to the Bears. I'm going to say that right out the gate because they forced the Packers collapse.
Okay.
And so I don't agree 100% with what I heard out of Matt LaFleur, being that it was a lot of self-inflicted. The Bears punched you and then continued to punch you, and you stopped punching. I thought in the first half, that first quarter, I was almost ready to text the group. I promise you I was. Not because we were winning or anything like that. Matt LaFleur is on a mission to prove that he's a better player. I'm better. This is personal between myself and Ben.
And Ben seemed like he thought it was personal, and it was screwing up the Bears.
Yep.
He's going for these 4th downs early.
Yeah.
They didn't need to.
It was mistakes.
Probably the most impressive play calling and creativity. And you got to have some wrinkles when you're playing a team for the 3rd time. You got to have some wrinkles. I thought they did that. And then the half, they're up obviously 21-3. And I'm not excited, but I'm like, okay. The second half come, and it's like Dennis Allen and that defense says, hey, if we're going to lose, we're going to give them everything we got. Because when you look at what they were doing from a pressure standpoint and what they started doing in that second half, this is what turned the tide. If you look at the numbers, in the first half, 2 pressures. Second half, 10. What did we see in Jordan Love and that offense in the first half? Him sitting back there, just surveying, being special, dissecting everything. In the second half, it was like, look, we can't let them sit back there, make them make an adjustment. They never adjusted. Offensively and defensively, you let Caleb continue to get outside, contain, rush lane integrity. It was the most, it was the most frustrating game to watch all weekend because to have a lead 21-3 against the Bears, and Danny's in the stands with the cheese grater on his head. I can't wait. I'm like, this is perfect. Yeah. This is perfect. And then Caleb, what they know, this is why I don't, what he said, they knew who the Bears were. The late, great Denny Green, the Bears are who we thought they were. The Bears are who we thought they were. Like, we know Caleb is capable of this.
Micah was tweeting, we just got to hold them off. Like, they knew.
Period. But that means you have to remain aggressive. You have to stick to the script. You got Josh Jacobs, and the running game was effective, and you stop. I'm done. I'm going to pass it to you guys. Because
good analysis, though.
No, look, I agree. First of all, both stories are huge. I don't want to take anything from the Bears. This is what they do. This is not like this was the first or second time they've done it all year. So I do have to give them credit. They did it 7 times this year, came back like this and won games. So I'll give them credit. But the bigger story is the Packers because, for one, this might have coaching ramifications. Now, all the reporting seems that they're going to stick with Matt LaFleur. Micah has given him a vote of confidence. We saw J-Lo after the game, Jordan Love, give him a vote of confidence. And I really like LaFleur a lot. I think he's a very good coach. This game made me wonder, is he a great offensive coordinator and maybe not a great head coach? Now, where I would stand on him is and I get it, they're in a contractual situation where he wants an extension. He has 1 year left on his deal. I would love to have him for 1 more year at least. And let me see what happens next year. If I'm the Packers brain trust, I'm thinking, let me see what happens next year. If this happens again, we just have to move on. We know he's a good head coach and all that, or play caller stuff. But here's the deal, and I've criticized John Harbaugh on this. They had 3 losses this year where they led by 10 points entering the fourth quarter. No other team in the NFL had more than 1. So this is a pattern with them.
So why do you want to see more of it?
Well, because I do have a lot of respect for his head coach or his play calling.
Yeah.
I give him, maybe I'm giving him more credit than he deserves for Aaron Rodgers' resurrection. Rodgers looked like he was done at the end of Mike McCarthy's tenure. Okay. He comes out under LaFleur, wins 2 MVPs, and I give him credit for developing Jordan Love.
Yeah, and the very little we've seen of Malik Willis.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God.
Right. So I like him a lot. Quickly, I'll say this. I said with Harbaugh was saying, his being there 18 years was a part of my reason why I thought it was time to move on. LaFleur's only been there a few years. I don't think they've tired of his voice. So, look, it's going to be interesting. I would want to keep him for 1 more year.
Listen, I think the bigger story is the first flag planted of Caleb Williams' arrival. Mm-hmm. I think that has the longer historical tale because I do think Caleb is going to be a great quarterback, and I think that we'll see how this season ends up, ending. But we've talked about that before. We're going to talk about that more. I want to say something about the Packers side of it. Because first of all, the fact that these 2 teams played 3 times, the Bears won 2 of them, and this graphic about offensive plays run while leading exists is the craziest thing I've ever seen. The Bears won 2 of the 3 games. They ran 0 offensive plays with the lead.
Real.
That's fascinating.
The last 2 ended almost the exact same way.
That should not be able to happen.
I mean, that is worth firing somebody.
I mean,
that's what I wondered. Is this so
you would get rid of him?
But it's Falcons Patriots-esque. This is
which
going to
either was on the staff. He was on the staff.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it doesn't seem like they want to fire him, but it also seems like he wants a big raise. But
tough negotiation.
Here's what I give you. Here's what's
I'm coming in for how about a little more?
Is what's so wild. I'll just be very quick. I've never seen a comeback like this in this regard. The Bears were not that good through large stretches of the comeback.
Yes.
They turned it over on a 4th down in the 5-yard line. They got a huge punt return to put them on the plus side. They got 2 yards on the drive. They gave up a touchdown.
Yeah.
During the Packers had 8 drives after after going up 21-3. I've never seen, so like as brilliant as Caleb was overall in the second half, there were a ton of moments watching it where it's like, oh man, if the Bears score here, they could come back. They don't score, and they came back anyway because the Packers gave them the ball back instantly. It was the Packers, after going up 21-3, had 2 missed field goals, 3 3-and-outs, a 5-and-out, the end of the game, and a touchdown.
Extra point.
Which should, right, the missed extra point.
Run the ball. Just run the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it was.
You got Josh Jacobs.
Run the
back
ball.
there, too.
I mean, a delay of game coming out of timeout. It was things like that was like, what are we doing?
tough.
And by the way, I'm going to say this last thing really quick.
Yeah.
If everybody comes back healthy, Matthew Golden must stay on the field.
Oh, my.
I like that.
Period.
That
Do not
play-
take him off the field.
Yeah.
He is the best receiver.
Well, that's.
I thought it was over after that play he made.
Well, yeah. Usually when a
I don't
team
know if we
scores a
can show
touchdown
it.
to go up 11 in the fourth quarter,
would
that
think.
usually
Of course
ends the
they
game.
missed the extra point,
The,
but
and the other piece of it, they were 9-3-1. Micah got hurt and they're 0-5. It might just like 2 teams
bit.
thought they were going to have Micah Parsons this year, ended up not having him, and they couldn't win after. So
he's probably pretty good.
he's pretty good.
Sneaky MVP case.
There you go. So,
Meanwhile,
like
in
Mahomes
Philadelphia.
MVP case. Exactly.
The Eagles offense sputters and stalls. The 6th time this year they do not score a touchdown in the second half. Won't be the last. Kittle went down, and Kyle got more creative, having Juwan Jennings hit CMC in the end zone. Did the 49ers win this game, Greg, or do you think the Eagles lost it?
A little bit of both, but I think the 49ers went in there and they won that game. I thought the 49ers, how they came out attacking, and when you take you back a few years, when you've lost to a team and you didn't have your quarterback, and you lose your quarterback in the game, obviously in the NFC Championship game a few years back, you never lose that. You never forget that. And so coming back to this same place where that happened, knowing you're injured, but we've had the success all season long. So we're not going to give ourselves an out. So even losing George Kittle during the game, that's when I thought, this might be over. But they kept doing the same things that they've done all season long. Unheralded guys making plays. You mentioned
Marcus Robinson, juice check.
It's good to have a Super
They
Bowl
were.
champion.
It's great to have players who know who they are, and you boost their egos a little bit. And then on the flip side, when you look at the players that didn't make plays for the Eagles, you can't win with it. I tell my kids this all the time. I know how talented you guys are. I expect for everybody to then walk away knowing how talented you guys are because you execute. We know how talented the Eagles are. But when they don't execute, which they haven't in second halves, it's been largely because either the quarterback didn't make the plays, either they couldn't run the ball, or the receivers weren't involved. And somehow, yesterday, every receiver got opportunities. They missed opportunities. The quarterback wasn't great, but he wasn't as bad as the number suggests. So for AJ, Devontae, and I know Devontae doesn't talk a lot, but AJ had a lot of opportunities. And I supported AJ all season long. You got to give him the ball. They tried to give him the ball, and in big moments, he let his team down. And more importantly, he let himself down because he's going to feel that, and we have those moments. But you can't be that when your team is actually making you a part of what we're trying to do. You can't have those moments, and I feel for him because, well, I haven't been there, but I've seen it happen. It happens to the best of us.
This is the killer.
That one
right there, I think they probably win the game.
You can't. You go to your guy.
Yep.
And you, on the flip side, you got Purdy who's thrown the 2 picks. Who is his guy? But everybody seemed to come up with a play.
Craig, real quick, are you saying you haven't been there because you haven't?
I knew you were going to go back.
Haven't had a game with multiple drops?
No,
Not
I've definitely had games with multiple drops.
Okay.
Not games, a game, I believe. It happens.
Okay.
But
what do you mean?
But I wasn't on my quarterback. I wasn't out.
That's the thing.
And just making it known that we got to be this in the past.
Give me the ball.
When you make those claims, you have almost zero margin for error.
See, that stinks. Yeah.
It's like KW. It's like the days when you on the call are like, this is quoting you, Kevin Wildes. I have to carry the show today, guys, because the Ravens and Chiefs are out, and then then you're not good. That makes Brew and I madder than just regular days when you're not good.
When you're bad,
When you're
but
bad,
not
but you're
talking,
just like you didn't like demand touches. Like it just happens. Like we all get it.
This was the Niners win. And because it was a coaching clinic. Like, it was like the Niners were doing calculus and the Eagles were doing their times tables. Oh. I mean, it was that. The Eagles were predictable, and, of course, their stars didn't make plays. Mm-hmm. The Niners, I mean, when they came out with the play with Jawan Jennings, the jet sweep, fake jet sweep, and the kind of like a flea flicker and all that, his pass, I think the Eagles were like, you can do that?
You're allowed.
You're allowed to do it. I mean, when you compare the play calling, it was just night and day. Then they had to go out and execute it, and that's a great catch.
I was going to say, the catch, the throw is great. The catch from a running back.
It's a great catch from a running back. And we just showed A.J. Brown, one of the best receivers, making some drops. And I'm not saying those were easy catches, but you catch those if you're a receiver. And then the running back makes this play. Juszczyk had a catch behind his body, like a fullback, Great. So their players executed the superior play calling, and that was the difference. The Eagles didn't execute the inferior play calling.
So I agree with that, and I think that when you look at, if we throw up the graphic about games lost due to injury this year, so many teams, it feels like their coaches or the teams are like, just what do you want us to do? Yeah. Injury bug got us. Meanwhile, the Niners have some power play that's poisoning their players for the last decade. And they make the conference championship.
Hey, something's up.
Nothing's up.
I don't know, man. That guy who said sunlight is life had a compelling tweet thread. We all saw it. But my point is, and Kittle pops his Achilles during the game, and they just keep rolling. So I don't want to not give the Niners credit. I also don't want to gloss over the fact that this Eagles season as a whole was, all things considered, one of the most indefensible Super Bowl defenses we've seen in 15 years. The last Super Bowl champ to not win a playoff game was the 2019 Pats. But again, they had been to 3 straight Super Bowls. It was kind of a last dance situation. You know what I mean? That feels different to me, like Brady.
Brady was still great. Brady was
still great, but that still feels different, at least to me. We have had some Super Bowl champs the next year miss the playoffs outright because they weren't able to overcome injury like the Rams did the year after they won the Super Bowl. This Eagles team, from week 2-3 on, it's like, man, that offense sure seems to go into hibernation for quarters at a time. It sure seems like they should figure that out. Man, A.J. Brown sure seems to be unhappy with something. I know that because I paid for the Twitch stream where he talked about it for everyone, told him to drop him in fantasy. Yeah. They changed nothing. The offensive coordinator, everybody's mad at him. Nope, we're not going to change anything. They've changed coordinators before. The wide receiver does all this before the trade deadline. Trade deadline rolls around. Nope, we're rolling it. We're running it back. They just operated as if we're the 0-1 Lakers, and y'all think we think the regular season matters. Watch when we get a playoff switch. And the playoffs rolled around, and you went up against maybe the worst defense in the playoffs as far as injuries and availability, all of that. Yeah. And you looked like you did every game against any team with a pulse. Couple good drives and then nothing. Tough. And that was, just one last piece. They played the Bills in week 17. Did nothing in the second half of that game offensively, won it anyway, and then Nick Sirianni said, nope, don't need a tune-up. Don't need to try to get the 2 seed and end up playing the Packers. We are fine with being the 3 seed, and we want rest. And then the offense looked awful. And so that ain't great. There is no chance Danny goes perfect. None.
Name every Super Bowl champion since 2000.
I'm not going to need to write anything down.
I'm not going to be good at this.
Do I get extra points for naming this one? Chiefs over Bucks in a few months? It's about to happen. 2024 Super Bowl was the Philadelphia Eagles over the Kansas City Chiefs.
The Eagles.
The Kansas City Chiefs over the San Francisco 49ers.
Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs over the Philadelphia Eagles.
Chiefs.
Kind of gross and not memorable because the Chiefs weren't in it. And people right now are like, wait, who was that? The Rams over the Bengals. Gross.
So we had the Bengals-Rams Super Bowl. Right, so Rams.
The Bucks over the Kansas City Chiefs' fifth string offensive line.
The Chiefs.
The year before the Rams, you're saying the Chiefs won.
Yes, the Chiefs won. The Bucks Super Bowl.
The Kansas City Chiefs over the San Francisco 49ers.
The Chiefs won it in 19.
The New England Patriots over the Los Angeles Rams. The Philadelphia Eagles over the New England Patriots.
The Eagles Super Bowl.
The New England Patriots over the Atlanta Falcons, 28-3.
All right.
Denver Broncos over the Carolina Panthers.
Is the Broncos Super Bowl?
The New England Patriots over the Seattle Seahawks. The Seattle Seahawks over the Denver Broncos. The Baltimore Ravens over the San Francisco 49ers. New York Giants over the New England Patriots.
The 11 Super Bowl for the Giants.
2011, the Giants made it en route to the Super Bowl, beating the 15-1 Greg Jennings and Aaron Rodgers, defending Super Bowl champion Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Can I get a ding?
Correct.
We're now going to start at 2000. The Baltimore Ravens over the New York Giants. The New England Patriots over the St. Louis Rams. Tampa Bay Buccaneers over the Raiders.
So the Bucks are 0-2.
The New England Patriots over the Carolina Panthers. The New England Patriots over the Philadelphia Eagles.
Patriots 0-4.
So now we have 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 we need to do. 2007 obviously was the Giants over the Patriots.
07 Super Bowl for the Giants.
2006 Super Bowl was
Bears, Colts, where the Colts won.
Indianapolis Colts over the Chicago Bears. 2005, the gross one. Pittsburgh Steelers over the Seattle Seahawks. The Steelers defeating the Arizona Cardinals happened in 2008.
Cardinals Steelers Super Bowl, which went to the Steelers.
And the Saints defeating Peyton Manning and the Indianapolis Colts happened in 2009, and that is the last 25 Super Bowls, winner and who they beat.
It's just lifestyle choices that led to short-term memory loss.
We heard.
When Danny was, I'll be honest, a high on in college, I don't think he had his finger on the pulse of sports.
Is that what Nick said? Just put 5 more Patriots Super Bowls in there. I'm accepting the L.
The word on the street is you got destroyed.
I got destroyed.
Like you just.
I got destroyed. Wow. I got destroyed.
Danny, how did your Bears pull this off?
Magic. I told you. Bunch of haters that I got to deal with.
All of
who
his
don't
dumb
believe.
analysis came true. Every single piece of it.
I told you,
magic.
just believe. I can't. You guys have all watched sports long enough. Sometimes, I know as a golfer, I pray to the golf gods. Like there are weird things that happen. The Packers were dominating that game.
Yeah.
Jordan Love looked great. The Bears defense looked terrible. Ben Johnson went for it on 4th down inside his own 35-yard line in the second quarter. And we were talking about it, me and my friends, my nephew, people I was at the game with, were saying it was the right call because it was so obvious that the Bears defense was just going to get gashed all night. And so that they were going to need to figure out a way to win a shootout and turn it into the Niners game that we watched a couple of weeks ago. And then halftime hits after McManus misses the field goal. So it's 21-3. And it had been snowing, and it's freezing, and the Bears are just getting their teeth kicked in. And we're all sitting there talking, and we're like, you just got to get a stop to start the third quarter and then Caleb magic. Like, my whole life as a Bears fan has been based in earned cynicism. And this, we just kind of believed. We kind of just thought, well, if you just make it close and then one thing happens, like this was you can't really explain it, divine intervention, high-fiving strangers type of game. And it was honestly beautiful. Like, I know you guys are going to make fun of me and mock me and all, and that's fine.
We have the outfit
Why
yeah.
how could you possibly?
Really?
How could you? I think I look great.
Yeah.
I don't care. It's all that matters. But seriously, it was, sports they matter. Like, they just matter. And this rivalry matters. And, like, Ben Johnson doubling down on it today and saying, I don't like them. Like, it's a different, it's not Yankees Red Sox. We are neighbors with Wisconsin. Like, my dad's whole family is from Wisconsin. We work with these people. We're married to these people. It's like, the Packers don't even have an owner. The fans own the team. The Bears are descendants of George Halas. It's just different. And Caleb Williams now has as many wins against the Packers as Mitch Trubisky, Jay Cutler, and Justin Fields combined. Yeah. Like, it's just, it feels different. It feels like the turning of a page. And again, I said it in the walk-in video, I'm not a religious person. It honestly felt like a sports religious experience to be there on Saturday night. And I'm telling you right now, Chicagoans agree with me, that is not overstating it.
Listen, the broadcast talked about how early in the game, the crowd seemed dead. And by late in the game, Herb Street and Michaels were saying that Michaels said it's the loudest he's ever heard that stadium.
A beat writer for 25 years.
He felt it shake. Right.
It was insane by the end.
And your point about just believing, I think for different reasons, less supernatural on Brew's end than I think yours. It seems, Brew, you had the same belief at the end. Like that Caleb is now.
I was saying, Danny, earlier, a feeling that I've really only had with Mahomes over the last few years, I had with Caleb when he had the ball at the end of the game.
What were you saying? I'm sorry. No, go ahead. Keep going.
You missed the broadcast when they were going to that every.
Is this joke done? Yeah. I got some aged cheddar for you, Brew. Go ahead. Again, it's not very popular in Chicago. Go ahead.
No, but I felt like Caleb was there. Look at it. This is unbelievable.
He's doing. I didn't see that.
Like he was gonna get it done.
Legend.
I felt like he was gonna get it done at the end of the game, and I think you can make an argument that J-Lo outplayed him. But for all of that, I'm going to eat this later.
Yeah, you should.
For all of that, I did not have that feeling when the Packers got the ball at the end. That J-Lo was going for many reasons, but J-Lo was going to make it happen.
So did the game convert you? Are you now
as far as what?
A believer. Are you a believer?
No, I wouldn't say that. A believer in terms of
the Bears in Caleb.
I thought they were a good team. You know, I picked them to make the playoffs.
Okay.
But I picked the Packers in this game. But Caleb, he is dynamic at the end of games. There's no question. But the Packers helped them out.
So to me, I think to answer how did they pull off this comeback? I think Caleb made one of, as far as singular plays, given the context of if you don't make this play, you lose the game. Mm-hmm. It's the playoffs. They went on to win it. One of the best plays since I've been on TV. That 4th and 8 throw, I do not think it is prisoner of the moment. I do not think it is hyperbole to say. I think this is one of the best plays in the last decade in the NFL. When you put all things together. Caleb obviously was sensational in moments. Ben Johnson, after it felt a little on tilt in the first half, was, as young people would say, in his bag late in the game. Felt like he set up the game-winning touchdown was set up early in the game when they actually made that a screen. We're in the same thing. And then it was also, aided and abetted by some outrageous Packers play calling decisions and plays that they made.
And just the missed field goals,
two missed field goals, missed extra point, the delay a game out of a timeout, which caused that field goal to be 44 yards instead of 33. Throwing deep in the 4-minute drill.
I feel like because you are from there, and there's also I'll share. There's also when Danny says like my families or whatever. Like Danny's late father is a big Packer fan. Like there's a lot of stuff mixed up in that where this moment is bigger than for you. I think I look at it as a planting of the flag for Caleb in his career, and that I feel like those of us who thought coming out of school, this guy is the next great quarterback in this league. Now, Drake May, I thought was going to be good. I didn't see this, but I thought Caleb was going to be a future MVP. I got a little squeamish on it. You never doubted. But I think we can now say for the first time since draft day, he's back on schedule. I think for number 1 overall pick, generational quarterback, he now is on schedule for that.
Generational?
Because whatever your hopes for Caleb were, here's what I would say. I think he has future league MVP, he has underachieved in the regular season through 2 years, if that's their trajectory. But this is to already have this type of playoff moment in your first ever playoff game, that then to me gets him back on schedule where I feel like, as good as Jordan Love was, he's the best quarterback in that division. I feel like, depending on if Stafford wins the Super Bowl and retires, he could go into next year as the best quarterback in that conference. Like that. And so that to me is what is so promising about that game, and then we'll see how he plays this week.
Dan, can I ask you a question that I'm confused by? Because I did offer up the analysis and really recommendation to Caleb that he's had so many fourth quarter comebacks and has been so excellent in the fourth quarter. I kicked around the Maverick idea of instead of just playing good in the fourth quarter, play good the entire game.
I passed it along.
Again,
they're considering it.
He opted not to.
Yeah.
Interceptions, and he's like, I'm still going to do what we've been doing, playing more. So how are you wrapping your head around that of just not having a complete game from start to finish, but having a 12 of 10 game at the very end?
Well, it's a pretty exciting ceiling, and like if this is year 1 of Caleb and Ben Johnson. Like I think they're ahead of schedule as a rookie head coach, second-year quarterback duo that lost 10 straight games last year and won 5 games total. Like they're now one of the
duo can be ahead of schedule with Caleb not being ahead of schedule.
Sure, that's fine, but like I can't wait to see what Caleb is next year. But for now, because everyone is so flawed, do it this way. That's fine. Like, is this sustainable? Like, the logical side of my brain would say no, but magic and the Pope and divine intervention and my late brother and father smiling down and wanting me to have these moments in a Bears-Packers rivalry with my nephew, who did a great job filming all that social media content, by the way.
We owe him some money.
Yeah, absolutely. Caleb Williams, baby.
The fact that they're 3-3 down 10 with 5 minutes left, and the rest of the league's 3-1, 59.
Yeah,
it's wild.
That doesn't feel like it's something you can build on for next year, but it does feel like something that actually helps them next week. Like, are they the only team in the league that if they're down more than 1 score in the fourth quarter, feels fine? And that's you know what I mean? Like that.
Probably, but the thing is, like, what I think it's confusing, it's not like he doesn't get tight. He doesn't get better. He gets peak quarterback ever. Like, we've never seen a guy go from here to the ceiling when he's losing by multiple scores. It's a fascinating. It's fascinating. You did a great job. Now we're going to go to the other.
I had a lot more stories for you.
Your other guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do we have to?
Yeah. Going to the night game. Every playoff tilt was close. First 4 games were decided by a total brew of 14 points. Patriots won by 13. Herbert put up 3. 120 fewer yards than Drake through the air to secure the Patriots win, and for me, a seafood tower. Here's Harbaugh on Herbert's abysmal performance. Just kidding. Should this loss change your personal view of Justin Herbert?
I will just tell you how it feels for me. I'm not going to tell other people how to think. it changes mine a little. I'll admit it. Like, hey, that's a big movement for me.
Okay.
I'm shocked that he struggled as much as he did. I'm shocked by it.
You're shocked by something that's only ever happening?
That's correct.
Okay.
I looked at those events as outlier events, and now it has happened a third time, which out of 98 career games, 95 in the regular season, 3 in the playoffs, how much weight am I supposed to put on those 3 playoff games? Some. Like, yeah. And I think but reasonable minds can disagree on how much. Like, and so, yeah, it surprised me. The Patriots are not a great pass rush, and against a terrible offensive line, had an above-average pass rush by pressure rate in that game. And late in the game, they were dominant. But he had time early, and there wasn't a lot of separation, but there was some. Like the All-22 Twitter has found some throws that, not that Herbert missed in terms of like he threw them and they didn't execute, but just like missed and he didn't throw them, right? So, yeah, I think it's fair to downgrade Herbert a bit, and it's fair to next year when the playoffs come around have this tag hanging over him on like a real belief on whether he can get it done. But I think he now still is on a Peyton Manning-esque track. I do, personally, because I know
Peyton Manning lost his third playoff
Peyton
game.
Manning lost his first 3 playoff games, and if you don't like Peyton Manning, what about a guy who went to a Super Bowl and won an MVP in Matt Ryan? Or what about a guy who won a Super Bowl?
Ryan's
I could live
very
more
different
with
than
Matt
Peyton
Ryan.
Manning.
Exactly.
What
Come
about
on.
Matt Stafford?
Yeah, I don't.
So all 3 guys started 0-3 in the playoffs. And after their 0-3 start, and I know what you said earlier, and it's correct, like it doesn't mean that it can't happen in the future. It's just now I'm talking about projections. But if the question is, do I still believe that Justin Herbert will win a league MVP, win a Super Bowl, and win a Super Bowl MVP? Yes, I do. But is the criticism in the present tense fair? Sure. Also, fire Greg Roman.
I tend to agree with you.
The
on
next
Greg
person
Roman.
we got to fire. Another person
listen.
sacrificed at the altar of arm talent from the combine 6 years ago.
Yeah.
But go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, look, I thought some of the play calling was bad in the red zone, and so I'm with you there. I don't think he's the coordinator for Herbert. However, you got to stop comparing him to Peyton Manning. Like, Peyton Manning is one of the
5 greatest quarterbacks ever.
Yes.
And this is
he's not going to be that. He's not elite. Now, I'm not saying he can't ever get there, because I like the arm talent and all that too, and I'm surprised by how poorly he has played in the playoffs, but he looks like a different quarterback in the playoffs.
And there is, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No. You are being far more measured now than you were last night or this morning when I talked to you about this.
Go ahead.
And I think I can bait you into talking about how you, because when Danny says he's downgraded, what he means is, I used to have him ahead of Joe Burrow in my personal quarterback rankings, and now I have him as the 6th best quarterback in the league. That's what he means. When he says downgrade, that's what he means. Yeah, and when we say, and we are not, what we're not going to do is do a season of Peyton Manning year 6 and not do a final tale of the tape of Herbert versus Peyton Manning in year 6. Well, because here is what Peyton Manning's playoff game in year 6 looked like, and here's what Justin Herbert's did.
I will admit it was slightly different.
Peyton Manning won by 30
yeah.
and had the only perfect passer rating of 20 on a high passage game in the history of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert did what he did last night.
That was bad.
Here's what their seasons looked like. Peyton Manning led the league in passing yards, had a better, of course, touchdown interception ratio and passer rating, was first-team All-Pro, won league MVP, and made it to the conference championship game.
Yeah.
So that's where he is. And you can cherry pick, hey, here's the full list of good quarterbacks that started their career 0-3 in the playoffs. But there's no getting around this piece of it, because you're like, why can't he be Matt Ryan or Matt Stafford? Career passer rating. You're not going to see through 3 playoff games. Lowest career passer rating, minimum 3 starts. Dalton, Herbert, Brad Johnson, Carson Palmer, Rex Grossman. And when I told you this morning, why can't he be a stronger-armed rich man's Andy Dalton? you thought it was outrageous.
Because it is.
Okay,
Dalton
it is
Dalton is too low.
Hold on. Here's the thing,
It is
Danny.
outrageous, Nick. It's outrageous. It's an outrageous thought.
Through 6 years,
Yeah.
he is so much has more in common with Andy Dalton than any of the quarterbacks you're talking about.
Okay.
Through 6 years,
buddy,
he is closer to Andy Dalton and Peyton Manning, and it's inarguable.
But Nick,
inarguable. Excuse me, bro. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Because Nick is doing he's doing a little sleight of hand here.
I'm showing the 2 lowest career passer rating quarterbacks' careers. That's all it is.
No.
That's number 1 and number 2 worst career playoff passer rating for their careers.
Would you agree that touchdowns kind of matter there? You're saying that a 160 to 97 touchdown to turnover ratio for Dalton is similar to 178 to 68?
No, he does a better job of taking care of the ball.
And scoring touchdowns, Nick. The guy on the right, Justin Herbert, that's 2.6 to 1 touchdowns to turnover.
Yeah.
The guy on the left is 1.6 to 1. Do you know what Patrick Mahomes' touchdowns to turnover ratio is? 2.9.
Yeah, but
Herbert is an excellent player. He's excellent. He's been bad in 3 playoff games.
So
he's been really bad in 2.5 playoff games. He is an excellent football player. He is not Andy Dalton. That is ridiculous.
Danny, I didn't say he's Andy Dalton. I say he's a stronger-armed, rich man's Andy Dalton at the moment. And what I don't know, it is the only reason to argue that he is on a Peyton Manning or could one day be one of these legendary players trajectory is because we have decided the games don't actually matter.
No, of course they matter.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Both you guys are at extreme. Like Andy Dalton's too low.
I don't think he's Andy Dalton.
I just can't look at stats and Danny's right. The touchdown to interception ratio is not close. But I can't, even if it were, it's more than just stats. Yeah, Herbert is better than Dalton.
I agree.
But Peyton Manning is a ridiculous comparison too. Like you got to stop that. He's like Nick said, Peyton Manning is one of the 5 best quarterbacks ever. He literally
changed the game. We did not think that 6 years into his career, though.
He won league MVP in year 6, buddy.
But we did not think he was one of the 5 best quarterbacks
ever.
No,
we saw how he was changing the game too by calling it at the line of scrimmage and all that stuff. Like Herbert's not about to change the game like that.
He has the most passing yards through 6 years.
Passing yards. I'm not that it's not important, but a lot of times that doesn't always mean it's positive.
There is no quarterback in league history who's lost 3 straight playoff games with their defense forcing 10 turnovers until Herbert. We do this whole, and listen, his offensive line's brutal. He has, in all 3 of his playoff games, his defense has put him in the catbird seat. Even in that Texans game, they had a lead before he started throwing it away. They got 4 picks against Trevor, and yesterday that game was there for the taking, and he couldn't come through. And I did not pick Andy Dalton up out of nowhere. It's literally the 2 lowest career playoff passer rating guys. That's what it is. And I'm not, again, do I think he is Andy Dalton? Of course not. But do I think he is more likely to have that type of career than go on to be a league MVP, Super Bowl MVP, when we've literally never seen him play 1 good playoff game? Of course I think that.
Do you think Justin Herbert would have been better off missing the playoffs narrative-wise?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, well, then that's ridiculous. Because he carried this team.
You said narrative. Danny, they had a top 5 scoring defense all year. Yesterday, their defense allowed 16 points.
This is great.
I just don't know.
Ridiculous.
Last year, they had the number 1 scoring defense in football, and he carried the team, and then he threw 4 picks. At some point, there has to be some accountability for a 3-point playoff game.
Yeah, I'll drop him a
little.
little.
Like we didn't talk enough about the seafood tower that
I do owe you a seafood tower.
Well, it turned into an episode of Frenemies.
Yeah.
Got a seafood tower because Drake May didn't play well and easily outplayed modern
Whatever you want it, buddy.
Peyton Manning.
And that's all of us, right?
Time now for a little edition of He Said, We Said. The wild card weekend was spectacular. To put it another way, wild. Let's hear from some of the best sound from the weekend. Then we give you the analysis, you get it. First up, Greg, plug your ears. Jordan Love and Caleb Williams, they had different perspectives, believe it or not, on that second half comeback. Whew, that is satisfying. Greg, would you like to try on my cheese grater?
No, I'm cool.
Sure.
Yeah, actually, I would.
Yeah. No. All right. Well, sore loser.
Harsh.
I will just say this.
Why would I not be a soldier?
I'm a sore winner. The rivalries are good for sports.
Yes.
It is good that Ben Johnson said F the Packers and that he doubled down on it today. Like, less hate in the world, more hate in sports. Like, they wanted us, they got us, is what Caleb should say. And by the way, you guys can believe it or not, when Aaron Rodgers said, I own you, I was doing radio at the time, I said, I love it. Like, trash talk is good. It is good for sports if these teams genuinely do not like each other. And so it added to the moment of that. It was spectacular. I enjoyed every minute. I'm guessing you did as well.
Yeah, so obviously it pained me to watch that just complete debacle on the Green Bay side. But you're absolutely right. When you look at these two teams and this rivalry, this is fantastic. Now, I didn't like the result. However, if I close my eyes and I just think about what happened without the color of the jersey of the opponent that we were going up against, it was impressive. And they forced the Packers' hand. Like Caleb said, it was our only option. There's two different approaches that happened in that second half. It was one team that was playing to protect the lead, and rightfully so, I get that. And another team that was like, at all costs, we have to go and get it. And that's exactly what they did. Dennis Allen pressured, ratcheted it up. In the second half, you saw Jordan Love get uncomfortable and didn't have the guys running free the way that he did in the first half. So, look, man, it was a great game. Didn't like the output because I'm biased. I'm on the Packers side of things. But too many mistakes by the Packers, and in the Bears' defense, they forced a lot of those mistakes.
Yeah, listen, the Packers going cold in the second half was jarring, but I thought one guy that stood out was Colston Loveland, man. He had a monster game.
You think?
Eight receptions for 133
You think they should have guarded him?
I mean, he was a menace in the middle of the field. And you understand, he was running those isolation routes. Those isolation routes go to him, right? They go to your receiver number one. He became the receiver one, that alpha dog. And I thought he was the security blanket for Caleb. He was the engine that drove that offense. He was everything.
Was he their number one option? Oh my gosh, who knew?
And so when I talk about everything that's it
was disgusting to watch because it's like, can you guard this guy?
They couldn't.
I'm sorry.
Let's move on. Drake May. That win was a win without his best performance, which, hey, is a skill in and of itself. Yeah, style points don't really matter in the playoffs if you win. And Drake May, we know he's awesome. And also, I will say the Chargers' pass defense. I was doing it on the stats and pack stats and everything leading into the week. Chargers' pass defense is really good. Best passer rating against of any defense since 2012. So, like, the fact that they held Drake May under all of his averages and made him struggle wasn't surprising to me. I thought the Chargers were going to give him more. But, like, Drake May having a pedestrian game but still winning, he should be happy about it because it'll probably be easier for him going forward.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if the Chargers' offensive line was that bad or if the Pats' defense had arrived. You know,
their offensive line is that bad.
But it was a sense where I was like, man, late in this game and when things seemed like they was getting out of hand, I really wanted them to pull Justin Herbert because I'm like, you're not only going to lose this game, but you may not have him from next season. Like that hit he took when he flopped back like a dummy. Yeah. I said you may lose him for next season.
That was a big one.
It was brutal. But I also look at this Patriots team. You got to give credit to Mike Vrabel, man. They play like how he played. I played against Mike Vrabel. He was disciplined. He was tough. He was scrappy. He talked a whole lot of junk, and he backed it up. They play exactly like this. And there's not a lot of stars on this Patriots defense, but it felt like they arrived watching this game, man. They're talking about flat out getting after Herbert. They mixed up the stunts. They were doing everything they wanted to dictate the game, and they played on their terms, man. So credit to the Pats, man. They're moving on.
Yeah, there was so much talk about who they hadn't played, the weakness of their schedule, the lack of opponents, all those things. And you have a player's coach and a head coach that has been through it, knows how to communicate that to his team. You heard Caleb Williams say they wanted us, they got us, we got them. Well, there was talk that the Chargers want them.
Yeah.
And they
did that with their actions more than their words.
Absolutely. And when you feel that type of way, you communicate to your outfit, and they go out and play that way. I felt like they actually looked really good defensively, and offensively, I don't think there could have been a better scenario for Drake May where he struggled. You see some issues, some lows in his game, and he has some adversity, if you will, and he has to overcome it. And he did. And he started to settle into the game in the second half and make some of the throws that we came accustomed to seeing all season long. I thought this is exactly what you want in the first playoff game for your
Herbert going 1 for 10 on third down I was like, just get him off the field.
I mean, you talked about receivers in the Eagles game.
Going 1 for 10 was.
The Chargers offense, 1 for 10 on third down, 1 for 3 on fourth down, 160 passing yards. They were terrible. Patriots, though, you like their defense. They get the winner of Steelers-Texans, like, not an explosive offensive unit that they're going to get on either side of it. So if you think they've actually arrived, it's a pretty good draw for the Patriots.
I mean, there's one name that pops off the tape on the Patriots defense, and that's Christian Gonzalez. He got hurt that game.
He had the concussion.
But now you're talking about Milton Williams, Barmore. You're talking about this collectively as a unit. They got after the Chargers to the point it looked like they wanted to tap. They could have tapped. They would have tapped. But they couldn't because, we got TV rights. You got to keep playing.
Yeah, it's 60 minutes, right?
Exactly.
You got to play all 4 quarters. I've heard that.
I'm switching it up because you said it's not intellectually stimulating enough.
I also know that in the future, I would like actual sports fact trivia, not geography or names. It's not intellectually stimulating. No, these are hard, bro.
Yeah, we're doing.
These are actually hard. Wow. These are hard.
Person number 1.
The Pac-12's all-time leader in quarterback wins.
9 starts in the NFL.
Undrafted. All-time leader in quarterback wins.
Jake Browning.
That was the easiest one to me.
It was the easiest one to you. Oh, Pac-12 is weird now, too. Sweet Jesus.
You're overthinking it.
I'm overthinking it?
Yeah. Let me know if you need a hint.
Give me a hint.
Current player.
Obviously.
No, but like starting.
A current starter?
Person number 2. Top 10 all time in passing yards and passing touchdowns.
The playoffs 6 times in his career. This one we're going to figure out.
These are not all current players.
No.
Phillip Rivers?
No.
Tom Brady, it's obviously not him. Peyton Manning, it's obviously not him. Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, it obviously is not them.
Vinny Testaverde? Ben Roethlisberger?
No.
My thought was, that's Eli Manning. But I don't think Eli... I'm going to put a pin in Eli.
Eli's not that.
It's not.
Yeah.
Is it Eli Manning?
No.
God dog it!
Drew Bledsoe?
No.
Phillip Rivers?
No.
Or it's Matt Ryan?
Yep.
I knew it was something stupid.
What was it?
Only player ever to a Super Bowl MVP, Super Bowl title, NFL MVP, Heisman, and college football title.
What a great question.
Holy moly, what a player. AW, these are tough, and I came in late.
I know I can get it. I know I can get it.
NFL MVP. Let's just go through some NFL MVPs, shall we? LaDainian Tomlinson. He didn't win a Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes definitely won a Super Bowl. Shamefully never won a Heisman. His college football team wasn't that good. So this is a quarterback or a running back. Did Marcus Allen win an NFL MVP with the Oakland Raiders? You know, he retired as a Chief. Marcus Allen is the answer to number 3.
Yes.
Wow. Obviously not Brady. Obviously not. The joy you get, struggling, or mainly me struggling, is not appreciated. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. The trivia is tough.
That's what I said.
I only have one of them.
Well, that's embarrassing. You can't really. You're not even going to give a guess on 2. You guessed Roethlisberger with 6 playoff appearances.
Yeah, that was dumb. Dumb guess.
Matt Ryan, you idiot. I'm going to say it during the keep recording. I'm going to say it during one.
Meanwhile,
Jake Browning. Yes, I got it.
Hi from New York. It's the show that's got breaking news, changes in Pittsburgh. First hour, first things first. I'm excited for today's show, bro.
A lot going on.
And I do not have the doorstep of destiny trumpets
I
in
don't
the
trust
A-block.
you.
Can I
for
tell
a
you,
minute.
What?
nobody's.
Not a minute.
This is now the 3rd time, guess, in the 5 minutes before the show started,
Yes.
that you have mentioned the doorstep of destiny.
I'm just saying.
No
it would
one's
be-
thinking about that.
People are like, man, Tomlin stepping down?
People-
What does this mean for the doorstep
No,
of destiny Patriots? Reminds me of Belichick stepping down, and we rebuilt, and now we're on the doorstep of destiny. I think people are connecting those dots. We're starting with the breaking news out of Pittsburgh. After the worst home playoff loss in Steelers franchise history, Mike Tomlin is stepping down as head coach. 19 years, never had a losing season, 13 trips to the playoffs, 1 Super Bowl, 43, the 6th in Steelers history. Also, had lost 7 straight playoff games, with his last win coming in January of 2017. Nick, your real reaction?
Yeah, I don't think we can be shocked because there's been a lot of smoke surrounding whether or not he was going to step away, whether that means he's going to get right back into coaching. I know we're going to talk about that. And I know that the immediate reporting is he plans to maybe go to TV, but I wonder if someone could entice him to come coach for them. I know Brew,
He'll be fantastic on TV.
Yeah, no, he'd be great on TV, and I'm sure, I'm sure, I don't want to speak for anybody, but our bosses and everybody that covers the NFL would love to at least talk with Mike Tomlin about things. And I have massive respect for him. But it does feel like it was time, and it feels like there was no path to the getting over the hump for Pittsburgh.
Yes.
And it's not just that he, now has lost 7 straight playoff games. The losses are all really, really rough watches. So prior to last night, the 6 losses, they were trailing in those games to start 36-9, 21-0, 28-0, 35-7, 21-0, and 21-0. So those previous 6 losses started a combined 162-16.
Yeah.
Last night started
thought
fine.
things were going great.
Right. Last night it's 7-6.
Right.
And it ends 23-0. All of those losses, except for a home loss to Blake Bortles coming off a bye, 45-42, were blowouts. And I have my thoughts, Brew, on what the kind of late-stage Tomlin original sin was. Involves being in what I believe to be denial about the quarterback position and them not being able to fix that. But I think it can be true that Mike Tomlin is a great coach, that Mike Tomlin may one day be a Hall of Famer, that Mike Tomlin has more than a decade plus of great coaching ahead of him. And this is good news for the Steelers, that he is deciding to step down so they can turn the page and refresh without it being disrespectful to Tomlin, who I truly do believe is a great NFL head coach.
Well, only thing I really disagree with you on there is I think he's a definite Hall of Famer.
Oh, okay.
He's got the Super Bowl. He's been to 2 and never had a losing season. And first of all, I'll say this. For the past few years, I've mentioned it periodically on the show when we've talked about it. I have felt like, okay, they're not going to fire Tomlin. That's not what they do. He obviously is just an institution in the franchise. But I felt a discussion and him wanting to walk away. Like, I just felt like it's not only maybe time for them to move on, but it's time for him to move on. I just think there are other situations that he can excel in and might be good for him. So I'm sure we'll see him on the sidelines, if not immediately, in the next few years, and I think he'll be good. Like every team, I was looking through what teams would he be. Every team that has an opening should be looking at him. Now, again, I don't know if he'll want to coach right away, but every single team, including Baltimore, should look at Mike Tomlin. So good for him in stepping away, or if it was mutual, whatever the case. He is a phenomenal coach. And I know he's caught heat, from the Steelers fans and just other people around the country as far as fans. But I don't look at his 7 losses as a huge indictment of him. I actually look at it as, and he had winning records and in a lot of years made the playoffs without a quarterback. I'm sorry, he never had a losing season despite the last at least 7 years. I think that would be 1 or 2 of Big Ben's last years, where he didn't have a good competent quarterback. He never had a losing season with Russell Wilson at this stage, Justin Fields, Mason Rudolph, and Kenny Pickett. He still didn't have a losing season. All right, those are not starters in the NFL. And he was able to have a winning record, if not make the playoffs with those guys. Andy Reid, and I'm not saying Tomlin's as good as Reid, he missed the playoffs with Patrick Mahomes. All right? Bill Belichick missed the playoffs with Cam Newton. I get it, it wasn't Cam in his prime, but still, Cam Newton compared to Mason Rudolph. So I'm just saying, like, this guy is a great coach, and I think part of what might be good for the franchise, Nick, obviously if you get a new coach in there and he can take them to different heights, that's great. But even if they go 4-13 next year and then get a top pick or close, right? That could get them the quarterback. I just think the sin of the Steelers in recent memory, since Big Ben was out of his prime or done, is they haven't had a quarterback. You're not going to win consistently in this league as far as the postseason without that guy. Now, this is a year where we're seeing some teams with solid, I guess, quarterback play, not the superstars. But generally speaking, you need a top quarterback.
Listen, if I may speak on the behalf of folks that are Steeler fans that wanted Tomlin gone or that think we're being a little too effusive, even though, again, I think I'm on the record about how I feel. What is so tricky about litigating the playoff games is because they did not lose those games the way they did because of their quarterback play. They were down 35-7 and 21-0 and 28-0 in the first quarter because of the defenses. Now the nothing piece of the offense didn't produce, but it wasn't that it was the playoff losses did not look like the first three quarters last night. Where it's like, man, one arm tied behind our back offensively, but our defense is holding up its end. What they looked like was teams, and this is a credit to Tomlin, that overachieved to get there.
That's what I'm saying.
And then
they really didn't deserve to be in the playoffs.
And then once they got there, they got clocked.
They were a missed kick away this time.
Right.
Part of me was watching last night, like, kind of wish the Ravens were
that's
playing.
I was going to, when I didn't know Tomlin was going to get fired, or I'm sorry, he didn't get fired, but when Tomlin was going to step down, that was one of the things I was going to say is it was hard, I imagine, for Brew and Ravens fans watching last night, like, gosh darn it. The Texans were early, certainly right for the picking, and but I do, listen, in 2019, Big Ben was not done, but he was nearing the end.
Sure.
And that was the year, I think it was elbow, but he went out and was out. And they started 0-3. And in that moment, because I don't know if it's because the standard is the standard, I don't know if it's because didn't want to have the losing season, I don't know if it was hubris, whatever it is, they traded their first-round pick for Minkah Fitzpatrick. And through scotch tape and grit and all of it, found their way to 8-8 and missing the playoffs. And then Big Ben came back for some mediocre seasons. That year, Joe Burrow went first overall. Herbert and Tua were in the top 10. And Jordan Love went in the 20s after the pick they had traded, which would have been higher. And Jalen Hurts went in the second round. And the Packers and the Eagles were teams that had their quarterback and said, the Packers still had Rodgers, obviously. The Eagles were still with Carson Wentz at the time. But they were like, you know what? We value this position enough, and we need to be always preparing looking forward. The Steelers didn't do that. This year, the Pittsburgh Steelers signed Aaron Rodgers knowing that is not a plan after this year.
That's right.
And their pick came around. They hadn't traded it away. And Jackson Dart, reviews are still out, but there's a possibility he's a guy. Sure. And Tyler Shuck, reviews are still out. There's a possibility he's a guy. Those teams took those quarterbacks, and the Steelers upgraded their D-line, knowing that they had no plan after this year for quarterback. So, they were consistently in win-now mode with a low ceiling quarterback, and that is a recipe to not bottom out and is a recipe for what we saw last night.
And I'm not going to kill them for this, but some people will just say this is talent evaluation. Sam Darnold was available. They didn't go to it for him. They went for Aaron Rodgers, and
Daniel Jones was available.
And 3 years ago, when they still didn't have a quarterback, Baker Mayfield was available.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? These guys who've had the reclamations, they haven't had a quarterback. They could have signed any of those guys. They went with Fields and Russell Wilson in place of those.
It's kind of like they haven't prioritized the position. And that's not just Tomlin. Obviously, he's got stature, so he have a say. But they have. It's almost like they haven't prioritized.
Can I make a defense
that
of that? And it shows what Sean Payton is doing in Denver. It makes it that much more impressive. If just to Tomlin's defense, man, Tyler Shough is not going to be as good as Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. He's not. Jackson Dart, I got no chance at Jackson Dart being as good as those two guys. So I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers try to make my defense great, sneak into the playoffs and see what happens, versus like I want to go to war exactly how these guys are going to war. I can't win that way.
Can I push back on that?
Sure.
So I am not a huge Jackson Dart guy, but I have no idea. Like Jordan Love, we think is really good and a chance to be great. I had no idea about that until he is 5 years into his career.
Yeah.
If you're the Steelers, I think there is an argument that your goal is not to in 2026 be better than Joe Burrow, have your quarterback be better than Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. Your goal is that as Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson hit 30 and then deal with injuries and are on the downside, that is when the investment you made in, again, I'm not a huge Jackson Dart guy, but you know what I mean? That guy is then ascending. That you have a 25-year-old when those quarterbacks are on the downside.
I took Aaron Rodgers. Lamar and Joe Burrow are sitting home. Right. I was in the playoffs. It was an ugly loss. I lost. It's another consecutive. But Joe Burrow's not losing because half the time he's not getting there. So these losses are on Tomlin's resume. It's almost like, do you want him to miss the playoffs and be like,
Look, whoever they hire as the next coach, though, Nick, is not going. I don't see him taking the attitude of, well, we're going to have a few rebuilding years. That may end up being the case. But he's going to. A coach is competitive.
See, I don't.
No coach is going to be content to win 4 games next year. Now, that might happen, but that's their goal is going to be to win 10, 11 games.
So I disagree with you.
Head coach? You might be talking about the front office, but the head coach, that is the years-long battle between the head coach and the front office. The front office is looking forward and saying maybe if we're bad this year, we can get a top pick. A coach is like, I want to win every single game. I'm not content with right.
No, but that's why I find this job so interesting. I obviously agree that once training camp opens, you're okay. Everything we can do to go 17-0 and win the Super Bowl, the coach is going to do. I totally agree with that. But the benefit of having 3 coaches in a half century is being able to tell during this interview process, listen, you are going to have a longer runway than any other organization in football. And just so you know, our front office's plan is going to be TJ Watt is 32 years old. Don't expect to be coaching him. Cam Hayward's 37. He probably gets to finish on his own. But Jalen Ramsey, I don't know what trade value he has, maybe a 5th-round pick. Jonnu Smith, Alex Highsmith. Honestly, DK Metcalf. Guy, even though we just traded for him and signed for him.
Would you going to be like, this is a rebuild
this is going to be your first year. You're going to have a very exciting opportunity to coach a lot of really young players and imprint your vision on the team. And then we are going to, through the draft, find our next quarterback. Now, maybe we hit lightning in a bottle with, one of these reclamation projects. They come around. But you're going to have a ton of time. You don't have to worry that you're going to go 4-13 and we're going to get squeamish. We're the Pittsburgh Steelers. We don't fire coaches. But we have an the worst case scenario of low ceiling, old roster. And we need to fix that. And so and if you're so it's all like David Shaw is a guy who I've always wondered, is he going to get a job? The Steelers, I think the Steelers are going to hire another young guy. Maybe not as young as Tomlin was, who was 34
It makes sense.
when they hired him, but someone that's like, hey, we want you here. We hope you are here for 15 to 20 years.
Man,
that's what the Steelers coaches
such a
are.
hard interview.
I think that's the job everyone would want.
I'm just saying, if I'm hiring an unproven young coach, and you go 4-13, it's hard to find those Dan Campbell-esque moments where, like, you know what?
Well, Campbell
we didn't win many games,
bad,
but I can tell it's very obvious we're on the right track. There's a lot of guys like, this 4-13 looks like a.
But young
not
doesn't
working
mean
4-13.
Young could mean Matt LaFleur.
Oh, well,
Young
that's
could
interesting.
mean Kevin Stefanski. Young-ish. You know what I mean? Like Clint Kubiak is unproven. Mike McDaniel's young. It'd be a very different culture from going from Tomlin to Mike McDaniel. I don't know, but you know what I mean, Brew? Like,
yeah.
Are you ruling out Harbaugh? He was the.
I'm ruling out Harbaugh.
Brew, are you ruling out Harbaugh?
Pretty much. It'd be a lot of the same thing.
I also think the Steelers
very good coach, very much
don't
like
want to
Tom.
hire a 62-year-old. I know maybe that's against labor laws. That's actually, but my point is, I think they want to hire someone who, in theory, could be there as long as Tomlin was.
Okay.
I'm
Right?
sure that's what they want to do. I agree with you in that if it starts badly and stays badly for 2 years, maybe 3, then the guy could be gone.
3 years, you got to start. You got to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean,
in
look,
year
it's
3.
a year-to-year league to some degree now. I get the rebuild, I'm with that, but
don't you
you
think
can't
that
have too
they
many
would?
bad
I don't know. I mean, I guess the question is, what's your goal? Is your goal to get the 7th trophy?
Yes.
Or is your goal to just be in the mix?
no, it's clearly
If it's the 7th trophy, because I don't want to say that wasn't Tomlin's goal, but I feel like when you say Brew, he's definitely a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, so you think that's in question?
What I think is the reason you say definitely is because he never had a losing season. Winning one
And he's
Super
got the
Bowl is
Super
not right.
But combined.
Right, but Mike McCarthy, though, we don't think is a future Hall of Famer. There are John Fox, or it's not John Fox, the coach that doesn't matter.
Well, people were saying
Gary
Harbaugh.
Kubiak.
People are saying Harbaugh's a future Hall of Famer. Harbaugh, after he won this Super Bowl, missed the playoffs 4 out of the next 5 years.
So I don't disagree with you there. The point I'm making is I think the never had a losing season thing became wrapped in who Tomlin is.
Yes.
And it also, I think, is the first. If the NFL did the thing the NBA did, where it's like the 10 greatest coaches ever or whatever, if Tomlin were on a list, the greatest coaches ever, the first sentence is not won the Super Bowl.
Right.
It's 19 years, never had a losing season.
But they aren't mutually exclusive. It's not like his goal to always have a winning season means, oh, you can't win the Super Bowl. Like, they work together. It's just like a coach saying, our number one job is always to win the division. Well, that works together with the Super Bowl, even though at the end, it's not as big
I
of a
don't
deal.
know that I agree with you that it always works together.
Why wouldn't never having a losing season? Because the only alternative to having a 500 above record or above 500 record is a terrible season. And like I said, once Tomlin in training camp is like, this is my squad. We're trying to win every single game.
I think, and I agree with trying to win every single game. I think that things such as signing 41 to be 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers serves let's not have a losing season more than it serves let's get trophy number 7. That's the point I'm making. I think that their spinning of the wheels at that position, as opposed to taking your medicine and taking swings on. I think last year, going with Justin Fields and Russell and going to Russell Wilson
we're seeing if Justin, bringing him in to see if he could be the guy.
It serves one goal more than the other, is the point that I would make.
Let's just take a look at the whole AFC North. Yeah. Browns need a new quarterback. The Ravens need a new quarterback, new coach.
Browns might need a new quarterback.
I think they got their guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Ravens need a new coach. Steelers now need a new coach.
Yeah, the worst coach in the division is the only one who didn't lose his job.
Joe Burrow. This sets up very interesting for Joe Burrow. It sets up interesting for Lamar. How do you see? This is sort of your team in your division, Brew, how do you see the AFC North playing out with this latest development?
Well, look, I'll focus first on the Ravens. Again, I'm looking at Tomlin. I've mentioned Brian Flores. I mentioned Robert Saleh. If I'm the Steelers, I'm not as much respect as I have for Saleh, and he has done a great job this year as the DC in San Francisco. He wouldn't be my guy. We saw him in New York without a quarterback, and it wasn't pretty. And so I get it. The Steelers are a much better franchise than the Jets, but I want Saleh, whatever team's out there. I already want a quarterback.
Correct.
So he can focus on my defense, get that right, and then somebody else can handle the offense. So he would be out. But as far as, the Browns and, the division is just, it's going to be interesting.
But you want you want Baltimore to hire Tomlin?
Well, I consider it. He's a guy that you almost feel like doesn't have to interview. But I'm not saying I would definitely hire him over Flores or Saleh. I think they're younger. I know Flores is. I think Saleh as well. And the key is I got to get that offensive coordinator in there. Because any one of those guys, those three, can handle the defense and get that part of our culture solidified.
So, listen, I think that Baltimore should at least inquire. I have on good authority, let me say that Lamar loves Tomlin, and that if things had gone a different way with Baltimore's decision whether or not to keep John Harbaugh, that Lamar had a lot of potential interest in finding a way to play with Mike Tomlin.
Sure.
So Mike Tomlin's now available.
That's a lot.
It does.
That says a lot.
Right. And
he wants Tomlin.
And now for that, whatever it's worth, I also have very good reason to believe Lamar also is a big fan of Robert Saleh. So that might be easier. Also because it's tricky because Pittsburgh, they didn't fire him. So they still retain his rights. They retain his rights the next couple of years.
Yeah, he's got 2 years, $50 million.
And so
he might sit out. But if he has an opportunity to coach Lamar, I would imagine the feeling's mutual that he loves Lamar.
I would think it'd be nice to not have to worry about the quarterback position. But it does seem like he's probably going to sit the year and not sit the year, but do TV. Now, the last Steelers head coach, everybody thought he was going to take a year off and just do TV. Yeah. And I don't know if you guys turned on CBS. He's still there. He was like, I love this job. And he was like the #1 candidate for 5 years in a row. Yeah. And then people finally were like, I don't think he's ever coming back. So I think it's on the board that Tomlin does TV and is like, I make pretty good money and I love this and it's easy and does what Coward did.
Pressure.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's unlikely. Which means if I am the following head coaches, I am even more nervous about next year. Cincinnati.
Sure.
Dan Quinn, who I think has done a good job, but that ownership group has a bunch of money. This was a disappointing year. That feels like, again, Tomlin's like, oh, my quarterback's set for, the next decade.
I do like an AFC, NFC switch like Peyton. Well,
and then there is
Atlanta, but they don't have they might have a quarterback.
The one who I think should be not only the most, feel like the seat got warmer, but also would be a little anxious about, wait, why is Jeffrey Lurie calling me on Thursday, is Philly. Again, probably not right now.
If I was Tomlin,
if you're Tomlin, you don't want it.
No, they got an itchy trigger finger in Philadelphia.
They do.
A little too much.
But constant success.
Yeah, but I would be nervous if I go from stability central for the Steelers and Howie Roseman wanting to shuffle the deck every few years.
And I think that's fair. You look at the roster and Tomlin would have to be salivating, but you're right. He's going to want stability because that's exactly what he's had in Pittsburgh.
And then one more, who, again, I think this coach did a good job this year. And I was skeptical, and I think he did a good job. But if they have a rough year, I think pretty obviously Jerry Jones would call. And Tomlin, and I say this without any judgment on it whatsoever. Tomlin likes the spotlight. Tomlin likes, you know what I mean?
That would be
fascinating.
Football.
Yeah,
football.
But so did Bill Parcells.
Yeah, and that didn't work out.
Right, but again,
and they didn't even have even in the years he was there,
tremendous success.
Can I tell you?
Like I can't see Tomlin wanting that soap opera.
When you mentioned Mike Tomlin going to the Dallas Cowboys, I really don't like it. I adore it. I love it. We should have led with that. I don't know how to react to that.
Yeah,
I know how. I love it. Oh my, he seems interested. If you're right that Lamar loves Tomlin,
I just can't see that. I don't know. Greg,
Let's
did
do
you actually
this.
see that happening?
I mean, it happens. It's hard to imagine it because of obviously the rivalry and them being two of the longest tenured coaches in our current history. Like it would be odd, but it wouldn't be unparalleled because both of these franchises, when they have a guy, they're going to give him a long runway. And Mike Tomlin is very well respected. Obviously, he has the respect of the guys over in that Ravens locker room just because of the success he's been able to have. And Mike Tomlin is just that type of coach that across the league, players talk. And we all have players that we would love to play with, and then we all talk about coaches. Man, I would love to play with Tomlin just to see what it's like. Just because he's charismatic, he's a player's guy, but he has a standard of how he wants things to look. And he seems to get the best out of his guys. So, I mean, yeah, I know Brew would be excited. But
Lock Nation, baby. Get it done. Get it done.
I think Tomlin is taking the year off.
I assume he had 2 years on his contract that was going to pay him $50 million. He's been winning, so it's not like he was in a bad situation.
But this job is not going to, again, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself.
it's
but the Baltimore job, whoever they hire could be there the next 12 years.
For sure.
So if I'm him and I love Lamar Jackson, and I imagine he still loves coaching football, he just knew it was time to get out of Pittsburgh. You might have to be like that job. There's not going to be a better job.
Jump straight to
it would be strange.
And also, since the Steelers would have to okay it since he has the time left, that makes it tricky. The other thing Broussard said that I was actually and again, this is the soundbite I thought we were playing, but Broussard was asked if Tyler Luke made the field goal versus the Steelers, if Harbaugh would still be the head coach, and he responded, quote, for a week, end quote. Which means
tough one.
I know
that was after the Tomlin firing.
Yes, that was at the same press. It was later in that same press conference. Which again, this isn't the topic of the day, but there was a lot of what I thought curious reporting of like, yeah, Harbaugh was going to be back, and you know what I mean, all of it, and then it was like after a rash decision. Steve Bisciotti's like, to me, what that is saying is he had decided they needed to move on.
Super Bowl or reach the Super Bowl.
It's almost as if a very, very good, powerful, maybe MVP caliber player on the team wanted a new head coach.
That's real.
It's almost like that. I don't know. It's crazy.
All right. Well, let's talk about a little bit about last night's game and Aaron Rodgers. The worst home playoff loss in Steelers franchise history. Aaron Rodgers battered en route to a 30-6 L, where the Texans defense scored 2 touchdowns and the Steelers offense scored 2 field goals. Here's former Steelers head coach. Oh, we're not talking about Mike Tomlin because he's not the Steelers head coach anymore. Killed the sound. Are you surprised by the Steelers' performance last night?
The way it started, I was like, oh, wow, okay. They're onto something, and then it kind of unraveled. So was I surprised how it turned out? I was, because of how they started. And they started with a quick passing game, just trying to implement DK Metcalf by any means necessary, whether it was get him the ball early, push the ball down the field, create opportunities, possible penalties.
What happened with the DK Metcalf?
And then I saw your text late, or I would have responded. Then he had the drop.
I've seen this.
And we've seen this time and time again. And I don't.
He iced him out, man.
It's you can't when you have a guy who was so heavily involved in your scheme
and it's so
offensively,
good, even though he had the drop
and has a drop, you can't just not go back to him. You have to keep him involved because that's your only true threat in the passing game. You use him to be a decoy and all the other, but we saw them push the ball down the field after a couple of those completions prior to this one down the left side where he got the PI, he gets the call. Yeah. I'm thinking, man, their whole game plan is going to be get the ball to DK however and by any means necessary. Mm-hmm. And it will be impactful whether he comes down with the ball, create a penalty, or get you some chunk play, whatever. You'll live with that. Once that drop happened, DK Metcalf was no longer involved until literally the late third quarter, fourth quarter.
So,
you can't do that.
This, not to a player of the same caliber, but this exact thing happened in Rodgers' last playoff game. So let me tell a very quick gambling story that is apropos to this. Packers, Niners, divisional round game. Rodgers defending MVP. Packers are off the bye. Early in the game, was the tight end Mercedes Lewis? I'm pretty sure it was Mercedes. It was old. I forget. Maybe
Mercedes Lewis was in Green Bay.
Okay, so it was Mercedes Lewis. Mercedes Lewis is involved early and often, and then catches a pass and fumbles, and Rodgers wears it with the disgust. He's angry, whatever it is. And I'm sitting there watching the game, and again, everyone gamble responsibly if you gamble at all, but you can live bet everything you want. I was like, whatever the max amount that I can bet on Mercedes Lewis under catches the rest of the game, I am doing it. Because he won't throw him the ball again. And he did not throw him the ball again. I remember it vividly. This is the game he just kept feeding Devontae. Yep. And the Niners didn't score an offensive touchdown, and they lost 13-10 on block punt. Rodgers, listen, I was surprised. I thought the Steelers were going to win. But once we're watching the game play out, I'm like, man, this is kind of a perfect but also sad way for an all-time legend to finish because his biggest weaknesses are on full display. The histrionic, whoever's fault it wasn't mine, and I'm letting everyone on the field know whenever it was. A guy let me down. I'm going to play 10 on 11 rather than include him. These are the things that, in my opinion, Brew, have been the reason that one of the 3 most physically talented players in the history of the position is around the 10th most accomplished player in the history of the position. And why? And so I thought this was Rodgers' biggest weaknesses were in full display yesterday. I'm not talking about the age and lack of mobility, but the emotion of, it's not my fault, it's your fault, and you've made a mistake, and therefore I can't go to you anymore. Because they had no way to move the ball without throwing to DK Metcalf, and I felt like he iced him out of the game plan.
Look, there's little doubt in my mind, without knowing for sure, but I feel strongly that he was obviously upset that he dropped that ball, and then it seems like he did ice him out, didn't go to him again. But he also probably was thinking, and you missed the last 2 games of the regular season. You almost cost us this chance to even get here. And so I think he was just upset probably with DK Metcalf in general. And that was a huge drop. Because they're up 3-0. It's late first quarter. It's still early. But they're up 3-0. Judging by the way the rest of the game went, they weren't going to score touchdowns.
Opportunities too often.
Right. I mean, and they may have only had a field goal from this because that's what they had all night.
That would have mattered.
But yeah, I mean, they would have maybe been up going into the fourth quarter. Who knows? Bottom line, though, is ultimately this is exactly what I thought would happen. It's what I said. I said that Houston pass rush is going to have Rodgers out of sorts, and their offense is going to be stuck in the mud. And that's exactly what happened. Rodgers was pressured on 45% of his dropbacks. During the season, and obviously he gets rid of the ball quickly all season, but during the season, he was only pressured on 21% of his dropbacks. Yeah. That was the lowest in the league. So he was not used to that type of pressure. No. And then at his age, he's trying to get rid of it quickly and all that. So the defense was all over him. And then it's not just the rush. They got good defensive backs.
Yes.
So, that's what happened is what I thought would happen.
I think that part is what disrupted everything that they were doing, especially once DK got kind of uninvolved in the offensive game plan. their defensive backs were perfectly okay with playing up close, tight, and saying, you can have this, you're not getting anything after you get it.
It's the best tackling secondary since Legion of Boom.
And they put that on full display, and it just completely disjointed everything that the Steelers want to do now, because you have to now try to push the ball down the field, which then forces Aaron Rodgers to hold the ball slightly longer, and now you give this front four, they don't need extra to come, because all four of them can pressure you. Yep. They do a great job of pushing up the middle of the pocket so you can't step up, and then you got these two bookends on the outside that can get you. They are the perfect defense. They truly are. They can play off. They can play press. You can't run on them, right? Because they stop the run. You can't really throw on them because they're great on the back end. They're great up front. What are your answers? You have to have somebody who is willing to stand in that pocket and take hits, and an offensive line that can try their best to hold off that rush as long as possible. And there's not many teams in this league. We saw it all year. There's not many teams in this league that can do that.
Like a 6'4", 225-pound, 23-year-old mobile
we
with
shall
a rocket
see.
arm.
That's
if you were to design a guy to do it.
I mean, he had kind of a hard time a little bit.
I'm just saying. Yeah, but he learned.
He did learn.
Who's the next player you want to see come out of retirement? What a lovely question. So many options to choose from. I have to think about this long and hard. I have a great answer, but I reserve the right to see if I can come up with a better one. Well, my initial answer is Aaron Donald. I feel like he still could do it. The team's awesome. A little stretch run, get another ring. Also, all of a sudden, Myles Garrett trying to elbow him off the best defensive player of a generation corner, which also, by the way, might already be J.J. Watt's corner. I don't know, but still. Aaron Donald. My temporary answer.
Who's the next player you want to see come out? I'm trying to think of it. It's a tough one. I'm trying to think if anybody retired too soon recently. I mean, because I'm trying to think of a real somebody that's young enough to play.
Exactly.
Part of me wants to say Greg Oden.
What?
But he wouldn't fit today's NBA.
What?
I'm trying to think. Who'd you say?
Aaron Donald.
Oh, that's that shit.
Can I add one?
I'm trying to think
Just because, and I can't believe this didn't even come up on the show or anything. How much does Andrew Luck hate football?
Well, I thought about Luck when I saw that story today.
The Colts signed a quarterback.
Yeah, you know what? Luck. Andrew Luck. Absolutely.
For the Colts to take Phillip Rivers' spot.
I mean, he would make a lot more sense than Phillip Rivers.
Who's the next player you want to see come out of retirement? I almost got tricked by a Gronk come out of retirement.
That's a good answer.
So probably Gronk.
That's a good answer.
Who would he play for?
The Patriots.
Oh, you mess up that? What do you get wrong?
Good point. Maybe the Bucks.
He wouldn't mess it up though.
Good point. Back to the Patriots. Yeah, probably Gronk. Yeah,
Aaron
Gronk's my favorite.
Donald.
What was your number one artist?
Your number one song was certified rap.
I don't Spotify.
Oh my god.
I don't listen to music.
What? Ever?
I mean, yes, like I'm in the car with my wife and the music is on.
But you don't put it on.
I don't have a Spotify.
I don't know. I do know what my top 5 genres were. Is that that's become like a big thing now?
Not the genres, but
yeah.
the rap.
My family was
rap.
It was number 1. Christian hip hop.
Yeah.
Y'all need to check it out. It's dope.
Do you have an answer?
What do you think it would be?
Bob Marley legend.
Really?
Yeah.
Great answer.
It's just on all the time. It's just on all the time.
You know what my answer was?
What?
I don't listen to music.
You don't listen to music? You honestly probably don't.
Correct.
He's listening to podcasts all the time. He ends the show.
Well, I asked that as well, and he said his number one podcast is.
That's right with Nick Wright.
Your listening age is.
Yo, brother is hip. I'm down, baby. That's odd though, because I do listen to a lot of old school R&B.
Mine was 68.
Your listening age was 68?
Yes.
Mine is 21.
21.
Yo.
That's great.
But most of my old school R&B is on iTunes. I guess that's the
That makes more sense.
This might be the official passing of the torch.
of me being the old guy.
What was your age?
Well, I don't have one.
A special divisional round climb up the mountain where there's only 8 quarterbacks remaining. And I would like to say some discretion on my part. Did Drake May have a wonderful game? He did not. Did I go to the mattresses to defend him? Just because he had the only double-digit win in all of the playoffs.
I'm gonna freak out.
I did not.
I'm gonna
Okay?
freak out, man.
I'm just taking it easy.
KW.
I'm not trying to be a fanboy, okay? That's what they say. I don't have an I Love Drake May shirt on, all right? Maybe I do underneath this, maybe I don't. It's none of your business. It's time for Mahomes Mountain, okay? All right, everybody?
Wave the pom-pom.
No,
For no man.
Hold on, bro. You don't know the half of it real quick here.
Oh, wow.
So I can get past the fact that you didn't write an intro.
There was breaking
You didn't-
news.
You at 2:10. You get here at 10 o'clock, you go to the coffee shop 3 times. You got plenty of time to write an intro, much less do an AI thing. But but you didn't. So be it. No problem. I walk in, and Wilds is like, Mahomes Mountain today doesn't work. It's not going to work. There's only 8 quarterbacks. I'm going to ask 3 questions instead of moving people. And I say
Usually
to you,
it's the guy's performance. Where'd Trevor go? Did he fall down the mountain?
He's off.
He just went into the mountain, winning 8 straight games,
really high.
throws a game-ending pick, and then he's never to be seen from again.
Vanishes.
Just gone.
He gets to avoid the heat. He doesn't get the smoke.
Right, those all would have been good.
Doesn't get the
And
smoke.
I said to him, I was like, hey, we've got red meat for you, buddy. For your thing, Caleb is sorry, I don't want to spoil the
don't
mountain.
spoil.
But it has to do with Drake, May, and Caleb.
Oh.
And Wilds is like, Drake didn't play a great game. I don't really want to argue about that.
I don't want to be the anti-Caleb
And
guy.
I don't want to be the anti-Caleb
Two horrible
guy.
picks.
And then
I don't want to be
even though as he put it, he was like, he threw some lollipop, whatever.
That was a bad
And
pick.
now
No one talks about it.
you're just you do your whole Drake May thing in the intro wearing your dirty goggles.
They're not dirty.
They
But
are
bro,
dirty.
they are
From
filthy.
what?
Your,
don't
your
know.
dirty
Fingers or
fingers,
something.
man. They look
They're
disgusting.
crusty and all
Time
that.
for the mountain.
That 3rd floor, Greg, there's a lot of action down there on the 3rd floor. So that's why we on 4. It's peaceful up on 4. We chilling. Y'all down there arguing, fighting. My goodness.
Bottom of the mountain. There's only 8 quarterbacks left. Bo Nix moves up. A lot of people think Bo Nix looks the best weeks he doesn't play. He moves up. A couple vacant spots, and again, it's not left to right, and CJ keeps his spot. CJ,
He's just barely on there.
buddy, that was rough. Now, he oddly is one of only 2 quarterbacks in the league that has won a playoff game each of the last 3 years. It's him and Josh Allen. That's the list. That was his first he's played 5 playoff games already. That was his first really awful one.
Yeah.
He's had 1 great one, his first one, 1 awful one, 2 decent, and 1 below average.
Yeah.
Like, so he doesn't have a track record of awful playoff games, but that was an awful playoff game.
That was alarming.
And that was one of the reason, I say I'm not a quarterback wins guy is I give CJ Stroud almost 0 credit for that win. Like, that was a win despite his performance.
I
But
wonder if he didn't play, if they didn't put the offense on the field, the score would have been 14 to.
I don't know. Steelers might not have scored. Steelers might have scored less. Whatever it is. But because they won, it's a footnote. And if he plays well next round, nobody will care. Nobody will remember. It won't matter at all. And Bo Nix, 14-3, can prove everybody wrong. Play a good. You don't have to play great, but play a good game this weekend at home off the bye. Next row. I can't move Drake May off that game.
Fair.
I think that's totally fair. Now, to be fair, he did make some excellent plays in the second half. But I can't simply say it was just first half jitters, because in the second half, in the midst of those excellent plays, when the Patriots were up 13 and the game was a wrap unless they turn it over, he fumbled again.
Yep.
And when all he had to do at that point was just make sure you don't fumble, and that was this close to scoop score, who knows. With that said, I am optimistic about how he will perform, defense who he's facing notwithstanding, this week, because I do feel like he got kind of the jitters out of the system. Brock Purdy, this second pick was grisly, but man, I thought he was a gamer. against a very difficult Eagles defense. I'm not going to ding him too much for the nicest pass a Niner threw being his wide receiver because I thought the touchdown pass to Christian McCaffrey was great. I thought some of his escapability was excellent. I was impressed by Purdy. And Darnold moves up, didn't play, gets the weekend off. Good for him.
No picks.
No picks, yeah, that's right. Next row. Stafford dinged just a tiny bit. I like the game-winning touchdown pass, don't get me wrong. But that was a shaky performance up to and including late in the game when Puka kind of saved everybody. But again, it's a footnote if they win this week. Even if they don't win this week, it's not like it's a big indictment on his career or anything. But no one will remember a somewhat shaky performance in a win if the Rams keep going. Go ahead.
Quickly, you know what I was thinking watching him? It was like, man, if he wins the MVP and they lose, because it looked like they might lose, this is just almost Dirk Nowitzki in 2008, right?
In 08.
But then Drake played, and it was like, okay, neither one of them had great games. They both had okay games, so it wouldn't really shouldn't be
Can I just real
on
quick?
either guy.
Didn't you just think Stafford was hurt?
I didn't.
No,
I didn't.
They did some finger graphic,
when he threw and hit his finger. I did not think he was hurt.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, which is the pre and post hitting his.
It was nuts. He
because he threw some good passes after that, and then
By the way, you guys know I'm not one to give credit to other people's takes, but colleague of ours, Barstool Big Cat, take of the month.
Take of the month.
Wow.
He said if he ran an NFL team, he'd make all his offensive linemen wear guardian caps to prevent that Stafford injury. Take of the month.
Excellent.
All your offensive linemen wear the guardian caps?
Josh did
the same thing.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I think it's a great take.
That's
now,
perfect.
Panthers couldn't do it because then Bryce really couldn't.
Okay.
But for the Rams.
Well, it does. It'd be a little higher.
But for a guy like
Also, sometimes you bounce it off the helmet, it goes straight up.
Yeah, exactly.
Take of the month. Right now, the reigning take of the month.
Shout out Big Cat, take of the month.
Everyone's gunning for that take, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Take of the month. You got to come up with something.
All right, Caleb.
Great take.
Speaking of Chicagoans, listen, we haven't quite ever seen a quarterback like this. We've seen quarterbacks be unbelievable late. Very rarely are quarterbacks just really bad early. And then some of the best play we've ever seen late. That's who he is.
Bo Nix.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is not spectacular late.
Just saying.
No, listen, he is.
Kinda.
I would say
It's not as dynamic.
it's not
but
as
he gets it
dynamic,
done.
and it's not.
I
But
agree.
he has been
That.
again. Not to the same degree. Daniel Jones gone, you want to be the Bo Nix guy? That corner's open, buddy. You go ahead and take it. And atop the mountain, Josh Allen. Last 6 playoff games, 16 touchdowns, no picks, 105 rating. I thought he played close to mistake-free.
Yeah.
As close as someone can come in a 35 pass attempt, heavy usage game, mistake-free. Josh Allen top the mountain.
Okay, rather than our normal conventional, hey, I want to
Doing it
move
4
this
years,
guy
most
up.
popular segment in sports TV. Change it up for us.
Well, we usually have 30 guys here. You did half the work.
Maybe we just quickly say what we do. Quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Answer the question.
Go ahead.
I would just move. I would move Darnold down into one of those vacant spots.
Yeah.
And have a vacant spot next to Purdy.
Oh.
I mean, Darnold is unproven. Drake played fairly well in his first game. Purdy played well,
that's
had
fair.
a comeback. And Darnold, we're wondering.
You know what, KW or you, Brew? That's fair. Take it.
Yeah,
Greg.
So I mean, look, call me a Caleb hater. I love what he did, but to move up and Drake May just sits there because it was shaky. I mean, it
was much better than Drake May this week.
It was shaky. That first half was shaky.
Yeah, but then he had 360 yards in the game-winning plays.
I understand that. Drake May bounced back in the second half of that game, and it looked a lot better.
I like this a lot.
Playing against a more stout, more stingy defense. I'm just saying, Caleb was excellent, deserving to win that game.
Drake May looked better in the second half than Caleb did.
All I'm saying is they both had turnovers that could have cost their team, and it didn't because they both bounced back.
He went to the mat for you.
I like that a lot.
More
I
than
wasn't
you.
willing to make that argument, but I liked it. All right, well.
So that next to Stafford maybe just is
The
vacant.
MVP tier.
Vacant.
Everybody's just doing it vacant. Everybody's just doing it
I mean,
vacant.
you've created a
Well,
trend.
it seems
now.
like we could have had a good regular mountain, but Wild's one of the dumb questions.
I wanted Fernando Mendoza on there too. I thought you could switch it up.
That would have been cool.
Okay, question 1. Dusty's yelling at me. Is Caleb a top 5 quarterback if he beats the potential MVP, Matthew Stafford? How high are you willing to bring Caleb up?
Well, the question that I would have for the group on that is, who is God grandfathered in? You understand what I mean?
I got Mahomes, the usual suspects.
The same 4?
All 4, yep.
Those,
to me.
if those,
and Stafford at 5.
so
My
Burrow
answer
is
no.
just
Bill
in.
Burrow.
Burrow's just
Yeah, I would
in.
keep Burrow in.
Joe
I would
Burrow
keep
cannot
Burrow
just stay in all for. He can't. He can't.
I would keep Burrow.
I
I'm a
like
Burrow
Burrow. I
guy,
like
and
fossils.
I
He can't stay
just
in.
Keep him in there.
So do you? I don't think Caleb jumps to top 5.
I don't either.
With a win.
But my question, I guess my question is, the reason I asked it that way is, how many spots are actually available? Mahomes is. I understand everybody
Maybe
thinks
one-
Mahomes
if you
not
guys
good,
don't
but
say
Mahomes
Burrow,
still top 5,
then
right?
yeah.
Okay. Just make sure. Josh Allen obviously is still there, and Lamar is still there.
Yes.
Is
Yes.
a year removed.
And
from
I think
MVP.
Stafford coming off an MVP year, what we think will be an MVP. he's
So
gotta be there.
that's why I'm asking it this way. I don't think just this game can do it, KW.
Mm-hmm.
I think Caleb or Drake can make a case for Burrow's spot over the course of this postseason.
I think that's fair.
For Drake, it honestly might just take one great playoff game. Like if Drake is great this weekend, and then they lose in the conference championship game, I might go into next year saying he's there. That he's there. I think Caleb might need more because Drake had such a better regular season than Caleb. That Caleb would need more of a runway to do it.
What if Drake wins the MVP and you just have the top 5 be all the MVPs?
Oh, Joe Burrow's never won MVP.
Joe Burrow's out.
Oh, I see what you
Like
mean.
Stafford and others.
Oh, okay. I just don't think within Stafford's never won MVP.
I'll keep Stafford in
Oh,
for
yeah.
the silver medal.
Caleb's argument, in my opinion, is I don't think that they're, even as good as Drake May has been, he kind of started the season off so great and sustained that. Where Caleb, there was a natural progression in growth every single week, and it just continues to carry over. Even listening to him in the post-game interview,
I thought
the
that was
maturation like that he just conveyed, it just seems like he's growing in every area and aspect of being a professional.
Completion percentage.
I understand
I don't
that.
think
I
you
was
can have the
gonna say
worst
that.
completion
So can I-
percentage
I'm
to be a
with-
top
he
5
can't-
quarterback.
it has to- 60% of his passes.
And that's a large reason why I poke fun at the Bo Nix thing, but it's Bo Nix, but it looks better because it's sexier. He has more highlights. It's more Caleb driven. But Bo Nix has been doing this same thing. It just doesn't look as
But
great.
He hasn't been doing, it's not quite the same thing.
I think, do they both have 7 come from behind wins this year?
All I'm saying is he's been poor. Bo Nix has been worse in the first
think Bo
three
Nix has
quarters.
been worse than Caleb early and not as good as Caleb late. But it is still a big jump in clutch time. But can I ask
Yes.
a question about Caleb's completion percentage?
Sure.
Because I saw somebody made this point, and I was like, that's interesting, that I at least want to throw out there. Is there an element of, they made the comp of the throws Caleb attempts and what that does to your completion percentage, making it analogous to the three-point revolution, and about how 40% from 3 is better than 20 or 50% from 2, because the points are worth, right? 50% because the point, because those shots are worth more.
33% from 3 is the equivalent of 50%.
Exactly right. And so that the argument this person was making is Caleb's attempting deeper, more throws that are essentially worth more and harder throws, and therefore completing 58% of the throws he's making is as valuable as completing 65% of the throws some other quarterbacks are making.
I mean,
which again, I don't have that.
I don't even know. I don't want to have it like, is that true conversation, but like I'd have to look at his completion percentage within 10 yards.
Yeah.
And it's also beyond that's interesting, but beyond that, he's sometimes so bad in the first 2 to 3 quarters. And he's sensational at the end, but he's been so bad at times, not every single game, but at times he's so bad early that I can't comfortably put him in the top 10.
Can I ask you a question?
Or top
Top
5,
10.
top
Greg,
5. Yeah, top 10.
Do you think I was trying to come up with an analogy on Caleb's game, and it was like Saturday Night Live writers have to write like up till 4 in the morning on a Tuesday. Like, why don't you just write at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon the week before? You know they got a show coming out. It's like you need the pressure, you need the deadline. Do you think there's something about him or his game that he needs the pressure to get to the other level? And have you played with guys like that?
I don't know if he needs the pressure, but boy, he embraces it. Watching him, it's one of the reasons why I say it's Josh Allen in terms of remaining quarterbacks. And if you want to go all of football, so be it. I might go that far. Josh Allen is one of the scariest quarterbacks. Mahomes is hurt. And Caleb Williams, I don't care how bad he is, in the games when you watch him, you cannot tell me, regardless of how far down they are, you're not at the edge of your seat like, oh, shoot.
No,
Here he goes. Like I don't get that with Bo Nix, which is, I get your argument. But Caleb, I don't care how bad he's been. When the fourth quarter come or it's time to come back, I feel like he's
almost like Deontay Wilder. Like, that punch is always there.
Yeah.
Right.
Can I add one other thing before we move on to the next question, if we're going to get to it? Where I am for next year, top 5s things, where I will give Caleb the benefit of the doubt on projection is, what was the single biggest problem Caleb Williams had last year? It was not completion percentage. It was the sacks.
Yeah.
It was he took awful sacks. The offensive line wasn't great. I understand it. Took awful sacks. He fixed it. Flatly fixed it. And so I don't think he's going to come back next year and be 70% completions. But
if he's 64,
right? But there was his biggest weakness from year 1 to year 2. He fixed. And so I will give him credit that from year 2 to year 3, he will self-scout again and say, what's my biggest weakness and try to.
I wouldn't be shocked if he did.
If he did what?
If he did jump from 58, 59 completion percentage to a 68, 69, 70. Because when you watch somebody in the growth and development that he's getting and gaining from this offense, it just suggests, man, another year, understanding what's expected.
Impressive.
Pre-snap. It was a huge issue at the beginning of the year.
Oh, that's the other thing.
And
really
now it's
improved
completely
on the operation,
gone.
right? They don't get any
Completely
procedural
gone.
penalties anymore.
No,
So he
completely
has.
gone.
You would think he's going to.
So it's working.
Okay. So we have to count for 59 because we're coming up on Super Bowl 60.
I have to tell you each franchise?
Yeah.
So let's go division by division.
Got a strategy. At the top, the Patriots have 6.
The Pats have won 6. The Buffalo Bills have been to 4, have won 0.
The Dolphins also are just 2, right?
The Miami Dolphins have won 2. The New York Jets have been to 1, they have won 1.
Nick probably did this by division.
He did.
The Steelers are at 6.
The Steelers with 6.
I am considering the Colts, the Baltimore Colts and the Indianapolis Colts, and the Baltimore Ravens just the Ravens.
Yes.
So the Baltimore Ravens have 2.
The Baltimore Ravens have won 2 Super Bowls.
The Colts have 2.
The Colts have won 2.
Yikes.
What an embarrassment of that division. The Kansas City Chiefs. God, we've been to so many.
The Chiefs, 4.
4 Super Bowls. Question with Denver is, did they win in the 70s?
So the Broncos have 3.
I am not locking in my Denver number yet, so I'm putting 3 with a little asterisk.
Raiders with 3.
The Raiders have won 3 Super Bowls.
Did you see the video of Ben Johnson clicking his pen a bunch of times like a maniac?
No.
That's pretty cool.
NFC East.
Cowboys with 5.
2 with Staubach, 3 with Troy. They have 5. I bet Parko gets this one wrong. The Giants.
The Giants have 4.
Yes.
The New York Giants have 4.
Eagles have 2.
The Eagles, just the 2, Foles and Hurts. Washington, this is another one. Danny might say Washington 0.
Washington has 3.
And it's Washington 3.
Packers with 4.
So they have 4.
Bears have 1.
Embarrassingly, only has 1-1.
49ers 5.
San Francisco, 4 with Montana, 1 with Young. The LA/St. Louis Rams.
Rams have 2.
I believe it's 2, but if these don't add up to 59, those are going to be the first 2 places we go look.
Seattle would be 1.
Seattle's at 1.
0 or 1.
Do processor of elimination.
Oh, and add up the Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Good math.
I'm trying to impress Coach. So all we have left is the NFC South.
Saints are 1.
The Saints have 1.
Falcons are 0.
The Falcons have been to 1, 28-3. Yikes.
And Bucks are 2.
Yes.
The Bucks famously, obviously, have won 2. Let's add these up.
Are we home?
8 is 56, plus 3 is 59.
Plus 5 is 58.
That's a perfect 59 out of 59. Tell me I'm right, Gianna.
You're right.
Bang.
Oh. Well, no. Namath 1-1. So that'd be Jets 1, Vikings 0.
Correct.
Boom.
Bang.
Nick did it quicker and by
Only
division.
a few minutes quicker.
Only a few minutes quicker. That's fine.
Thank you, Coach.
Then he has no chance.
I have a secret to tell you.
What's your secret?
Coach said you had no chance.
I had no...
Danny, it's over.
Coach, you underestimate my dorkiness. Not as big a dork as Nick, but come on now.
My favorite time of the week.
Oh yeah, it's my favorite part of the week. Trivia. Love it. I'm here for it. Let's do it, Gianna. I'm so excited.
I believe you. Who has the most MVPs of all time across MLB, NFL, NBA, and NHL?
Wayne Gretzky has 9.
Yep.
And we'll just name Gretzky. Let's get Gretzky out of the way.
Number 1.
Barry Bonds has 7.
Yep.
Let's get Bonds out of the way.
7.
Peyton Manning has 5.
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers has 4.
Yep.
With Peyton Manning.
Yep. Do you know how many?
He's the only guy with 5.
Correct.
Right? Yeah. Peyton and Rodgers. Right? Rodgers has 4.
Correct.
Michael Jordan has 5.
Yep.
Mike, obviously.
Yep. How many?
He has 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
LeBron James has 4.
Yeah.
LeBron has 4.
Mm-hmm.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has 6.
Yep.
Let's do Kareem.
Yep.
Otani.
Yeah. Newest
Otani's on
one.
the list now.
Did Nick go perfect on this?
Doesn't matter.
It matters.
No, it doesn't.
It matters a little.
It shouldn't affect how much you try.
I'm just curious. Did Shohei get there?
He just did.
Yeah, Shohei got there.
Good
Okay.
job.
I said Wilt.
Yes. 4. Do the NBA. He's sitting. Sitting time.
It is sitting time. It's sitting time. Did Magic get 4?
No.
Okay. Did Wilt get 4?
He did.
Okay.
Good job.
Bill Russell.
Yeah. 5.
Did Russell?
Yep.
Okay.
Good job.
I'm just going on the record.
Mm-hmm.
There is some hockey player that has 4 that I don't know who he is, but I know there's another hockey player on this list. I'm going to say his name is
Sidney Crosby. Oh, Jesus. Ovechkin.
Bobby McIcepuck.
No, but close.
Close?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Mario Lemieux. Oh, I don't know anything about hockey.
Eddie Shore.
Yeah, there you go. But I get half a point. I knew there was a hockey guy.
You knew there was a hockey guy with 4.
Yeah. So I'm missing 1.
Mm-hmm.
Was he in
I don't know.
Wayne Gretzky hockey?
Danny, I
the
didn't write that
1994 video game. Is it possible that I played with him in that video game in the 90s?
I think hockey's out.
Wrong.
It's hockey?
Mm-hmm.
God dog it, Gianna.
All right, I'll tap now.
Gordie Howe.
Gordie Howe. Doesn't count.
Does.
Hockey doesn't count.
So then you got perfect minus hockey.
Yeah, which means I got perfect.
So I think ultimately the Steelers and Mike Tomlin could be better off apart, could just be time for a change. And I think the thing that I've struggled with Tomlin for years now is I see a little bit of a disconnect between how I see him and how the football media and fans at large seems to, which is like, let's get the obvious things out of the way. It's wildly impressive to have 19 years without a losing season. That is obviously impressive. 200 wins, a Super Bowl championship, incredible. If we were doing Madden ratings of coaching attributes, like leadership and culture, he might be the best.
Yeah.
Andy Reid, Dan Campbell, like he might be 100 out of 100 the best you could possibly be as a football coach. Where I've struggled with it is, how valuable is high floor, low ceiling? Like, how valuable is it if your skills as a coach do also not align with developing quarterbacks or coaches? He has no coaches on his coaching tree. Not a one. No Mike Tomlin assistant has gone on to be an NFL head coach. He keeps turning over offensive coordinator, Arthur Smith, Matt Canada, Randy Fichtner, Todd Haley. He inherited Ben Roethlisberger, so he doesn't really, he won with him, but he wasn't his guy. But he's so good at the leadership culture stuff that you're always going to win 8, 9, 10, 11 games. But then that puts you in a position where you're too good to draft a quarterback at the top. But then you're a defensive coach and your defense falls apart in these playoff games where you are the first coach in NFL history to have 5 straight playoff losses by double digits. Like, what's the value in winning 10 games, getting boat raced in the playoffs, and never developing an offensive coach or quarterback? I struggle with it. He'll be discussed for the Hall of Fame, but I get why Steelers fans have grown tired of high floor, low ceiling, but I also get why 15 teams would want to hire him because they churn over coaches every 3 years.
I would argue, though, that the low ceiling is quarterback related.
But he's the head coach. Like,
he's not the GM, and I know he has a lot to say, obviously, with his stature in the organization, but when he had a top flight quarterback, he got to 2 Super Bowls and won 1. And I know after that, they didn't always make the Super Bowl, obviously, with Ben Roethlisberger. But I'm saying we can't say he has a low ceiling because when he had a guy, there is nobody when your quarterback is not elite who is consistently competing for the Super Bowl.
I think Kyle Shanahan's the only one. I think he's the only one,
fair.
And I think
that's
he's
in and out. I mean, when they
bottom out,
have injuries, right?
Yeah.
When they have injuries, they go to 6 wins.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying. So he's
but
up
Shanahan's
and down.
the only one. It's not like there's a lot of guys.
Right,
Shanahan's the only one that we've seen do that.
And I think he has the ceiling. His ceiling is the Super Bowl. He can win the Super Bowls. He's proven that. And then the floor is low. Like I was saying earlier, Danny, he had a winning record with these are 4 guys that are now objectively backups. Russell Wilson at the stage he had him last year, Justin Fields, Mason Rudolph, and Kenny Pickett. And he had a winning record with them. Like that, so him making the playoffs, I agree, the defensive performances have not been good. But I don't think those were playoff teams. I think his great coaching got teams that weren't playoff caliber to be in the playoffs, and with quarterbacks who weren't very good at all, and then they got boat raced once they got there.
But so what? But again, what's the value?
The value is get me a quarterback, and we can win a Super Bowl and get to a Super Bowl.
Right, but the question, I think, so I agree with you in this regard. That if Mike Tomlin's next job is a team whose quarterback is in place, I think they are instant contender. But Danny's opinion on this, unlike Justin Herbert, you have the correct opinion on this because you agree with me.
Oh my God! My opinion got blessed by the great Nick Wright. Thank you.
But no, I mean I agree with what you said almost 100%. I think that what his excellence at raising the floor has become an impediment to the ceiling because you have so many fewer opportunities to get the quarterback. And as I discussed earlier, I think they had a couple missed opportunities. I think in 2019, when you still have Big Ben, but he gets hurt and it's early in the year, is going to be out this season, and it's clearly nearing the end, they could have been like, all right, let's just see what it looks like without, as is. Instead, they traded their first-round pick for Minkah Fitzpatrick to try to scotch tape it together in a draft that, if you're not going to have the top picks of the draft where Burrow, Herbert, and Tua went, Jordan Love went in the 20s after where they're picking it up being, and Jalen Hurts, second-round pick by teams that had top-paid franchise quarterbacks. Now, Carson Wentz was on his way out, but they didn't know that at the time, and obviously Rodgers was there. And then even this year, they valued adding a piece that could help them immediately in Derek Harmon more than either Jackson Dart or Tyler Shuck. And again, I'm not saying either one of those guys is going to be the quarterback that ends this, but it would give you a chance at that when your quarterback's 41, going to be 42-yard Aaron Rodgers, and you know you don't have a chance at it. So I also think this is a potentially good day for the Steelers because it opens up the aperture so much. But that aperture opens up wilds in both directions.
Yeah, there's a ton of downside, obviously.
And you can. I think the point you made it off the air, but I think you should make it on the air. Your Dolphins point. Sorry, Dolphins fans.
Oh, yeah. I mean, partially it's because of what I went through with the Patriots. That for a while, I'm like, we're going to be good. We're the Patriots. And then the quarterback leaves. Like, guess what? We made the playoffs. We still have Bill Belichick. And then Bill Belichick leaves, and we have the jerseys and the stadium, and we are not good. And then you're looking out in the wilderness, is like, hold on a second. We might not be good for decades. That's one of the reasons.
Welcome to how the rest of us live.
Exactly. So I know the idea of like, hey, look, we get a quarterback, like we get a new coach, a franchise quarterback. It's hard to hit on one.
Right.
The idea that you're going to hit on two, and by the way, Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson are still in your division. I think it's
how
scary.
How about if, and again, the Steelers would have to agree to this because they have his rights for the next 2 years. What if Tomlin goes to Baltimore and has Lamar Jackson? Ooh. And now as the Steelers, you have to beat him year after year. I mean, that's a potential downside. Now again, it's hard to see Pittsburgh agreeing to that. Who knows what?
I'd say impossible to see them agreeing.
Yeah, I mean, but who knows what the conversation was when he left, or was it a mutual firing or agreement? Yeah, you don't know, but I agree. It would be odd to see Pittsburgh.
I think the Steelers have, it's not a lot of. It's 3 coaches in 50 years, right? Mm-hmm. So we don't know really what their trend is, except all 3 coaches were defensive-minded head coaches and young. Running. But again, like, is that who they are, or it's just who they ended up being when you only make 3 decisions in a half century?
Right.
I don't know. I would think that in 2026, if you're hiring a head coach and you don't have your quarterback in place, and unlike when the Texans hired D'Amico, you don't have a top 3 pick where you're drafting your quarterback, I would think you're going to lean to go offense. That you're going to say, we want whatever young quarterback ends up being the Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback to give him a chance to pair with an offensive-minded head coach as he, a la Caleb and Ben Johnson, or grow together. The Patriots didn't have to do that because they knew they had their quarterback in Drake May.
I also think next year's Steelers team could be awful.
Well, that's
I don't think they could be
good for them.
I think first place schedule, right. Old expensive roster, maybe a first-time head coach, like awful by design.
You say old expensive roster, like I don't know if it'll be an old expensive roster.
But or you tear down an old expensive roster to make it a bad roster to transition.
Right.
Right now it is an old expensive roster.
Yeah, I think that if you're the Steelers, almost, if I were Omar Khan, I would try to get the Steelers fans to have the mindset that the Pacers fans have this year. Like, hey, 1 year. Now, the Pacers, it's because Halliburton got hurt. But, like, 1 year, and we'll be back, you know what I mean? Give us 1 year that's not going to be fun, where we're trading T.J. Watt, where we're seeing if anybody wants Jalen Ramsey, where we're clearing our books, adding draft capital. I know it sounds
No, I think their
crummy,
fans. I think a lot of their fans are ready for that. I mean, not for 3 years, but I think a lot of them feel the same way as far as we know we can win 10 games. We know we can make the playoffs, but for us to get to the next level, we gotta go to the bottom for a year or two. The one difference though is Indiana knows they got Halliburton,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
And so Pittsburgh doesn't have that guy.
Is the analogy Peyton in Denver, where
Peyton Manning or Sean Payton?
Sean Payton.
Okay, sorry.
Where I'm going to come in here, I don't like what I'm seeing, we're going to bottom out, but then I'm going to make the playoffs. I just think it's very difficult to chase two rabbits. Develop a winning culture and lose on purpose. Dan Campbell was able to somehow do it, but he also had a quarterback that went to the Super Bowl.
But I don't think they lost. I don't think Campbell or Peyton lost on purpose.
No, but if you're gonna gut the roster, and I'm not saying the Broncos lost on purpose, but they're like, I think Russell Wilson would have won more games than.
Well, when he benched him, I mean, they weren't very good.
No,
when he benched him.
Just winning was not a priority.
They were turning the page.
Yes.
But
how are you doing that? Young coach, I won 3 games.
Listen, I don't.
Tough.
If the whole thing is job security, then it's a great job because historically they keep coaches.
Maybe.
But right,
those guys won right away.
They won right away. You have an old expensive roster, the 21st pick in the draft. You have to follow Mike Tomlin. You're going to be bad next year. It's not a great spot for next year.
What the Broncos had was the other thing that hurts the Steelers is there is not the Sean Payton of 2026 coaching cycle is Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh. One they just parted ways with. There isn't the guy. There isn't Jim Harbaugh. There isn't the coach sitting out there that you're like he comes in and he instantly. You know what I mean? Gets everything rolling. The way the Broncos felt about Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Like those two guys, one, it would be stunning if John Harbaugh goes to the Steelers, and the other one's Tomlin, who just left the Steelers. It's going to be either a dice roll on a guy like Stefanski or Mike McDaniel, and by that I just mean second.
McDaniel would really be a departure from McDaniel.
Or a first-time head coach. I guess Brian Flores wouldn't be a first-time head coach, but
Flores would be.
But it would be a retread sounds mean, but a guy who's been a head coach before, but not had the success of Harbaugh, Payton, or either of these guys, or you're rolling a dice on Clint Kubiak, or you're rolling Robert Saleh would be an example of a retread that you think.
Again, if I'm as much as I like Saleh, they don't have a quarterback, and there's no guarantee you're going to get one, even if you have a top pick. Yeah. And we saw him without the quarterback in New York.
Yeah. I like Saleh.
Flores, I like Flores there.
It's just hard without a quarterback.
No, right.
I think it's
absolutely.
hard. We won 4 games, but we had 13
they lost the right way.
losses. I think it's just so hard.
So we begin at number 8. The Niners. Too many injuries. Again, this is how you are right now. George Kittle gets injured in the midst of that game. I just think this is an impossible spot for them going against Seattle, who they just played a competitive game with, a tough physical one. But Seattle is rested and one of the healthiest teams in the playoffs, and San Francisco is the least healthy team. If we do it based on measuring Week 1 starters, Niners most among the playoff teams, Seahawks the second fewest. Basically, Seattle is healthy and rested. The Niners are injured and not rested. I think it's a bad spot for the Niners. Coming in at number 7, the Houston Texans. Their defense is incredible, but what you saw from C.J. Stroud last night, I just cannot trust him going forward. He kept fumbling the ball. It's not something you want to do. But Houston's formula is a very simple one. Score 20 points. If C.J. Stroud can get them into the 20s, they are undefeated this season. Most wins without a loss since the 2015 Panthers. Can C.J. Stroud be trusted to get them above 20 points going forward? Coming in at number 6.
AW's getting nervous about that game.
How could you not?
Yeah,
How could you not with that Texans defense? The Denver Broncos. A shaky 1 seed from where I sit. I know Nick agrees. 6-2 this year when they score fewer than 20 points. That doesn't seem sustainable for a playoff run, but I've been wrong about the Broncos pretty much all year. Not as wrong as Nick. Coming in at number 5, the Chicago Bears. A lot of strengths. Their offense plays its best against playoff teams. Caleb Williams is clutch. It is expected to be about 0 degrees at Soldier Field on Sunday night with a warm weather West Coast Rams team coming to town. The Rams defense has been very vulnerable. But honestly, I've been known as a little bit of a mush in my day, a little bit of a curse. I'm worried that the Bears, I'm not going to be there. Wow. Are they going to be able to win without me there? That's the question. The greater, the robe, I don't know. I'm worried Chicago. I'm going to be watching from home.
Why don't you go there?
Yeah, you should go.
Why don't you
It's
go?
Owen's birthday.
Oh, yeah, it's your son's birthday. Good reason not.
I got family obligations.
What a birthday present.
Yeah.
To bring the 6-year-olds to 0 degree temperature. Yeah.
Little robe. Little cheese grater hat.
Dress him up.
Honey, we're going to Chicago. Get us a robe. Number 4, the Los Angeles Rams. I am very worried about the Rams defense if I would be a Rams fan, allowing 28 points per game since week 11. Easily could have lost to Carolina in that playoff game. But the saving grace for them is Matt Stafford might throw for 600 yards against the Bears. Could be 700. Like he is just dialed in. Puka and Devontae will have their way completely with the Bears defense at this point. If the Bears are going to win that game, it is going to need to be either because of the weather or a shootout. Number 3, the New England Patriots.
I'll take it.
Hey, if you can win by double digits when Drake May has less than an ideal game, it's impressive. The Chargers defense I thought was very good in that game. Obviously, as we discussed yesterday, Justin Herbert not good enough. Greg Roman really not good enough. Got fired today. The story of that game, though, is going to be Texans defense and their pressure against Drake May. What you guys got going for you? Drake May this year. Those numbers under pressure are crazy. Just best across the board for a second-year quarterback without the best offensive line or the best weapons. Yep. It's very, very impressive. Like, to me, that is the most indicative thing that this is totally real and sustainable for Drake May. Like, if he can handle the adversity like that, second year in, he's going to be amazing. That'll be the story of that game.
Also, if both quarterbacks keep up what they're doing, we'll set the record for fumbles in a game. That's
an underrated storyline. Maybe we can look at that for Stats Are Cool tomorrow. Coming in at number 2, my Super Bowl pick from before the year, the Buffalo Bills. I like the symmetry of the AFC matchups. Drake May and Josh Allen, 2 best quarterbacks left. Denver Broncos, Houston Texans, 2 best pass rushes left. How does Josh Allen handle pressure? Well, last week against Jacksonville, like when he's playing Superman, he was spectacular. Both his rushing touchdowns were pressure and evading the pocket, passer rating of 114, 75% completion percentage. His numbers under pressure this year have kind of been inconsistent, I would say, but when he's at his best, which I think he is right now, he will be the type of guy who can handle the Broncos pass rush. And then at number 1, they've been there for about 6 weeks on Top 10 Tuesday, the Seattle Seahawks. They are the number 2 scoring offense right behind the Rams and the number 2 scoring defense right behind the Texans. So imagine the Rams offense with the Texans defense. That is the Seattle Seahawks. Brew, perfect list.
Well,
okay.
I'm moving the Texans up 2 spots ahead of the Broncos and ahead of the Bears. With the Broncos, look, CJ looked bad last night. I get it. I don't expect him to drop the snaps, or the
He just hasn't been
ball.
good for a while.
Yeah, I mean but he still can be as good as Bo Nix, if not better. I think their quarterback in my mind is better than Bo Nix. I think their defense is better, although Denver's is great as well. And that team, they beat Buffalo. Like, if CJ is just solid, they could reach the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl if he becomes good again. Like, they beat Buffalo and Jacksonville with Davis Mills at quarterback. So I think their defense is spectacular. I think it's the best in the league. And then CJ, I don't expect him to be as bad as he was last night going forward. So I'm going to move them 2 spots ahead of Denver and Chicago.
Yeah, I think the Rams are too low and the Bears are too high. If the analysis is on the Niners is they're too banged up, the Bears lost maybe their best back 7 defensive player, certainly their best linebacker, and their left tackle in that game. Like, that was the underrated story of the comeback, is the Bears are going to be going into this next game without their left tackle. And the Rams, listen, the Rams, I understand, escaped against against Carolina. I still think they have been neck and neck with Seattle over the course of the year as the best team in the league. And so
Super Bowl odds agree with you. By the way. They're still second best.
I think that the Rams should be up to 2, and I think Chicago should probably, because of the injuries and the defensive concerns, be dropped to 7. So I would just move one team up and one team down.
Although I liked where you had the Patriots. I think Nick is right.
Okay.
8 bad defense. You know, I coined the phrase defense wins championships.
Trademark?
That is trademark, yes.
Oh, good job by you.
Bears defense concerns me. Caleb in the fourth quarter does not concern me.
Go win another shootout. It's hard for me to put into words the level of respect and appreciation I have for Coach Tomlin. He guided the franchise to our 6th Super Bowl championship and made the playoffs 13 times. His track record of never having a losing season in 19 years will likely never be duplicated. Of course, Greg Jennings and former Steeler Willie Colon are with us. Willie, you played for Mike Tomlin. You won a Super Bowl with Mike Tomlin. You were in Pittsburgh there with him for 6 years. I know he means a lot to you.
Yeah.
What's your reaction to this news?
I think Art Rooney put it best into words. It's hard to explain, especially for a guy who played for him. And, he does mean a lot to me, not only professionally, but on a lot of different accords. He impacted my life like I can't even talk about. I always feel in debt to Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers. What he was able to do during his tenure as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, he was able to see a man for a man. He was able to recognize his journey, see his trauma, and get him to believe in the philosophy in which the Pittsburgh Steelers represent. And I think, it's interesting, man, because when you talk about, we're all fathers here, and what's the sign of a happy house when the kids are yelling and running around and they want to come home? When you go into the locker room of the Pittsburgh locker room, you're seeing alumni. You're seeing guys who played from past and present who are happy to be a Pittsburgh Steeler, who are happy that they had the opportunity to be coached by Mike Tomlin. And, my experience, you got to understand, I was drafted in 06. The Steelers had just won in 05. They had beat the Seattle Seahawks, right? Bill Cowher leaves. Here comes a young, fresh face of Mike Tomlin with a little afro and a nappy beard. And he's forced to sell himself to a locker room who was also in their 30s, which is hard, right? Because a lot of those guys, they could have been his teammates. Hines Ward was 33 at the time. Mike Tomlin gets the job at 36. Charlie Batch is a veteran quarterback at that time. So a lot of these guys who were his peers had to now look to a young, fresh face head coach in Mike Tomlin and believe he was capable of doing the job. And I was a young guy coming out of the Bronx, coming out of Hofstra, who was just happy to have a cup of water from the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I was birthed into a historic organization who showed me how to play football at the highest level. And it was him believing in me during my IR journeys. I went through back-to-back IRs, was hurt multiple times, and he never let the rope go. He never left me behind. And he continued to preach life into me and show me how to be a great man, not only on the field, but off the field. And so I'm grateful to call him coach. One of the best things that happened to me in my life, and especially this year, one of the high points, I got a picture of you right here. I want to show you of Mike Tomlin and my son. That picture right there means the world to me, man. From that man to bend the knee and take a picture right along my legacy right there. I built my identity around being a football player, around being a Pittsburgh Steeler. And when I walked my son up to Mike Tomlin, he hugged him and kissed him, man. And I'm only getting emotional because that's the type of man Mike Tomlin is. He built a home for a lot of men, and I just can't talk enough about him and what he means to me.
Just to push you a little bit more, I guess. Like, we know you've said what he's done for you as a football player and the culture. Talk about, like, you kind of grew up with him professionally, sure. Like Willie Colon, the man, before Mike Tomlin and after Mike Tomlin.
I grew up with him because, I watched him, as I mentioned, walk into the locker room and really kind of pretty much grab the baton from Bill Cowher.
Yeah.
But what I also saw was a man who really took a lot of arrows, man. And because the critics are always going to talk about what he wasn't able to do during his tenure. But I want to highlight what he was able to do, and that's win. And he won with Ben Roethlisberger and a couple of no-name quarterbacks that happened to be quarterbacking for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I also watched him will this team to victory time after time. And I think for a lot of people who've been in that building with Mike Tomlin, they know he goes to sleep with the job. He'll tell you not to go to sleep with the job, but he will go to sleep with the job. He's always looking to get better. He's always looking to get the best out of his guys. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it did. It didn't, excuse me. So overall, man, I think his leadership, the impact he had on the culture of football, it just speaks volumes.
Look, man, to follow that, as an outsider, being in the National Football League, as players, you always have either a player in my position, a quarterback, a coach that you feel like, man, I would love to play with that guy, or I would love to play for that guy. Mike Tomlin, almost universally, was a name that all of us really just wanted to know what it was like to play for that guy because of how he presented himself, how players within that organization spoke of him. Listening to you right now is giving me chills because it's like we all want to feel that in a work environment. We all want to be led the right way. And a lot of times when coaches don't have the success, which, again, totally understand why you would part ways, why there was screaming and hollering of we want something new, can respect it. But when you look at this organization and what he brought and maintained in that quote that I was not a part of, but it's something that I refer to often. The standard is the standard. Because of how that organization was run, prior to him even taking over the baton, the lack of losing seasons that they went through with Chuck Noll, with Bill Cowher, and then for him to take that baton and never allow this fan base and this organization to experience what it even felt like to go open the basement door to hit the steps. Forget going in the basement. They never did that. But to open even the door, like that speaks volumes. And like Mr. Rooney said, I doubt if that will ever be duplicated. Fresh starts probably are what's best for both parties. He obviously has a bright future in front of him, regardless of what he wants to do. But it's tough as an outsider to see somebody who you know and believe that this means so much to. He's given everything he is as a man to a city, to an organization, to step away and it not end on the terms of which you would like. It's tough, but that's the nature of the business.
So I worked in radio my whole career, and then you get to TV and you're like, I hope I don't have to go back. This is pretty sweet. And so everyone's talking about how Mike Tomlin's going to go to TV, but maybe just for a year, maybe two, and then he'll go back to coaching. Mike Tomlin will be excellent at television.
Yeah.
Bill Cowher was supposed to go to TV for a year or two.
Yeah.
And he still is on television because you realize you can make a lot of money, work one day a week, travel less, see your family, golf more, do whatever you want. It's like less stress, live longer, all those sort of things. Jimmy Johnson had a lot of offers, kept staying in television. Sean McVay almost left the Rams 2 years back. He's young to go to television. Like, these guys who are very clearly great, would be great at television, can make a lot of money. Like, where do you want to see Mike Tomlin? Like, I'm not asking you to name a team necessarily, but what do you hope or think is next for Mike Tomlin?
I see him taking a year off, stepping back and kind of reassess where he's at. As Greg mentioned, he dedicated his life to the Pittsburgh Steelers in the city of Pittsburgh. I see him taking a break and really kind of just saying, hey, is this a situation where I want to be on TV? Some guys, because you're great or you have a way of speaking or delivering things, necessarily you want to just deal with the minutia of TV. Because one thing that was great about Mike Tomlin, he doesn't dwell in the gray. He's very straightforward. He'll tell you what's on his mind. And I think right now I can see him stepping back and continue to mentor men in some departments. And I can see him maybe being a consultant for a lot of young head coaches, black and brown, who want to be the guy one day, who wants to send a head coach. So I see more of a consultant role. And then eventually, as you mentioned, there's going to be a lot of teams next year looking for a guy he can fill in and hopefully get a quarterback that can, can pair well with Mike Tomlin.
Well, that's the thing about what I've struggled with in Tomlin. I talked about it with Nick Brew and Wilds earlier. Is leadership and culture. He clearly is the best, right? He's an 11 out of 10. But there are no coaches on his coaching tree.
Sure.
and there are no quarterbacks that he has developed. Right. He inherited Ben Roethlisberger.
Yes.
And they've never like drafted and developed a star. So what is the value of being an 8, 9, 10, 11 win coach and then losing in the first round of the playoffs and or getting blown out in these non-competitive? It's 5 straight playoff losses by double digits. Like, to me, if I'm Mike Tomlin and I'm looking for my next job, I'm going to go to Cincinnati and replace Zach Taylor because then I have Joe Burrow. Or I'm going to, Sean McDermott leaves, I'm going to go have Josh Allen. Like, I would be very hesitant to say, I'm going to go somewhere that doesn't have a quarterback in place, because I've seen Mike Tomlin without a quarterback, and you will be just good enough to not be able to draft a great quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, listen, his resume speaks for itself, and everything you just mentioned is factual, so I can't negate any of that. But I think there's something to say that when you're able to win with a mediocre quarterback, right? When you're able to develop other parts of your football team around a quarterback who's not elite. Yeah, it's a no-brainer. If he's able to land with an elite quarterback and a culture that's already built, he's a plug-and-play coach. You imagine good things are ahead. But I think the fact that you do have the option of saying, hey, if we don't have a guy, we can win. But if we do get a guy, now we're talking the Super Bowl. That's a rarity a lot of coaches don't have in their bag.
So I don't know if a story pops to mind, but what's it like to be in Mike Tomlin's doghouse?
Oh, man. I'm trying to
television friendly.
No, just go with it.
It's interesting because I think he's very forward. One time I know for a fact I was late to a meeting. I was downstairs icing my knees, being laid out of the training room, and we had just lost the great Alan Faneca, and I was kind of the next heir apparent to being the leader of the room, and I was late. I was just kind of hot dogging it, big old Willie, walking up the steps, having a snack, having ice bags on my knees. And he popped out his office and he said, hey, leaders don't lead from the back. And I was just like, yeah. He goes, so are you the leader of this room or not? And I'm like, yeah. Of course, cockily, he was like, yeah, leaders don't lead from the back. I'll let you figure that out. And it was like one of those slapping the line, like, dog, you can't be him and not be consistent and not do your job and be that guy. And there's times when I used to get in fights on the field, and I remember one of my last fights, man, he simply came up to me. He's like, you got to figure out if you're hurting or helping us. Just like that. It was those little jabs at me that would say, hey, man, you got to figure out if you're helping or hurting us, because right now, it doesn't look like you're helping us. We got a 15-yarder because you decided to throw a punch. And so those are those little moments that I said, okay, I got to get right.
That's coaching right there.
Danny's cooked. I need the person and the year.
Yeah.
This is not easy. So 24 is Allen.
Last year, Josh Allen won it.
23 is Lamar.
The year before, Lamar Jackson won
Yes.
it. Oh my God, that's so incredible.
All right.
22 is Patrick.
The year before, Mahomes won it.
21 is Aaron.
2021 was Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
20 is Aaron.
Aaron Rodgers in 2020.
19 is Lamar.
2019 was the other one that Lamar won.
18 is Patrick.
Mahomes won it in 18.
2017 was Tom.
Yes.
Brady won it in 17.
2016 is Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan.
2015 is Cam Newton. I could screw this up and it would be mortifying. 2014, Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers.
So Peyton Manning, 2013.
Correct.
That means that Peyton also won in 2013. Adrian Peterson is 2012.
2012, Adrian Peterson.
Yes.
2011, definitely Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
There's no question about it.
Aaron Rodgers won in, that's 2011.
I don't like this one bit because I should have all these.
The order, G, the order.
Tom, definitely. 2010.
2010 MVP
Yep.
would be Tom Brady.
09, Peyton Manning.
Yes.
Yeah, Peyton went back-to-back in 08 and 09.
Yes.
2008, Peyton Manning.
Yes.
Yeah, the 07 Patriots, so Tom Brady 07.
Correct.
I know he won in 07.
LaDainian Tomlinson is 2006.
Sean Alexander, 2005.
Yes.
2005, Sean Alexander.
I think 2004 is Peyton Manning.
Peyton, 03 and 04.
Yes.
03 was Peyton's first.
Yes, but there was a co-MVP.
Oh. Steve McNair?
Yes.
I feel like 02 was Rich Gannon.
Correct.
Great job.
I'm in trouble right now. I will say that.
2001 Kurt Warner.
Yep.
01 Kurt Warner.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Wow. What a pull.
Was 2000 Marshall Faulk.
Correct.
All right, let's say Marshall Faulk 2000. Like Favre? Favre? No.
And?
2006 is LaDainian Tomlinson.
Correct.
That's 25 for 25. Bang.
All right. That was a fine showing.
I think you did well.
I'll take it.
There is no chance Danny goes perfect. None.
Name every Super Bowl champion since 2000.
I'm not going to need to write anything down.
I'm not going to be good at this.
Do I get extra points for naming this one? Chiefs over Bucks in a few months? It's about to happen. 2024 Super Bowl was the Philadelphia Eagles over the Kansas City Chiefs.
The Eagles.
The Kansas City Chiefs over the San Francisco 49ers.
Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs over the Philadelphia Eagles.
Chiefs.
Kind of gross and not memorable because the Chiefs weren't in it. And people right now are like, wait, who was that? The Rams over the Bengals. Gross.
So we had the Bengals-Rams Super Bowl. Right, so Rams.
The Bucks over the Kansas City Chiefs' fifth string offensive line.
Chiefs.
The year before the Rams, you're saying the Chiefs won.
Yes, the Chiefs won. The Bucks Super Bowl.
The Kansas City Chiefs over the San Francisco 49ers.
The Chiefs won it in 19.
The New England Patriots over the Los Angeles Rams. The Philadelphia Eagles over the New England Patriots.
Eagles Super Bowl.
The New England Patriots over the Atlanta Falcons, 28-3.
All right.
Denver Broncos over the Carolina Panthers.
Is the Broncos Super Bowl?
The New England Patriots over the Seattle Seahawks. The Seattle Seahawks over the Denver Broncos. The Baltimore Ravens over the San Francisco 49ers. New York Giants over the New England Patriots.
The 11 Super Bowl for the Giants.
2011, the Giants made it en route to the Super Bowl, beating the 15-1 Greg Jennings and Aaron Rodgers, defending Super Bowl champion Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers over the Pittsburgh Steelers. Can I get a ding?
Correct.
We're now going to start at 2000. The Baltimore Ravens over the New York Giants.
Ravens.
The New England Patriots over the St. Louis Rams. Tampa Bay Buccaneers over the Raiders.
So the Bucks are 0-2.
The New England Patriots over the Carolina Panthers. The New England Patriots over the Philadelphia Eagles.
Patriots 0-4.
So now we have 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 we need to do. 2007 obviously was the Giants over the Patriots.
07 Super Bowl for the Giants.
2006 Super Bowl was
Bears, Colts, where the Colts won.
Indianapolis Colts over the Chicago Bears. 2005, the gross one. Pittsburgh Steelers over the Seattle Seahawks. The Steelers defeating the Arizona Cardinals happened in 2008.
Cardinals, Steelers. Which went to the Steelers.
And the Saints defeating Peyton Manning and the Indianapolis Colts happened in 2009. And that is the last 25 Super Bowls, winner and who they beat.
It's just lifestyle choices that led to short-term memory loss.
We heard.
When Danny was, I'll be honest, a high on in college, I don't think he had his finger on the pulse of sports.
Is that what Nick said? Just put 5 more Patriots Super Bowls in there. I'm accepting the L.
The word on the street is you got destroyed.
I got destroyed.
Like you just.
I got destroyed. Wow. I got destroyed.
Live from New York, the show that's wishing a very happy birthday to LL Cool J.
LL Cool J is hard as.
Don't.
He dope.
Bro, you're
all time.
I thought you were going to swear on it.
No.
Bro
All-time
nailed
great.
his age to the year.
58?
Yeah.
I knew he was like around my age.
Similar physiques.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, you have
I got bars like that.
Also, you have that goat tattoo with the microphone. We're starting with the Steelers search. Pittsburgh embarks on their first coaching search in nearly 2 decades. After Tomlin decides to step away, team has been a model of success and stability. Also, they might not have a quarterback, and at 27.5, they have the oldest roster in the NFL, but that may drop if Rodgers decides to retire. Like Adam Thielen, congratulations on Adam Thielen calling it a career.
Well, even if he doesn't retire, I mean, why
He's not
going to
go back there. He signed there for
Why
Tomlin.
would he go back, and why would they bring him back?
No, he
Just
probably.
trying to
no
guys, I'm just trying to kick it around.
Okay.
27.5's not that old. All right, here are the head coach openings. There's a lot of them. Brew, how do you view the Steelers' open job?
Well, look, I'll comment on Nick's list, but for me, obviously, to me, the Baltimore job is number one.
Yep.
Lamar Jackson, period. You got your quarterback. But I think after that, Steelers is the second best job. And I say, obviously, they don't have a quarterback. Some of these other teams don't as well. But that stability, like you go there, you know. And honestly, if you're so bad they get rid of you in a year or two, that just means you weren't ready. They picked the wrong guy. I think they're going to give you a chance, a legitimate chance to be their coach for the next 10, 15 years. Mm-hmm. And they take pride in the fact that they've only had 3 coaches since 1969. So the last thing they want to do is hire somebody and get on that cycle of, hiring all these different coaches. So, the stability there, I think, makes it number one. And look, they got about $40 million, I think, they can spend in free agency. That could increase if they do, as Nick suggested yesterday, start trading away some of the older players. I just think it's obviously a great organization. I even think the fan base, after years of being good but not great and making the playoffs and winning 10 games and losing in the first round, I think they'll be fine with a rebuild year.
Okay.
Maybe 2, year and a half, something like that. But I just think you get the job security that you may not get in other places.
Yeah, I think if I were ranking attractiveness of jobs, which I'm going to give my full list in a second, but if I were one of the coaches, you have to approach it from a place of realism across the league, not optimism, which is half of these jobs you might not even want your wife and kids to move for.
Yeah.
Like half of these,
we're renting.
You're right. Like if you had high school age kids, you might be like,
oh yeah,
it's going to be tough, but I don't want to pull you out because, again, 14 of the 32 teams fired their coach either this season or 1 year ago, and one of those teams did it twice. So for the almost half the league has changed coaches in the last 2 seasons. And when I go over this list, I think you're going to see how being a head coach somewhere for 5 years means, man, you must have done something really good. And so the fact that the Steelers and the Ravens to an extent, but really the Steelers because of the long history of it, have a reputation of you are going to get real time. That is the best thing that's going for it, and it's why it's going to be high on my list, KW.
Okay, here we go. Here's the list.
9-1, worst to best. The worst job opening is the Cleveland Browns.
Oh,
wow. Just awful ownership, a brutal division. They have $136 million cap dollars still to pay Deshaun Watson.
That's ridiculous.
136. How many years is that?
He has 1 year left.
No, but I mean, how on the cap? How many years left is that on the cap?
Well, they split. It's going to be technically he has this year and then a massive void charge. It's a disaster. Is the short version of it.
Andrew Berry.
And I would also listen. If you really think Shador is a star, then you pump him up. I think Shador is actually, if I'm looking at jobs, almost for a future head coach, a potential net negative just in that, man, if he doesn't play well, there's going to be a portion of the fan base that says I'm sabotaging him. Like it's just harder than a situation
celebrity
of
quarterback.
a
That may
blank
not be
slate
that
at
good.
quarterback. So they're the worst job open. Number 8 is the Tennessee Titans. Since Amy Adams Strunk has taken over, it has been a constant turnover of GM, head coach, GM changes. They had Mike Vrabel. He lost a power struggle with the GM, who since they are twice removed from. Other than Jeff Simmons, I don't know that there's one player on the roster that I love.
Hey.
And then Cam Ward.
He showed some promise at the end.
Right, but if you're very high on Cam Ward, this job is better than I have it. But the only player on the roster that I feel like I know is excellent is Jeff Simmons. They do have the second most money in the 4th pick of the draft. Number 7, Miami Dolphins. Since Don Shula, okay, no coach has made it past 4 years. That's this century.
Nice.
Since Stephen Ross bought the team in 2009, they've had 5 head coaches and 2 interim coaches. They have mediocre draft assets, and they are in a brutal cap situation because they really went for it a couple years ago, and they're going to owe that money to Tua.
Tua just signed in 2024.
Right,
he's signed through 2028, and he's a backup right now.
If
all that money.
I don't know where we're at with Tyreek's injury.
Yep.
But Waddle, the Bills wanted Waddle. If Tyreek goes somewhere, could they tear it down and start fresh with a new coach?
Yeah, I think that's what they'll have to do. But my point is they're not going to be able to. They can tear it down. What they can't do is what the Patriots did this offseason and go on a quick spending spree of veteran players to try to get good quickly.
Yeah.
It will be a teardown. Number 6, the Arizona Cardinals. 1 winning season in the last decade. They are moving on from Kyler, I would imagine, and they're in a very tough division. However, they have the 3rd overall pick. They're an above-average cap situation for this year and moving forward. It's like a fine job. I think the other ones are really, really, really hard. Number 5, the Atlanta Falcons. So I don't believe they have the quarterback, and they don't have a first-round pick this year because they traded that to Atlanta. They have won exactly 7 or 8 games in 7 of the last 8 years. They are just the league average of, sorry kids, mid. And they have an average cap situation, but it's the worst division in football every year.
Yeah.
And it does feel like they have a few blue chippers.
Yes.
That if you got the quarterback in place, that maybe you could quickly win a division. Number 4, the New York Giants. Do you like Jackson Dart is the question you've got to ask yourself there. Now, Joe Shane is still there. I do wonder that if in order to get John Harbaugh, if it were a Liam Cohen situation where you remember Trent Baalke stayed in Jacksonville and then they wanted Liam Cohen, he was like, I'll come if you let me have a say in who the GM is. I'm not trying to get Joe Shane fired. My point is, could a head coach like Harbaugh say, I want to pick the GM rather than the GM pick me? But here's what's remarkable. Since Tom Coughlin, Ben McAdoo lasted less than 2 years, Pat Shurmur 2 years, Joe Judge 2 years, Brian Daboll 3.5 years. So since Coughlin, they've just been on the carousel. They do have the number 5 pick in the league average cap situation. Number 3, the Raiders. If you like Mendoza, then your biggest issue for the franchise is fixed. You have the number 1 pick. I know people say there's not a good quarterback draft, and Dante Moore going back makes it even less of a good quarterback draft. But it doesn't have to be a good quarterback draft if you have pick 1-1 and there's one quarterback in it you like. Now, they have the number 1 pick and a ton of money, Brew. Yeah. Now, what is remarkable is, you remember Art Shell, the late Art Shell? Art Shell's first stint with the Raiders ended just over 30 years ago. Since then, they have had 14 head coaches. And other than John Gruden, who had a long tenure and then came back with a decent length tenure before it ended in disgrace, and Jack Del Rio, who got 3 years, they've had a dozen head coaches and none of them made it 3 years. So they have money to spend. They're in a new, cool stadium. They're in a new city, and they're number 1 pick. And then I agree with you entirely, bro. Number 2 is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have a few extra picks. They've had 3 coaches in 55 years. They're in a good cap situation that can get even better, and you have stability. And the best job is the Ravens, because even though they're in a tough cap situation, they're in a tough division, but they have really good ownership, and they have a star quarterback in place, which makes it obviously the best job. And so that's how I would rank them 1 through 9.
Can I push back on the narrative that is just being unchallenged, that the Steelers take pride in only having 3 coaches, which I think they do. But we looked it up in the break, and I don't know if you can remember it or not. Cowher and Tomlin got there and immediately started to win, and then very quickly won a Super Bowl. So I wonder if the Steelers take pride in winning quickly and often and consistently, more so than they value having a stable coach. I think if a coach comes in and there's 1 losing season, 2 losing seasons, I don't think like, well, we're the Steelers. We don't.
No,
I think they're more used to winning than they are the stability in the coaching.
I think they'll look at how the coaches do it. If they tear it down and give up some of their veterans and are kind of starting over roster-wise, and the coach wins 5 games and then 6 games his first 2 years, I think it'll be, what does the coach look like? What are you seeing in the building? What are you seeing in the locker room? What are you seeing on the field? I thought like a Jonathan Gannon did a pretty good job in Arizona, even though the record didn't show. And I think in a situation like that, the Steelers might feel like we could keep him, or somebody that's doing like that based on what they see versus just the record.
I just feel like it's so hard to – I think it's so hard to find like
in the last
a quarterback, a coach who's losing games but losing them. You're
look, a
seeing
lot of
gold
coaches who might get hired, Mike McDaniel might get hired. I mean, he did do some winning in Miami,
winning
but
record.
still, recently, Saleh, people take Kevin Stefanski. People take into consideration the situation you're in.
I also would, just very quickly, I've always wondered, I've talked with Coach a bit about this off the air, that I'm not going to name some, but a coach that is generally thought of, it didn't work. He did a bad job at one shot. If that coach got hired and the contract read, if I fire you within 7 years, I have to give you ownership of the team. Meaning you get 7, no matter, would almost any coach, unless they're total incompetent, if they had the security of, I'm going to get time, I don't have to do panic moves, trading away future picks in year 3 because I don't have to re-sign a mediocre quarterback that I don't really believe in, like I think happened with Dable and the Giants, because I don't want to bottom out. I know I am going to get at least a half decade for my vision to come in. Would that instantly make them a top 10 coach? Because having that security? The security and the fact that all these other teams are on the carousel, and 5 years in, you have your system, you have your staff. This is the types of players we want in the draft. This is how we run practice. And so I wonder if the Steelers have learned how much you benefit from that stability, and therefore they will have a longer leash than other teams would.
I think you make a lot of sense. I don't think they've learned. Chuck Noll obviously is in a completely different era, free agency, totally different. Cowher, they just happened to get 2 good coaches in Cowher and Tomlin, and they had the quarterback over both of those guys' careers, Ben Roethlisberger. So I think that is more. I think it's just kind of happenstance. Hey, our coach is actually good and we're winning versus we don't fire guys. So.
Quick pop quiz. Who do you think is taking snaps week 1 in Pittsburgh?
Oh, gosh.
Kyler Murray.
So then you're going to be.
I think Malik Willis has to be in there too.
Yeah. Ooh, I think Malik Willis.
If Tomlin was there, I would say, assuming Rodgers didn't come back, it would be Malik Willis. I think the worst job, I agree with our bottom 4 were not in the same order, but I thought the worst job was Miami. Tua is contracted on a $215 million contract or whatever it is through 2028, and he's your backup right now. I mean, ended the season as a backup, so that's a tough situation. And we've seen it. Whether it's lifestyle, weather, whatever, it's tough to win big down there.
Also, Myles Garrett should ask for a trade again.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I had Cleveland at 7.
Yeah,
Tennessee
and it's probably really because you have a little more faith in Shador than me. You think they might have the quarterback and he's free.
Right. And
So that makes
Schwartz,
sense.
it looks like they're going to keep Jim Schwartz as the DC, so their defense should be pretty good. I don't know that they'll give up Miles.
All right, move on to Baltimore. Lamar Jackson goes into next year with a new coach. Will he also have a new contract? Sounds like it. Literally the exact opposite of Jerry Jones. Would you give Lamar a new contract, bro?
Absolutely. Like, it's a no-brainer. I feel like Broussard feels. He's 29 years old. He's smack dab in the middle of his prime. And even last season, off a down year, here are some of his numbers on a down season. Passer rating, he still was 4th in the league. Yards per attempt, 3rd in the league. Touchdown percentage, because he was 21, 3rd in the league and top 10 in TD to interception ratio. And we know he had that bad 5-game stretch. But in one of those games, he threw 2 interceptions. So he had one game where he threw 2 interceptions, but never more than 2, and that was only one time. Like, his bad games were he wasn't completing passes at his typical rate. So he was like in the 50s as far as completion percentage, and he wasn't throwing any touchdowns. But I believe, Nick, he was hurt. Now, it was apparently nagging type of stuff, but I think it limited him. We know he was healthy the first 4 games. He got hurt in the 4th game against Kansas City. We know he was healthy when he came back against Miami. And then we know he was healthy in the last game against Pittsburgh. Other than that, he was hurt. Here's I don't know, what is that, 6 games he was healthy. 6 games where he didn't miss practice that week and didn't have an injury. Those are his numbers. I mean, so as his running declines, Nick, I think he's become a very good passer.
So I think this is.
But those are I'm making that point that those are the games he was healthy. So,
but it's not the games, Brew. That includes his first game after his injury.
Yeah, and he came back healthy.
So he came back healthy and played great in that game. When did he get hurt?
Well, I'm going off the injury report and him missing practice.
Okay.
So the weeks he did not miss practice, this is what he did.
Okay. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with that.
That's a fact.
He's about to go to war about it.
I mean,
you wouldn't sign him?
So I think Steve Bisciotti's a very smart guy, and I think it's very interesting what he said. Because I would do exactly what Steve Bisciotti said he would do.
Oh, pencil in a new number?
Yeah.
But
that same contract you signed before that was nothing close to fully guaranteed, that contract with a raise, deal. I would 100% do that.
But Lamar Jackson, a good amount of it was, how much was guaranteed?
$135 million out of $260. Half of it. $135 million guaranteed. He's going to want more than that.
And
Steve Bisciotti also told us, because his cap figure is $75 million. He was like, yeah, if something doesn't get done, then we just tack on some void years and we make sure. So he made it, to me, what he made it clear was, we don't have a gun to our head in the form of this $75 million cap figure because we can just tack on void years and honor this contract. And yeah, Lamar deserves a raise, and I'll give him a raise. And I agree. Lamar deserves a raise, even though I think it's fair to say, far more down on Lamar Jackson's 2025 season than you are.
And it was a bad, don't get me wrong, it was a bad season. But I'm saying even in a bad season, those were his numbers.
Right. And I think the numbers were better than the play was. But regardless, but even with that said, he deserves a raise because where he is, even in a bad year amongst NFL quarterbacks. But if Lamar wants, after winning another MVP and 2 first-team All-Pros, something similar to what he wanted 3 years ago, which is a fully guaranteed top-of-market deal, I'm not doing that. I am not doing that. I am saying, then I guess we're going to play this out. And we can revisit in 1 year, because in 1 year, Lamar will have real leverage because he'll have 1 year left on his deal and he has a no tag clause. You know what I mean? So like he could hit true free agency at 31 and go test what the market is. But Lamar, I said it the other day, and I don't know if people got upset with me. It just is what it is. It surprised people. In the last 5 years, he has been exactly as available as Joe Burrow. They have played to the game the same number of football games. In the last 5 years, Lamar Jackson has played in the playoffs twice. I believe he is coming off the worst year of his career by far, and the best version of why this year was the way it was for Lamar is because he was injury-riddled. I am not interested in giving 5 years of fully guaranteed money to a 29-year-old mobile quarterback coming off an injury-riddled season. So if it's just a raise, absolutely, I'll give Lamar Jackson a raise, with a similar structure.
Nobody's been getting fully guaranteed money, I know he wanted that last time.
Why would he not want it now, is my question.
Well, why he settled for less last time.
If
talked about a trade, but settled for less.
Mm-hmm. If he'll take what Steve Bisciotti's talking about, then I think that is a huge, that's great for both sides. Lamar gets a raise, and the Ravens maintain some risk against if he ages the way most mobile quarterbacks have aged.
But he throws it better than most mobile quarterbacks.
Yeah,
there's no question. He's all-time leader with Aaron Rodgers in passer rating.
Yeah, but when you say it like that,
it's true. It's a fact.
but it's like pure throwers of the football. It's like
he didn't run this year.
Rodgers won. Lamar
his backup ran better than him.
And he wasn't good this year.
But when he was healthy, he was.
But what?
The first 4 games, was he good?
No, not against the Chiefs.
The first 4 games?
Not against the Chiefs.
That's
he
one game.
Wasn't. Well, that's a quarter of the sample.
He wasn't good against Buffalo?
Brew, he was awesome.
Oh, my gosh.
I didn't say any. Brew.
You said he wasn't good the first 4 games.
No, I didn't.
I asked you, was he good the first 4 games? You said no.
He wasn't good. I thought you were asking me, was he good every single one of the first 4 weeks? He was
good 4 of his first 5 games.
I think he was awesome against Buffalo. He was awesome against Cleveland. He was bad. Kansas City was game 3, and he got hurt. Kansas City was the 3rd game of the year, and he got hurt.
So did he?
And then the 4th game of the year.
I thought was his 5th game.
The 4th, not as far as I know, the 4th game of the year against the. Am I wrong about this? Do I have it wrong?
I thought
he came back against Miami and was out of this world, right? Yeah.
4
and
touchdowns.
then I don't.
And then he was good at the end against Pittsburgh.
And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Kansas City was the 4th game. Maybe I have it wrong. I thought Lamar this year, one of the reasons he was not as effective, and I think this is what Wilds is referring to, was because teams weren't threatened by his running. And I think that would concern me moving forward. Not enough to where I wouldn't give him a raise, but it would concern me moving forward.
Time now for the most literal segment of this segment of all time, the Divisional Round version of Must Win. First up, Bills-Broncos, Saturday afternoon. Bills do a great job protecting Josh, 4th lowest pressure percentage, but Broncos pressure QBs at the 2nd highest rate. So quite a conundrum here. Greg, coach had a 8-0 victory last week, so he's passing the baton to you. Would you like to pass or play on the Divisional Round segment of Must Win?
We playing. Let's ride.
Let's ride.
He has his game face
Broncos
on.
on my
Gosh.
Little Russell
wasn't,
Wilson Broncos on my.
He got his game
like
face
it a
on.
lot.
He must have taken some smelling salts before this segment.
Okay.
Go ahead, Greg.
It's on me.
Well, you just said your pass or play.
Let's go. High expectations were set before the season even started. Sean Payton, get it done.
Oh,
absolutely.
He stole your must win?
Look, not only did he say, we could win the division, short-term goal, long-term goal. This team is capable of winning the championship.
Facts.
Well, we all kind of scoffed at the idea. Well, guess who's sitting at the #1 overall seed, hosting Josh Allen and the Bills? Understanding what's at stake, he has delivered. And now, if he gets this win against Josh Allen, who is the favorite quarterback to go on, because there's no Patrick Mahomes, there's no Joe Burrow, there's no Lamar. We know the drill. It didn't matter to Sean Payton. He believed in this team from the start, and he's going to have a lot of us believing that they can actually get it done if he delivers against Josh Allen and the Bills.
Great start.
Greg is correct on who it is, but I'm going to tell you really why. Because
Thank you.
Sean Payton, no, you're right.
Thank you for the point.
Sean Payton has also pre-celebrated. He did it last year when they were up 7-0 on the Bills in the playoffs, only to see the Bills score 31 straight, and then afterwards told everyone, yeah, had we not gotten curb stomped by them, we probably would have gone to the Super Bowl. We liked our matchup in the next round. He then also, as recently as yesterday, is treating people who cover the team as if they're just an inconvenience or a nuisance for, I don't know, asking football Jesus Sean Payton legitimate questions. Listen,
That's not good.
as long as you win,
He might
as
have a
long as
relationship with
he
the
might,
reporter.
he might.
I hope
but
so.
I'm
I
just
hope
that was right. Or maybe he's just kind of known to be a bit of a jerk at times. I don't know. What I do know is next year the Denver Broncos play the Bills, the Patriots, the Seahawks, the Rams, the 49ers, the Chargers twice, the Steelers twice, next year. Meaning this is your moment.
Okay.
This is your opportunity.
It's amazing how two guys can be so wrong. Sean Payton, 2 years ago, the Denver Broncos were a mess. They were in Miami Dolphins territory where they had a quarterback with a huge salary that they didn't want, that was coming off the bench. And what did Sean Payton do? In 2 years, they are the #1 seed and have a chance to go to the Super Bowl. If they lose this game, people in Denver are just going to be like, we're there, though. No. And your quarterback is just in his second year, and we know the quarterback's not that good. The guy is Sean McDermott. There are real tangible things at stake for Sean McDermott, like his job.
He's not getting fired.
Maybe not. Maybe not. But Sean Payton, we know is not getting fired. And again, he's getting praise for getting them this far, this fast. Sean McDermott, real tangible things at stake. Nobody's going to kill. Some people will kill Josh Allen, but nobody.
Land it. You landed the plane. 1-0 Brew. Easy.
Why?
You guys split votes. You guys said the same thing.
And it
How did I
really?
split a vote and I started?
Hey.
Wow.
San Francisco in Seattle Saturday night on Fox. Seahawks more than touchdown favorites after beating Brock by 10 in Week 18. Brock was dismal on 3rd and 4th down. 2 for 11. 18%, worst in any game since 2022. Nick, this is your ball.
Yeah.
Who's it a must-win for?
There's only one correct answer here. Everyone's going to agree, so much so I won't even mind if you guys just copy off my paper. It's Sam Darnold, and it's only Sam Darnold. It's his biggest career moment by a mile. If Sam Darnold loses this game, he's simply never going to be trusted.
Oof.
Against
Permanent
this
pumpkin.
You know what? That's exactly what I was about to say. Permanent pumpkin mode. You took the words right out of my mouth, Judge. Against this defense in this spot, this rest advantage, it's Sam Darnold and only Sam Darnold.
Excellent.
Brew?
Right down the middle.
It's Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to waste my breath. It's Sam Darnold.
Yes.
Let's go, Clint! Kubiak, you're the only one that can control the mindset of Sam Darnold with the play calling, the scheme, the preparation, sitting in the meeting room, putting into him the idea that he can be the guy in this moment that he hasn't been. I'm not going to talk about Sam because, Clint, you're like the puppet master.
Oh, my goodness.
If you orchestrate the perfect game plan, any player, including Sam, will go into a game with the level of confidence and belief that they can get it done. Clint Kubiak.
Effort.
Yeah, that's a good try.
Let's go get the head coaching job somewhere.
It's a good try.
Appreciate you.
All right, Nick's up. Or Nick's
It's a
on
good
the
try.
Nick's on the
How'd he
board
get
now.
2?
Oh, sorry, that's actually just.
Whoa!
That's actually.
Whoa!
I'm starting
actually
to think,
just a
I'm starting to think
charismatic
I'm just
one.
not beloved in this.
What are you talking about?
I mean, I had to split with
blame
Nick.
the refs.
They didn't get docked the split because they both said Sam, but I
No, I mean,
He didn't even try.
I said, hey.
Texans up
it's
against
touchdown.
Drake and the Patriots Sunday afternoon. New England a top 2 offense, Houston a top 2 defense. Last 10 years, 6 of these matchups. The offense has won 4 of these games, only lost 2. This one is worth 2 points. Who's it a must-win for?
C.J. Stroud.
that's
Every
interesting.
other big name in this game is playing with house money. D'Amico Ryans, if they lose, nobody's killing him. He's created the best defense in the league. He resurrected that franchise from a few years ago when Deshaun Watson had demanded his way out and they looked done. Like they might as well fold up the franchise. He's brought him back. Drake May, second-year quarterback, first year in the playoffs. Nobody's killing. He won his playoff game. Nobody's killing him if against the best defense in the league, he loses. And Mike Vrabel might be the coach of the year. He has revitalized that historic franchise. C.J. Stroud has gone from, man, the golden child, future MVP, maybe his second year, to, is he the reason they can't win the Super Bowl? So it's on C.J.
Excellent.
C.J. Stroud.
Oh my gosh, guys.
Drake May is living your football life that we all thought it was yours. The prophecy. Second year, your coach believes in you. He goes and gets everybody defensively because we have the guy. And now you have to go into Foxborough playing a guy that is literally doing everything that we thought you would be doing. Have some competitive drive, some pride about yourself, and go out there and execute. C.J. Stroud, this is all on you.
Huh. It's a good answer. The right answer, though, is Mike Vrabel.
Interesting.
Because he can't let D'Amico Ryans come snatch his chain. These guys, whether they know it or not, have been competing their whole lives. Mike Vrabel was a really, really good high school recruit at linebacker. Good enough to go to Ohio State. D'Amico Ryans, just a little better, went to Alabama. Mike Vrabel was a third-round pick. D'Amico Ryans, same position, same idea. Second-round pick. Mike Vrabel was good as a rookie. D'Amico Ryans, defensive rookie of the year. Mike Vrabel, one-time Pro Bowler. D'Amico Ryans, two-time Pro Bowler. Now they're coaches. Mike Vrabel's Mr. Tough Guy. The guy I'm getting bloody lips. My team playing your team in a very similar situation. D'Amico Ryans, who was the slightly better player, high school, college, and pro, beats Mike Vrabel in his building. Be like, hey, buddy, I'm the better coach too. The big tough linebacker turned coach that everyone wants, it'd be me. Nothing against you, Mike. You've been good. You just haven't ever quite been D'Amico Ryans. It's Mike Vrabel.
How many Coach of the Year and Super Bowl rings does D'Amico Ryan have?
What? Well, let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
2 points for Brew.
What?
Finally, Rams at Bears.
I thought Nick was
This
good.
is
Man,
where-
he said he wasn't
I
good.
pass.
You're like, no facts. Where the facts? It's a nice story.
He did
Where
a
the
whole
facts?
salad of Vrabel, D'Amico, everybody else.
What?
Drake
You
May,
had me
blah, blah,
there.
blah,
Thank you,
blah,
bro.
blah.
It's a
Wow.
nice
Wow
storyline.
is about
It's
facts.
a nice
It's a nice
storyline
story.
nobody's
Nice
thinking
story.
about. I knew you guys were going to go
Completely
CJ.
false,
I
but
thought it was
It's
good.
not
I
false.
thought, how did Ohio
It's
State
true.
do against Alabama?
Right, exactly. Old State, Alabama.
Stack were favored in the
6-7,
divisional round.
You know?
6-7.
He should be docked all his points.
No, I should get a little bit of
For doing
extra
6-7
points.
stuff?
Yes,
I actually-
making you laugh in the break. That's what I did.
It's not the break. I'm trying to do the
I
news
mean
read.
the break between the questions.
3 of the last 4 road favorites lost, and the Rams are favorites, so they might lose. Greg, it's back to you. This is worth 4, so it's still anybody's ball game.
I honestly feel like
It's anybody's
you
ball
guys,
game.
because you guys are,
He's
because you
throwing in
guys
the
are in the
towel.
meeting.
He's throwing in the
Oh my
towel.
gosh! I thought we had the heart of a champion.
But Matthew Stafford, legacy game.
Oh,
Legacy. I'm talking, there's not a long list of guys that have 2 championships and a potential MVP attached to their name. This is a legacy game, a legacy statement. This is a team that you're familiar with, an organization that you're familiar with. You played in these inclement weather opportunities. You have to get it done. We'll talk more about your entire team, but this is about you. You have to show up. You have to deliver. You've done it all season long. You can't come up short in this moment. Go get your legacy, man. First ballot Hall of Famer.
ballot.
You get this done, first ballot. MVP, 2 championships, first ballot.
He wins the championship if they win this week?
No.
Dennis Allen.
You went back to history, high school.
I went back to
think
things
about.
that have happened. I haven't presumed things will have
I
happened
said
in the future.
legacy game.
Dennis Allen. Everybody knows the Rams offense against the Bears defense is a mismatch. What are you mad about? Everybody knows that. If Dennis Allen can cook up, he's the defensive coordinator for the
No,
Bears.
I know.
Well, just letting you know. You seem so shocked. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
Not a huge name, you know.
Not a huge name, but
I mean, I
maybe
know who
the
he is.
most.
You're in an
Everybody's
airport.
going to be
You're like,
focused on
Dennis Allen.
Should I
Why
just
are
go?
you so focused on the airport?
Should I
Because
just go?
people love the show in the airport. Shout out to you if you're taking a flight right now. Now, granted, it could be Caleb.
Yeah.
Number 1 pick, generational guy. We're focusing on the linebackers coach.
No, he's
Never
not
a
the
good
linebacker.
sign when the judge interrupts
Dennis
your
Allen.
answer.
He
It
didn't
just
like
starts-
Dennis Allen.
starts
He was on the
cooking.
same. Oh, he's quitting.
No, I had great
Do I
analysis.
even need to
You didn't
go?
want it. You didn't want it.
I want
Too bad. Bruce,
I
go
don't
ahead.
even think I need to go to get this way. I mean, my goodness, you talk about crash outs. All right, here we go. It's Nick Wright.
What? What if the fumble at the goal line?
Is the Nick?
I got it, baby!
Let me finish. I didn't even go yet. Let me finish. Is the Nick pick becoming the kiss of death in the NFC?
Interesting.
Let me take you through it.
No.
Like Nick took you through.
I don't know, we have
I'm gonna
enough
take you
time.
through with some facts. Last year, Chicago Bears win the Super Bowl. They don't even make the playoffs.
I can't believe it.
They don't.
I'm sorry, we're running out of time.
When you listen to half the base doesn't make
Greg Jennings.
what? Let's go.
That's a must-win divisional round.
That was a pity time.
It wasn't.
You didn't even let a brother
You
finish.
said
That was
Nick Wright. He got made fun
you
of for
wouldn't
saying
even
Dennis
listen
Allen.
to me.
Nobody at the airport's like Nick Wright. Sorry. Enjoy your flight,
man.
everybody. That's
What a great question.
Name the quarterback with the most playoff wins for each NFL team. 32. And I'm giving you this extra hint. It is all time, not Super Bowl.
Oh, great. So great.
So it's harder.
All right, Tom Brady, Patriots.
Patriots, Tom Brady.
The Bills is Jim Kelly.
Bills, Jim Kelly.
Pittsburgh's going to be Bradshaw.
I'm going to say Bradshaw has more than Roethlisberger. Bradshaw.
Baltimore is going to be Flacco.
Ravens is Flacco.
Burrow's got 4. Boomer was there.
Burrow made a Super Bowl.
I'm going to say Boomer.
Boomer Esiason.
It is Burrow?
With 5.
Embarrassing. Cleveland. Kosar?
Friend of First Things First, Otto Graham.
Correct.
Oh, we're doing pre-Super Bowl? Colts, Peyton.
Colts, Peyton Manning.
Jags, Brunell.
That's got to be Mark Brunell.
Yep.
Texans. This is a debacle. At 2 is CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud?
Yep.
Okay.
Steve McNair.
It's got to be Steve McNair.
Yep.
Casey's Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes for the Chiefs, second most all time. Thank you.
Denver's Elway.
Broncos, John
The
Elway.
Chargers could be Fouts, but I think it's Rivers.
I'm going to say Rivers.
Correct.
The Raiders, Flores. Who is
Say
it?
Jim Plunkett.
Correct.
I swear I was gonna say it. Flores is coach. I'm such an idiot.
Giants is Eli.
The New York Giants is Eli. Philly is probably McNabb.
Eagles would be McNabb.
Washington, I'm gonna get wrong. Is it Rippon? Who is it?
Joe Theismann for Washington.
Correct.
Hell yeah.
If for Green Bay, the answer should be Favre, but you're gonna say it's Bart Starr.
Packers, I'm going to say Favre and Bart Starr.
No.
And Rodgers?
Yeah.
Minnesota, the little guy that would run around. Tarkenton.
Fran Tarkenton.
Yep.
Detroit.
So I'm going to say Jared Goff.
I mean, that shit might be golf.
No.
Chicago, I'm gonna say it's McMahon, but you might say Sid Luckman.
Bears would be Sid Luck.
Falcons, Matt Ryan.
Only thing that would make sense is Matt Ryan.
Panthers is gonna be Cam.
No.
Jake Delhomme.
Yes.
Wow.
It's not Cam for the Panthers. I'm going to say Delhomme.
Yes.
Saints, Breeze.
Drew Brees, Bucks. That shit might just be Brady.
I'm going to say Tom Brady. 49ers.
Joe Montana.
Joe Montana.
Los Angeles, Kurt Warner.
Kurt Warner.
For Arizona, who is it, bro?
Kurt Warner.
Kurt Warner again. I'm going to say Kurt Warner.
Oh, Seattle? Well, that's obvious. That's Russ.
Seahawks is Russ.
So the Jets, here's the problem. It's either Sanchez or Naaman. So I'm going to say Sanchez.
Mark Sanchez, final answer.
Cowboys, Aikman. No, the Cowboys is Roger Staubach.
Staubach and Aikman. Staubach.
And then Miami, I'm going to say Marino.
Dolphins is Marino.
And then which one am I missing?
That's it.
That's it.
What a master class by me.
What was your number one artist?
So your number one song was Certified Rap.
Spotify.
Oh my god.
I don't listen to music.
What? Ever?
I mean, yes, like I'm in the car with my wife and the music is on.
But you don't put it on.
I don't have a Spotify.
I don't know. I do know what my top 5 genres were. Is that that's become like a big thing now?
Not the genres, but
Yeah,
the rap.
my family was rap. It was number 1. Christian hip hop. Yeah, y'all need to check it out. It's dope.
Do you have an answer?
What do you think it would be?
Bob Marley legend.
Really?
Yeah.
Great answer. It's just on all the time. It's just on all the time.
You know what my answer was?
What?
I don't listen to music.
You don't listen to music? You honestly probably don't.
Correct.
He's listening to podcasts all the time. He ends the show.
Well, I asked that as well, and he said his number 1 podcast is.
That's right with Nick Wright.
Your listening age is.
Yo, brother is hip. I'm down, baby. That's odd though, because I do listen to a lot of old school R&B.
Mine was 68.
Your listening age was 68?
Yes.
Mine is 21.
21.
Yo.
That's crazy.
But most of my old school R&B is on iTunes. I guess that's the
That makes more sense.
This might be the official passing of the torch of me being the old guy.
What was your age?
Well, I don't have one because I'm.
Last night, while eating flaming hot Cheetos as a substitute for a pack of cigarettes, an elite committee of experts, analysts, and you ate a family-sized bag of Sour Patch Kids as well?
Wow, is that
Fought and toiled, it's actually healthy. Fought and toiled and burned the midnight oil to deliver the best segment in all of sports. It's an honor and it's a privilege. It's time for Divisional Round Tears.
Indeed, it is.
He's trying his best, guys.
I'm doing great. 14 days.
That's great, man.
No black and milds, no cigarettes,
Whatever
no
it
vape,
takes, man.
no
Proud of you.
nothing.
Proud.
But
Lot of
today I
fast
started
food.
like salivate back of my they know. And I was like, I gotta get something. I found some flaming hot Cheetos. And I'm like, now I'm just gonna I'm gonna die a different way. But whatever. Not gonna be smoking.
Greg hasn't had butter in 5 years.
Time for the tears, fresh eliminations. We know who you are. Wow.
Yikes.
Eagles, again, defending a title's not for everybody. Jags, Packers, Chargers, Steelers, and Panthers. 8 teams left. And I would argue that of the 9 best teams in the NFL this season, 8 of them are represented in the final 8. The Jags are the only team that was, a clear-cut top 9 team that didn't make the final, the divisional round. Bottom of the tiers. Coaching masterclass, the San Francisco 49ers. I think this is as impressive of a coaching job as I've seen in a single season in my life covering the NFL. Wow. The keeping everyone together when less than a month into the year, you have suffered devastating injuries to your best players and your quarterback. To not have guys let go of the rope and just be like, you know what, this ain't our season. To lose week 18 for the number 1 overall seed and go from we're going to get a week off, we're going to be at home next to that power plant hanging out, and instead we got to go on the road to the defending Super Bowl champs in the cold and finding a way. I just think Shanahan and Saleh and John Lynch, everybody involved, the players as well obviously, but they all deserve a ton of credit. It's a pretty basic tier name, but it describes their style of play. Repeatedly punching you in the face.
Yeah, that's fair.
The Houston Texans. I really appreciate the fact that they don't have a fancy defensive scheme. They don't try to trick you. Mm-hmm. They don't like to disguise a bunch of coverages. They're like, hey, what if this is our philosophy? 4 defensive linemen that can get home. The best secondary in football as far as coverage goes, and oh yeah, by the way, the best tackling secondary as well, and some mean-ass linebackers. What if that's our plan? What if we don't care how many times CJ Stroud fumbles the ball because we're going to score on defense? A head coach who seems to get more enjoyment out of a 3-and-out caused by a sack than an offensive touchdown. They are just brutal. And I think the offense might, if the offense doesn't get better, they have a ceiling, but they are unbelievable to watch. Oz the Mentalist.
Oh, wow.
Here's what I mean. You see it happen again and again and again, and eventually you're like, I don't know, maybe it's real.
Great take.
added bonus. What do Oz the Mentalist and the Chicago Bears have in common? Kevin Wildes can't stand either one of them, but is going to pretend, oh, I don't have a problem with Oz the Mentalist or shows that platform him, and I don't have a problem with the Bears. As he writes, Kevin Wildes deep down and maybe publicly, just not on the air, can't stand the Bears, Ben Johnson and Caleb, or Oz the Mentalist. Next. One win valid.
Enough with the ATM code, okay?
The ATM code. He can't stand it. One win validates everything. You win this game, Denver, most notably Sean Payton, you're hosting the AFC Championship game. You were the 1 seed, went to the AFC title game, you beat Josh Allen, you beat the Bills. Even if you don't get to, much less win the Super Bowl, nobody's going to say, we knew you guys were frauds. Like, win one playoff game. That's what a bye means. That's what being the number 1 seed is. The flip side is lose this week, and those folks, of which I am one of them, who all year long did not believe in you, who believe your comeuppance is en route next season, who think Sean Payton, nobody, and this is a lot coming from me, nobody likes the sound of their own voice as much as Sean Payton likes his. Gonna feel a little different if you lose your first playoff game. Got the jitters out of the way, Patriots. And that makes them very scary. I don't think Drake May is going to play a worse half these playoffs the rest of the way than he played in the first half, against the Chargers. I also, when you watch the NC-17 film known as the All-22 for Justin Herbert, what you realize is your guy's secondary had some jitters as well early in that game. A lot of guys running wide open. Now, Herbert didn't see him, and the Chargers offense couldn't capitalize on May's mistakes. If you guys, offensively and defensively, the rest of the playoffs are the team you were in that second half, you can win the Super Bowl. Wow. It only gets harder. Josh Allen and the Bills. That was a great win going to Jacksonville and beating that red-hot Jags team. Now you go to Mile High and have to take on a rested Denver Broncos team. And then after that, you got to either go to New England or to Houston, 2 teams that beat you this year. It only gets harder every step of the way, but that's how it's supposed to be if you're trying to have a legendary run as Josh Allen is to the Super Bowl. This one makes me sad a little because I like Caleb, happy because everybody knows I'm a Rams guy. MVP masterclass on deck.
Oh, wow.
I think we could have a 5-touchdown, 325-yard, 40-point Rams performance this weekend. I do not think that Bears defense is going to be able to even slightly slow down that Rams passing attack and what Sean McVay is going to dial up as far as to exploit some of the weak spots in that Bears secondary. And I don't think the Bears pass rush is going to be able to impact Stafford the way they need to. I think he's going to have a gaudy stat line, and it is going to take a superhuman performance from Caleb and the Bears offense to even keep it close. And atop the tiers, Greg Jennings, not midnight yet. Listen, I don't know if he's going to go pumpkin, but I do know that it ain't midnight yet, and as long as it's not, the Seahawks are the best team. As long as they can just get steady play from Sam Darnold, much less great play, steady play, they are the best overall team. They are rested. They are at home. They have the most advantageous matchup of any of these round 2 games. They're atop the tiers once again, Greg.
That's a great tiers.
Yeah, I love the tier, the titles. Look, I'm going to focus on the Rams, and I'm actually going to move them down because although I'm with you on the masterclass, and it can definitely very well be a masterclass for that offense and putting up 40 points, that defense is going to hope that they do that. Because I don't think we really have dialed in on what we've been seeing from this Rams defense. But they are, to your point, Wildes, gettable. from week 1 to week 12, and we have the numbers to support it, like they were lights out. Only giving up 16 points a game, 310 yards basically, yards per game. Opponents passed a touchdown intercept, 13 and 10. Like they were lights out. Passer rating under 80. And then the rest of the season unfolded. The last 7 games of the season, this is including Carolina, the wild card performance, giving up almost 30 points a game, 350 plus yards a game. And look at the opponent pass, touchdown, and interception. They're no longer creating turnovers, but they're giving up points. And then the passer rating has shot up. Like, this defense has allowed so many explosive plays, not only in the passing game, but also in the running game. If the Bears are able to have that Oz the mentalist show up and put on the magic show and be what they've been, they're going to put points on the board against this defense, because for whatever reason, this is who they've been since week 12. And it hasn't been against juggernaut offenses and quarterbacks. But that has to not be the case. If you're the Rams and you're that offense and you're Matthew Stafford and you've been executing, Puka Nacua been playing lights out, Sean McVay been dialing up all kind of plays, you got to get better production out of your defense if you're going to make this run.
Hey, it's good.
Listen, I think that what gives me a little hope for the Rams in that regard is it's not a small sample of the season when the defense was out of this world.
Correct.
And it's not like,
they
lost Micah Parsons, and so they're not the same. But it has been, we're going on now 2 months of bad play from that side of the ball. I also, though, wonder how much of a home field advantage the Bears are going to have this game. That crowd was so loud and so good, and that game was such, as Danny talked about, like a religious experience.
Letdown crowd?
I think the Bears fans felt like we have to win this game. We're playing the Packers. We won the division.
I love this team.
And I just don't know. It feels a little house money at this point in the season, more so than you normally would have for a 2 seed in round 2.
I like that take.
I think, Nick, you share my skepticism, which is why I'm surprised they're atop the tiers. I got to move the Seahawks down just because of the quarterback. I mean, that's it. The defense we know is great. The head coach is great. The receivers are great. The running game, the offensive coordinator, everything. I'm moving them down. Sam Darnold, in his last 9 games, now they're 8-1.
I know.
But in his last 9 games, 9 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Yeah. And obviously those all weren't against playoff teams, let alone, the final 8. So with his question marks, I'm going to move them down. And look, I'm going to put the Bills on top. We all know this is Super Bowl win or bust. They're the only team of the 8 left where it is absolutely, we got to win a Super Bowl. I don't even think it's we got to get to the Super Bowl, because they've gotten there so in the past and been so disappointed, not been able to win it. They have to win it. And I think that little extra, obviously all the teams want to win it. You got the best quarterback left, I think, both conferences. You got the best quarterback, the best player. You have a good squad. Your defense in some ways can be pretty good. Offensive line is great. And even without the receiver they just lost, they still got Brandon Cooks has actually played really well lately. And Khalil Shakir has,
on the field.
And maybe Keon Coleman will step up, and they got the tight end.
They literally have 3 wide receivers on the roster.
Well,
Brandon Cooks is moderately new. They benched Keon Coleman multiple times, and Khalil Shakir.
Well, Shakir has been playing, was really good last week, and Cooks has made some great catches.
I know, but just having going
well, they're going to bring more.
They're gonna bring
up
a guy.
Cole Hardman.
I don't know.
They start talking about signing OBJ.
Yeah, I mean, he's nothing to sneeze at.
We're talking about an offense that heavily relies on their tight ends as well.
Right, and the run game. They got a great running back, and the quarterback.
But in reality, this is
I don't think they're the best, but they're like,
you're saying it's wide open. They have the most experience, and they have the best player.
Yes.
That's your. So I would. if we got a Seahawks-Bills Super Bowl, if we got Bills-Rams, I would be picking the Rams. But if we got Bills-Seahawks, even though I have the Seahawks there, I don't know that I would be able to I feel like I put my head down on the pillow the night before the game and be like, I'm really going to bet on Sam Darnold over Josh Allen. It's going to be hard. But I do think the Seahawks have been the best team. I understand what you're saying. I think they've been the best team.
You know what they call me? The mayor. Oh, they call me in Punxsutawney Phil of football. Also the mayor of fair. It's because I give you straightforward analysis, not colored by my own fan allegiances. About Buffalo. The Buffalo Bills better win their game and then put on a bunch of Patriot stuff because I don't think they have any chance at beating the Texans.
They definitely don't want to go play there.
I don't. If they go in, they already beat the Patriots at home. They're like.
I don't think they have any chance of beating the Texans.
I don't. That game was such a one-sided destruction where Josh Allen had more weapons, was healthier. They didn't, like you said,
wasn't that Davis Mills?
That was Davis Mills.
Quarterbacking for the Texans.
When they played the regular season. The last 2 times they played them.
Were Davis Mills?
No. The last
routes.
one was Davis Mills, but you're talking about, I think, last year.
No, I'm talking about this. I'm talking about this. The last time we saw them play in Houston, where Josh Allen was being crushed by this Texans.
He was.
I've got the Texans moving. If you put them Bills number 1, I'll put the Texans wherever you got the Bills. The Texans are ahead of the Bills. They are a Super Bowl champion defense. We could pull 1,000 stats. Josh is like, remember the 2015 Broncos? They're better than the 2015 no-fly zone Broncos. Both games, and as a nice little bonus, both of these Super Bowls in Santa Clara. Also, and this is a little bit of a spin on one of Danny's stats, 12-0, if you've won 12 games or more, when you score 20 or more, you win the Super Bowl. So to me, it's a little bit on CJ, just has to play adequate, but I'm very nervous as a Patriots fan on going up against this defense. We've got some good Josh McDaniels stats coming up later this week, but this defense is just I close my eyes and I can see that it passes the confetti test. I've seen it. I saw the Eagles defense get to Mahomes without blitzing and ruin the game. And Mahomes was the best player in the world. It's like, doesn't really matter if we can get to you.
So I understand that, but and I've said this before, but I'll say it again real quick. The problem with that style of play where the offense gives you so little and the defense is, just so dominant, is a game like Texans-Bills can happen, where the Bills offense is just rattled, Josh plays poorly, the Texans defense plays damn near perfect.
Sure.
And with 45 seconds left, the Buffalo Bills have the ball 18 yards from the end zone, down 4 points.
But that was Davis. That was CJ.
Again, this year, there's not been a big difference in the Texans offense with Davis Mills or with CJ Stroud.
Yeah. They were up 7-6 on the Steelers going into the fourth quarter.
And so, that's I think the Steelers game is a good example. Now, that game is 10-6, 7-6 going into the fourth, 10-6 Steelers ball, and then the Texans get 2 defensive scores, gets away. It's very difficult to create separation from a team if you're an A+ defense and C- offense. And if you're saying we get Texans-Bills, which by the way would mean they beat the Pats, which I don't think you did, but I understand what you're saying.
I'm very nervous.
If it's a 1-score game in the fourth quarter and Josh Allen can be in the same situation as in the regular season, I'd be like, I gotta take my chances.
And let's not forget, Nico Collins is in concussion protocol.
Right.
I expect him to play.
Oh, you do?
I do not.
Really?
I do expect him to play.
We've rarely seen a guy.
We have, but I expect him to play. But if he doesn't, Christian Kirk was great.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's enough.
I agree, and I just want to say something real quick about that because you mentioned it. To my eye, watching Monday Night Football, it looked to me like Nico Collins got a concussion on the 3rd play of the game. and he hit his head. They checked him out, and then somehow he went back in. And then late in the game, he had a pretty regular fall, and he had to be carted off, and he didn't know where he was. We've got to do a better job of, if it looks like I understand it's the playoff game, and I get that, but the reaction he had to the second, what I perceived to be the second head injury, looked so catastrophic. It really made me feel like that on the first drive of the game, he suffered a concussion, and he kept playing, and that was brutal.
The flip side of it, Christian Gonzalez was the other side. Yeah. He says he's okay, and they wouldn't let him back in the game. So I think he's going to be clear, but I don't know if Nico's going to be.
Yeah, well, see, that second one, though, he hit his head pretty hard. Yeah. So that was a clear cut, but I'm with you.
It felt like he had gotten hurt early.
I was a little skeptical, too.
If you were a Twitch streamer, what game would you play while streaming? Well, it's very simple. I don't think I would get a lot of viewers. I would play Madden and NCAA, but I would not actually play football games. I would simply build teams and then simulate the season. Because that's what I do. So like in college football, I would, recruit and pick an offense and pick a coaching staff and then let the chips fall where they may. And in Madden, I would execute trades and draft, and 20, 30 seasons down the road, we'll see how my resume stacks up to the great general managers of all time.
I don't play video games, all right?
Yeah, but your favorite, growing up?
I ain't played video games since college. It was in television. Don't nobody remember that, but it was fun. It was football. We used to play football and television in the dorms. Wii was cool. I would do a little shadow boxing with the Wii. I would just mainly use it to work out. My favorite video game of all time is Miss Pac-Man. If I could go on Twitch and play Miss Pac-Man, I would do that.
Oh, if you were a Twitch streamer, which I am, what? You guys had answers for this?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Gianna, I don't know anything about video games.
What video game would you play?
I mean, chess.
That's a good one.
Chess, and I would get cooked. That's a lame answer.
Well, you're lame.
They probably would.
Brew, did you know Wilds worked in a separate room today in the dark, trying to hide out from people because, quote, I get 5 minutes to death. He's so popular, and everybody's just bending his ears so much that he can't get anything done. When I go in Brew's office, he has his glasses on. They're on down to his nose like an old school historian. He is furiously writing. When I walk into your office, you're like this, feet on the desk, just looking.
You never look like you're working.
No.
I go by your office once, probably 2 or 3 times a week. You never look like you're working.
It's a creative process.
Head to Milwaukee, where the Bucks were booed at halftime after falling behind by 31 to the Wolves without Rudy or Ant. After the break, Giannis gets an and one to fall, and then is on the ground and starts booing his own fans. This is 6 days after he said he would never ask for a trade.
Yeah.
This seems like a pivot.
I think the root of this is that Giannis understandably feels like, I'm doing y'all a favor. Now, you can disagree with that, but I'm being loyal to you fans here in Milwaukee. I'm doing you a favor, and this is how you treat. I think that's really how he feels. I'm speculating, but that's my take on the matter. And look, at the end, and I think because he does it, and he said it, he does that on the road. When he gets booed, he'll boo back at the fans after a big play. This is the first time he did it at home. Nick, this might be good if it sparks Giannis to go ahead and say, you know what, they're booing me. I asked for a trade. You hate that it happens this way if it does because, and I think he still will, no matter how it is, have a statue out in front of that building. But if this is what it's going to take to drive him out of there, then fine. And it'll be good for Milwaukee too. They're a terrible team. They don't have a chance. So go ahead and ask for the trade and get somewhere where you can compete for championships.
They weren't booing Giannis. They're booing the team,
right? Which
is different. Maybe people might look at that as a distinction without a difference because he's on the team. But I think if I viewed them booing as disgust with the fact that a team with Giannis can be this bad.
Down
29 at halftime. Mm-hmm. And I don't know. Giannis has been in the public eye for, at this point, gosh, almost 15 years. The only thing close to a misstep was when he assaulted the ladder.
Yeah.
And he
wanted to play more
right,
basketball.
and so I am as pro Giannis as anyone can be. I think this was a mistake, and I thought his explanation was poor. Again, I understand it's different markets and different sports. The Eagles are the defending Super Bowl champions. Their fans have been booing them all year.
Oh, yeah.
If Jalen Hurts turned to the crowd and booed them, I mean, that's like, so I think this was I think it also shows that Giannis is nearing, I don't want to say a breaking point, that sounds more drastic, but he's frustrated.
I think that's
as
fair.
can be. And so I generally agree with you, Brew, that what would be best for both parties would be, mutual parting of ways. The problem is, I think it's going to be hard to find a team that can give up fair value for Giannis, that team is still a contender.
Houston is I think it should be Houston. San Antonio appears they should stand pat. Knicks, I don't know if they can get the draft picks or the third or fourth team in the deal. Houston's fallen to the 6th seed. Now, I know it's still jumbled, but they're the 6th seed. Mm-hmm. Shingun and a Reed Shepard, whatever else to make it work financially. But I think for Milwaukee, that's not bad. And Giannis plays like Shingun.
You were that's right.
A better version,
kind.
but
right.
handles the ball.
Right. You were talking about a breaking point. This is the other video that was going miniature viral. A lot of people are speculating that Giannis is crying here. We don't know that. He might just be wiping sweat from his eyes, but.
Oh, I didn't see this.
Yeah, kicking around. One of the popular Twitter Bucs fans blog said, "We don't deserve this man. He should leave for his own good."
Well, look, he's clearly very loyal, and it may have really hurt him more than we think, Nick, to be booed by those fans. Because again, I do feel like he's saying, "Look, I'm staying here for the franchise, my teammates, whatever, the fans. I don't want to let them down, and to be booed." I mean, if that's what it looks like, then
well, I don't know. I would hope Giannis knows they are not booing Giannis Antetokounmpo. They're booing the 2026 Milwaukee Bucks. That you are the only. It is just a dog of a movie that has, a great DiCaprio performance in it, but that it's wasted in. And so, if Giannis, I legitimately, I try to be prepared every day. I hadn't seen that video at all. I didn't know,
He might just be wiping sweat.
Right, but no, I would have assumed he was wiping sweat, but the look on his face when he takes the towel away is something.
Whether he was tearing or not, he clearly was despondent.
And so, this is just a crummy situation.
You all want him out of there.
I think it's time to go. It's
I
starting to
just
get
want
ugly.
him to play big games again.
Yeah, which
he
he's not going to happen there.
Bucks in San Antonio tomorrow night. Steelers looking for a new head coach after Tomlin leaves after 19 years. There's 9 current job openings. We ranked them all. Nick, you had the Steelers as the second best opening and the Browns as the worst. Greg, how do you view the Steelers job? Do you think it's a great job?
I don't know if it's a great job in terms of what you're going to have from a roster standpoint because of the fact that you won't have a quarterback right away. If we're looking at it from the lens of having an opportunity to create and establish what you want to do, your plan of attack, your vision, and having a runway to execute that vision, great job. I just believe the Steelers are in lockstep with a head coach who they believe in, who they feel like, okay, if we're going to invest in you, we're going to give you the time and the opportunity to create this plan and execute this plan. Mm-hmm. And we don't see that across the NFL any longer. You have a short leash, and it's like if you don't get it done because you typically do have the quarterback, when you go to a place like the Ravens, then it's like, because you had Lamar, I don't know if we can give you that much time. We already expect to win. With that being the case, the Steelers have a lot of draft capital. you've mentioned this several times on the show, with the personnel that they have on their current roster, with some of those older guys and the cap hits that they're going to be taking, they could retool some of that, and so you could get even more. I just think because the culture and the organization is run in such a great manner, this is a fantastic opportunity for most coaches.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, that's what you're looking for is stability. Can I be there the next 10, 15 years? And I even think, Greg, the fans, after so long a period of we're good.
This is correct.
We make the playoffs. We win 10 games. They've had that now for 10 years, whatever it is. They are ready. They will accept certainly one season, I believe, of we're 5-12. Maybe 2 seasons if they see things moving in the right direction. You're getting some good young players. So I think that helps the coach as well. And as long as I think they'll hire a solid guy. And if you're solid, and even if the record's poor, but you can see, you know what you're doing offensively, you know what you're doing defensively, you have control of the locker room and the players play for you, I think they'll give you a long leash, and that's what you want.
All right, I know you did your list already, so I'm going to flip the question for you. I know whoever this is going to have the job for however many years, but even on your list, they're the second best job.
Yeah.
So if I was the best candidate, you're the silver medalist.
Yeah.
Does any part of you feel like this is not the strongest coaching class? That there wasn't like Ben Johnson was like the belle of the ball, and next thing you know, the Bears are riding in the playoffs. Like, do you feel like the candidates that are out there are up to having the job for 15
Well, listen,
plus
Mike
years?
Tomlin wouldn't have been. Mike Tomlin was a very lightly known assistant. He had only been a coordinator for 1 year.
1 year, yeah.
An assistant in Minnesota.
Harbaugh,
Harbaugh was a special teams coordinator. Sean McVay spouted an entire tree. That was a shocking hire when it happened because he was, 32 years old.
young.
I think he was viewed as a savant type guy.
He was so young.
But he wasn't Ben Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't somebody that had been in the news year after year. I think Liam Cohen has done a great job. Liam Cohen was like a late stage in the coaching search hire, and he wasn't viewed as throughout the year like, oh, he's a surefire. So I don't know that there certainly isn't a, like you said Ben Johnson, what there definitely is not right now is a Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, except for the 2 guys who just got let go or left the Ravens and the Steelers.
Super Bowl?
The thing about McCarthy is, and I know his name keeps getting brought up, it's very rare for coaches to get 3 shots. It's a 2-shot thing.
Well, he did
typically.
when you say shot, I mean, he produced in both places.
No, I know.
Yeah. So it's not like he failed. You know what I mean?
No, but it's just rare for coaches to have 3 different head coaching tenures for 3 different teams. I think that for the Steelers, Brew's point is such an important one as far as how good of a job is it. What do the fans expect? And how much pressure will fans put on ownership if things aren't going well? These fans in Pittsburgh, now maybe they'll rue the day, but yesterday was a celebratory day in Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm. I thought maybe to a degree that was disrespectful to Tomlin, but it's fine. Fans call and talk radio, do whatever they want. Mm-hmm. Friend of this show, Andrew Filipponi, had stirred him up for 5 years that Tomlin needed to go, and they treated yesterday like it was a big, relief. Because I think that if you were to poll Steeler fans, the 2026 Pittsburgh Steelers, would you rather be 9-8 or 3-14? I think 3-14 runs away with it. Obviously, what they'd want is 14-3 and try to win a Super Bowl.
Right.
But I think that they are sick of being stuck in the middle, and they do have an appetite of bottom out short term to build it back up into excellence. The question will be, do you have a coach that once you have a high ceiling can bring with him a high floor? Like, assuming you get the quarterback that allows you to have a high ceiling, that doesn't mean you're going to have a high floor. Mm-hmm. Like they don't have that in Cincinnati. They have the quarterback. They don't have a high floor there. And so that it's not as easy.
Greg, can I pitch you on something? We don't know who the person is going to be, and it seems like they have to be a great hire if they're going to have this stability. We've also talked about some of the challenges that college coaches would face making the leap to the NFL. Marcus Freeman, Cignetti's older, obviously, but seems to be the best coach in college football, arguably. Do you think that having a long runway with the Steelers would entice Marcus Freeman or Cignetti to make the jump?
Yeah, I think it would entice any coach because, again, this is not the norm. When you sign up, yeah, everybody has hopes of having a long tenure with whatever team that they sign the contract with. But this is almost, and I don't want to make it seem like it's a guaranteed thing because, of course, it's not. But more so than anywhere else, this is almost a guarantee. They're going to allow you a runway. So I don't know, even if Marcus Freeman, the Steelers have been known because of what you mentioned with Mike Tomlin being a one-year guy, not being in-house, not being the guy that they, even Willie Colon spoke to it yesterday, that they felt even in the locker room was a Steeler guy. He was just a guy, young. I think they're going to go to a young guy that has a mind, a vision, a way of doing things that they can get behind and allow him to go.
I'm going to throw a name out there that wasn't mentioned yesterday, and I'm going to mispronounce his last name. But the kid, he's very young in Los Angeles, Nathan Scheelhaase. It's Scheel and then Hasse. I don't know how to pronounce it. I apologize. It just reminds me of an offensive Tomlin. Kind of like the first year with a big job, in his early 30s, considered incredibly sharp. And I do think while the Steelers have always been, I say always, it's 3 hires, but they've had 3 defensive guys. I wonder if they feel like we like the model of like young, can grow, all of it. But if our big problem at this point has been we need to find and develop a quarterback, having an offensive mind that can grow with the quarterback is a good idea. So Flores is interesting. He's the defensive side of the ball. Jesse Minter with the Chargers is young and interesting. His defensive side of the ball. So I wonder if that's a name to look at with the Steelers.
Okay. Speaking of college football, Dante Moore staying at Oregon. Had a rough game against Indiana, but was projected to be the number 2 pick. The Jets are in need of a quarterback, and there is some discussion that perhaps he's purposely avoiding the Jets. Nick, do you think the Jets having a high pick affected Dante's decision, or should it have?
Here's what I think. What's a good example of a franchise everyone respects that just doesn't have a quarterback? So I should have thought of this earlier.
The Steelers again?
Pittsburgh.
Okay, sure, great. Yeah, I didn't want to use them as example. If Pittsburgh had the number 2 pick, or
the Giants,
Giants maybe it feels a little more stability,
talent, yeah.
Right? If a team such as that had the number 2 pick, I think he'd be in the draft. And I also want to make this clear. I don't think it's a mistake for him to be like, I'll go spend another year at Oregon, make $4 or $5 million, and avoid a franchise that is probably the number 31 or number 32 draft pick in the NFL for quarterback development. I don't blame him for that. I don't view him as such a can't miss. Wherever I go, absolutely. I will make it work. I think it's probably needs right fit, right system, all of it. And I don't blame him for not wanting to go to the New York Jets, if that's the case.
Yeah, look, I have no idea if that is the case with the Jets. But when Joe Burrow was coming out and everybody was saying, man, avoid the Bengals, don't go to the Bengals, I was saying, if you're that guy, go somewhere and make it happen, which he obviously did. He also was from Ohio, not far from Cincinnati. I can't blame... If that is what Dante Moore is thinking, we have so much evidence now. Robert Saleh is one of the top coaching names on the market, even though he lost tremendously with the Jets. Everybody's saying it was them, not him. All right? Sam Darnold You and others have him as the best. They're the best team in the league. If Sam Darnold somehow wins this Super Bowl, that is a terrible look for the Jets because they got what we're talking about with Pittsburgh. Bottom out, get a top pick, get your quarterback. They apparently, if Darnold goes on to do that, they had him and didn't know what to do with him, you know? And Garrett Wilson, I mean, is great, but he's kind of languishing in almost anonymity because the organization's so bad. And Rodgers, the numbers are similar. You could say Rodgers, though. I mean, it ended really badly for him there. And then he goes to the Steelers, and they at least make the playoffs, and he plays fairly well. So I can't blame the kid if that is the reason.
And we're talking about a young man that it's him. There is no quarterback competition in this year's draft.
Right, because we know Mendoza's
won. Yeah, it's him. So to go back to school knowing, okay, I got to go through an entire season, not get injured, to kind of guarantee that, and play well, to kind of guarantee that I can still be in this position at the end of another complete season, if you're the Jets, you've got to change something. Because if players are dodging you, and I'll add this, NIL has changed everything too. Yes. Because the fact that he's gonna make money, it's changed everything as well. I will say this, having watched him this year in the Big Ten, and he's played Indiana twice, not played a bunch of stiff competition, and their personnel offensively has typically been a little bit better than everybody that they've played. He definitely does need to sharpen up his arsenal and his toolkit. So it can benefit him as well, but the Jets definitely has a role in this.
Because usually if you're that high,
I'm
two,
gone.
Right.
I'm gone.
What am I waiting for?
I also think Oregon has taken a step every year under Dan Lanning. You know, like that. And each year, their final loss is a brutal one. Like they get just clocked, but it's a step.
But it's champs.
Right. It's a step closer. This now, in my opinion, should make Oregon the favorites for next season.
Wow.
Indiana's going to lose their quarterback. I understand that Arch in Texas people are going to really believe in, and Arch should be better next year. But Oregon, getting him back with that team, and it should feel like the progression for Dan Lanning and the Ducks is next year we play for I guess the progression would be we get to the national title game, we get blown out in that one. And then the year after is when we win it. But we're one step closer.
Danny's cooked. I need the person and the year.
Yeah.
This is not easy. So 24 is Allen.
Last year, Josh Allen won it.
23 is Lamar.
The year before, Lamar Jackson won it. Oh my God, that's so incredible.
All right.
22 is Patrick.
The year before, Mahomes won it.
21 is Aaron.
2021 was Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
20 is Aaron.
Aaron Rodgers in 2020.
19 is Lamar.
2019 was the other one that Lamar won.
18 is Patrick.
Mahomes won it in 18.
2017 was Tom.
Yes.
Brady won it in 17.
2016 is Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan.
2015 is Cam Newton. I could screw this up and it would be mortifying. 2014, Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers.
So Peyton Manning, 2013.
Correct.
That means that Peyton also won in 2013. Adrian Peterson is 2012.
2012, Adrian Peterson.
Yes.
2011, definitely Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
There's no question about it.
Aaron Rodgers won in, that's 2011.
I don't like this one bit because I should have all these.
The order, G, the order.
Tom, definitely. 2010.
2010 MVP?
Yep.
Would be Tom Brady.
09, Peyton Manning.
Yes.
Yeah, Peyton went back-to-back in 08 and 09.
Yes.
2008, Peyton Manning.
Yes.
Yeah, the 07 Patriots, so Tom Brady 07.
Correct.
I know he won in 07.
LaDainian Tomlinson is 2006.
Sean Alexander, 2005.
Yes.
2005, Sean Alexander.
I think 2004 is Peyton Manning.
Peyton, 03 and 04.
Yes.
03 was Peyton's first.
Yes, but there was a co-MVP.
Oh. Steve McNair.
Yes.
I feel like 02 was Rich Gannon.
Correct.
Great job.
I'm in trouble right now. I will say that.
2001 Kurt Warner.
Yep.
01 Kurt Warner.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Wow. What a pull.
Was 2000 Marshall Faulk.
Correct.
All right, let's say Marshall Faulk 2000. Like Favre? Favre? No.
And?
2006 is LaDainian Tomlinson.
Correct.
That's 25 for 25. Bang.
All right. That was a fine showing.
I think you did well.
I'll take it.
All right, Danny, what would a win over Stafford mean for Caleb Williams, your guy?
He is my guy, and I get that it would mean a lot for everyone other than me.
Oh, no.
Well,
What?
I think that everything that you guys are about to say in your answers is inevitable. Like, best quarterback in the NFC going into next year if Stafford, yeah, he will eventually be the best quarterback in the NFC. He is going to win an MVP. He is going to win a Super Bowl. Like, this is a huge game because this magical season can continue, and I do think they legitimately can win the Super Bowl. If you're still playing this round, you can win it. But I just think the rest of the people will start catching up to what I felt last year. I said bust was off the table with him last year. Like, he is excellent, a tier 1 elite talent in the game, and I don't think it really comes down to the result of one game for him.
So, I agree with you that win or lose, his long-term potential might be the same, but this game has a ton to do with where he is right now, this moment. Like this would
how quickly
right, and how if Caleb Williams, I think the Rams are going to win, not because I think Caleb's going to play poorly, but because I think the Rams might score 42 points in this game.
They easily could.
But if that happens, then it is, even if Caleb plays well, it is very difficult to make a Caleb Williams top 5 in the NFL case at the start of next season.
I don't think that's on the board.
If they win this game, absolutely.
If they win this game, you're saying Caleb.
I'm saying it's that is. I'm saying if they lose, that's not available. If they win, I'm open. Let's see how the rest of the thing goes.
You can say Caleb. And it's like, let me hear you.
The possibility is still there.
Right, in the similar way that people might have said that for Jaden after the year they had last year, that going into the divisional round. The upside's the upside. He's going to be a star, all of this. But winning that game in the divisional round against Detroit, right? It was against Detroit. Getting to the conference championship game is what made people feel differently about Jaden. Yeah. Put him in that,
MVP. Yeah, he's top 5.
Right, or a trendy MVP pick for next year, those types of things. If Caleb winning this weekend and executing this upset, if Caleb wins, plays great, and they upset the Rams, and Drake May loses and plays poorly, and they get upset by the Texans, whether you like it or not, Caleb versus Drake is going into next year a very fair conversation.
Absolutely.
Really?
If Caleb is the reason.
Yes.
Now, Nick said if Caleb plays great. If Caleb just wins and he's
But it's hard to imagine they could win without him playing great in this matchup.
Yeah, true, because it might
be not to be like a Drake apologist, but the Texans defense versus this Rams defense, if one plays slightly better than the other.
If Caleb wins this, plays great, is the reason they beat the Rams in this round. They get to the NFC Championship game. It is on the table.
Yeah, and Drake plays poorly.
I guess I don't need all of these qualifiers. Like, if Caleb plays poorly in this game and they lose, you might not think the conversation is fair, but we have seen guys take the leap. It's either year 2 in the league or year 3 in the league, year 2 in the system. There is going to be a huge conversation going into next year. Caleb's talent, Ben Johnson, and a full offseason to master his offense, Caleb Williams, no matter how he plays in this game, is going to be on a ton of preseason MVP lists for next year.
I agree
and
with
top
that. But
5
he
lists
won't-
and all
he
of
won't-
them.
What Nick brought up was him and why would he be if he doesn't?
He can be.
If he loses this game and doesn't play well, you think he's on top 5 list?
I think people will
it would
talk
all
about
be
their-
just projection.
Yeah,
it would all
projection.
be. Let's see him be more accurate. We're projecting that. Let's see him do it.
I mean, the preseason MVP pick, I agree with. Like C.J. Stroud was last year, a trendy preseason MVP pick. Jordan Love this
Maybe
year,
Jaden
Daniels this year were trendy picks. Yeah. But people were picking those guys without saying they're already top 5 quarterbacks.
Right.
I don't think if Caleb loses this game, it is fair to say like I'll just use the Drake May comp. You lose any ability to make an argument that he right now is ahead of Drake May in the quarterback hierarchy.
Sure, but I mean, if you think he is going to win the MVP,
that's what I'm saying. You're talking,
can't.
Danny, I think you're talking projections. Like, if they lose this game, I'm sorry, and Caleb has been phenomenal down the stretch of games, and I do think he's looking like he's going to be a superstar. But if he plays a similar game and they lose, like he's bad the first 2.5 quarters, 3 quarters, whatever it is, and then comes on strong, but say they lose, I'm sorry, I can't put him in the top 5
That's fine.
right now. Like, I want most great quarterbacks can play 4 quarters of good football. That's what I want to see him start doing.
KW, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Because there are the things that you personally, historically have valued about quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. Caleb Williams this year has checked off nearly all of them. I've never heard you, prior to your guy Drake May being a completion percentage god and Caleb being bad about it, in the whole years we've done the show.
Is he bad, or is he the worst starting quarterback in the league?
Well, hold on. But that is a stat that prior to this year, it never was mentioned ever.
I don't want to be weird, but we never talk about a guy having the worst. We don't talk about the guy who has the worst completion percentage.
That's fine, but and maybe I sidebarred myself. But you have never cared. All you have cared about with quarterbacks is, do they find a way to win?
Correct.
Caleb not only has been finding ways to win, but has been doing it in spectacular fashion that it's undeniably his doing at the end of these games. And for some reason, you seem to, in this specific case, be like, I actually don't like that because you're inaccurate early. When in the past, with quarterbacks, you didn't care if they threw 3 picks and no touchdowns. If they won, it was the only thing that mattered.
I love wins. But am I supposed to say that Caleb is better than Jordan Love because he was spectacular at the end of that game? And Matt LaFleur wasn't able to hold a huge lead even though Jordan Love threw 4 touchdowns?
What I'm saying is, historically, with any quarterback I've ever heard of with you, if it was like, hey, these 2 guys played 3 times.
Wow.
One won 2 of them.
Oh, wow.
Oh
my goodness.
Right. You will make a case for Jalen Hurts over Matt Stafford. You will do that because of quarterback wins.
2 Super Bowls.
But with Caleb, you don't seem to be into it.
I'm not saying he's top 5. And being the worst.
I don't think anybody is saying he's top 5. But if he wins this game, it has to be available to him.
I totally agree. It should be. Top 5 has to be available if you're in the NFC Championship game.
I feel like
what happens if you've gone to 2 Super Bowls and are the reigning Super Bowl MVP, and then we're saddled with a bad offensive coordinator?
Guess what? He came into this year
top 5?
Top 5 available to him. We talked about that after the Super Bowl. Okay. This year, I
just feel like we're getting top 5.
Hurt himself.
Anybody that if they win this game, lose the championship game, anybody that puts him in the top 5, which I think Danny might do, it's based on projection, which is fair if you're saying, I predict he will be one of the 5 best quarterbacks next season.
Next year.
But
obviously
to say,
is not already
right, that's what I'm saying. If you're saying already, not even just accomplishments,
but who are the top 5?
Ability.
If he wins this game and then loses the NFC Championship game, but still plays well, not great.
Just the Jaden story. The exact
So
Jaden
who are your
story.
top 5 next year?
Going into next year, it would be Mahomes, it would be Allen, it would be Stafford. Herbert, and Burrow, and Drake May.
Herbert?
That's
in
now
your
you're
top
six.
five?
Now we're at 6 and we haven't mentioned Caleb.
They'd be ahead of those guys. Would be ahead of Caleb. Yeah, those guys would be ahead of Caleb.
Shout out to Justin Herbert. I like.
I
guys-
want
those
somebody
guys- those guys would be
to
ahead of
love me like this.
for
like
heading
you
into
love
next year.
Justin Herbert.
But again, if you think, I don't know what there is to doubt because I think the accuracy. Caleb. I think the accuracy stuff is very clearly going to get fixed. He has plenty of throws that are right on the money from the pocket on time. You know, like he
Usually,
he
from the
can-
pocket.
he can
His
do
best
it.
throws are when he's rolling out and he's under a little duress and he's making something happen.
Yeah, I think
Those are his
I think
best
he's a
throws.
rhythm player for
Yeah.
his highlight throws.
That's why I think he's great at the end because he's playing off instinct.
I just think once he gets more comfortable in this new system, it had been 3 systems in 3 years with college last year and now this year with Ben Johnson. Sure. I do think that he is going to settle into the fundamentals. He's talented enough to complete 66% of his passes in the NFL.
Yeah, I also, when young people
Here we go.
ask me about
This is
broadcasting.
Grandpa.
This will be Brew. I think you'll like
We
this.
should have a segment called Grandpa Nick.
Grandpa's wisdom.
And they're like, especially if they just started a podcast or something. One of my biggest pieces of advice is I'm like, listen to your first 5 episodes and find the one thing you think you do the worst, whether it's say or whatever it is. Don't ignore every other mistake you think you made and fix that.
Right.
good
And
advice.
once that is fixed and you do a bunch of episodes with whatever you think your biggest, then move on to the next thing.
That's a good idea.
And then don't tackle everything at once. Figure. To me, Caleb this year, the number one thing he went into going from year 1 to year 2 is, man, I cannot be sacked 70 times. And once he got his arms around that, it was, I got to figure out a way to make sure we're not getting out of the huddle at 8 seconds and having these procedural penalties and pre-snap stuff. And to me, he licked them both.
Yeah.
So I would imagine his
I would
number
think
one
he
thing
would.
this offseason is going to be, man,
Hit the legs.
I got to get better. That stupid video in the preseason actually did matter. The one of him throwing at the net
Missing
and
the
missing
net.
it badly and then being pissed at himself. Like, that's the number one thing. So I just assume he will get better at that because he got better at the stuff he needed to.
That's fair. It feels like Danny also thinks the Rams are going to win this game.
All right, time now for a great edition of Packed Stats. 3 of the coolest stats and one of the coolest presenters in all of television.
Presenters?
Yes.
Is he British?
Yes.
That's what they...
Get ready for some cool stats. Here they come.
Don't worry about the gloves, Nick.
Okay.
Something coming there.
I was going to say, I usually have a job. I hand Danny the gloves.
No,
The gloves, I like the
you
gloves.
got fired. Just wait.
Wow.
You guys know what else is cool?
What else is cool?
He showed me
You've
the
been
hand.
waiting. What else is cool?
What's cool?
Thanks for asking. Superheroes.
I agree with that.
Superheroes are objectively cool, right?
Yeah.
We always talk about Josh Allen. He's got to put on his cape like a superhero.
Gloves are in there.
Basically, just wait. No one's done it more than him except Brady. Would you say that that's a superhero game, the 3 or more touchdowns and the 0 picks, basically the perfect game for the quarterback? He did it last week against Jacksonville. We say he has to just be the one who carries the team. He can pass Patrick Mahomes for second most playoff games in NFL history with 3 or more touchdowns and 0 picks. If Josh Allen is going to be that superhero, tough to see Bo Nix keeping up with him. And by the end of these playoffs, he could be number 1. He could pass Tom Brady for most of these
You
games
think
all time.
he's going to run the table on that?
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
I think that's
It's on the
going
board.
to be. I think
That's
on the
good.
board.
Drop the banner.
On the board.
Well, I mean, that would get him a banner. If he ran the table, and that would mean they won the Super Bowl.
Well,
KW.
sure. Yeah, you will drop banners for the Super Bowl. I'm just saying.
I like the stat.
Me too.
I don't think you do.
That stat I like.
No, it was
I
cool.
like 3
It was a cool
touchdowns,
stat.
0 turnovers. I revile your thesis bar.
In terms of playoff performers,
Allen already among playoff GOAT quarterbacks.
There's no way you believe it.
based on how he individually performs in the playoffs, because I'm a guy who, yes, playoff wins matter, but I don't knock Josh Allen for losing in the 13-second game.
That's the only loss
okay, Nick.
that you can say that
about the
he had nothing to
Cincinnati
do
loss?
with.
I'm not saying that he's been perfect in every playoff game,
But when you say GOAT, That's just a bridge.
I'm saying in terms of how he individually plays in the playoffs.
You need some hardware. Even be in the discussion.
I'm gonna enrage Wilds via Danny. Hey, Danny.
Great.
Who was a better playoff? If their careers ended today, who was the better playoff quarterback performer, Josh Allen or Eli Manning?
Josh Allen?
Yeah, easily.
Yeah, not even close.
You think that?
Of course not.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. That's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Listen,
a 2-to-1 touchdown interception ratio with a passer rating of 87 in the playoffs for Eli Manning. Congratulations.
Here's what. Let me ask you this. What if Josh never won a Super Bowl?
Yeah, it wouldn't matter to Danny. That's the point.
That would not matter.
Winning the games don't
actually
still be
matter.
in the
GOAT conversation for playoffs.
For how he individually
If he continued
performs.
to play this well but never won.
Correct.
How he individually performs. Yeah, he is a great playoff performer.
It would never matter. It's like if you were an IndyCar driver, you never won a race.
It's a team game.
But you had the average
Tracy
top
McGrady,
speed,
one of the greatest playoff performers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
because he was great individually.
The problem, okay, we have
wasn't
to
Tracy.
You know what else is cool? Wilds actually will agree with this one.
Good.
Riding shotgun.
I like that one a lot.
Wilds loves riding shotgun. I don't understand it. I like to drive. C.J. Stroud, elite shotgun rider. In the Texans' playoff wins, their last 3 seasons, this blew my mind. I knew they were good. I didn't know they were this good. The Texans' defense has allowed 32 points against them. Their defense has scored 32 points.
Wow.
They have 5 touchdowns defensively.
And a safety.
No.
Oh.
A blocked extra point returned for a 2-point conversion.
Wow, the other way you can get 2 points.
Exactly. So if I would have included the extra points for the defense actually would have 36, but obviously those 4 extra points go to the special teams.
Obviously.
C.J. Stroud, 5 total touchdowns against 4 turnovers in his playoff wins. But I have to say that C.J. Stroud is a great playoff quarterback because he gets carried by a defense that is literally playing his opponents to even.
No one says C.J. Stroud is a great playoff
You
quarterback.
literally said you'd rather have him start a playoff game over Justin Herbert.
Well, yeah, because Justin Herbert is one of the worst playoff quarterbacks ever. If you don't have to be, buddy,
oh my God.
buddy, I'm gonna strangle you.
16 points.
He had the number 1 defense in the league last year against C.J. Stroud in the playoffs, and C.J. outplayed him.
4 picks.
I mean, can't stop
The defense is playing it to the end.
We got to stop with Herbert.
It's just nobody. Now I get
This is
it. You
unbelievable.
think that anybody that people would rather have than Herbert, that means they think that player is awesome. That's not what it means. It doesn't mean that we think C.J. Stroud.
You don't have to be awesome to be better than
You just
Justin
have to
Herbert
literally
in the
be
playoffs.
any quarterback that's
Really?
not
Not in the
Andy Dalton.
playoffs.
Guys, stay cool.
Pretty impressive
Yeah, we
Texans
like
defense,
the Texans defense.
We like the Texans defense?
Yeah,
You like them?
you're so many.
You nervous about the Texans defense?
Just
Heck
like,
yeah.
Okay.
Just like
Shivering in
so
his
many
boots.
of me and Brew's most vitriolic arguments, if we were to be like, this begat that, it's actually about Jimmy Garoppolo versus Brian Hoyer and C.J. Beathard.
C.J. Beathard.
So many of Danny's most like what takes are actually a defense of Justin Herbert. Just a bunch of different proxy wars
Eventually
elsewhere.
that lottery ticket is going to hit. And you're going to be the guy.
Next year.
I'm not so
Next
sure.
year.
Next year.
Caleb,
I'm
all
not so
right.
sure.
You guys know what else is cool? Props.
Props.
Props, that's right.
What is this?
We have so many props.
Why
on
do you
the
have your
show.
mother's dishwasher?
I'm going to tell you why.
Those
Because
are
Wilds
cool.
wanted to get rid of my briefcase for another delivery mechanism. And I did not like that very much. So, Troy, if you don't mind,
This is.
the box!
What is happening? We have over-propped this segment. Troy's got gloves on.
Troy's involved. You know what else is cool, guys?
Dry ice.
You know what else
We
is
have
cool?
dry ice in the budget.
You know what else is cool?
What?
Nicknames. Caleb Williams' nickname is the Iceman. That was supposed to be a little bigger. All right.
The ice has gone down.
Iceman.
This is America. Just trust us. This is dry ice.
It's dry ice. Hold on. Got some warm water here.
You're supposed to pour water. Oh, this is.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
cool, actually. That is.
Pretty cool.
That is cool.
It is cool.
I'm impressed.
Caleb Williams' nickname, the
like
Iceman.
Are you
For how-
supposed to pour this?
For I know I was
Yeah.
gonna do it at the end, but
That's cool.
Sweet.
it's really cool.
Wow.
I like that. That's cool.
Who has? Take it easy, bro. Who has the most fourth quarter passing yards this season in the NFL.
I don't know. That guy.
I was like,
the Iceman. That's how he's earned his nickname. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well, Danny, maybe it's because the Bears are always trailing and they're coming back.
Yeah,
no,
that is what I'm thinking.
That is what you're thinking. Well, who is he in front of? Second and third place, fourth quarter passing yards this year. I don't know, two guys who are pretty good, Josh Allen and Matt Stafford. So while I wanted to give Caleb Williams the nickname The One, and he paints that as nail, so I think that's what Caleb likes too. Iceman has stuck. So
I like the
Iceman is great.
The Iceman's a great nickname.
Two other people already have that, but
Iceman?
George Gervin.
George Gervin and
Did
Val
somebody
Kilmer?
die in?
Val Kilmer.
Oh, Iceman didn't die.
No.
Goose died.
Yeah, Goose. You
Spoiler.
didn't know Goose?
Well, no,
Oh
I
my
mean,
God, people
Top Gun Maverick actually, Iceman does die.
Oh yeah, double spoiler.
Valid point.
Yeah, sorry.
So the one is
know,
better.
know your Top Gun
one is
franchise.
better.
Know
The
your
one is
Top Gun
better.
franchise.
That is great.
How do you think about this new delivery mechanism,
I think
Miles,
it's,
instead
it
of the
doesn't
brief
work,
force?
and it's not even on camera.
I did like it.
Oh, man.
It was cool. We
It's
might.
cool.
Why are you wearing these gloves, bro?
I think they're cool.
They told me
They
it's not
told
safe.
you. I knew it. I knew it.
I love it.
Every
You
once in a
all in
while.
danger.
But this whole idea is you're wearing a leather jacket and being cool, and somebody in standards and practices was like, we're not allowed to bring out dry ice if we don't make him put on these damn
First of
goggles
all-
and dishwashing gloves,
That is what
which are not going to protect you at all.
That is what
You know what else is cool? Safety.
Gentlemen, it is time now for the eye test. As everyone knows, I see the league clearly. So we look even closer in the postseason. There are 9 job openings. It's almost a third of the league.
Yeah.
I can do the math. So we're going to apply the eye test to which are the best openings for prospective candidates looking for NFL employment. To the bottom row, the Cardinals, Browns, and Dolphins. These are among the worst jobs. The Dolphins, they haven't had a coach last more than 5 years since Don Shula, and Tyreek Hill and Tua are both more than $50 million apiece against the cap next year. But you do get to live in South Beach. The Browns are the Browns. They're basically a punchline into themselves. $80 million cap hit just for Deshaun Watson. Do have 2 first-round picks. I look at Shedeur Sanders' presence there as a negative, not a positive.
Hey.
And then Arizona, they have pieces in place, but it is just a brutal division. It is a absolutely brutal division to work through, and with not having the absolute top pick to go pick your quarterback, I don't see a way out for them for at least a couple of years. To the next row on the eye test. Titans, Raiders, and surprisingly the Steelers. I'll get to the Steelers in a second.
Okay.
I am not a believer in Cam Ward, but if you are, this obviously bumps up. You have the 4th pick and the 2nd most cap space, and you're in a winnable division. But if you take a job with the number 1 overall pick attached to it, he's attached to it. This isn't a late first-round pick, late round pick. Like, Cam Ward's your guy for 2 years, and we've seen coaches be one and done. So that is purely I don't know if I see enough from Cam Ward there. The Raiders have had 5 coaches in their last 8 years and have no talent on offense, so there is no stability there. The Steelers historically don't fire coaches, but I don't know if that is like a 21st century thing or a historical thing. Like, yeah, maybe this next coach is going to get 15 years to figure it out, but if he doesn't, they have an old, expensive roster, no cap space, and the 21st pick in the draft. As we go to the next row, the New York Giants and the Atlanta Falcons. Now, the Falcons, to me, there's just a lot of talent. Now, there's not a lot of talent at quarterback, which is a big, other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play observation? But you're not married to Penix or Cousins.
True.
And you have an all-pro guard in Lindstrom. You have an all-pro safety in Bates. You have an all-pro running back in Bijan, who just had one of the best under-24 seasons a running back's had in NFL history. Drake London is awesome. If you want to bring back Pitts, he looked good at the end of the year. They finally addressed their pass rush in the last draft, and they got young pieces there. Like, they've got a lot of talent, 2 through 53. You play in a dome, and you play in the easiest division in football. And then the New York Giants, while I am also not as a huge Jackson Dart guy, you can move off the 24th pick in the draft a lot easier than you can move off the number 1 pick in the draft in Cam Ward. And the Giants have talent.
They definitely do.
They have a lot of young talent with Carter and Thibodeau and Thomas and obviously Malik Neighbors. Like, they have some blue chip talent at blue chip positions, and you're in New York. You win there, it's an immortal spot. We can apply that to Pittsburgh, and obviously this one is not very difficult to understand. I don't need the magnifying glass for it. The Baltimore Ravens. They've had 3 coaches ever. They had 6 Pro Bowlers. They have the 3rd most wins in the last 10 years. stable organization, stable front office, and oh yeah, by the way, 29-year-old in his prime, 2-time MVP Lamar Jackson is attached to the job. Some people would view that as a negative if you don't like Lamar for his 30s. I think for at least a couple of 2-3 of the next 4 years, you'll get elite Lamar Jackson. That is the best job available of the 9, Greg.
Yeah, so the Steelers, in my opinion, you have too low because even without knowing who your quarterback could be moving forward, you understand that the second best thing for a head coach that they're looking for, if not the first, is how much time would I have?
If they say you have 10 years, okay, fine, then yeah, make it number 1.
And understanding you have draft capital. They got 5 picks in the first 99. They got 12 picks right now as of the 2026 draft. You can do things with those picks. Obviously, you talked about the cap hits with what they don't have. If you decide
they got the oldest roster in football.
If you decide to start moving and shuffling some of those pieces, it opens up some money there, which they have the option to do. But again, time. If a head coach is understanding, we got the culture set. Organization is going to support me. They're going to allow me to create my plan and execute my vision. That's right next to the Ravens, if not above the Ravens, pending you don't care, you're not tied to Lamar and having to have the pressure of winning right away because you have Lamar.
I would just be guessing. Like, do the Steelers employ coaches for 2 decades at a time because they just believe in it, or because they've only had great coaches? Like, if the next coach struggles, I have a hard time believing it's like, all right, 4 wins, 5 wins, 2 wins. Yeah, we're just going to keep you because we believe in it.
They don't believe in being impulsive, and I think that's the biggest thing about the Pittsburgh Steelers. They allow a coach to figure it out, and they also back him publicly and behind the curtain. They put together a plan where he feels like going into every season he has a legit shot. As far as the eye test for me, man, I'm going to knock down those Raiders and I'm going to bump up those Dolphins. And I get it. You're right. The quarterback situation is a nightmare. The cap is a puzzle in itself. But I watched this team towards the back end of the season, and they started to rally. Go back to that game against Pittsburgh. They were in that game, especially defensively. Tua was absolute horrible. He ended up getting benched. But nevertheless, man, I watched this team, even with Quentin Ewers and how they performed towards the back end. I just believe they have enough. They just obviously got to figure out the quarterback position, and they start adding some more pieces. This could be a good destination for a young head coach.
So the Raiders piece of it, I struggled with it because, okay, they are the opposite of the Steelers. Like I said, 5 coaches in 8 years. Yeah. They just fire you. They're the worst offense in football this year.
And they're still paying their coaches they're fired.
Right.
Yeah.
But they have a ton of cap space and they got the number 1 pick in the draft. So we've seen if Mendoza's the guy, like, right?
And they got some really foundational pieces that are young.
But so I'm just saying, like, if Mendoza, like, so I kind of just put the Raiders in the middle because I was like, well, a quarterback can change everything. Like, honestly.
But they have a lot of holes. Like, outside of Brock Bowers and Genty and obviously Max Crosby.
Crosby's going to be gone, I think.
They don't have much. They're all in the trenches. They're horrible on both sides of the ball.
They are. Do you think the Steelers is the best job, though? Because they don't have much there, but they have the organization.
I think the organizational backing a coach and allow him to grow into the position is probably one of the best destinations. Now, also, I think right now, like, if they happen to get, and I'm just throwing stuff out here, we dwell in hypotheticals. If they happen to get an A.J. Brown to be a number 2 or 1, however you put it, next to DK Metcalf, both were teammates at Ole Miss, I think you start changing things around offensively. I think Aaron may come back, believe it or not.
You think Aaron comes back without Tomlin?
I'm telling you.
What?
Yeah, I got a feeling.
It's just a feeling.
I got a feeling.
Okay.
Live from New York, it's a show that's getting ready for a performance from Jackson Blade.
This guy is the worst. He's just the worst.
I don't think so.
I don't know. Everything was fine 3 minutes ago.
Until I got lit up for having an opinion.
Then I registered surprise. I won't spoil it, for our social media video of the day, one of Wild's answers surprised me. And then Wild's threw a fit. He was like, I'm sorry. Is it my answer or is it Matt? Should I just ask
that's
your
an
opinion?
absurd
And I
answer.
was just surprised.
I was like, who do you want to have in the playoffs? And I was like, Gardner Minshew. And they're like, what?
I was just surprised. Brew was
Gardner
equally
Minshew.
surprised. So then Wilds took out his anger at me on Brew and ruined his A block.
No, I'm talking
90 seconds before we're on the
It's
air.
not
Wilds
ruined.
ruined the A block.
Stay tuned. Not ruined.
A new giant. John Harbaugh will take over the reins in New York. He's building out a staff. Diana Rossini reporting that former Ravens OC Todd Monken is expected to join him. It's been a decade since Tom Coughlin left, and it's been ugly. Harbaugh will be the 5th coach as he tries to flip a winning percentage that is only ahead of the Jets. Not good. So what does this mean for the New York Giants?
I'm going to say something that I'm fairly certain I've never said in the history of this show. I 100% agree with Dan Orlovsky. That this was the best day for the Giants since they won the Super Bowl.
Oh, I thought it was the Lions.
He said that this morning, so I give him credit. He was first to market with it, and I totally agree with him.
Yeah.
There are 3 legs to the stool of perennial contention in this league. The first one is you don't have to have great ownership. You just can't have horrible ownership. Mm-hmm. You can't have ownership that's going to get in your way. The Giants certainly don't have horrible ownership. I think and some would say they have great, but it's certainly at least steady. So you have that. A coach that knows what he's doing, and obviously a quarterback.
That's a compliment from you.
What do you mean?
Sirianni.
Well,
you generally don't think he knows what he's doing.
But I also don't know. That's fair, but that's not. I'm not. Let me make clear what I'm trying to say here. I am not saying every team that contends always has all 3 things. Because we have seen teams that I think the Bengals have bad ownership. They got to a Super Bowl. What I'm saying is if you are trying to build out how you can have franchise stability long term, those are the 3 things you must establish. The Giants.
Well, what was the third?
Quarterback play. The Giants now, I think, definitively have 2 of them, and we'll see if they have the third in Dart. But if not, you expect Harbaugh to give them enough stability that they can build a program, so to speak, while they figure that part out. And it gives you a real read on Dart, because as Mike Vrabel proved this year, and as Ben Johnson proved this year, and as I said throughout the year talking about them, if you have the right coach and the right quarterback, it ain't no 4-year rebuild. Mm-hmm. By the end of year 2, you know it. And I feel like we know John Harbaugh is at the very least a good NFL head coach, and maybe he can still be great, even if it wasn't great at the end in Baltimore. And so you will get your answer on Dart sooner than if you hired a young, up-and-coming OC that after 1 year they're like, wait, if we have a problem, who's the problem? Is the quarterback good or the coach good, whatever it is? So I think this is the best hire they could have made, because I don't think Tomlin was actually available. And so I give them a ton of credit.
I heard Orlovsky. I just heard you. I watched all the pundits on TV today, and everybody's praising the Giants for hiring the guy that could not, with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, make the playoffs.
That's a solid
Not win
point.
a Super Bowl, not get to a Super Bowl, make the playoffs. The guy that in the last 5 years has more double-digit fourth-quarter blown leads than any coach in the last 5 years. Oh, and by the way, this Giants team blew 5 double-digit fourth-quarter leads, so he's going to be the answer? The guy that reportedly lost the locker room in Baltimore, that's your king? That's your savior? I don't like it, Wilds. I love it. I love this hire.
But you just made a real compelling case against him.
I know.
You actually did too good of a job on the front
You
end.
made me reconsider.
You were right, dude.
I was like, wait a minute.
Here
It
he is.
didn't
Losing the
work
locker
in
room.
Baltimore.
You had
Hold
Lamar,
on.
you had Jackson.
Jackson Dart.
Here's the deal, though. What did I say last week? I said I don't want to see him with a contender. If Buffalo loses this weekend, or
This is a good point.
lost this weekend, fired McDermott, and then brought in Harbaugh, I would feel that way. But a team that is rebuilding, I think he is fantastic for this job because he's going to immediately bring credibility. He's going to bring respect. He's going to create a winning culture. He's going to bring stability that they haven't had since Tom Coughlin. And if you hire a whiz kid coordinator, offense or defense, you don't know. We've seen enough. Josh McDaniels is as good as it gets as offensive coordinator. He struggled in his 2 chances as a head coach. You don't know, and you would be in that situation. With Harbaugh, you know he's a good coach. Like you said, if Jackson Dart doesn't pan out, it's not really on Harbaugh. You know, okay, he's not the quarterback. So I think this is a great hire. Look, I actually think they're going to be in playoff contention next year. I'm not saying they definitely make it, but I think Dart's pretty good. Obviously, he's got to stay out of concussion protocol. Neighbors obviously will be back, and he should be good.
I'm a little worried about that, by the way.
Him getting back?
Yeah, like
they need him, obviously.
Yes, because it seems like he or Scattaboo being back for week 1, I don't think is a guarantee. But I didn't mean to interrupt you, Brew, but I think that's for the Giants to get to where you're saying with Harbaugh now as the coach. I think it's going to be about that front 7 defensively anyway, and of
and their defensive front,
to build it from the inside out.
Obviously, you want Abdul Carter to take a leap, which Harbaugh's defensive culture, he should help him take a leap. They still have work to do. The defensive backfield and offensive line, things like that. But I think they have the pieces. And look, head coaches make a huge difference in the NFL.
Yes.
More than the NBA, more than Major League Baseball. Look this year, Liam Cohen and Mike Vrabel. Both from 4 wins to last year to 13 wins in their first season. Ben Johnson, Dan Campbell. There are a number of guys that come in right away. And that's why I agree with you, Nick, that sometimes it may take a 3 or 4, 5 year plan. But that doesn't have to be the case, particularly nowadays. It can be turned around very quickly. And I think Harbaugh will certainly next year get them back to respectability. And, I said it, they lost 5 double-digit leads. That means they were ahead of some teams, a lot of teams. They beat I get it, Philadelphia probably took them lightly, but they beat Philadelphia and, they played some teams decently. So I think that's a great hire.
All right, NFC East. Jaden will be back with Dan Quinn, and that was the story of a turnaround, but they fired their coordinators. The Eagles get a new OC, so that offense should theoretically work. The Cowboys are going to be in the mix.
Yeah, but I think he's the best coach in the division. No disrespect to to me, I think Schottenheimer had a good first year. I think Dan Quinn has proven he's solid. Like Dan Quinn, coached for a long time in Atlanta. They got to a Super Bowl. I think he's solid. I think he is a better than average NFL head coach. I don't think he is special. And you guys know how my skepticism of Sirianni. So when you have the best coach in your division, the only thing better you can have than that is the best quarterback. Like that's the only asset you can have that's more valuable. Because I agree with Brew. It matters more in this sport than any other sport by a mile. And rebuilds can take a long time, but what makes a rebuild take a long time is how long it takes you to find the quarterback. Yep. But if you have a real solid NFL head coach and the right quarterback, you are instantly good.
Yeah.
That the value of hiring a known quantity at head coach is it removes that variable from the evaluation of Dart. Now, like this year, I don't know if Brian Daboll is a good NFL head coach. He has The pros and cons list with him, both lists are very long.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of really positive, but a lot of also negative. Now we're going to get a fair test of Dart, and just that knowledge is so valuable for them.
Yeah.
They have 5th pick of the draft. They'll almost assuredly, I would imagine, take the best offensive lineman in the draft and build from there and say, let's go run it.
Patriots preparing for the Texans Sunday afternoon. Houston hasn't lost a game since November 2nd. Come into Foxborough with a 10-game winning streak. All right, Drake put up 16 points last week, dropped the ball a few times, Brew. Do you expect him to return to MVP form?
Well, let's define MVP form for Drake May. Because he look, I had him second on my ballot. He had a great year. If he wins MVP, I'm not going to throw a hissy fit. But he wasn't spectacular. He does throw the deep ball well, obviously. But he didn't have many Superman games like a Josh Allen or a Lamar Jackson or something. Now, the Jets, of course, but they were the Jets, a horrible team this year.
Just so steady.
Yeah,
throughout.
he's steady. So he had 5 touchdowns against the Jets. Take that away, he had 2 games with 3 touchdowns. Not even 3 or more, 3. He had 1 300-yard passing game. So MVP form for Drake is about 2 touchdowns and 250 yards.
Yeah.
Now, the Texans, I mean, take that, certainly, especially against the Texans. So I'm just saying it's not, I want to define, it's not like a Superman Josh Allen type game that he has to have for us to be like, he did his thing.
500 yards in that Seattle game.
Yeah, nothing. It doesn't have to do something
not
like
that type of thing. Yeah. But against this team, I mean, they, all told, when you include sacks, they didn't give up 250 yards in a passing in one game this year, other than the Week 18 when they rested their starters for the second half. So their starters did not allow 250 yards passing from an offense. So I think it's going to be difficult. I have a graphic, I believe, about some of the quarterbacks. Well, this is May under pressure. Okay, these are the things he has going for him against this defense. He's very good under pressure.
He was the best pressure quarterback in the league this year.
Because he's going to get pressure.
Yes.
And so he can handle the pressure. I think his running ability could help him. So his legs should help him. And the fact that the Texans' offense is so pedestrian.
Correct.
So he doesn't have to have 30 points to win this game, I don't believe.
No.
And so if he can just be solid, and his typical two touchdowns, 250 yards would probably be enough.
Yeah.
If he can do that efficiently, no turnovers, or maybe just one. So, look, I think it's going to be a tough day for him. But because of his legs, because of his handling the pressure, and because it's not going to be a shootout, I don't believe, I think he's got a chance.
Do you want to go?
If we scored 30 points, they should cancel the Super Bowl and mail us the trophy.
Yeah. No, I think 21. I think if you guys scored 21, assuming the Texans' defense doesn't score, should be enough to win the game.
Yes.
But I want you to go on your thoughts on Drake before I go.
It's hard to find sort of avenues of openings in the Texans defense. Yeah. The 2 from like Evan Lazar, who works for the Patriots, they're 31st in EPA allowed per scramble, so Drake can get out. It's a little bit of that pressure because there only runs from 4, so you can get out. Trevor broke some runs, doable. And explosive pass rate.
Trevor broke some runs in the regular season game, or are you talking about Herbert? Because the
regular season game, Trevor got
it. Okay, sorry.
And then you can throw the ball over their heads, basically, and Drake is good at the long ball. The thing that I'm putting all my faith in is Josh McDaniels. This is not Josh McDaniels' first time going up against an elite defense. Here he is in the playoffs against the number 1 total defense. Buffalo, that was the Josh Allen, 6 straight touchdowns games. That was with Mac Jones, still put up 305. A little bit funky because I think Buffalo, once they were up 40, they were throw the ball around a little bit. Houston with 377. These are Brady games, so this is also a little bit funky. That was Brady versus Clowney. And then Brady versus Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware. Prime Aqib Talib was the Denver game. And then, of course, the Legion of Boom. Super Bowl, still 377. Now, maybe that's just a side... a side piece of the Belichick Brady argument is Josh McDaniels Brady. But look, it's not like he hasn't gone up and had some success against elite defenses.
Yeah, I'm picking the Pats in this game, and I think Drake will play well. I am not that. Let me rephrase. I think Drake will play well compared to how quarterbacks have played against the Texans. I agree. Here is the thing, because I took all the games the Texans have played this year, and I wrote down the quarterbacks who they played, who I think are good, and then everybody else.
Yeah.
And when you split it, no, they put everybody in hell.
Yeah.
Left column is Stafford, Mahomes, Trevor, Baker, Herbert, Darnold, Allen. Right column's everyone else. And it's like, all right, the good quarterbacks can win. You know what I mean? Like, they can do just enough to where you might win. But the passer rating's 70. The touchdown turnover is 6-11. The yards per pass are identical. The completion percentage is identical, which is to say they are almost quarterback agnostic as far as what the defense is going to do. That defense, to quote Marshall from the committee, is going to repeatedly punch you in the face. That's just what they're going to do. And the key for Drake May and the Pats is take sacks without fumbling. Throw it away without throwing a pick. What are you smiling about, KW?
Remember, this is a cousin of my good loss
Excuse me.
Good fumbles week, first playoff game for Drake.
Oh, well, I mean, lessons. Like, good, if they're good fumbles, if it's a lesson.
Yeah.
It's bad fumbles if it's like, a problem. He has, if you
Oddly, I
attack
thought
it from
CJ's
here.
were bad.
So, well.
And I thought Drake's were good.
The worry about Drake in that spot is, not to get you annoyed, one of the only combine measurables people don't like about him is a little undersized hands. Or is that a product of not seeing the rush or not seeing the rush? I don't know.
Yeah.
I agree with you. It could be, an expensive lesson learned cheaply, or it could be a sign of things to come. But I don't think quarterbacks have great games against this team.
No.
And the closest one is Stafford in week 1 against them, and it was week 1. Threw one touchdown. But he's like the only one with like a really good passer rating.
And I think they're better now, too.
Yeah,
I would
they
imagine.
are. There's no doubt.
And so they
remember, that's when they started 1-5.
They do everything well defensively.
Yeah.
And they have they cover well, and those guys tackle. And they have 2 great pass rushers.
Good defensive
But I think you guys are going to win because I think that their offense, I think your guys' offense can put up a fight against their defense. And I don't know if their offense can even put up a fight against your
I don't
defense.
think Nico Collins at practice again today.
No, he's not playing, man.
If he's
Christian
not
Gonzalez,
playing,
I think, took off the red jersey, so he was just ready to go. All right, Texans 0-6 in the divisional round in franchise history. Fred Warner is back at practice. Status unknown. I think it would be a surprise if he plays, but even so, Trent Williams says just seeing him out there is motivation. Seahawks are the largest favorites of the weekend, Brew. Should they be on upset alert?
Yes, absolutely. I think what Trent Williams just said there is important. Like, think about that. Like, you've got your best defensive player, your best player maybe, coming back and trying. Whether he gets on the field or not this weekend, just the fact that he's, like, trying and it's like, I'm definitely playing next week, if not this week. I do think that motivates the team. And I'm thinking they probably, Nick, just like the Bears have developed this feeling of if we're down, we can come back and win. I bet they probably have developed this feeling that it doesn't matter who goes out. If Brock gets hurt, Mac Jones will do it.
Okay.
If somebody else, C-Mac goes out, somebody will get
maybe
it
not.
done.
He's the only one who's been there all year.
He has been there all year. You're right. But I just think they feel like whoever we have, we are capable of winning. And look, now I get it. The first week they had, Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, but they beat him 17-16. Purdy threw the game, winning touchdown. The last game was close. I mean, the offense was terrible. They only scored 3 points, but they held Darnold with that defense that we know can give up a ton of points to 13 points. And so I think Purdy is a smart quarterback. He's obviously been through big games. I think he'll learn. He's got 3 interceptions in the 2 games against them. Now, it's his nature just to throw it He's a gunslinger. So he's going to throw probably at least one pick, I think. But I do feel like he's probably going to learn from their experiences against them this season and have a better game. Pearsall looks like will be back, so that's another weapon back. You don't have Kittle, but I give him a chance for sure. I definitely think it's a possible upset.
Niners won week 1 17-13. Seahawks won week 18 13-3. So it is, when you look at what these offenses have done against the opposing team's defense in the two matchups, week 1 and week 18, it is very, very close, right? I mean, again, the Seahawks have scored exactly 13 points in each game, but the yards were within 20. Yards per play almost identical. Third down percentage is identical. One more big play and one less giveaway for Seattle, as an edge. So the gambler in me says I like the 7 points you're getting with San Francisco. The realist in me says this is the end of the line for San Francisco.
Yeah.
That this has been a magnificent coaching job.
Yep.
And roster building by Lynch as far as not only depth, but high football character.
Yep.
Guys that everybody says next man up. The Niners really embodied it all year long, and they went on the road against the rested, relatively healthy, defending Super Bowl champs, and watched what I believe to be the emotional leader of the team, one of the longest tenured players, suffer, what
season
could the worst injury one can suffer that doesn't involve being, ambulanced off, and they just kept showing up.
Yeah.
I have massive respect for it. You guys have, we've talked Purdy. I'm looking at Purdy through a different lens almost as like a gunslinger, like you're saying, like which allows you to game manager making mistakes. It's like, that's not your job.
Right.
Guy that's like, hey, we're undermanned. We don't have any of the Avengers, so I got to take chances. I'll have more, kind of courtesy, if you will, in evaluating him from there. But the Seahawks have been off 2 weeks. I don't think they have a unit of their team that has a weakness. Like, it doesn't mean there's strengths everywhere, but their run game, run defense, pass game, pass offense, all of it. I just think they're too good. So I think it can be close, but I would be stunned if the Niners go to Philly and 6 days later go to Seattle to get back to the NFC Championship.
And let's see what Darnold does.
Yeah. Seattle is due for a loss.
Bo Nix and the Broncos taking on Josh Allen. Greg Jennings is here.
Looking great as always.
Josh has been the best quarterback in the playoffs so far. Broncos defense, while formidable, has allowed the top quarterbacks to get some yards and some touchdowns. Does anyone think Bo and the Broncos can win in a shootout?
Absolutely, unequivocally not. Once it's happened, the Packer game. That's it. In his career, how many wins does Bo Nix have against playoff teams when his defense allows more than 17?
Bing!
Yeah.
0?
No, I just said once it happened. Just the one.
It's okay. The Packer one?
The Packer one.
This is in his
in his 2 years when playoff teams scored more than 17 points. This is not how the Bo Nix late game magic hasn't been the Trevor Josh fourth quarter from this past weekend where they went score. It has been the defense keeps the other team under wraps, keeps them within reaching distance, and then Bo plays well down the stretch. And to his credit, that's what he does. But we're not seeing these high shootouts. And so again, the Packer game had happened, but that's the only instance in his whole career. And of all the game scripts that I think Sean Payton is hoping for, shootout is his nut low option, the worst possible case for him. So no, I don't think they can win a shootout.
I don't think they would win a shootout. Certainly that's not what you want if you're Sean Payton, but I think they can. Like, I won't go as far as you that there's no chance they could win the shootout. You mentioned the Packer game. Well, that's evidence. I mean, because Nick's really, what he threw for over 300 yards, I think, in that game. They had a shootout with Daniel Jones. Now, it was 29-28. Indianapolis ended up winning. Remember when the field goal kicker for the Colts missed it? Then there was a penalty, and he made it. That was a close game that Denver could have won. And Bo Nix played well, threw for 3 touchdowns. They had a shootout with Dak. Now, I get it. That defense was terrible. But still, he threw 4 touchdowns. He won a shootout against Dak Prescott. And so I do think it's possible. Obviously, it's not likely. That's not what you want if you're the Broncos, and I don't think their defense will give up that many points. But I do think Bo Nix could win a shootout because he has shown he's a gamer. And I think I have I have a graphic here. This is when the opponent scores 25 or more points. Look at his numbers. 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 5 games, and 313 yards per game.
Commanders. That's bad team.
Well, one of those teams is the Packers.
But
those are some losses. So I think one team is Jacksonville. So these are they aren't all wins. But it shows Washington they lost to, but he threw for like 300 yards.
They beat the Commanders.
They lost 27. Was it 27-26 in overtime?
They beat them 27-26 because that was the 2-point conversion that got batted down. But
right.
Mariota.
So I think he's capable. I certainly wouldn't pick him over Josh Allen in a shootout, but I don't think it's as totally no chance like you said.
No chance. I'm with Nick. I second that. There's no chance. If you're in the stands and you've been rooting for the Broncos and you've been watching Bo Nix and you've been Bo Nix, he gets it done. You still know he cannot win a shootout. That's not the style of which they want. Neither is it the style that he can actually perform. I would argue neither one of those moments were shootouts that you guys have mentioned. Green Bay was 16-14 at halftime. Green Bay, they only give up 10 points in the second half. That's not a shootout. That's not back and forth. He played well, and it went back and forth for a minute, but a shootout is what we saw with Josh Allen in Baltimore. Like, that's a shootout. We typically see Detroit in the Rams. That was a shootout. Like the highest scoring games, and you have to continue to score because your defense is allowing, to your point, what they don't do, the opponents to continue to score. They haven't done that. This defense has only given up 30 points twice all season. And so when you look at this offense in Josh Allen, if you look at, once we talk about shootouts, what we start to identify is, the quarterback. Period. Josh Allen in a shootout, he loses to one guy.
That's right.
Patrick Mahomes. He doesn't so if this game starts to remotely look like a shootout, Denver's done.
So that's and the other reason that I feel so strongly about the Bills in this spot is if the Bills fall down 10-0, are they panicked at all? My answer is no, because they have all year long they've been mediocre to bad in the first half and awesome in the second half. They obviously won't like it. You're on the road in the playoffs. You don't want to be down 10-0. You're facing a top defense, but a defense that, to my eye, and I think the numbers back it up, over the last third of the season was not as dominant as it was the first 2/3 of the season. But if they're down 10-0, I think they're still going to feel like, all right, we're right there. Man, if the Broncos get down 10-0, I know they were down 17-0 to Philly back in early in the year and had the crazy comeback.
And they've been a comeback team all year.
They've been a comeback. The game is within a score late and they steal it. You know what I mean? They have not been a down double digits type of team.
The Giants.
The Giants won. But the point being, I think the Bills get up double digits and this thing can get out of hand on Denver. Because they don't want to ask Bo Nix to throw the ball 35 times. They want to be able.
With Jacksonville.
Yes, that's right. That's a great. It's exactly what happened with Jacksonville. And they want to be able to exploit the Bills' bad run defense.
Just run the ball. Just run the ball all day long.
But, KW, can I just... The problem with that is, and the reason teams have a hard time sticking with it, is it takes 1 3rd and 3 that you don't pick up, and you're punting back to Josh Allen, and now it feels like the game, could get away from you.
Run it until there's 3rd and 3. Do a little rollout pass.
But
you got the fact that Jacksonville got away from running the ball when they were successful, and then got into shootout mode, I thought was unwise. Keep Josh Allen off the field. I think Broncos win this one.
Really?
You do?
Yeah.
You're hoping.
Well, both. I am both hoping. I believe in the Broncos defense. I believe in teams with an extra week of rest. I do not believe in the Broncos run defense, and I haven't all year. And I think the lack of wide receivers on the team is going to hurt Josh.
See,
when we come in on Monday and if it happened, what happened to the Bills? We're going to be like, the run defense, and really, do they have enough weapons for Josh?
I think that if the wide receivers that they have right now, if none of them get hurt during the game, I think the lack of receivers could be an unintentional benefit. Because it's going to force them to play 2 tight ends almost the whole game.
They thrive.
And that's where they want to be.
Anyway.
You know what I mean? Like, they want to live in that area.
Yes.
And the wide receivers they lost, with no disrespect to the players, I don't think are like game-changing players
I didn't want to be
anyway.
the one to say it, but
35 yards last game. It wasn't huge, but
let's slow down on the receivers as he lost. Is it important? Yes. Brandon Cooks honestly has been more impactful than the receiver.
And Shakir's been their most important receiver for 2 years.
Yeah.
And now they get an opportunity to promote from the practice squad Super Bowl hero McCall Hardman.
and Keon Coleman, they sometimes
there was a Keon Coleman site.
Yeah, but I think they want Kincaid and Knox out there.
Yes.
They want their best players on offense in order are Josh Allen, James Cook, Kincaid, Knox, and the 5 offensive linemen. Those 9 guys they're going to be there. And then, 2 receivers on the outside, I think they'll be okay.
Probably slide up in there.
Yeah.
Over a line.
So that's 10. That's their 10 best offensive players. They're going to be there.
buckle up. We got a weather report out of Chicago. It's going to be cold Sunday night when the Rams take the field. Dusty has the real feel. This is not the temp. The real feel, -18.
Should we do our annual bit, Wilds?
What?
Actual temperature overrated, real feel underrated. Just
real feel is
real
minus
feel.
The real
just
feel.
Report
Greg.
real feel.
Yes.
Why are you reporting? Who cares what are we doing? Science projects?
Yeah,
I don't care what the temperature is. I want to know what it feels like.
I want to know
again.
the real feel.
Yeah, just tell.
Real feel matters. That's the only thing that matters.
Meteorologists lead with real feel.
Yeah.
Right.
And then
It's
have like
also
in the
two.
fine print temperature.
Because I'm like, oh, I thought it was going to be 2. I was wearing a short sleeve shirt. Here's Ben Johnson and McVay's chilly response to caring about the weather conditions. Greg, do you expect the weather to have an impact on this game?
Always does. Always does. Some way, shape, or form, the weather will play an impact, whether it's in play. Before the game even starts, you look at the weather, and now you're playing the mind game. I don't care if you're a cold weather team, warm weather team.
Oh, yeah, I like
it's a
this
mind
video.
game. Yeah, it's a mind game.
Short sleeve.
The short sleeves is a mind game. You want to act like it's not cold. I'm cold out there. I'm really cold, but I'm glad we're showing the run after the catch because that's where it starts to really impact players. When you're playing a normal game, you're not thinking about the weather, whether it's raining or in this case, it's below freezing. Like, you never think about, man, how am I going to secure the ball? When the weather is starting to be a factor, the ball is hard, you catch the ball and you naturally start to put 2 hands on the ball. That is not a natural running position. And so when you play in a team like Chicago and the Bears, all they do is punch the ball. Peanut Tillman did it. He started it. This is the team that does it better than a lot of teams in the National Football League. We see it from week to week. The weather will play a factor. Footing, ball. I will say this too. In Chicago, off that lake, real feel -18, and the wind is swirling. Man, look here. No.
You sound like you.
I sound like a player. I sound like a player that has played there, and we played an NFC Championship game and lost to the Giants with Tom Coughlin. You remember the frozen icicle nose and snot. Weeks before that, we played our last game in Chicago. Clearly, by far, that was colder. We were freezing. lost that game mentally because we didn't need it, but we didn't want to be out there because of the weather. It will play a factor. And I just pray for the guys who don't get heavily involved in the offense and or defense because you just don't want to play in games like that.
Let me ask you this. Does it impact a team like the Rams, who are a warm weather team, obviously, more than the Bears?
So, yes, because they don't have, specifically the Rams, because you don't have a way to prepare for it. If you are a warm weather team and you try to have a dome or an indoor practice facility and you turn the air completely down, try to make it freezing.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. But if you're the Bears, you're accustomed to it, but you still have to learn to tolerate it. The footing is always going to be an issue. Again, the wind, Caleb has dealt with it.
I just think for the Rams passing game, their guys are going to be more equipped. I think Stafford is more used to playing important cold weather games than Caleb Williams is.
He performed great last year.
Last year, Caleb, or last year Stafford against the Eagles in the snow. We could show you his numbers. He played well. So that's him. He had the fumble. Devontae made his whole Hall of Fame career playing in Green Bay. And I don't know if Puka knows what temperature is. Puka's out of his mind. Puka's just, and I say that, I know I poke fun at some of his off-the-field interviews, but he is the best kind of football maniac.
Yes.
Like, he is excited to create contact with a defensive back in the cold. So I just feel like this is not going to, if it plays a factor, I could see it oddly helping the Rams more than it helps the Bears.
I like the peanut punch idea. Like the Bears are so good at getting takeaways. Smart.
That's what they do.
The toughest team, right, in that type of weather? Because you got to be tough to play in that type of weather.
Yeah, both mentally and physically.
That's
wow.
Oh, wow, Hubs, that's great.
Wow, question of the day.
What are the top 4 major U.S. cities?
This is good. I've seen this.
I hadn't seen this.
It's New York, LA, Chicago, and then the debate begins.
New York.
What does that even mean?
I like the Baltimore, D.C. area.
Answer the question. Are we talking about sports or just like
No.
somebody was from manufacturing output?
Some argue Dallas, Fort Worth kind of combo area. Now, I used to live in Houston. Houston is quick to remind you the Houston metro, at least when I lived there, is bigger than the Dallas metro. That's not the answer, though. Neither is the answer.
New York, LA, Chicago.
There you go.
And
That's what makes it interesting. What's the 4th?
Who's 4?
Atlanta, respect for Atlanta, that's not the answer. DC, not the answer.
New York, D.C., L.A., Chicago.
major, just what you like.
Well, you know, exactly. That's why it's interesting, buddy. It's a window into your soul. There's one answer. Everybody knows the right answer. Everyone's been there. One of their most longest lasting memories, for good or for bad, occurred there. No one could tell the full story of their life without at least mentioning something about this place. Maybe Wilds, but he's so boring. All right, Dust. I should have a Josh Allen graphic and then a Sean McDermott graphic. And the answer, you already know it, which proves I'm right, is Las Vegas.
Miami.
They're all wrong.
You said Vegas. I wonder why. They play cards in Vegas.
You know what I said.
Kansas City?
No.
Oh, Las Vegas.
Yes.
Brew.
Sin City, they call it.
DC is the nation's capital.
Yeah, but
I love DC. I might go there on our little vacation week. Go to some museums.
Oh.
You know, have some food.
I don't know.
There's not anything to know.
There's like a 20-way tie.
Exactly. That's why it's been a
somewhere,
meme.
some tech thing in California. Pick one.
I think New York, LA, Chicago, Vegas gives you a
I would
lot.
punch out. I would take Chicago out.
Yeah. But you have to have one non-coastal.
Right now, however, it's time for the most motivational segment in all sports. Also time where we read some viewer mail. Go to the post office and get tons of mail, okay? I'll sum up what's been happening. Dear Wilds, plainly, we need more Jackson Blade. Cheers, Ryan and Brian. Tell me about it. Greg, do you want to tell the story, bro?
No.
We were just saying how good of an actor Brew was. And then Nick started to just say how great he was, and Coach was like, yeah, he's amazing. And I just said, pump the brakes a little bit. He does always play himself. And then Brew said, no, not true. In #RealityHigh, I played a writer named Jackson Blade. Then we start getting Jackson Blade's incredible. They need to start making Jackson Blade now. Jackson Blade's iconic. Jackson Blade's Under Duress is the new name of the butler. Emmy nominated Jackson Blade. Jackson Blade ain't gonna cut it. Jackson Blade will return in the Avengers. This man, Jackson Blade, smartest in the room. I'm naming my son Jackson Blade. Jackson Blade's iconic. Just people writing Jackson Blade.
Those are true.
So Jackson Blade was a phenomenon that you created immediately. There's a new character, people.
Oh my goodness.
Congratulations to Jackson.
That was off the top of the dome. Freestyle.
Jackson Blade.
That's the other thing.
Jackson
His
Blade.
character in Reality High was not Jackson Blade.
It was a
Chris
reporter
Broussard.
named No, he was not named. He had no name.
Right, so
yeah,
Brew
so I
just-
came
Brew
up with
just
his
came
name
up
was
with
Jackson Blade.
If they have no name, that means it's you.
Not really. I was just a reporter. I was a roving reporter.
Roving NBA reporter looking at
Not NBA. I was interviewing a swimmer. A swimmer. Yeah. So I wasn't the NBA. I've
Did
never
they have
interviewed
to
a
change your wardrobe? You're like, just wear your normal
No, I wore
clothes.
my normal. Yeah, Chris Broussard. All right, number 3. Thank you, fans, for all that Jackson.
Jackson
All
Blade,
right.
thanks you.
Speaking of Jackson Dart.
Oh!
Number 3.
Maybe that's where it came from.
All right, Jackson, it's on you. Your head coach just had a 2-time MVP quarterback who is going to be a Hall of Famer. And he is going to you. He had his pick of 9 teams around the league, or 8, and he decided on you. He obviously thinks you have talent and ability. So it is on you to get it done. Now, the first thing we all know, you gotta start sliding, start running out of bounds. We love your swagger, we love your competitiveness and all of that, your toughness, but you have to be on the field. You can't be in concussion protocol half the season. So that's the first step you need to learn. But John Harbaugh believes in you. You have Malik Neighbors, when he's back, is a great receiver. Wan'Dale Robinson is solid. And you got, some defensive talent, some top flight defensive talent. The pieces are there even as you guys need to still build. But remember, a head coach that is really good can turn the team around right away if he has that quarterback. And we'll see if you're that quarterback. If you are that guy, then this thing can turn around quickly and you can become a real star in New York. And remember, in your second year, anything's possible. We have 3 second-year quarterbacks playing in the final 8. 3. Caleb Williams, who was being criticized a year ago. He's in there. Obviously, Bo Nix. And C.J. Stroud is a 3rd-year quarterback in the final 8. So next season could be a year for you, Dart. I am open to the possibility of you being their franchise guy.
Wow.
All right.
Like we with Purdy.
Yeah,
You're
open
open
to
to the possibility.
Number 2, Bo Nix. Wow. Bo, you're like the forgotten man.
That's true.
You were the first. You were the one with all the comebacks. But nobody remembers that.
That's right.
Because Caleb Williams, a classmate of yours, came out last year's draft, has been so spectacular with these late comebacks. Everyone has forgotten that you've been doing this your whole whole career. Bo Nix has 8 fourth-quarter comebacks, guys, and 10 game-winning drives in his 2-year career. That's tied. 10 game-winning drives is tied for the most in the NFL since he got in the league. Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts each only have 13 for their career, and you've got 10. Joe Burrow has 9 for his whole career, and Caleb now has 7. That's way behind you with your 10. So you are the man. Now, you can get back the spotlight, Bo, for your class if you beat Josh Allen. You beat Josh Allen, you are golden, man. Everybody's kind of been, you're the weak link, the defense is great and all this and that. Sean Payton, what about you? You beat Josh Allen and you will start to get some shine. Bo Nix. And here's the other thing. Buffalo beat you last year in the playoffs, crushed you 31-7. You had a great second half of the season, but didn't play well in that game. You don't play well in this game, there starts to become a little bit of a narrative, right? Can he deliver in the postseason? And you don't want the Bills being in y'all head.
Correct.
Like, now they beating us twice. I'm 0-2 against Josh Allen. Can we beat the Bills? They'll be in your head going forward. You don't want that. So, Bo, good luck. All right, at number 1, everybody's All-American, Matthew Stafford. You know he was number 1 MVP on Bruce ballot. Sorry, Wilds. You will probably be MVP on the official ballot, and congratulations for that. You have a chance, Matthew Stafford, as Greg said yesterday. I mean, you got to win this game to get to the Super Bowl, of course. But if you can win a second Super Bowl, first starting by winning this game, and an MVP, you do become, I would say, a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Two Super Bowls and an MVP. There's 7 guys that have done it. Listen to these names, guys. Yeah. Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Montana, Peyton Manning, John Elway, Terry Bradshaw, Bart Starr.
Pretty good.
If you're in that class, you're probably first ballot without question. And here's the other thing. It will become a what-if situation.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if you win 2 Super Bowls in 5 years in LA, people will be like, we saw his numbers in Detroit that were fantastic. Mm-hmm. What if he had been at that time, the Lions were not really a legitimate franchise. Not legitimate, but not very good. What if he had been in a really good franchise or a good franchise? What would he have done? You got the individual numbers.
You're right.
This would make you huge. I mean, his whole thing is
Justin Herbert defense for 2030. Well, Matthew Stafford was in a bad franchise for a decade.
He got Harbaugh, so I don't think Danny's going to have that, or Justin's going to have that excuse. But look, and conversely, if you lose this game, now you have 1 Super Bowl, probably 1 MVP. I mean, that's in question. But, and I'm not even trying to be funny, and I don't hold this, I don't belittle the championship at all. I don't belittle the Super Bowl. But I'm saying, if you lose this game to Caleb Williams, who, as great as he is in the clutch, has struggled throughout games, this defense is not very good. You lose this game, some people will say, well, he's got 1 Super Bowl. Courtesy, somewhat courtesy of Jaquaski Hart.
Nobody says that.
I'm just saying.
You're the only guy.
So
it's not going to be a bar around the world.
If you get the MVP, you may make the Hall of Fame, but it's just not certain. Nope. So go ahead, disperse of Danny Parkins, Chicago Bears, in the wind and the cold and all of that. Get your MVP, maybe get your Super Bowl. And then,
so either got a GOAT conversation or people, or did he even win a Super Bowl?
No. I give him credit. I'm just saying there will be those out there that
those people.
Everybody's All-American. I believe it.
Well done, bro.
Look, I'm going to add everybody's All-American teammate, Puka Nacua.
Oh, wow.
And look, all of what you said about Matthew Stafford happens if that guy is involved. And the reason why is because when you look over the course of this season, when we watch the Rams play, what do we see? We see number 12 jumping off the screen, catching screen passes in the backfield with the ball in his hands by any means necessary. 13 touches in the wild card round against Carolina. 13 touches. Matthew Stafford completed 24 passes. 10 of those were to Puka Nacua. That's 40% of the offensive passes, Puka Nacua. Over the course of the season, he completed 388, 129, Puka Nacua. That's 33%. He has to be heavily involved. Puka, you are that guy. When we look at when they get you the ball, this is who this team is. 7+ touches in the last 2 seasons. This is your record, 16-5. When they don't get Puka Nacua the football by any means necessary, they're almost average, 50-50. You got to get them heavily involved. The weather's going to be inclement. We know as the Rams go, as much as we give the quarterback credit, Puka Nacua plays a huge role in that. And why? Because when he gets the ball, he's one of the best with yards after contact.
Yeah, yak, they call it.
They call it yak.
Or rack.
I mean,
rack.
well, a receiver would just say rack. An actual football player that just does whatever it takes calls it yak. And he's one of the best. Out of all the players in the National Football League, and I'm not going to even just include the playoffs, all the league. In the skill position rooms, you got CMC, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs might have an argument there. Puka Nacua.
Wow.
In terms of productivity on offense. That's how offenses are leaning. When we watch you play, you are special. Wow. The Bears know you are special. Regardless of them trying to stop you, you have to still be special.
And he should be able to. I mean, he can have a field day against anybody, but that defense, he's incredible.
Incredible.
Phenomenal.
We're a little bit late. It's 4:15, so don't worry. The Sports Media Ombudsman is here to answer all your sports media questions.
I've been waiting to do this Sports Media Ombudsman since Sunday afternoon.
Fresh in the news cycle.
I've been so excited, and because it's not quite as fresh as I would like, at the end, I have a little solution for the problem at hand.
Great.
So I don't know if people saw the Liam Cohen press conference, but in the Liam Cohen press conference, nice older lady named Lynn Jones took her 15 seconds to tell Liam Cohen, keep your chin up, young man. You made the city proud. I'll let you hear it. And watch Liam Cohen's facial expression during this. And you tell me if you feel like he thought this was a waste of time or this was a nice relief for him. Play the sound, please.
How you doing today? Lynn Jones, Jacksonville Free Press News. I just want to tell you congratulations on your success, young man.
Thank you.
You hold your head up, all right? You guys have had a most magnificent season.
Thank
you. And you did a great job out there today.
Appreciate
so you
it.
just hold your head up, okay?
Thank
and
you,
ladies
ma'am.
and gentlemen, Duval, you the one, all
Thank
right?
you, ma'am.
keep it going. We got another season, okay?
I appreciate
Take
it.
care and much continued success to you and the entire team.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, somewhat charming moment from an older lady who's been in the press, she said, for 30 years. Did my fellow media members take it like, I don't know, normal human beings, keep their complaints to themselves or their group chats? No, of course not. Went to Twitter to be like, this is an outrage. This is not what the press conference is for.
Did.
Correct. No. I'm not saying
Schefter,
everyone did that.
Schefter,
who promoted it, said it was awesome. But some folks decided, let me just torch this old lady here. To which I would say to them, folks, we all have opinions. They don't all have to be shared about every single topic. Now, you're entitled to your own opinion. You think press conferences are sacrosanct. I don't know if you've watched sports, let alone politics, the last 15 years. I'm not sure how sacrosanct press conferences are, but so be it. I thought Lynn Jones had a nice thing. But the goal of anything press-related is fairness, objectivity. So I have a proposal for the NFL. To add to every coach press conference starting next season, 2 additional chairs. One for the homer, one for the hater, and they all get one. They get one question every time. So, like in San Francisco, they already have this. It's Grant Cohn, and doesn't matter how much they win by, there's gonna be something. He's like, hey, that third down call, up 17. Why'd you do that? I like it. I like that. Even when coaches are riding high, they might have to answer for someone that's just being mean to them. And I like the idea that even if you're just lost 41-0 and your job's on the line, someone's going to be in there and going to be like, Coach, can you tell us about that really interesting play call you had that worked? One question each, guaranteed. One at the beginning, one at the end. The coach gets to decide, do I want to start with the homer or the hater? Because I'm ending with the other one.
Not bad.
Add 3 minutes to your
Add 3 minutes. It would give us content. It would add a little more, someone's blog can be represented, whatever it is. One hater, one homer. And at Lynn Jones, I thought you did just a fine job.
It was nice what she said. I understand the criticism. I obviously didn't tweet or say anything about it, but she was talking, even her language, we.
Yeah.
Like, as a report, when I wrote for the New York Times, it wasn't me and the Knicks weren't we. So I would not have gone to Jeff Van Gundy and be like, I'm covering the team. So that's where the criticism comes from. You're supposed to be an objective journalist. If I wanted to say that, because I had relationships with coaches that I covered, I would just say it, away from that when we're talking, yo, man, y'all had a great year, keep it, whatever. But that's where the criticisms are fair, because we're supposed to be the objective.
And it would be a problem if that was the whole press conference was like that. But you know what would remove any criticism of that whatsoever? If afterwards she's like, no, showed the badge. She's like, I'm the homer today. I did my job perfectly. That's what I'm here for.
Good sports media on budget. Greg, I think you're going to love this. I'm putting Ben Johnson on the Bud list.
This is a long time coming, KW.
Ben Johnson playing the Rams and the Packers this Sunday. So Ben Johnson beat the Packers.
I'm
a little bit extra. Just put a little bit of extra sauce on everything. And I know it's a big rivalry. A lot of big rivalries all around sports. Did a quick handshake. Didn't seem to be great, but we've seen those before in sports. Yeah. And then, look, maybe it's because the cameras are in the locker room. Maybe it's just a coincidence the cameras are in the locker room. But here was his pump-up speech after the win. Okay, hey, sure. You know what? It's got to be a little subversive, and in order for it to be subversive, you need to have someone that says, I didn't like that. That's my role. I didn't love it. So I think a lot of people thought this feels a little extra. Ben, are you sure the emotions get away from you a little bit? Following day, he said this.
There's a rivalry that exists between these two teams, something that I fully recognize and I'm a part of. And I don't like that team. So George and I have talked and we're on the same page.
Okay. Now, I think it would be strange if Matt LaFleur did that. I think it would be a little bit unbecoming of the Packers. So Ben Johnson's going up against Sean McVay, and what do you know? Sean McVay is buddies with Matt LaFleur. So Sean McVay maybe put in a call to Matt LaFleur, and maybe Ben Johnson is now coaching against two head coaches. And by the way, the Packers' roots run deep. Davante Adams said, you know what? I still got all the Packers jerseys at the condo. So here's Sean McVay. Maybe Matt LaFleur is helping him, maybe he's not. And Davante with Kay Adams. Take a listen.
What would you guess? No, you know what? We watch the tape, we do our work, and Matt is a very close friend of mine.
Once a Packer, always a Packer. But I'm doing this for the Rams, though. Unfortunately, this is not for the Packers people. But if they get something from it, then I love that as well.
I'm just saying, maybe Ben Johnson poked the Packers bear and thought the Packers were dead, and looked up and said, "Oh no, I've got Sean McVay and Davante Adams over there." Greg, does that theory?
I love this.
Okay.
I love this because if I'm in that Bears locker room and my head coach says what Ben Johnson went on to say, I love it. Yeah. But if I'm not in that Bears locker room and I am on that side, like Davante, once a Packer, always a Packer, and I just feel like now, that's how you feel. You gonna get that work every time we see you. There is nothing we can do. I don't care what the score is. It's not enough. You getting it every time.
But that's for Packers-Bears matchup,
it
right?
is.
Not so much for this game against the Rams.
Even to Davante's point, you hear that and it just hits you. Like, don't get me wrong, we respect it. Because if we were in that locker room, we would love it. But we not in that locker room. And we were a part of the other one. So you know what? I'm still playing. I'm Davante. Yeah, we inside the 5? Come on. You know what time it is. I hope, Jalen Johnson, I hope you got your releases dialed in because he's going to give you all what you don't need.
I'm switching it up because you said it's not intellectually stimulating enough.
I also know that in the future, I would like actual sports fact trivia, not geography or names. It's not intellectually stimulating. No, these are hard, bro.
Yeah, we're doing.
These are actually hard. Wow. These are hard.
Person number 1.
The Pac-12's all-time leader in quarterback wins.
9 starts in the NFL.
Undrafted. All-time leader in quarterback wins.
Jake Browning.
That was the easiest one to me.
It was the easiest one to you. Oh, Pac-12 is weird now, too. Sweet Jesus.
You're overthinking it.
I'm overthinking it?
Yeah. Let me know if you need a hint.
Give me a hint.
Current player.
Obviously.
No, but like starting.
A current starter?
Person number 2. Top 10 all time in passing yards and passing touchdowns.
The playoffs 6 times in his career. This one we're going to figure out.
So these are not all current players.
No.
Phillip Rivers?
No.
Tom Brady, it's obviously not him. Peyton Manning, it's obviously not him. Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, it obviously is not them.
Vinny Testaverde? Ben Roethlisberger?
No.
My thought was, that's Eli Manning. But I don't think Eli... I'm going to put a pin in Eli.
Eli's not that.
It's not.
Yeah.
Is it Eli Manning? No. God dog it.
Drew Bledsoe?
No.
Phillip Rivers?
No.
Or it's Matt Ryan?
Yep.
I knew it was something stupid.
What was it?
Only player ever to a Super Bowl MVP, Super Bowl title, NFL MVP, Heisman, and college football title.
What a great question.
Holy moly, what a player. AW, these are tough, and I came in late.
I know I can get it. I know I can get it.
NFL MVP. Let's just go through some NFL MVPs, shall we? LaDainian Tomlinson. He didn't win a Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes definitely won a Super Bowl. Shamefully never won a Heisman. His college football team wasn't that good. So this is a quarterback or a running back. Did Marcus Allen win an NFL MVP with the Oakland Raiders? You know, he retired as a Chief. Marcus Allen is the answer to number 3.
Yes.
Wow.
Obviously, Brady. Obviously, the joy you get, struggling, or mainly me struggling, is not appreciated. I don't know, Gianna. I don't know. The trivia is tough.
That's what I said.
I only have one of them.
Well, that's embarrassing.
You can't, really? You're not even going to give a guess on 2? You guessed Roethlisberger with 6 playoff appearances?
Yeah, that was dumb. Dumb guess.
Matt Ryan, you idiot. I'm going to say it during the keep recording. I'm going to say it during one.
Meanwhile,
Jake Browning. Yes, I got it.
John Harbaugh, new coach of the New York Giants. Giants have the 5th pick overall after winning 4 games this year. We saw some immediate turnarounds with some coaches, Danny. Ben Johnson, Vrabel, Liam Cohen. Mike McDonald took 2 years, but they're doing pretty well. Do you think the Giants can immediately contend with Harbaugh?
Contend for a playoff spot. I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender, but 7 teams make the playoffs, and the Giants, if you like Jackson Dart, have a lot of pieces. If you don't like Jackson Dart, they're a bad football team. I do think it's that simple. Like, they've got Burns and Thibodeau and Carter and Lawrence is like front 7. Mm-hmm. They should have a great defensive core, all under 30. And Malik Neighbors, when he was healthy, looked like a superstar. Yep. But a front 7 and 1 good receiver, if you have a bad quarterback, means nothing. So I think that John Harbaugh took this job for the $100 million and to live in New York City, but also because he believes in Jackson Dart. I went back and watched there's like a 28-minute highlight montage that NFL Films put out on Jackson Dart today. I was just like, I have the time. There's a lot there. Like, I was surprised at how impressed I was by it. So if you have a coach who is competent, like just a floor here, yeah, contender for
playoff contender.
Playoff contender. Because it was kind of amazing to look back on it. The last time the Giants, when they hired Brian Daboll, that was when there were 10 openings. Right, this year there's 9. 8 of those 10 guys that got hired in 2022 are already fired. So just like a baseline of, I know he can do the job and he won't embarrass us. That is some value to a franchise like the Giants. I don't think they're great, but this is a good day for them, obviously.
No, look, I agree. I said earlier, I think they'll be a playoff contender next year. Number one, coaches make a huge difference. We saw it this year. Liam Cohen, taking them from 4 wins to 13. Mike Vrabel did the same thing. We've seen it, almost every year. Like, good coaches really can turn the team around quickly. Dan Campbell took a year, but got them on the right track. And I agree with you on the talent. And Dart, if Jackson Dart can stay healthy, if you look at what, again, I've always said Harbaugh does deserve credit for helping to develop Lamar, but I keep bringing this guy up. Even what he did, he won some games with Tyler Huntley. And they were, if you remember that playoff game with Tyler Huntley, they were in position to beat, I think it was the Bengals.
17-17, they had the ball on the 1-yard line late in the third quarter with Huntley.
The fumble return by the Bengals.
Exactly right.
So they could have maybe won that game with Tyler Huntley. So I'm saying if Dart stays healthy, then he can play as well as Tyler Huntley. There's no question. And so I do think that they can have a good season next year. And remember, that division, I agree, Nick, all 4 of the teams look pretty good. But it's been a division that until this year, nobody had repeated as champion for 20-some-odd years. So I'm not saying they'll win the division, but they can be in the hunt and certainly in the playoff hunt.
The most important thing to winning a Super Bowl is excellent quarterback play. The most important thing to making the playoffs is excellent coaching.
Yeah.
I have seen Mason Rudolph and old Russell Wilson and young Mac Jones and rookie Bo Nix all make the playoffs recently in the tougher of the 2 conferences over the last decade with Hall of Fame caliber coaches at the helm. And Belichick, Tomlin, Sean Payton. Like, you don't need a great quarterback to get in the tournament. You need a great quarterback to be competitive in the tournament, deep into it, unless you have the team C.J. Stroud has right now or something like that. So I do think that is on the board. I also think that, for me, he would not have been the best coach in a number of divisions. But he wouldn't have been the best coach, for example, in my opinion, the NFC West, the NFC North, the AFC West. That's like, those are 3 definite. And then questions, but he is, in my opinion, the best coach in the NFC East. I have respect for Dan Quinn. I think John Harbaugh is better. I thought Schottenheimer was impressive in year 1, but I obviously, at the moment, think Harbaugh is better. And I just flatly believe he is better than Nick Sirianni. I think the Eagles are a little, kind of feeling like, man, wish maybe he was available a year from now when maybe we might have an opening, because I think he would have fit there perfectly. But it wouldn't have made sense for them to fire Sirianni a year removed from the Super Bowl. So I just think you have a lot of structural advantages. And on the Dart question, Danny, and this is what I think is why this was such a great hire for the Giants, it removes the variable in evaluating Dart of his coach a nincompoop. And
there's a baseline competency there.
Right, the baseline competency of we're going to get a real test on who Dart is that I think is super valuable in informing your decisions about because a lot of times when teams have stuck with quarterbacks too long, it's been because it's like, well, is he the problem or is the coach the problem? We'll fire the coach, we'll do this. And now I feel like you're going to know that if Jackson Dart just looks awful, it's not because Harbaugh has totally lost it. Now, your skepticism about what if they become real contenders to some of the things that hurt him in Baltimore, hurt him with the Giants, that's a good problem. The Giants would love to have a problem where it's like our coach.
They love to have the Ravens problem.
Yes, this is a floor raiser.
Yes.
It's like, to argue against my own point, because the question was playoff contenders. I think that is yes. Super Bowl contenders is tough, because this isn't the profile of the coach that I, generally speaking, would get really excited about. And this coaching candidate pool seems a little down. Like, there isn't a Ben Johnson. There isn't a Sean McVay. I would say there's not even a Liam Cohen, who's like young coach, play caller, turned around the quarterback.
Not that we know of. It might be somebody to come out of,
No, definitely. Not that we know. But like a lot of the offensive names that have been out there are like retread guys, right?
Because all of the viable offensive coordinators have been hired in the last 3 cycles.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Because there's been such turnover. You know what I mean? The names,
Cliff
those guys.
Kubiak, who knows?
So hiring a 63-year-old non-offensive genius, non-offensive play caller does come with it, I think, a little bit of a lower ceiling.
Well,
but it raises your floor immediately.
I would say this about it, and obviously I thought, I was open about the Ravens should have fired him. But before, like, let's say he gets them to contention, maybe, you know, where they're like contender for the Super Bowl in the NFC, I would not automatically, because of the way it ended with the Ravens the last 3 years, I would not say he can't get it done. He's not that guy. He'll build you up, but he's not going to take you to the Super Bowl. Because, one, he already did that with Flacco and won. And I would want to see it first. Now, if I started seeing the same problems where, what kind of game plan was that? Or the same mistakes that we saw with the Ravens, then I would think quickly, okay, this is not the guy. But until then, I would give him the benefit of the doubt.
Jackson Dart was also a wild watch because he's like reckless with the concussions in his head, but he also makes some reckless throws. Some of them work, some of them don't. So just like reining him in both directions would be very valuable because he's a talented kid.
Texans-Patriots, Drake up against the best defense he's faced this year. He paid them some compliments. Danny, who do you trust more here, the Texans defense or the MVP or maybe MVP runner-up, Drake May?
Your guy, Drake May.
Do you really?
I do.
Wow. Even I'm having a hard time with that one.
Well, and maybe I'm conflating this with my pick in the game, but yeah, the Texans defense is excellent, and the Texans defense will show up. There's no doubt about it. But we talk about styles make fights and matchups and all that. Drake May, I showed it to you guys during top 10. I mean, he was the best against pressure this year for completions, yards, touchdowns, passer rating. Like, he is a very athletic, mobile quarterback who has been unfazed under pressure. And so I think he will be able to, he's not going to light up the Texans defense. I don't think anybody can light up the Texans defense. But I think he will be able to mitigate some of their strengths. And so then it's like, I have to flip the question. And I don't trust C.J. Stroud at all. And so maybe I'm answering this question and I'm tipping my hands for what my pick is tomorrow. But I think Drake May will do okay enough against the Texans defense to win the game.
Well, listen, I think I don't mind tipping my pick. I think the Patriots are going to win, but I trust the Texans defense drastically more than I trust Drake May. Like and so our analysis might be similar in that I just think the Texans offense right now has real trouble, and I don't think C.J. Stroud's all of a sudden going to snap back into a player that he really hasn't been in a couple of years. But I just don't. What makes the Texans defense so special is what makes almost every great defense special. They can get blitz-esque pressure without blitzing. So it becomes, and so Drake May was the best quarterback in the league this year against pressure. But that, I would imagine, a lot of that has to do with Josh McDaniels drawing up, blitz beaters and him finding open guys. And I just think that what you're going to have is this secondary plastered to what I think is, Wilds disagrees and it's fine, an underwhelming receiving core. I think the fact that Drake May had this season despite the Patriots receiving core is a testament to May, but I don't think that Booty and Diggs are all of a sudden like an elite pair of receivers. I think they have both been better than I expected this year, but I think that Texans secondary is going to be able to blanket them and cause real troubles. I'm yet to see the defense the quarterback that this defense doesn't give hell to. Like one quarterback to have an excellent game was Matt Stafford in week 1, and even that game.
It wasn't excellent. Right. He had a high passer rating, I think 109.
Exactly.
But one touchdown.
One touch. He didn't turn the ball over, 109 rating, but still they won, like, I want to say 13-9 or something. It was something. It was neither team got to 20. And so I just think the Texans defense is as trustworthy a unit as exists in the playoffs at the moment.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm picking the Texans. Sorry.
That's
okay. Wow.
And I
don't take it personally.
I trust obviously their defense more. I do think, Danny, the things that May has going for him is he's so good under pressure from the pass rush. His legs, so if he can get out and run. And as you said, what's C.J. Stroud going to do? He doesn't have to. May doesn't have to put up 30 points to win this game, probably. So those work in his favor. But I just think, again, last week he played fine. I thought he played better than you thought he played. But he did show, he struggled a little bit. And with this defense, I just think they're going to be all over him. And it's like Nick said, it's not going to be blitzing. They're going to get to him, and they're going to be covering the receiver, so he's going to have some trouble. So
when they get to him, he's going to take off.
Yeah.
And I think he learned that in the Chargers game. He had 10 rushes for, I think, 66 yards. It was a career high. It didn't feel like it. Maybe he broke off a long one.
Broke off the long one before first half, before the end of the half.
So then it was like, I think that added to it. Maybe it didn't feel, because I've seen him run more. Drake May scrambling this season, this is where the Texans are gettable, right? So 68 rushes is number one. First downs, fantastic. 483 rushing yards, second. 3 rushing touchdowns. Texans, 9 rushing yards on scrambles, second worst. So they'll let you go, I guess. And I think Drake's going to take care of it. And Danny, the other weird thing is the fumbles that your Chargers forced, he was actually trying to throw the ball. He'd get grabbed and still try to throw. I think he's now going to just tuck that and go.
Yeah, tuck it and run. And again, this is not like an anti-Texans defense point. They're excellent. I just think we're going to come in on Monday. Who had the better quarterbacked game, Drake May or C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be Drake May, even if he's below all of his season averages, because the Texans defense made an impact in that spot.
I would be very, if I were a Pats fan, I would not like the idea of Drake May being like, I'm going to take off and run a bunch in this game. Because that Texans defense plays through the echo of the whistle, and they are vicious. And I say that in a complimentary way. I'm not the and I would be nervous about a game where Drake May's going to have 8 plays where he's running the ball. Like, unless he is running the ball to the sideline.
Well, and he just needs to slide.
I got to tell you.
No, I know. But
I got to tell you,
for this
I
game,
don't like
better.
sliding against this Texans defense either. Diving, maybe.
He doesn't slide.
Shahir just.
Yeah, I mean,
he's modified the slide, which we've talked about that. Like the slide that Trevor got hurt on last year, I think, where it's just like classic baseball slide. Drake doesn't do that anymore. Smart. Very good. Bills in Denver, Saturday at 4:30. Bills currently have 3 wide receivers on their roster after losing Shavers and Gabe Davis last week. Danny, do you think the Broncos deserve to be favored over Allen and the Bills?
I don't. Listen, we're talking about 1.5 or 2 of line disagreement here, but Denver's defense is trending in the wrong direction. Their pass rush is still excellent. And the quarterback gap in this game is so significant in Buffalo's favor that I know it's like rudimentary. It's not one-on-one quarterback play. Bo Nix isn't on the field when Josh Allen is. Is anyone here prepared to take Bo Nix to win this game over Josh Allen?
I think KW is.
I am. I'm not ready to give you my full argument, but again, I don't believe in the Bills.
Yeah, you haven't believed in the Bills all year. I just think the Broncos, what they've done, is so unsustainable with winning games against bad teams when their quarterback also plays poorly. Like Bo Nix, I think we have it. In games where he has a passer rating below 85, they're 7-1. I just do not trust.
Isn't that a testament to their defense?
Yes.
Absolutely. But what I'm saying is I think Josh Allen is going to put up points on anybody at this point with how he is playing. And if half the time out, Bo Nix is putting up a passer rating in the mid-80s or lower, I just don't think they deserve to be favored in this spot.
So I agree with Danny entirely. I think the Bills are better than the Broncos. The Broncos, they had a very impressive win near the end of the year against a Packers team that becomes slightly less impressive when you now know the context of that was one of 5 consecutive losses for a Packers team that just died after Micah Parsons got injured. I watched this Broncos team by the skin of its teeth against what was left of the Chiefs, against the Raiders, against the Jets, against the Giants, against Washington with a backup quarterback. I watched it all year, and I think the Bills, everyone's focused. I think the vast majority of the audience that are big enough sports fans to be watching this show had not heard of Tyrell Shavers 3 weeks ago. Gabe Davis was available for the whole league to have multiple times since the one big moment of his career, the 4-touchdown AFC divisional game in the 13-second game. These are not key players for the Bills that are out. It's sad for those guys they got hurt, but their best receiver all year is Shakir.
Yeah.
He's there.
And Cooks has made some great catches.
This is a depth story, right?
Yes.
If a guy gets hurt and you can't run all offensive plays with 2 or 3 receivers, so you got to cycle guys in for fresh legs and all that. It's a depth thing.
Hardman's as good as those guys.
Hardman's
Go ahead.
Super Bowl
At times
champion.
he's been better.
But KW, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Because I know you don't believe
Yes,
in
the answer is yes.
Oh,
Yes, I've been on the show for a long time. So the answer is yes. That being said,
what's the answer? What's the question? The audience doesn't know.
the audience does know. They've watched the show. Yes, I don't want to play Josh Allen in Foxborough.
It's not that.
That being said, I don't think Josh is 100%.
But you think KW?
I mean,
I don't think they can stop the run.
KW.
So if Sean Payton just runs the ball, controls the clock, we'll go to the building, in fact.
You can lie to us, it's fine. You can't lie to yourself. And I'm telling you, on Saturday, you are going to be rooting for the Broncos because you think, not because you think the Bills aren't scary and the Bills aren't good, but because you would rather the Patriots have to go to Denver than host Buffalo, which means you're the...
Well, they wouldn't have a week of rest.
I think the Bills, you want someone to take care of the Bills for you.
Yes, it's hard to beat a team twice.
It's not that hard.
It's
not that hard.
It's hard.
That's what they're saying.
It is hard.
It's not what they're saying. They're saying we want to pay.
But then whoever wins that game, if it's you guys, would have beat the other team twice.
Yeah,
right?
but it's hard as a sophomore quarterback to beat a team twice.
Yeah.
Welcome to Frenemies. We'll go with Nick's guy, Stafford. Are you a Stafford guy?
Of course.
Okay. My guy, Caleb, who you abandoned. The Rams travel to Chicago. The forecast, Nick, I don't know if you've heard, a real feel of 18 degrees below zero. Fair weather. But we'll revisit that later. After his 9th fourth-quarter comeback, Caleb Williams was asked if he gets any satisfaction from proving his doubters like Chris Broussard wrong. You giving Caleb any shot to keep up with Stafford and the Rams?
Sadly, this is where I must get off the ride.
Oh, my God. Again, you're abandoning us?
I do not see any way that the Bears hold this Rams team under 38. And I don't think that the Bears are going to be able to do to the Rams defense what they did to the Niners defense in Week 17. This is not an indictment on Caleb. This is not, and I don't really care about the weather piece of it, to be totally honest. I think Devontae Adams played decade in the cold. I think Matt Stafford played road games in Detroit and Chicago for the first decade of his career. And I think Puka Nacua doesn't know what the temperature is. So I'm not worried about the Rams' ability to move the ball. And if Jordan Love was able to pick on, and Matt LaFleur were able to pick on Kyler Gordon repeatedly, what is Sean McVay with a weak, healthier Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua going to be able to do? So I just think they're going to have to score 40. And I don't think this Bears team in this spot is ready to score 40. So for that reason, I say no.
We did just see it against the Niners. I understand that the Niners defense in some categories are the worst in the NFL, right? Worst pressure, worst sack defense in the NFL. I think the weather will be a factor, but these are two strong-armed quarterbacks, so I think they'll both be affected equally in whatever direction. The Rams' defense is not that good right now. Like sometimes we have to call it not on the season numbers.
But the last 6 weeks or whatever.
Right. Well, so just if we look at the last 7 games for both of these teams, some of the stuff is really similar. Like the yards per game allowed, 23rd and 27th in the NFL. Passing touchdowns, identical. Passer rating, very similar. Points per game, way better in the Bears' favor. Some of that you can maybe attribute to the Rams kind of coasting into the end of the season when they didn't really have a great shot at the 1 seed. But Carolina just put up 27 on them. And so the Bears defense is, I agree, Matt Stafford could throw for 600 yards in this game, but I just think the Bears offense is also peaking and also improving, and the Rams defense is very gettable.
So I understand the Rams defense, after being one of the 3 best in football early, was nothing like it late. I still can't get past the fact that it did I know Ben Johnson came out and said, no, I was going for those 4th downs because I'm so confident in the defense. Lies.
Yeah.
Flatly lies.
A little bit of a fib, yeah.
He felt the way everyone watching that game felt, which is the Packers are going to score whenever they want.
Yep.
Guys are just going to be open, so you better maximize your offensive possessions. Now, to Dennis Allen and the defense's credit, they truly, even more so than the offense, flipped a switch immediately at halftime and were great. I thought that was playing over their skis a bit. The Rams, on the other hand, I do think have another level to get to defensively, because where it is instructive to look at the entirety of the season was there a stretch of time where this team, and it's not like they lost someone to injury significant like a Micah Parsons, where the defense was awesome. So I just think the Rams will be able to disrupt the Bears a little bit. And something that is, I think, been wildly under-discussed nationally is the Bears losing their starting left tackle and one of their best linebacker.
I mean, Tremaine Edmonds is supposed to be their best linebacker. He's been disappointing.
But
T.J. Edwards matters. Trapillo is their worst offensive lineman, but he matters.
And the guy who's replacing him was their, you know this better than me, but so tell me if I'm telling the audience wrong. The guy who's replacing him was their starting left tackle, got hurt.
Braxton Jones.
Trapillo came in, and they were like, actually, you're better than Braxton Jones.
Yeah.
So you're going to stay in. That, to me, for a Rams team that has shown you in spots this year they can have a scary pass rush, I don't love that.
No, I don't love Jared Verse coming off and whatever's going on with left tackle. I do think, and I know you guys made fun of me for it, but I was there, so I'll just say that it's going to matter again. It might not be the cold, but the crowd will be a factor.
See,
and I know Stafford is a vet, and they can handle it and all of it. But when you put in sub-zero temperatures, the noise in that stadium, and Caleb Williams he just says it's belief. I called it magic. Whatever. Like, they are not out of it. So there is not a score at halftime that will have this team out of it. Like this, I think this is a 4th quarter game.
So I agree with you that they won't feel like they're out of it. I do wonder if the crowd has it in them again. This was
the house money game, because I will say
that was such a, and people and folks, by the way, should 100% go to Danny or our social feeds to see Danny's monologue from yesterday if you didn't see it, about why that game was, almost literally a religious experience for him and his family. But metaphorically, that was such a special moment for that team against that rival and that comeback that it is hard for me to believe that the crowd is going to be as much of a factor as it was in that game. And last year, this Rams team, that Philly stadium, when Saquon's smacking himself on the head running in the snow, is as loud as any stadium was all year. And Stafford walked him down twice and then had it right there. I just don't think he's going to be impacted the way Love was.
I'll just say this. NFL Films put out a cool, mic'd up video.
It, yeah.
And because I hadn't seen this piece of it yet, but, Caleb coming into the locker room right after the game and immediately being more to come. More. I totally buy that this is a house money game for Bears fans. That the season is already A+. Got the coach, got the quarterback, beat the Packers twice. Awesome.
Danny has a really interesting take people should check out about how the Bears are the second most
You're just a bad guy. You're a bad friend.
No matter what happens, we can all agree the second most successful season this year is the Chicago Bears.
Whoever wins the Super Bowl and then the Chicago Bears. I was like, that's an interesting take. And Nick came in today.
He wanted to do that as a topic. And I was like, I think it's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Set his lunch down in my office and said, that was a dumb take.
That was a dumb take. But just so everyone knows. Who cares?
But I'm just saying, not house money for the team. house money a little bit for the fans. You're a bad guy.
And Danny also watched that 5-minute video. This is my recreation of Danny watching that 5-minute video. Am I going to be in it? There's the crowd shot. Is that my section? Is that next
little
time?
Disappointed.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole outfit.
I know.
I
The whole thing.
Featured
You're
NFL
watching
films.
it. Said they show fake Ditka. I know. You were pissed.
A little disappointed.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, bad guy. To Seattle. In addition to the injury report 30 minutes ago, you're so proud of yourself. Sam Darnold listed as questionable with an oblique injury. Here he is, though, running around on the practice field. But he also is still able to speak in addition to jog. Seahawks still favored by 7. Line not moving by this injury designation. Do they deserve it? Do they deserve to be a full touchdown favorite against the Niners?
I don't think so, and I think they're going to win. But I don't think they deserve to be a 7-point favorite because I understand they won the last game they played by 10. Correct. But it was that game was in the balance. It was 10-3 late. Yep. There was and the Niners are driving. McCaffrey bobbled pass, interception, game over. I think the Niners, their coaching and their play calling and their offense as a whole and the defense just ability to figure out how to make just enough plays have earned enough respect to say they can keep it close. And I think Seattle's better. I think Seattle has a long list of advantages in this game. Obviously, they're more rested. Obviously, they are more healthy. But 7 points is a big number, and I don't think the Niners are getting blown out.
And we did a very similar topic this time last week on Niners-Eagles, and I said that the it was more likely blowout or Niners upset.
Yeah,
and
how'd that one go?
I said
Niners
blowout.
upset,
Nope. I was wrong, and part of my analysis was coming off of that Niners-Seahawks game, which I thought was it jumped off the screen, one of the most physical games in the NFL this year, then having to go play Philly, who had rested its guys in Week 18, thought it would be too much. Well, in that game against Philly, the Niners just got more injured. Now George Kittle is out for the season, and Seattle gets to sit home and rest up and play this team. And you're right, that game was in the balance, and these teams have now played 8 quarters of very close football, Week 1 and Week 18. But I'll put more emphasis on the Week 18 game. That was the worst offensive performance the Niners have had since Kyle Shanahan has been their coach. It was the fewest rushing yards for Christian McCaffrey. It was tied with the fewest points since his first game as the coach. They had 174 yards, their fewest yards. Yes, the game was close, but the Niners did dominate the Seahawks dominated the Niners offense, and now you add in more injuries, rest in Seattle. I do think Seattle deserves it.
So I understand, I get that side of it, but the other side of it is this Niners defense is not more banged up than it was in Week 18. And that was the second straight time they played Seattle and held them to exactly 13 points.
That's true.
For some reason, Robert Saleh has had a really good beat on this Clint Kubiak Seahawks offense. He's had a good beat on Darnold, and they have been able to put a lid on Njigba. And so if I think Seattle is going to struggle to score 24, I just feel like that to me is a game that is a 3 or a 4 point margin. It would be very, very surprising to me. I was not surprised the Niners beat the Eagles. I would be very surprised if the Niners win this game. I think that, and I understand every time Shanahan's made the playoffs, they've made the conference championship game or further. I think that much like I feel like with the Bears, I think this is where this ride ends. I just don't think they're going to get blasted. And to me, a 7-point margin in the divisional round means you think they're going to get blasted.
Yeah, and I think they will. Again, we define blowout as double-digit win. If you're not going to force Sam Darnold to make mistakes, and they don't pressure the quarterback, I think Darnold's going to be fine.
He scored 13 points both times they played.
But he didn't turn it over. It was an efficient 13 points. It was an efficient 13 points.
Favorite time of the week, trivia. Let's go.
Look happier.
That's impossible, ma'am.
10 total
10
teams.
total teams. Right one. The Detroit Lions.
Detroit's never made it.
The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jacksonville's never made it.
Correct.
Bills, Patriots, Jets, Dolphins.
Ones off the top of my head, can I get it?
The Houston Texans.
Texans have not made it.
Correct.
So then the Cleveland Browns.
Browns have not made it.
Correct.
Okay.
6 left.
Christ.
I think I'm done in the NFL, but I got check. No, I'm done in the NFL. The NFL is complete. We're going to go West East. Los Angeles Clippers.
Clippers.
Yes.
Clippers.
That spin move was
The Clippers. The Clippers.
New Orleans.
Pelicans.
Yep.
Timberwolves.
The Minnesota Timberwolves. The Charlotte Hornets.
Charlotte's never made it.
Will they think it's cheating if I open up a U.S. map?
Yeah.
Of course, obviously. I skipped over this part of the country. The Memphis Grizzlies.
The Grizzlies.
Correct.
I've never made it.
Good one.
So there's only one baseball team that has I don't even want to say it because then Wilds.
That is what, never-
Chirping. I'm not. Don't. The question is that's never had a bird either with the as a mascot or as a team name.
I was like, what?
Can you just tell me the question? No, I'll tell you after.
I want to play right now.
Well, you're gonna say it out loud.
I'm not gonna say it.
You swear?
I promise I won't say it. I'm focused on this. I
Just
don't want to be
please-
a jerk, but I know the baseball one.
Good. Okay, good. That's fine. Don't. If you.
I'm not gonna say it, but I do know it.
I believe you. Tampa Bay is not the answer.
Hey, what baseball team's never made it? It's the worst part of my day. How much time do I have? 10 minutes still. Okay. Oakland A's. Oakland A's.
But you're
gonna run out of time.
Oh, Blue Jays. The Brewers.
What is he doing, man? Why is he ruining this?
Map, there's the only way I can do
Okay,
these
so
things.
go through the map.
Well, he's with me.
Don't even look at him. You're giving him so much attention.
The Seattle Mariners.
Yes, the Mariners.
I had to go to the map. They're the furthest away. I start in Florida. It takes me a long time to get to Washington.
The Eagles offense couldn't move the ball, so they are moving coordinators. Kevin Patullo is out. Diana Rossini reporting that Mike McDaniel and Jalen Hurts' old Alabama OC, Brian Daboll, top the list. Here's how the Eagles regressed from their Super Bowl winning season. Down in points, down in yards, down in rushing yards. Punt percentage up. That's a bad one to be up in. And 3 and outs up. And then again, that is a bad one to be up in. Is changing the OC enough to fix the Eagles' offense?
I don't think so. I also find this to be the most fascinating job in sports.
It's all of sports.
But certainly in the NFL. Because here's the deal. And it has to do with how people evaluate Jalen Hurts and what it means for your future in the field. So the offensive coordinators they've had have either immediately become head coaches or immediately been fired.
Yeah.
And so it feels to me like when you're Jalen Hurts' offensive coordinator and the team's offense is unbelievable, people are like, oh my God, you're working magic with Jalen Hurts. But then,
hold on. They
just
do that with all coordinators whose offenses are great.
No, but the opposite, though, but then the opposite happens. Like, you think this is a knock. It's not really meant to be. So for Steichen and for Kellen Moore, it's like, my God. Like, you have limitations as a passer. You're scoring all these points. You're an offensive mastermind. But then when it doesn't work, people are like, man, you have all that talent on offense and a quarterback we all know is good. Why is it not working? You're fired. Like it feels like the court when it doesn't work, the how you feel about Jalen Hurts changes, and the coordinator either gets rewarded or pays the price for it. When they have an awesome offense, people are like, well, they have a superstar quarterback. When they have
I think you're saying the coordinator gets the credit or the blame. Because if the offense is great, the coordinator gets a head job.
Correct.
If it's bad, the coordinator gets fired.
Yes, I mean that's exactly which is it feels independent of the quarterback. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Maybe
but I don't think it's making the point you're making. Like I think that means if they get a good offensive coordinator,
we're gonna point
it's gonna be fixed. I mean, that's kind of what you're saying.
Well,
sounds like.
I mean, I think that it's just interesting to me that it feels like when the offense is great, they're like, it can't be because of Jalen, so the coordinator gets a head coaching job. And when the offense is bad, they're like, well, it can't. The team then says, well, it can't be because of Jalen. We have to fire you. So it's two very different views. The outside world looks at a good Eagles offense and says, that guy must be a genius. Mm-hmm. The inside world looks at a bad Eagles offense and says, that guy must be an idiot. And so maybe that is what's happened, but it's weird to go fired, promoted for 4 straight offensive.
It's more than Jalen, though. They're looking at Saquon, A.J. Brown, Devontae Adams, and we can't, or Devontae Smith, and we can't score points. So look, I think that's obviously the first step. I think that'll be big, but Jalen does need to improve in the intermediate passing. There's no doubt. As his running ability diminishes, which it just naturally will as he gets older, he's going to have to become a better passer. He's obviously a good passer, but he's going to have to improve in that. I also think Saquon has had this pattern of having a tough season and then bouncing back. In 2021, I think he averaged like 3.7 yards a carry. The next year, he ran for a career high 1,300 yards, 1,312 yards. The next year, another 3-point-something yards per carry. The next year, 2,000 plus, And then this year, he ended up getting over 4, but it was a down year. So I think he could have a bounce-back year because I don't think all running backs certainly age like they did in yesteryear. So I think he can have a bounce-back. And then offensive line, last year they had 4 guys make either the Pro Bowl or the All-Pro team. This year they had 2. So the offensive line, and we know Lane Johnson was out some too. They have to rebuild the line. Jalen does have to improve.
2 Pro Bowl offensive linemen's pretty good.
No, but it's not 4. It's not the 4 that they had.
4, I could get it.
No, but their offensive line has been a strength of their team, and it wasn't this year. It was fine, but it wasn't a strength of their team. So those are some of the things they need to really be focused on this offseason to get back to where they were.
Yeah, I think it matters who the offensive coordinator is, and it changes, and it's enough. Because that's what you're saying about Saquon has typically been the Eagles. They have a great season. Offensive coach Shane Steichen, they look great. Jalen looks great, awesome. He's gone. The following year, you got Johnson, and it kind of falls apart. It's not terrible offensively, but it's like, you know what, he's not the guy. He didn't do what Shane Steichen did. Then the next year, Kellen Moore, obviously, you get Saquon. They are motivated again. They go through this. So now this year, it's like, man, these players didn't produce for our coordinator, Kevin Patullo. So he's out. Now you got another season. You get an offensive coordinator. One of these, if Mike McDaniels get this job, you're going to be forced, if you're Jalen, to do things that you were saying, that we were hearing that you didn't really like. All the pre-snap motion, all those things. You're going to, because that's his style of offense. He's going to come into that building with an idea, a way of doing things, and try to marry it and blend it with what you already do. You have to be willing to compromise a bit there. But this will be a motivated team. However, regardless of how you feel about A.J. Brown and what you possibly can get, you would want to try to see what this looks like if you have an offensive coordinator that you definitely believe is going to change the landscape of how we move forward and what we look like moving forward.
I think they should look to trade A.J. too. I just don't need the distraction. He's great, obviously.
And I just feel like part of the distraction is because of the stale offense and the lack of productivity from the quarterback because of the stale offense.
But Devontae Smith was going through the same stale offense. I'm sure he's just as frustrated as AJ. But he didn't go public.
When you're in locker rooms, you always have that guy who's going to speak how everybody feels. AJ is simply that guy.
But every team doesn't have that publicly.
I understand what you're saying.
That's all I'm saying.
I understand that. But sometimes when you're in that position with the Eagles and you're going to constantly be asked, and you are that guy, and your production is not there, you're going to end up giving in and saying something. That's just his personality. Devontae Smith, you see we showed it. All of this on the sideline, all they doing is talking, man, this is crazy. What are we doing right now? Devontae Smith feels the same way.
But it's different when you go public.
I think Greg's saying if AJ weren't there, someone else might have the responsibility to go public.
We have news on Sam Darnold. We'll figure out how big of a deal this is. Here he is at practice today. He's got a Theragun, but he's not touching his oblique, which
definitely
is
not
questionable for this game on Saturday. Greg, do you think this is a big deal or not a big deal?
Not a big deal. He's playing. Too big of a moment. He will play.
Yeah. I agree. What?
Well, is he going to be full Sam Darnold?
Well, I don't know, buddy, and I don't even know what full Sam Darnold means. But I'm telling you, I think he's playing.
He may have an excuse now if he struggles. The oblique.
The oblique is not an excuse. I don't think anyone's been.
The oblique's not an excuse. Brew did a whole full screen yesterday based on Lamar's toe and ankle.
Toe is a huge deal.
Lamar was missing practices. I mean.
Well, but that.
Josh, can you see if anyone missed any games with an oblique? You can pull an oblique.
Yeah, for sure people have missed games with an oblique, buddy.
Yeah. I'm just wondering who it is. And then I'll be able to
Josh, get on
it.
that, buddy.
What? What are you?
I'm not trying to downplay it, but he's going to play.
Guys, I'm taking the news seriously.
When Shador came off the good preseason game and then couldn't play the next week, you know why? An oblique.
Okay, well that's something.
Yeah, what are we arguing about? What do you
I feel like you're dissing the muscle, to be honest with you. You're dissing the muscle.
I'm not dissing the muscle. I'm just saying it's the biggest game of the guy's career. Yes. They haven't played in 2 weeks. I'm watching him run, and he's deciding a different part of his body needs therapeutic action at the moment. I think he's going to play.
Let's just say this is on my radar.
Okay.
Big time.
Okay.
Big time. Rams-Bears Sunday night. Caleb Williams has been electric in the clutch. Started a little slowly. Does Caleb still have something to prove? Oh, this is Caleb this season. Quarters 1 through 3. Okay. But he really turns it on in the fourth quarter. 13 touchdowns, only 2 turnovers. Passer rating shoots up by about 14 points. Does he still have something to prove, bro?
Absolutely. I mean, that he can play on schedule, that he can improve his accuracy and make the layups, that he can play well in the first half and, up to 3 quarters. And I know he has at points during the season, but lately it's just been the dynamic comeback victories. And it's been a great run, 7 of those this year. That's incredible. But that is not going to continue. I don't think it continues this year. Mm-hmm. And it certainly won't just continue throughout his career. Even if he's a great clutch player, you're just not going to be able to dig yourself 20-point holes in a ton of games and always come back from them. So he just has to prove he also is not going to let his team get in that type of hole consistently. So, yeah, he's on a great path. He's looking fantastic, and he's certainly put last year's struggles behind him. But he still has a ton to prove.
So I would argue those are things that I believe he needs to improve, but to prove it in this game, no. You just have, if anything, a player's competitive drive, he's going to put pressure on himself to prove that I can win even in this moment, because the stage only gets brighter every step in the postseason that you take, and so. He believes in himself. If you listen to Ben Johnson, Danny and I had the opportunity to interview Ben Johnson twice this year. That is not how he was sounding in regards to speaking about his quarterback at the beginning and midway through the season. Like, he always felt like, there's a lot that we're working on. We're still trying to get him to progress in certain areas. But he wasn't talking like this. This sounds like a coach that has gone through the process and will continue that as they go into the offseason, regardless of what happens, and trying to get his quarterback to develop even more better habits, those things that you mentioned. But right now, he's pumping all the confidence into his quarterback because he's seeing that my quarterback has a belief that is unmatched. Like, regardless of the moment, regardless of if he plays on schedule or not, if he gets that ball in his hand and he has a chance to drive his team down the score, to take the lead, or to win the game, we all have watched he can do it.
Yeah, and I think his last 3 games, we've had a little bit of everything. Packer game in the playoffs, just not good at all through 3 quarters, and then utterly sensational in the fourth quarter, and they won. Lions game week 18, not good at all through 3 quarters, utterly sensational in the fourth quarter, and they lost. And then the Niners game the week before, awesome all 4 quarters.
Yeah.
They moved it. You know what I mean? That was a game where from the opening drive, that game was tied at 7-14. He was great the whole game. So I don't think it's been impossible for him to be good. As you mentioned, there have been moments. He obviously has saved the best for last. But we did this topic for KW, really for me, because I wanted to do it for you. Because you are Caleb skeptical. Is that fair? Not a Caleb hater.
No, I don't even think that's fair. I think that when Danny came on your seat, he's like, yeah, he's a top 5 quarterback.
Hold on.
What did he say?
On Danny's behalf, I'm not going to let you do that. He didn't say that. Said with a win, he could be. That's what he said. I
still rejected that.
Yeah.
I just don't think he's in the top 5 discussion. I don't think he's in the top 5 discussion of it. I don't think he's that close to it. And the endings of the game have been sensational. It sounds strange, but a nice boring win would be great.
I agree with that, Wilds. I mean, just because he has been great. There's nothing to say about his comebacks, nothing negative. But that can't make you a top 5 quarterback.
No, I don't think anyone at this desk, and I even think if Danny was sitting here, he wouldn't. Nobody is arguing he's top 5 quarterback. And when you asked Danny to list the people he'd be in the room with, he listed 6, which would have put Caleb at 7 in a best case scenario situation. What I think that there is maybe Wilds isn't a Caleb skeptic. Maybe I've misread that. But for the Caleb skeptics out there, there's he can't keep getting away with this element. And I think for those of us that really believe in him, it is when you are seeing what the top end is, there is no reason to believe the easy stuff isn't going to get better.
Yeah, man.
And when that happens, he won't need to keep getting away with these crazy late game comebacks. And there is, to me, for a guy with that, and this is where I do care about pedigree, where I do care about the fact that you were a superstar player at every level, the number 1 pick of the draft, and we have seen, in the biggest spot of your career, you made arguably the single best throw anyone's made in the NFL this season. If my biggest concern at the beginning of the year was, are you going to take 60 sacks? My biggest concern in the middle of the year is, are you going to lead the league in delay of games? And now that those are both cleaned up, the concern is, are you going to keep one-hopping 7-yard hitch routes? I just think it's unfathomable that he's not going to clean that up and get better at that.
I'm with Nick. Look, when you've slain the giant, I'm going to call the Packers their giant, twice out of 3, with 3 opportunities, and the time you didn't, you felt like we had him.
I missed the throw.
Exactly. And you don't take that into a week like this and say, you know what, we already did the job. No, when you're a competitor with that type of motivation, with that type of confidence, you feel like, man, I already beat that team, already did what I needed to do against them. How much more can I get out of myself? How much better can I get?
Harbaugh headed to New York. Yesterday, Nick had this as his 4th best job opening behind the Ravens, which would be shocking if Harbaugh got that job.
Yeah, would have been weird.
Steelers, which would have been slightly less shocking, but still shocking. And you had the Raiders at 3, who have the number 1 pick and need a spot because that could be a combo. Then you had the Giants. So, Greg, do you think Harbaugh made the right call going to Giants with all the openings?
I do. When you think about a coach, and I mentioned this yesterday, like coaches, as it pertains to what they value. Obviously, you go into a situation and you want to have a quarterback. If you don't have a quarterback, the next best thing of value is time. And so the alignment of Harbaugh and the Giants, you feel like he probably feels like this is an organization that will allow me to bring in my expertise, my vision, my strategy of how I want this team to look in terms of his identity and culture, and give me time to do that and produce that. That's what they're going to do. You believe you have something at quarterback. You don't know what you quite have, but you believe that there's something that you can work with there. And having the experience with a Lamar who, once you drafted Lamar, a lot of the critics were, he can't throw. Is he even a quarterback? And then to nurture that into what we now know as a 2-time MVP, pass-throwing Lamar Jackson, like that was a lot of Harbaugh's hand was in that.
Absolutely.
And so in just believing and pumping the confidence and belief in the fact and supporting the idea of, no, this is my quarterback. He's one of the best to ever do it. He's going to be one of the best to ever do it in the game. So I think he made the right decision based on young talent and the division being a division where you don't see too many times what we saw this year with the Philadelphia Eagles, where a team wins it 2 years in a row.
Right.
This is something that can turn around right away. I really believe that.
Yeah, I said, Greg, earlier, I think they'll be in playoff contention next year. Whether they make it or not, they'll be in contention just next year based on Harbaugh and the talent they have. So, look, I think it's a great choice for the Giants, as I said. I think it's a good choice for Harbaugh. Like, I have no problem with him taking this. It's a very good franchise, the Giants. You know, historically, they've won Super Bowls. If you do something in New York, it is magnified. Eli Manning's 2 Super Bowls with the Giants are magnified over had he won those 2 with, you know, Jacksonville or whoever it might have been.
25 other teams.
Yeah. So there's that. Now, the only job I thought out there that was comparable that I thought maybe I thought he would take over Giants and he was going to interview for it was Atlanta. And I think the reason I felt Atlanta might be better, neither one you don't know in either situation if you have a quarterback. You think you might. I can feel just as good about Michael Penix as I feel about Jackson Dart. Now, Penix gets hurt a lot. Dart has the concussions. So he's a little older. But the quarterback situation is kind of whatever. Atlanta's not as good of a franchise, I don't believe, in terms of the ownership and everything. Doesn't have the history of the Giants. But they are in a the weaker division, at least for now. You know, it's a weaker division. And so I thought there were reasons to choose Atlanta over the Giants, but I have no problem with him going to New York.
Yeah, I think the Raiders' job the Ravens' job, as you said, I had number 1. You just left there. It didn't make sense for the Steelers to go from Tomlin to Harbaugh. So to me, that was like crossed off. So the only job that, in theory, I had him available for that was better than this one was the Raiders' job. But I don't know if that's a better job for John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
I like the upside of that job for a young offensive-minded head coach because if you believe in Mendoza, you guys come together and grow together. And
the great Ashton Genty.
I do like Ashton Genty a lot. I like Brock Bowers a lot. I think that team, needs about how many? You said the Eagles were down to 2 Pro Bowl offensive linemen. I think the Raiders would love to have 1 starting offensive lineman. But so that job to me is interesting. But this is a great fit for John Harbaugh. To your point about the franchise, I mean, it means nothing, but it's an interesting fact. The only franchise in the NFL to win a Super Bowl each of the last 4 decades is the New York Giants. They won a Super Bowl in the 80s and the 90s and the aughts and the 10s.
Oh, we're down to the wire.
What do you mean?
We got a few more years.
We have half the decade left. And so I would imagine they're not going to win one in the 20s. But regardless, my point is they do have a storied history.
Yeah.
The fact that they're giving him 5 years, $100 million means he's got, in my opinion, a minimum of 4 years to show them I'm the guy. They're not going to have a quick trigger. I think the Falcons' job got worse by them firing Raheem this year. It's just like, damn.
I thought Raheem did.
You know what I mean? Like, again, I don't know that he did a great job or not, but to go to win 8 games and be fired in year 2, that feels, when your quarterback got hurt, that feels like, okay.
And to still have the team fighting the way they
Right. So it just felt like, okay, so it's kind of a quick trigger. The Raiders have had just a wildly quick trigger, you know what I mean, basically for every coach other than John Gruden over the last 30 years. So I think this is the right choice for the Giants. And for Harbaugh, I think it is, the division is, in my opinion, more open than people immediately think. Now, there's no team in the division that I'm certain is going to be bad. Because Washington's like, man, we just had a year from hell. Dallas is always going to try to be in it, and Philly's Philly. But I also feel like he goes there and he's like, hey, who's the only coach in this division that people talk about as might be a Hall of Famer? That's me. And now maybe Sirianni gets there one day, but also maybe there's also a scenario where Harbaugh-Tomlin rivalry gets reunited in the NFC East when Mike Tomlin a year from now is the coach of the Eagles.
Coach of the Eagles.
That's where my money. No, the coach of the Eagles a year from now. But so I think he's the best coach in the division, and I don't feel like there is a known quantity superstar quarterback in the division. And so, for those reasons, I think this is a really interesting and intriguing job.
Do you put any credence at all, if I was another coach, like, this guy's the best coach in the division? Like, man, I would win a bunch of games with Lamar Jackson, too. I got Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and a great defense.
See, but he should get a lot of credit for developing Lamar Jackson
Right.
in that process, because coming into the league, Lamar Jackson got passed on. They took him, and then it was like, well, a lot of teams pass on him because we don't know if he's really a quarterback.
Right.
A lot of us sitting at the desks were like, I don't know if he can throw. Yeah. Receivers don't want to go over there with Lamar. He just runs the ball all the time. And then the evolution of Lamar every single season. The Raiders was interesting that you even thought he would go there. I never really thought that was a real.
It doesn't seem like a cultural fit.
But I just think it's a good
his
job.
brother's in the division.
Yeah. No, that's
like,
fair.
I never really.
He's a hard-nosed, like defense, kind of gritty type team. Like up until these last couple years with Lamar, remember they won a lot of games that were ugly, and Lamar's numbers weren't huge. It was like that's the type, and the Giants have been that way. And that's when they've won. That's how they've been. Defense,
he didn't make a Super Bowl having Lamar. He did win a Super Bowl having Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
And so, that is the...
he had an all-time great defense, and then he had Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I mean...
I know we use Andy Reid as the example of like a coach that had a long, successful run and then moved, and Andy Reid got Patrick Mahomes. I'm interested to see Harbaugh without Lamar Jackson. I'm not willing to rubber stamp it maybe as
They made the playoffs with Lamar missing, 5 games with Tyler Huntley.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like
Pro Bowler.
And
He did make a Pro Bowl.
KW,
it's an offshoot of Brady Belichick. That's all it is.
No, I don't think it is, because Belichick, again,
developed Tom Brady, turned him.
But he had
no,
success.
but he didn't. Belichick did not have success before or after Brady. Harbaugh had success before Lamar.
It's just a tangent.
If I may, though, I know I want to get to the next thing, but I think we're maybe looking at it differently. I don't think necessarily the goal of hiring a head coach is to find a top 3 head coach. I think it's to avoid a doofus. And I
the
think
Giants, I definitely
and
believe
I
that.
think that you guarantee this guy knows what he's doing. He brings credibility. He's not gonna
stability.
Right.
Culture.
And so when 14
taking a shot at Joe Judge.
No, I'm just
when
after McAdoo and Judge, and then obviously Dable.
I mean, 14 of the 32 teams have changed their coaches in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So I think this is smart.
Last week, a lot of people in the comments were yelling at me because a lot of the places their teams don't play in that city.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
They agreed with you?
Yeah, San Jose
Okay.
and San Francisco.
Okay.
Different cities, different airports.
Okay.
Thank you, comments.
So, can you name, I believe, the 8 NFL teams that play outside of their city name?
This is going to be a pain in the...
So the New York Giants and Jets
Yep.
play in New Jersey.
The Jets and the Giants play in New Jersey.
The Meadowlands?
East Rutherford.
Yeah, I would have got there.
I'm not going to do the map thing this time. I'm going to try to go faster.
The Rams.
The LA Rams and the LA Chargers. Here's the problem. Is there a mayor of Inglewood?
Not technically in Los Angeles.
Is Inglewood its own place? Or is it like a part of LA?
The Chargers.
I'm going to say Inglewood is its own municipality.
Correct.
Oh, Dallas is in Arlington.
Dallas doesn't play in Dallas. They play in Arlington? No.
Yeah.
They do Arlington?
Now it's going to get a little trickier.
The San Francisco 49ers play in Santa Clara.
But now I'm going to have to do the annoying thing.
I guess I am going to do the thing.
What about those, metro,
We're not doing states or
Right.
New England or.
Right.
You're saying the name.
Yeah.
So Foxborough's in New England. It's a region. Got it. Okay. All right. This time I'm just going to go division by division. God dog it. Buffalo is obviously in Buffalo.
It's not.
Buffalo is Orchard Park.
Oh, wait. No, it's not. Buffalo is in Orchard Park.
Correct.
The Commanders.
Washington Commanders.
Yeah.
Where do they play?
They don't really play in the DC proper area.
I'm going to say Arlington, Virginia.
No, wrong state.
They play in Maryland.
Yeah, Nick said Virginia.
Nick said Virginia?
He said, I bet it's in Arlington, Virginia.
Amazing. Amazing. Missing
So I'm done?
Yeah.
That's easy.
Are we counting San Francisco?
You didn't get them all right.
Pardon?
Boom! Santa Clara.
You got the Bills wrong.
You, for the record, you jumped me on that. I was thinking out loud,
You said
going through it.
the Bills
Was
obviously play in
I
Buffalo.
looking at you, or was I looking over here? If I'm looking over here, I am thinking aloud because silence is not good content. I would have gotten there, but so I got them right. I got them right. Let's be honest.
It's a huge win for me.
He is.
On that note.
He is. Live from New York. It's a show that's wishing you a happy Friday wherever you are. It's the special episode of First Things
The
First.
eve of, for my money, the best sports weekend of the year every year. Divisional round playoff weekend with the college football national championship as a little dessert on Monday night.
That is like a little dessert.
It is my favorite sports weekend of the year.
Some people might argue March Madness,
but
opening weekend.
That is a good one.
That's up
there. Masters weekend for some, I get it. But of all the NFL playoff weekends, this is my favorite one. I'm a little annoyed at the coaching news taking up so much of the news this week when we have these four great games. Best sports weekend of the year, for my money, is
well, look, if it's anything like opening weekend of the
Unreal.
playoffs, which was fantastic.
Unreal.
Thank you. I was saying that, and you guys were making fun of me.
Well, you tweeted it. You don't have
You
to
just,
tweet
yeah,
it.
you weren't
You're
saying
saying
it
because
because you were
you see
tweeting, what a great game.
It was
3 for
great
3.
game. We're starting with Broncos Bills Saturday afternoon. Broncos will get after Josh, but bad news, Broncos fans. Look who's excellent under pressure. Highest passer rating under pressure in the last 10 years of postseason play. Josh's game in Jacksonville was 4th best ever. So who do you trust more, Josh Allen?
That's a hell of a list.
It's pretty good, right?
It is a heck of a
Patrick Mahomes a couple times and Jaquaski Tart. Wow.
Who do you trust more, Josh Allen or this Broncos defense?
Give me Josh Allen all day, all night. He's a playoff performer. I mean, was that playoffs or that was just?
That was the highest single playoff games. That was his game against Jackson.
Last 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he is fantastic in the playoffs. As great as he is in the regular season, he ratchets it up in the playoffs, which is impressive because even a lot of great quarterbacks haven't done that. Even ones that aren't known for struggling in the playoffs, they still may not play as well in the playoffs. A lot of people say being clutch is in the playoffs or the big moments, you can perform as well as you do in the regular season. Just as well. Because the competition is better, the stakes are higher. If you can actually go to another level, that's impressive and unique. And look at his numbers when it comes to the postseason. He improves in everything and declines in nothing. Touchdown percentage, he essentially stays even. Yards per attempt. But yards total, interception percentage, which is really impressive, drops in these huge games. Completion percentage, passer rating. He's 5th all time in postseason passer rating. So for a guy that his passer rating generally isn't incredibly high in the regular season, for him to do that in the playoffs. And also, look, Denver's defense is very good. Obviously, there's 68 sacks this year. They are a tremendous defense. I'm not trying to say they aren't, but they can be gotten.
Yes.
Jacksonville, 34 points. Green Bay, 26 points. Indianapolis with Daniel Jones, 29 points. The Giants, maybe they took them lightly, but 32 points with Jackson Dart. Washington with Marcus Mariota gets 26 points. So I just think that, and finally, last year, when Denver's defense was great then, they were 3rd, I believe, in points allowed per game. And Josh Allen and the Bills go and put 31 on them.
Spotted them a 7-0 lead and then scored 31 straight.
So I'm trusting Josh Allen.
So I also trust Josh Allen more. His playoff numbers are interesting because there's no spot where they're bad, but where he is the greatest wild card weekend quarterback ever. And then he's quite good, even though he doesn't have a great record, because that's all Mahomes stuff, in the next 2 rounds. If you look at his playoff stats with it split, wild card weekend, 16 touchdowns, 2 picks, 114 rating. Divisional round conference championship, again, I'm not going to hold the win-loss record against him too much because really only the Bengals divisional round game 3 years ago was he bad in. He's been somewhere from good to excellent.
He was great in some of the losses.
Right, particularly obviously the 13 seconds game. But 10 touchdowns, 2 picks, passer rating drops. And this round, he has the 13 seconds game. And then other than that, a win against Baltimore where the offense scores 1 touchdown. He has 200 yards passing. The bad Cincinnati game. Last year in this round against Baltimore, he passed for 127 and ran 10 times for 20 yards. So, he has not been prolific in this round, but I trust him, and this is where I want Bills fans, we can unite on this front.
Have you been accepted into the Bills?
I do have to say, they are, when people say they're great fans, and I have poked fun at times, they are certainly some of the kinder, more welcoming of all the NFL fan bases.
Yes.
And they don't have a lot of vindictiveness. There's not a lot of that. And so I don't know if I'll ever be welcome to it, but they don't, I think, hate me the way maybe other fan bases would have if my team and their team had this half-decade rivalry. But these are the moments where guys with all-time great skill sets can start to become all-time greats. These are the moments where guys who we think have legendary talent can start to become legends. When you're on the road, you're a little banged up. You might not have the better team, but you know what? It's close enough, and I got you guys. And that is what I expect to see from Josh Allen this weekend. It is unfair for me to say I expect him to do that in 4 consecutive rounds. For them to win the Super Bowl, I think he's going to have to be very good in every single game. But one of these games, he's going to need, wow, that was the James Cook game, or wow, the defense forces a pick 6. I don't think he's going to be able to, go solo through 4 rounds of the playoffs because it does only get harder. But what you saw last week was his first semi-legendary playoff moment in a win. That he doesn't have any other. All of the great Josh Allen playoff stuff that we talk about has come in games games he lost. Last week's drive against the Jags, it's not legendary, it's his wild card round against Jags, but it could be the start of a story. And I think he continues that story this weekend, and in part because of what you were saying, Brew, I don't think, KW, the Broncos defense is as good right now as it was late October. I still think it's very good, but I think that
the bulk, maybe 60 or more percent of their sacks happened prior to that.
I think it started fading a bit last year, at the end of last season as well. I don't mean it was great at the beginning of this year, but I'm just saying it was really good last year, and then I thought it faded a little bit toward the end.
If Josh Allen
saw in the playoff game
wins this game, we kick around hey, did this team get exposed? That Jacksonville against the Broncos game will be the Broncos defense got exposed.
See, can I push back on that for a second?
If he has his way, not if it's
right, or it might mean that despite going 12-5 this year, the Bills were better than some people gave them credit for. The Bills, Josh Allen playing a great game and the Bills scoring 30 points does not necessarily have to mean that the Broncos were defensive frauds. It might mean that there has been an underrating in some quarters of the Buffalo Bills.
30 points is a lot. If you're third in points and second in yards.
I mean, the Bills averaged 28 points per game.
I think exposed would be too much, but it would be, if they give up 30, I don't think it'll be 31-7 like last year.
No.
But if they give up 30 and it's not that close, 30-17, 31-17,
can't give up 30
like
points
that,
at home.
That would be a bit alarming.
I don't think they're going to score 30. I just said that because the Bills average 28.5.
Yeah, they're one of the top.
So that's right around that would be their season average. I think that the Bills offense is going to have enough success against the Broncos defense that the Broncos offense is going to have to go out there and match points for a bit. And I don't know if they're built to do that.
Run the ball. Sean Payton was like, I'm going to write on my note card, run the ball.
That's going to be interesting. If they can run the ball.
It did feel like Jacksonville got away from that. They were averaging 7 yards a carry.
Yeah.
Nuts.
And they stopped running.
All right, Texans-Patriots Sunday afternoon. Texans defense excellent, and Drake May well aware. This is a question about guarantees. We'll go around the table to see if anybody is willing to go there. Brew, we can start with you. Are you willing to guarantee that the number 2 seeded Patriots will beat the Texans?
No.
Okay, that's one no.
Yeah.
Are you willing to guarantee it, Nick?
Guarantee it.
A guarantee. You can bet something on it if you like.
Yeah, I might have the Patriots in
out.
Nick's picks today, and that's not just them to win, that's them -3. But guarantee it?
Yeah, guarantee it.
I will not.
Okay, I have great news for everybody. And if you want to offer up some potential bets, I'm all ears. I'm willing to guarantee a Patriots victory. Because I was a little bit nervous.
Great.
I was a little bit nervous about the Texans defense. They are a great defense. And I don't just want to be, a Patriots fan. And then I realized, aren't we a great offense? Don't we have the MVP, potentially, at quarterback? Shouldn't they be the ones worried about us? Isn't it going to be cold in New England? Aren't we favored? Hasn't the Houston Texans have never gotten out of this round? They beat up on a quarterback, an overmatched quarterback, Flacco or Herbert or Rodgers, and then they get to the next round, Mahomes and Lamar, and then they lose. And that was what probably will happen in New England.
Probably. No problem.
I apologize.
No problem.
I apologize for a measured response. I meant guaranteed. And it goes back to, we already beat the number 1 defense in the league. The famous, I'm worried about him, but I also don't think it matters, Browns game when Myles Garrett had a bunch of sacks on Drake May. This was Drake versus the Browns, week 8 when we won 32-13. The Browns defense was the number 1 defense in the league in Foxborough when Drake May lit them up. Because he put 32 points, and more importantly, we had a bunch of yards, the Browns dropped from being number 1, and the Texans became
Well, that's
the number
not
1
the
defense.
only reason.
Well, it's one of the reasons.
Okay, but the Browns also, I think, shortly thereafter, I think Cam Ward scored 34 on them.
I'm just saying
they began falling off.
This was the tipping point.
Okay, sure, that's one way to look at it.
D'Amico Ryan says, hey, everybody, good news.
Yeah.
Because the Patriots destroyed the Browns, we are now the number 1 defense. So does it just happen once? Well, let's look at when we've played top 10 defenses and how we've done. 4-1.
I do like this.
Totally. We can move the ball. Completion percentage 67, 4th best ever. Touchdown and turnovers 9-4. Top 10 defenses, and this includes the Chargers game last week. So
you're guaranteeing.
I'm willing to guarantee
Mr.
it.
Defense wins championships.
Well, guess who else has a good defense?
Not the Texans level.
But
it's
Not the Texans level, but CJ's not playing at Drake's level either.
100% agree. It's one of the reasons I might be picking the Patriots -3. I'm surprised it felt to me, Brew, and then you please go, that mid-December, you felt the team that scared you the most was Houston. I think
After that Josh Allen game.
Whenever it was.
Terrifying.
Like there was a period of time where you liked the Patriots against Denver, the Patriots against the Chargers, the Patriots against Buffalo, and the team you didn't want to face was Houston, and now you're getting them. And it even felt like 2 days ago you were a little
yesterday
nervous.
You sounded like you were
Can I give you one more stat that I felt good about? I don't really feel great about it, to be honest with you, because it involves an injury and a friend of the show, Nico Collins.
That matters.
Nico Collins is not going to play. He's going to be out with a concussion. Christian Gonzalez is going to play. God bless you. Christian Gonzalez is going to play. He's going to blanket Christian Kirk. So I think Christian Kirk is going to be basically taken out of the game.
I think that
Gonzalez has been out of his mind. When CJ does not played without his number 1 wideout, with Nico Collins, his passer rating's down to 86, 9 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
86 is about what it is. I think for the year it's like 89.
No, it feels like he's like
Yeah,
it was. I think it was around
underwhelmed this year, but I think we
86.
all sort of believe in CJ, but just hasn't really.
I'm going with the Texans.
But why?
Wow.
Because I think their defense. I get all these nice stats and stuff, but this is the playoffs, and it's different. And we saw that last week.
Wow.
You thought Drake couldn't come out and struggle. What did Drake do?
He struggled.
Come out and struggle. Now, he played well. I liked him better.
He was
I liked
really
him more
bad in
than
the
you
first
did.
half.
I thought he played better than you thought he played. But he showed that, it's not the regular season. It's not the same thing. And this Texans team, this is their third straight year in the divisional round.
Correct.
You said it. C.J. Stroud, for as young as he is in his 6th playoff game already.
Yeah.
And this is the round they keep getting beat in. And last year, I thought they played Kansas City tough. They lost that game. It wasn't really in the balance at any point, but it was a closer game than I expected.
Yeah.
Baltimore had blown them out the year before, Houston, in this round. But C.J. didn't have, as pedestrian as C.J. was this year, he was worse last year. And he played a little bit better in the playoffs. Like, he's never been horrible. Last week, all the drops and stuff. What I liked about him last week, I'm predicting he's going to play better than he did last week. Even with all the bobbles and fumbles and the one pick, he still made some big throws. Here's one you mentioned. Christian
I
Kirk.
thought he made 2 awesome plays.
Yeah, we don't have the video, but Kirk, the 46-yarder to Kirk down the right sideline.
That's right.
And I just thought, as bad a day as CJ was having in a tough game against a legendary quarterback on the other side, he showed mental toughness to still make those throws, still threw for 250 yards.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's going to play much better than he did a week ago. And I just think that defense is going to give you – I'm not guaranteeing the Texans win, but I think that defense is going to give you guys some more problems. So I'm going with the Texans.
So here's the question I have. Because listen, I'm picking the Pats. The whether or not I'm doing the -3 or not, save for Nick's picks, but the Pats are my pick.
Mm-hmm.
The only way I think I will regret that pick, KW, is if during the game I start to think of these defenses I'm about to show you. Because this century, there have been 4 instances of a defense just being like, yeah, we're just going to ransack the league en route to a championship. And it's the 2000 Ravens, the 02 Bucks, the 2013 Seahawks, and the 2015 Broncos. Those are, in my opinion, and I think inarguably, the 4 best Super Bowl winning defenses. And KW, let me show you. What do you before I even show it, you seem skeptical, so go ahead.
No, it's Josh McDaniels has. I want to get it right. How many defenses Josh McDaniels has beaten on that list? But keep going.
I don't know. I can tell you none of them. None of those 4 specific teams.
Mm-hmm.
But here is
I'm counting regular season as well.
Here is what those. And I still believe it's none of those teams. But here is what those 4 teams did in the playoffs. The 2000 Ravens allowed 16 points total. 1 touchdown scored to themselves, and in 4 games had 12 takeaways. The 2002 Bucks forced 13 takeaways, had 4 pick sixes, and allowed 10 points per game. The 2013 Seahawks allowed 13 points, had 8 takeaways, beat peak Drew Brees, peak Colin Kaepernick, and peak Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning, 55 touchdowns. Right, and made
Denver.
And 2015 Denver, 7 takeaways, allowed less than 15 points per game, beat Big Ben, Tom Brady, and Cam in his MVP year. These Texans have started the playoffs. They have allowed 6 points. They have 2 pick sixes. And it has been.
6 and a.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2 defensive touchdowns, correct. It's been a decade since we've had one of these. We get about one a decade. The 85 Bears did it. We get about one a decade. I'm not predicting it. But if it happens, I think we are going to be looking at this Texans team on Monday's show as holy moly. Are they about to go on that type of run where nobody's getting to 14 on them, where the defense might outscore the offense on them? And I mean, the
Josh McDaniels stat, I really like that. Brady, it is something, I think, that Josh McDaniels could be watching this segment and say, oh, I have played 2 of those defenses. Legion of Boom the next year in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Okay, got that one, but you can say, that's the famous Marshawn Lynch game. And then lost to Denver 2018, Brady had 336 yards. So John, okay, have I gotten better? Have I learned anything from playing that defense that I can sort of use? Drake May's not Tom Brady.
Drake May's not peak Tom Brady.
But I think Josh McDaniels has gotten better in 10 years of being an offensive coordinator. I have seen this before. I'm not a brand new offensive coordinator. I've played 2 of those all-time great defenses. I've got a trick up my sleeve or 2.
Okay. I mean, I think that however much better Josh McDaniels has gotten is a smaller improvement in the gap between 2010's Tom Brady in his, 13th or 11th AFC Championship game versus Drake May.
Couldn't run, though. Guess who's back? Not yet, but guess who wants to be back by week 1? Patrick Mahomes. Very optimistic.
He's going to be dancing at Travis's wedding.
Oh,
he's going to be playing in week 1. I believe we will see Patrick Mahomes dancing at Travis Kelce's wedding, and I believe Patrick Mahomes will be ready for week 1. Now, I also believe the Chiefs should operate as if he won't be, meaning have a plan in place for in September, we're going to have to be able to win with replacement level quarterbacking, which I think even if Patrick is out there, whatever plan, offensive game plan, run focus was, do that anyway, and anything great Patrick gives you is a bonus to ease him back into it. But again, you guys know the last few years, I've said on the show many times, my kind of change in life philosophy, the Cormac McCarthy quote, never underestimate the awful luck your bad luck saved you from. Try to find the silver lining even in awful things. And if there is any silver lining to Patrick suffering that injury, I do think it may be forced a closer autopsy of what actually was going on infrastructure-wise with the Chiefs' scheme, with the offense, with some things that needed to be improved. And I trust the organization that they will do that while Patrick's rehabbing. That's my take.
I mean, I agree with you. That's a great optimistic way to look at it. To me, they would have had to be doing that anyway. What were they, 6-8 when he got hurt?
They lost
that game.
They were. They were 6-6 after 6-7 when he got hurt. Yeah, and was en route to 6-8.
They lost the game, so 6-8. But yeah, I just think they would have been looking at that anyway, and they should. It'd be great if he's back for week 1. I think he should obviously not come back before he's 100%. But if he gets back for week 1, that's good for the Chiefs because it's probably going to take him a few weeks, if not several weeks, to kind of get back to his old self. And speaking of that, I want him back to his old self. I want him back healthy, but I want him back to the Patrick Mahomes that made us think he's the best we've ever seen. And the last 3 years, he's going to have a new offensive coordinator possibly too. Matt Nagy gets a job. These are the last 3 seasons, though. And, Nick, I've said it before, and I doubt this will happen, but I would at least look – to me, he should be on their list, Eric Bieniemy.
I think he is on the list.
Yeah, because he's a running back coach right now in Chicago. He's helped that run game. And Mahomes' last MVP year without Tyreek was with Bieniemy. Bieniemy left, and that's where those last 3 seasons' stats individually have plummeted. Now, they did win a Super Bowl and got to another one without Bieniemy. But for Patrick individually, it seems like Bieniemy was great for him, and I would love to see that reunion.
We're 24 hours away from the start of the divisional round, a time where legacies are launched, lifted, or lowered. To find out who has the most to gain, well, it's time for a segment called Nick's Most to Gain.
All right, I don't love the picture of me, but
I said that, Dustin.
Dusty, he wants the highlights. I keep telling you.
I'm not saying
Once you had the
love that
highlights,
picture
everything
of
else
me.
is like.
I'm saying I
Your
don't like that
highlights
it
look
has
nice.
a picture of me. I think it should, whatever, it doesn't matter. Work in progress. Greg, this is my favorite weekend of the NFL year. Divisional round weekend. 4 games, 2 Saturday, 2 Sunday. Usually you have at least 6 of the best 8 teams. This year we might just stone have the best 8 teams. Sorry, Jags. Certainly 8 of the 9. Number 8 most to gain. Kyle Shanahan. Put him in the Hall of Fame. Marv Levy never won.
Game?
No, Marv Levy never won a Super Bowl. Bud Grant never won a Super Bowl. Don Coryell never won a Super Bowl. If we are talking about the best coaches of his era, if he continues on this track with this team, it's as good of a single season coaching job as I've seen. I understand he hasn't coached long enough to actually be a Hall of Famer, but I think he is a Hall of Fame caliber coach.
Wow.
This would be
we were out of the gate firing.
Shocking victory, as undermanned as they are against Seattle. Kyle Shanahan. Number 7, guy we just talked about, Patrick Mahomes. He can't lose in this Bills-Broncos game. Broncos lose. It's like, oh, Chiefs out of the playoffs, AFC West with a grand total of 0 playoff wins. Hope you guys enjoyed this one Chiefs gap year. You guys did nothing with it. Broncos win. Oh, Josh, sorry. That sucks. I was rooting for you, man. Really was. I was really, really hoping this would be the year you break through. Number 6, D'Amico. He gets the credit. They win this because they don't have a singular defensive player. Like those 4 defenses I talked about before. 2000 Ravens, Ray Lewis. 02 Bucks, multiple Hall of Famers that we think about in Lynch and Brooks and Rondé and Sapp. 13 Seahawks, Legion of Boom. 15 Broncos, Von Miller in that master class. It wasn't DeMarcus Ware's on that team too. This team has a bunch of great players. Daniil Hunter, underrated, made 110 sacks. Will Anderson. But I feel like he's the face of it. When you think of this Texans defense, what I think of is D'Amico flexing on the sideline after they force another 3 and out. And 3 years, everything you were saying about CJ, 3 years in the divisional round, that many playoff appearances, all applies to D'Amico, but nobody thinks D'Amico's going in the wrong direction like we worry CJ is. Number 5, Josh Allen. Gets 1 step closer. Again, he was number 8 last week because it is a compliment to not have him that high because he's won this round twice before. But what he knows, unlike the 2 other times he has won divisional round games before, he doesn't have Patrick waiting for him in the AFC Championship game if he wins this round. Number 4, Sam Darnold, KW. You like 14 wins and 4,000 yards. How do you feel about 15 wins and 4,000 yards?
My attention.
And does dispel the idea of every big game you just can't rely on him.
Do you think if he plays great in this game, I almost think he needs to win the Super Bowl?
No, well,
before
no,
the stage
I think he would have to win the Super Bowl for it to be removed entirely. But just playing great in this game would make it to where you don't expect him to play poorly in every big game because it's like, no, look at this game. And now the kids. Number 3, second-year quarterback Bo Nix. I guess. I don't have a lot to say about it. It's fair is fair. I got to put him on there, but whatever. Number 2, Drake May. Rarefied air. This would be top 2 MVP in year 2, along with a couple playoff wins, conference championship game appearance at the very least. There wouldn't be a lot of debates to me about is he in that, at the very least, top 5 quarterback discussion, if not firmly in there. And then number 1, Caleb Williams. I understand that the way Caleb has won these games for some has been, controversial is the wrong word, but unsustainable is, I think, fair. But for most, it's like, well, that's the hardest thing to do in the NFL. Be at your best when everyone knows you have to pass in the waning moments of these games. If you can do that, then of course the other stuff you will continue to improve on. Number 1 pick pedigree in the conference championship game in year 2, when the guy who went number 2 got to the conference championship game in year 1, kind of put some of that Jaden Caleb stuff to bed, at least for now, and really starts the Caleb-Drake-May conversation. He has the most to gain. That is the most to gain for the divisional round list for Greg Jennings.
Look, interesting list. Obviously, the top 3 are what they are. I really love the Kyle Shanahan being on this list.
Thank you.
That's a great list. Look, I tried to think of a guy that I knew you wouldn't even consider to put on that list. And I got one.
Oh, okay.
We talked to his teammate. Well, you guys talked to his teammate. I wasn't invited to the conversation. Deion Dawkins. Early this season. Keon Coleman. Oh, man, he's going to be a guy. Look out for Keon Coleman.
Oh.
Great take.
Keon Coleman is going to be fantastic this year. Deion Dawkins.
I went to a baseball card show and we got a Keon Coleman rookie card.
You bought all the way into it. And he had us all believing in year 2, can he make that leap? We've seen a lot of young receivers do that. Now we saw a season where he was a healthy scratch on 4 different occasions for this Bills team. You're going into a divisional round where you are obliterated at the receiver position. Keon Coleman, you have to dress. You dressed last week. You dressing this week. You must show up. Gabe Davis went down last week. Now it's like, okay, who do we have? Where can we find something? Well, they got to throw the ball. Brandon Cooks they brought on, and he's been good when he's been involved. Where are you? Are you going to show up? The reason why I say he has the most to gain, because I truly believe his career is on the line. This is not a first-round pick.
Cow.
This is not a guy where you're going to be looking at him and saying, you know what, we can do something with that. He's been a healthy scratch. That means we're not dressing you to be number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Just go stand over there.
Yeah, but in his defense, when they made him a healthy scratch, it really devastated him. We did see how he, you know what I mean? He was just a, he was just a
He had to do something. I'm not going to knock him for dancing. He was feeling the vibes. If you're going to be on the sideline, at least don't be pouting and all the things Brew would think otherwise. But Keon Coleman, he has the most to gain, because I truly believe he can turn his career around with a performance, knowing in this moment he's going to be heavily relied upon. If they are able to throw the ball, you think he's going to be the guy that they try to get a mismatch or matchup situation with. He can make plays in this moment. Josh needs somebody.
Flip side is he might have seen that receiver depth chart this week and been like, I really don't have to go to meetings now. Like they gotta play me. Go ahead.
One catch, one target, 36 yards.
It was a big play. He made a big play down the sideline.
I'm not adding anybody. I'm switching 2 guys, and I'm gonna switch while you're like this: Drake and Caleb. If they both win, I'm gonna say Drake gains more than Caleb. Now, Caleb is more spectacular, more charismatic. Like Caleb would have more commercials and, than Drake. I think he's more marketable and everything with his personality. But Drake has clearly been the better quarterback this season and might win an MVP. It sounds like he's going to be the runner-up, but might win the MVP. If they both get to the AFC or the conference championship, I would think the guy that had the regular season that was better, that might win the MVP, at the very least finish second, would gain more than Caleb, especially even if Caleb is great all 4 quarters. I'm not saying he doesn't gain a lot, but I just think if Drake wins this game, it is a serious chance you just put him in the top 5.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? If Caleb wins it, I'm still not ready to put him in the top 5, particularly if he keeps winning in the fashion that he has with not playing that well early on and then coming on late. It would be great and dynamic and awesome, but I want some steady play as well.
So I should have probably included this and why I had Caleb number 1. I don't think there is a way for the Bears to win this game without him playing the best game of his career. I think they are going to have to score in the at least 30s, if not more. I think he's going to have to be excellent, and I think the general public would look at beating Matt Stafford and the Rams with more, as a more impressive accomplishment.
But beating that Houston defense.
Well, so and the flip side is, I do think there's a scenario where Drake has a mediocre statistical game, and the Patriots win anyway.
We could win 10-7.
Right. That's and so that I just don't think there are ways where the Pats win where it's not about Drake May. I don't think there's a way for the Bears to win where it's not about Caleb. I would agree with you if they both win and they are both excellent. What Drake's done is more impressive. Being excellent against that Texans defense is more impressive than against
All right, flip side, you can't have any rainbows without some rain. The most to lose list.
The highlights are in there, bro.
The highlights look great.
Number 5, a little two-parter. Just talked about him. Drake and KW.
Ooh.
So there is a scenario where on Monday, there are 3 quarterbacks from Drake May's draft class that have played in conference championship games or are about to. And he's not one of them. Jaden's already done it. Bo Nix could do it. Caleb could do it. KW fell into the old Danny Parkins pitfall of guaranteeing a win. And that we've been, all of us, Greg will fly back in from Minnesota with us to destroy that stupid door of destiny if this Patriots
Greg
team
doesn't hate the door of destiny.
I don't hate the door.
Greg,
really?
The door of destiny is
really
growing on Greg.
Giannis even get a super cut of Greg's facial expression every time he's been cut off trying to give a point when those Trumpeteers come out. That's true. It has made him
that's the way the segment
actually
goes.
angry.
You
Number
set me up every
4,
time.
Ben Johnson. I think it is smart that he has put the attention on himself. Nobody's talking about any of his players. They're talking about him, scrutiny on him for using the F word and for the quick handshake. But it is added pressure. And the one thing, KW, that we didn't talk about yesterday.
I know.
Was the brother?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Mike LaFleur.
So KW made the point, like, hey, the head coach of the Rams is super tight with the head coach of the Packers, Matt LaFleur. But the guy who's even tighter than McVay with LaFleur is his brother, who's the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams. Here is where I worry for Ben Johnson. If the Rams are in control, I could see them really trying to run up the score.
Yes.
Like in a way you normally wouldn't do in a playoff game. Like
silly stuff.
Exactly
like,
right.
Almost like what Ben Johnson did against the Cowboys.
Correct.
Like, I'm going to do some silly stuff.
Back when you loved Ben Johnson.
I like
you loved
that.
that. Number 3, Sean Payton. All right, so he would fall to 1-4 in the playoffs since the NFC Championship game with the famous non-called DPI against the 2018 Rams. This would be the 4th straight time he has had a 13 or 14 win team and not reached a Super Bowl. This is a guy who has written a ton of checks. Right now, they haven't bounced, but they haven't cashed yet either. The regular season and the number 1 seed, the only way to undercut that is to lose your very first playoff game against the team that beat you in the playoffs last year. Sean Payton. Number 2, I'm as surprised as anybody. Wow. So this weekend, it's not just Drake May now. Drake May, also a number 3 pick out of the University of North Carolina, who in year 2 for him, could potentially be in a conference championship game, while 23-year-old Michael Jordan in year 2, his team won 30 games, they got swept. But also,
he was hurt.
Also, is there a possibility that kids in Chicago, like who my sports idol is? Caleb Williams. I know Granddad tells me about this guy named Michael Jordan. I watched him do the same interview 7 different weeks in a row on NBC. I don't think he's that interesting.
Unfortunately, no longer.
Here's the thing.
I know.
Those kids that might say Caleb's their favorite.
Yeah.
What kind of shoes they
Well,
wear?
listen, I don't disagree with you that they might feel like Michael Jordan is the all-time best. He's better than the A6 guys at marketing. I'm just telling you, most lose. Number 1, and I'm sorry, bro, Sam Darnold. I don't think it's going to happen. But if Darnold lays an egg, he is on, I don't even know what list he goes to, of just guys who, it's not that you don't trust them, it's that it's what's the thing I say sometimes? An unacceptable opinion. To say I believe this guy's going to come through. He has the most to lose this weekend, and it doesn't help that his oblique is hurt. I didn't like that. I didn't like that Drew Lock was getting practice reps. I didn't like that one bit. That's the most to lose from the divisional round.
That's a good, like, Darnold, and I don't know that they could move on, but you got to believe if he played badly in that building, they're like, we need a better quarterback.
Yeah.
We got everything else. Well, again, I don't know that
in those
you could
moments,
move
because you
on,
know you
but-
can win in the regular season. I think the Vikings are a testament to that as well. But in the moments where you need your quarterback to be at his best, he hasn't. He
just can't melt down.
He can't.
That's what I'm saying. That's
can't
what,
melt down.
He needs to. He can't play badly.
Correct.
He can be okay. They can win with him being okay.
So we have to count for 59 because we're coming up on Super Bowl 60.
I have to tell you each franchise.
Yeah.
So let's go division by division.
Got a strategy. At the top, the Patriots have 6.
The Pats have won 6. The Buffalo Bills have been to 4, have won 0.
The Dolphins also are just 2, right?
The Miami Dolphins have won 2. The New York Jets have been to 1, they have won 1.
Nick probably did this by division.
He did.
The Steelers are at 6.
The Steelers with 6.
I am considering the Colts, the Baltimore Colts and the Indianapolis Colts, and the Baltimore Ravens just the Ravens.
Yes.
So the Baltimore Ravens have 2.
The Baltimore Ravens have won 2 Super Bowls.
The Colts have 2.
The Colts have won 2.
Yikes.
What an embarrassment of that division. The Kansas City Chiefs, God, we've been to so many.
The Chiefs, 4.
4 Super Bowls. Question with Denver is, did they win in the 70s?
So the Broncos have 3.
I am not locking in my Denver number yet, so I'm putting 3 with a little asterisk.
Raiders with 3.
The Raiders have won 3 Super Bowls.
Did you see the video of Ben Johnson clicking his pen a bunch of times like a maniac?
No.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
NFC East.
Cowboys with 5.
2 with Staubach, 3 with Troy. They have 5. I bet Parko gets this one wrong. The Giants.
The Giants have 4.
Yes.
The New York Giants have 4.
Eagles have 2.
The Eagles, just the 2, Foles and Hurts. Washington, this is another one. Danny might say Washington 0.
Washington has 3.
And it's Washington 3.
Packers with 4.
So they have 4.
Bears have 1.
Embarrassingly, only has won 1.
49ers 5.
San Francisco, 4 with Montana, 1 with Young. The LA/St. Louis Rams.
Rams have 2.
I believe it's 2, but if these don't add up to 59, those are going to be the first 2 places we go look.
Seattle would be 1.
Seattle's at 1.
0 or 1.
Do processor of elimination.
Oh, and add up the Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Good math.
I'm trying to impress Coach. So all we have left is the NFC South.
Saints are 1.
The Saints have 1.
Falcons are 0.
The Falcons have been to 1, 28-3. Yikes.
And Bucks are 2.
Yes.
The Bucks famously, obviously, have won 2. Let's add these up.
Are we home?
8 is 56, plus 3 is 59.
Plus 5 is 58.
That's a perfect 59 out of 59. Tell me I'm right, Gianna.
You're right.
Bang.
Oh. Well, no. Namath 1-1. So that'd be Jets 1, Vikings 0.
Correct.
Boom.
Bang.
Killed it.
Nick did it quicker and by
Only
division.
a few minutes quicker.
Only a few minutes quicker. That's fine.
Thank you, Coach.
Danny has no chance.
I have a secret to tell you.
What's your secret?
Coach said you had no chance.
I had no...
Danny, it's over.
Coach, you underestimate my dorkiness. Not as big a dork as Nick, but come on now.
We're headed to Denver. Bills-Broncos, Bo versus Josh in a matchup of last year's game where the Broncos lost 31-7. If Bo Nix pulls this off, Nick, and you had him in the basement of the AFC West during predictions week a long time ago.
That was a bad pick. That one I was wrong about.
Now they are on the
Raiders were,
verge
in fact, not better than the Broncos.
of hosting the Arrowhead Invitational. They would be. Have signs and everything. Welcome to the Arrowhead Invitational.
It used to be called
at
that.
Mile High.
Yeah.
No more. But
Would you be willing to admit that you were wrong about Bo Nix?
I mean, I was obviously wrong on the low end. Like, I was obviously wrong that the Broncos were not going to be a playoff team. I was obviously wrong that if you would have asked me, this didn't come up, but if someone had said, could you ever see Bo Nix being the quarterback for the #1 seed, I would have said absolutely not. I was clearly wrong about those things, whether they were said or not. If they win this game, does it guarantee that I am wrong holistically, that Bo Nix is not forget franchise NFL quarterback, but not even going to end up being a long-term Broncos quarterback? No, I don't think that will prove that at all. I don't.
Oh, wow. So you don't think he's there long term?
I think the jury is still out over whether or not Bo Nix is above average. I believe that in my bones. And I think that what they have done this year is wildly impressive, and he has played his best in the waning moments, in the fourth quarter of a lot of these games, and that matters. And I thought the Packer game was very impressive, and I said it in real time that I thought that was the best game of his career. But what's also true is this. This is Bo Nix, where he was this year statistically with league ranks. He was not above average. And to give some context for that, those numbers are almost identical to a different first-round pick who has made the playoffs once, who none of us think is definitively the team's long-term answer. If you put his numbers this year side by side with Bryce this year, the completion percentage is identical. The yards per attempt is identical. The touchdown-interception ratio, Bo has him barely, and the passer rating is identical. Now, Bo throws way more passes, so he has more yards per game.
Did he lead the league?
In attempts. Yeah, not in yards, but in attempts he might have. I'm not sold that Bryce Young is the guy in Carolina, and I'm not sold that Bo Nix is like stamped franchise quarterback. And if they win this game, again, if they win this game because Bo Nix is like, watch me cook, then I will, of course, have to adjust my opinion. I don't think that's the path to them winning it, so I could see them winning this game and me still being skeptical of them. People say that's unfair. I'm just trying to be honest about where I feel about the player.
I do think that's fair if they win 18-15 or something like that, and he's solid, or just even they've won games with him not playing well.
Or they run all over Buffalo.
Yeah,
they run for 250.
So I think if he goes out and plays great all 4 quarters, or for the most part, and just has a fantastic game and kind of leads them to victory, maybe in a shootout, which you guys don't think is possible, then I do think you would have to change. But I get what you're saying, because if they lose this game, Greg, 24 or 20-17 or something, and just couldn't score, I think just the same thing we said about Darnold in Seattle. Obviously, Sean Payton likes Bo Nix, but you would have to wonder, we got this phenomenal defense, but we can't score, and our quarterback is not consistent. And so I think those questions would be out there. Obviously, he's still on his rookie scale and he'd have time, but that would become a question mark for them if he doesn't play that well.
In that scenario, I think the questions would be warranted. I would argue, watching Bo Nix and seeing what he has at his disposal, he doesn't have the weapons. And again, you have the luxury of watching a guy in New England that, in coach's words, is a force multiplier. Not every player is that. Sure. Immediately. Now, at the quarterback position, at some point, you kind of have to become that. In Bo Nix in year 2, with Cortland Sutton being the only true, number 1 primary guy, everybody else, Marvin Mims and Brian, and then Evan Ingram at tight end, they're guys. They're not. That's true. In what we would be expecting, you look at Caleb and what he has. You look at even Jaden last year and what he had, at least in Scary Terry and other guys. Bo Nix does not have that.
Go ahead,
I would wait to see what they can get in terms of skill guys around him, because I believe he can still. He's shown me enough to where I'm not just.
I would not be saying that. What?
He's won more games than any quarterback in NFL history in his first 2 years.
Yeah, that doesn't move me.
Then, if the points to win games, he's like, well, I've won the most.
Well, but again,
it's certainly he's the number 1 seed. So, and if he loses to Josh Allen,
but you're totally. You know who's won the more games in the last 2 years? Sam Darnold. who's also the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
And if he plays terribly,
Sam Darnold has
Yeah, 6 years of bad football.
No.
This guy is like super clutch when
But
he's
I don't think anybody. I don't even think Nick's saying you get rid of him or anything like that. I'm just saying you still wonder is he our guy?
And even if they win, and I just want to say one thing in response to Greg before he gets to upset alert. You are totally right. He does not have the weapons. The flip side to that argument is, if you were to say, hey, we're not going to have great receivers. We know that. Build me in a lab the perfect situation to drop a young quarterback. You'd be like, all right, I want an offensive mastermind head coach play caller, the best offensive line in football, and a great defense. Check, check, check. That is something he does that versus Jaden, Caleb, Drake. Nobody has been set up with those things, from his draft class.
But Caleb's been set up.
Caleb now. No. Caleb this year has to go.
Offensive line.
And they. Right. I'm talking about from the word go for him because KW brought up the wins over 2 years. The Drake dealt with a bad coach. Caleb dealt with a bad coach. They both dealt with bad offensive lines the rookie year. Jaden's a weird one because he got hurt this season.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of young quarterbacks would say, I'll trade out star receivers for the best offensive line in football and a wizard play caller. And so I don't think he's been in a bad situation. I'm not saying you were saying that. And so.
Time now for a segment so hot, the real feel is at 110. It's upset alert. We reset the scores for the regular season because Coach and Greg just ran away with it.
And they're running away with it again.
And it's just happening again at Carolina, the close game against the Rams. Greg, ball's in your court. Can you do it again?
Man, this is the closest you've been.
Since week 1.
Sorry, Wilds.
That's okay. You got to pick one.
I'm going Texans over the Pats. And
that's a good one, Greg.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys. Look, so a lot has been made about C.J. Stroud and what he wasn't in that Pittsburgh game, and rightfully so. He went into that game completely rattled, and you would have thought third time, you've been there before. How is it that you are showing signs of, panic right out the gate? I don't think that happens again. With Nico Collins being down, understanding what you must be, we know what the defense is. We know that the defense is going to give you A+ effort, and you put it on your tag to repeatedly punch you
in the face.
They're going to do that. If C.J. Stroud can be good with Dalton Schultz, who had a career year, his best year as a Texan, with Jaden Higgins, who we know is going to have to play and be a force in this game because Nico is going to be out, Nico Collins is going to be out. You have weapons, Jalen Noel. You have pieces in a Christian Kirk had. Welcome back to the National Football League, Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
He had a great showing last week. You have pieces. You run. Your key to success, we're going to run the ball, then we're going to go up top.
Sure, I'll take that.
And if he can execute the game plan and they're able to run the ball, this defense isn't going to give up a lot. I just feel like going into this game, in this situation, C.J. Stroud has to be one with the mentality of, I can be better than Drake. I can be great. However, I don't have to be great because I got these guys. So remember the big picture and don't try to make it a one-on-one, mano-a-mano type of a deal. But you got to have that mentality of, I'm the best quarterback on the field. Now, we can disagree all we want, but we know he's coming with the best support of both quarterbacks in terms of what he has on the defensive side to compete and to combat that other quarterback. So I like the Houston Texans in this game.
A lot of good strategy, but
I'm with you on that.
I'm rooting for you.
Of course you are.
I don't know if you actually believe that, Greg.
I actually do believe that.
Okay.
I absolutely do believe that.
Okay.
And I didn't even speak about the Texans defense because that's
Texans
really
defense
that's
great.
obviously what
Texans
we all believe
defense
in.
is great. But I think you respect Christian Gonzalez, and
I do.
So if Nico's out and Christian Gonzalez takes Christian Kirk,
this isn't how upset we're
tough.
I
just don't think he believes.
We've never done this for upset alert. KW,
He's like, I guarantee to win, and you come out and just disagree with me right away, right out the bat.
Check out the behind the scenes. I'd be like, that was good. Like wrestling. I was like, that.
All right, I got one for you. A big game hunting, baby. The Niners get it done in Seattle. All right, now, Greg.
That doesn't even make sense.
You're trying to win.
It does. You mean that doesn't
winning?
make sense? Brock proves he's more than a Purdy face.
I mean, he's a pretty like.
That's on dust. You know that. Everything I'm putting on dust.
It's nice.
Yeah, go.
I
Bro,
think
make
it's
the
fine.
case.
Wild
I like
is
it.
just upset because you
I
picked
hope
against
you're
his
talking
favorite.
about obliques, bro.
Well, no. I just think, Greg, wasn't it always nice when you played, hopefully I'm right about this, with house money? The Niners are playing with house money. Nobody expects them to win. 7 points at this stage of the playoffs. Like, nobody expects them to win against a team they did beat once, and they lost to 13-3 a couple of weeks ago. And Brock Purdy, Nick even said the other day, if he throws a couple picks, he's trying to win a game they shouldn't win. Like, they have nothing to lose.
That's good.
They also have Trent Williams, who didn't play in the game they lost in Week 18. He's back. So is Ricky Pearsall. And I know he's not Justin Jefferson, but Ricky Pearsall is their guy that can stretch the floor or stretch the field. He, in the first game of the season against Seattle, he was huge. Had over 100 yards receiving, 4 catches, over 100 yards. He's back. He did not play in that Week 18 game either. There are question marks about Darnold. And Kyle Shanahan, third time around, remember, he struggled against Vic Fangio's defense, right? Couldn't do much against that. Last week, finally solved it. I think that is what you're going to see. I'm not saying they're going to put on a ton of points, but I think they'll do enough to win this.
Inspired by Fred Warner?
Well, yes.
Waiting
I
for
mean,
him to
I
come
don't
back?
expect him to play.
Sam Darnold
but just
with the
him
oblique?
trying to get back. Yeah,
Miles,
the Darnold oblique.
Do you think Brew actually believes that?
He loves Purdy.
No, I'm just calling it like I see it.
Wild
I'll give you one
doesn't believe in anything anti-Patriot.
I'll give you one that I barely believe in. This line moved up to 4.5. Puxatani Phillip football here to tell you.
You can't pick the Bears.
He is.
I'm going to leave.
He's picking the Bears.
You can't pick the Bears, bro.
Why? I'm watching the game. Very impressive. Just because I don't like Ben Johnson's demeanor and foul mouth in the locker room, I thought it was unprofessional and kind of content. I thought it was content.
As opposed to the videos of Vrabel hugging every player every
Oh,
weekend. That's
wow.
That's security footage. That they have no idea.
That's great from you.
Yeah.
Bears straight up over the Rams.
You can't have this.
Straight up over the Rams.
You're not allowed
Here's
to have
why.
this pick.
First of all, home dogs. That hasn't worked out too well in the divisional round. Let's see. Ravens, Bills, lost. Falcons, Eagles, lost. Panthers, 49ers won. Saints, lost. I'm telling you.
These aren't the home dogs that lost. These are the favorite on the road that lost.
Yeah.
You said it weird.
Sorry, I said it. I said it backwards. The Rams are favored. The opponents on the road, at home. Gosh darn us, you do that whole. This is what happens. You don't really believe it.
Right.
You see the logos?
You don't believe.
You see the logos?
We see the logos.
Okay, that team was favored. All right. See the opponent? That team was at home. That was in their building. Chicago and Buffalo and Philadelphia. Okay, next up. This Rams defense, very gettable. We talked 28 or more points allowed after Thanksgiving. What the heck is going on here?
That's a
Cowboys, Cardinals, Titans, Jets. And in that Sam Darnold Stafford game, was that a standalone game? When was
that wasn't
Saturday night.
That was Saturday.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Saturday night.
The shootout.
Rams,
the shootout. No, that was Thursday.
A Thursday night game. So the whole world's watching
Danny
that.
said it was going to be the best Thursday night game ever. He was right.
It was
38-37.
And then all of a sudden it's like, man, Seattle can really move the ball on you guys. And they've been bad. Also, Carolina moved the ball pretty easily.
Twice.
At home. Finally, Caleb's pretty good. Pretty good when it gets tight. Our first 3 quarters, not excellent. Sometimes into the fourth quarter, not excellent.
But in the fourth quarter overtime, he's really good. I do think it's on the board that a guy who plays great late can just play good the whole game. And I know I'm viewed as the Caleb skeptic.
Because you are.
Just because, you know what, I like normal stuff, man. I just like normal stuff. I just normal stuff. I don't need Harold Miner type stuff. Hey, I win the dunk contest.
Miner?
Yeah, I don't want you to win the dunk. You win the dunk contest. Man, I just want just do normal stuff. That's what I'm talking about.
Why did you pull Harold Miner?
Baby Jordan.
I know who he is.
Spectacular stuff. But I just want normal. I want a Kyle Lowry game. You know what I'm saying? Get you down, a little mid-range jumper, win a championship. It's just Kyle Lowry, man. He's a great Raptor.
I covered Harold Miner.
The Cavs.
Yeah.
I liked Harold Miner a lot.
Why are we talking about Harold Miner?
Because he was spectacular.
Playground legend.
Yeah, guys, I
Brew covered him.
I know who he was. Good pick, Wild.
Have a Kyle Lowry.
Since you asked Greg,
he does not believe it. He does not believe it.
I do not. The Rams defense.
Okay, we get all that. Do you believe your pick? Do you really believe?
I do think a boring game is within.
Hey,
yes or no?
Yes,
do
of course
really
I
believe the Bears are going to win.
He doesn't believe in the Bears.
Really? Why does it say this is just an alert?
Because he does not believe.
Why does it
I
say
think
that?
the Bears are going to win.
Then why does it say this is just an alert?
I don't know why it say it's not more than a Purdy face. Because I don't do puns.
Can I see
time
your
now
notes?
for Nick's picks.
Yeah, it is time.
I don't know what I did.
All right, listen. Not a good wild card weekend for me. I'd been red hot last month.
Ouch.
That's
2-4. It's no good, but it's not. It's not fine, to be honest. Now, I don't have to explain it. Everybody saw the games. I got the Bears right. I got the Niners right. Did I make a little money this weekend because I also had the Niners money line? I did. Did I cost America money because of the lock after going 6-1? I locked up plus 3.5.
Why'd you do that?
Because I thought you guys were going to win by 3. Because I foolishly thought Justin Herbert was going to actually have a pulse. I was wrong. It was dumb.
You knew that.
Those are bad picks. I thought he'd have a pulse. I thought Drake might struggle a bit. You guys wouldn't score 17 points. I thought whatever. It doesn't matter. 4-0 though this weekend.
Yeah.
Let's go.
4-0.
Wrong team favored. Forget all the gobbledygook Wild said about road favorite dog. Blah blah blah. Bills are the better team. Also, Curtis Samuel back. Ed Oliver.
Oh, I like that.
Back. So now this beleaguered Bills receivers room has the top 3 receivers from before the year. Curtis Samuel, Keon Coleman, again, he hasn't had a great year, but he's supposed to be good. And of course, the number 1 guy, Khalil Shakir. Ed Oliver to help the run defense. I always say I owe the audience honesty. An audience, I have been dishonest with you at times this year when I've been like, begrudgingly, I respect the Broncos. I don't. I think they're a fraudulent 1 seed. I don't care if the 14 wins. I don't care. I don't believe in them. I think Josh Allen's about to dog walk them. Bills plus 1.5. Too many points, bro. I agree with you. Niners plus 7. I don't think the Niners are going to win. But I also think that they are going to be able to keep it close. And that Mike McDonald, Clint Kubiak, and the Seahawks, if they get a lead, are going to be to the right of Dick Cheney and conservatism in the game calling because they are not going to want Sam Darnold to blow it. The rest edge is massive. All of it. I think this can be a good game. I don't think the Niners win, but 7 points is too many with Kyle Shanahan, and I think Purdy is playing well. I'll take the Niners plus 7. Next. I am rooting to miss this. I am rooting to lose in embarrassing fashion. I'm rooting for there to be a big fat X over this when we do Nick's picks next week.
Up. Savvy.
But the Pats are at home. They have the far better quarterback. The other team is missing its best weapon. I'm only laying 3 points. Is there a chance this Texans defense is an all-time defense? There is. Yeah. If it's not, I don't trust the Texans offense enough to where I think that they can win this game. And if I don't think they can win, I'm not getting more than 3. So I just have to swallow the 3 points and root against. I won't be betting this game because I might overnight a Texans jersey to wear for this game. I'm going to be rooting against the Patriots so bad because of this guy. But the right pick is Patriots minus 3. And then last one. This one hurts my heart. I don't think this is close.
Wow.
I think the Rams are going to score 40 points.
I'm the Caleb guy.
I think Caleb could have a start to finish excellent game, and the Bears get blown out. I think what we saw the Packers offense able to do in the first half against the Bears defense, I think the Rams are going to do it the whole game. I think Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams are going to be running open. I think Stafford could have 5 touchdown passes. This feels to me like 42-28.
Oof.
So I will take the Rams -4.5. So we've got the Bills and Niners catching points. The Patriots and Rams laying points. That's a 4-0 weekend, America.
Can I predict the lock?
Yeah.
Against my upset alert, I'm going to say Rams-Bears is your lock of the week.
Lock is the Bills.
Oh, wow.
The lock is
really
the Bills.
dislikes Bo Nix.
Yeah.
All the guy does is win games.
At least you're being honest.
Just being honest.
What a great question.
Name the quarterback with the most playoff wins for each NFL team. 32. And I'm giving you this extra hint. It is all time, not Super Bowl.
Oh,
era.
great. So great.
So it's harder.
All right. Tom Brady, Patriots.
Patriots, Tom Brady.
The Bills is Jim Kelly.
Bills, Jim Kelly.
Pittsburgh's going to be Bradshaw.
I'm going to say Bradshaw has more than Roethlisberger. Bradshaw.
Baltimore is going to be Flacco.
Ravens is Flacco.
Burrow's got 4. Boomer was there.
Burrow made a Super Bowl.
I'm going to say Boomer.
Boomer Esiason.
It is Burrow?
With 5.
Embarrassing. Cleveland. Kosar?
Friend of First Things First, Otto Graham.
Correct.
Oh, we're doing pre-Super Bowl? Colts, Peyton.
Colts, Peyton Manning.
Jags, Brunell.
That's got to be Mark Brunell.
Yep.
Texans. This is a debacle. At 2 is C.J. Stroud.
C.J. Stroud?
Yep.
Okay.
Steve McNair.
It's got to be Steve McNair.
Yep.
Casey's Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes for the Chiefs, second most all time. Thank you.
Denver's Elway.
Broncos, John Elway.
The Chargers could be Fouts, but I think it's Rivers.
I'm going to say Rivers.
Correct.
The Raiders, Flores. Who is
The
it?
Jim Plunkett.
Correct.
I swear I was going to say it. Flores is coach. I'm such an idiot.
Giants is Eli.
The New York Giants is Eli. Philly is probably McNabb.
Eagles would be McNabb.
Washington, I'm going to get wrong. Is it Rippon? Who is it?
Joe Theismann for Washington.
Correct.
Hell yeah.
If for Green Bay, the answer should be Favre, but you're going to say it's Bart Starr.
Packers, I'm going to say Favre. And Bart Starr.
No.
And Rodgers?
Yeah.
Minnesota, the little guy that would run around. Tarkenton.
Fran Tarkenton.
Yep.
Detroit.
So I'm going to say Jared Goff.
I mean, that shit might be golf.
No.
Chicago, I'm going to say it's McMahon, but you might say Sid Luckman.
Bears would be Sid Luckman.
Falcons, Matt Ryan.
The only thing that would make sense is Matt Ryan.
Yep.
Panthers is going to be Cam.
No.
Jake Delhomme.
Yes.
Wow.
It's not Cam for the Panthers. I'm going to say Delhomme.
Yes.
Saints, Breeze.
Drew Brees, Bucks. That shit might just be Brady.
I'm going to say Tom Brady. 49ers.
Joe Montana.
Joe Montana.
Los Angeles, Kurt Warner.
Kurt Warner.
For Arizona, who is it, bro?
Kurt Warner again. I'm going to say Kurt Warner.
Oh, Seattle? Well, that's obvious. That's Russ.
Seahawks is Russ.
So the Jets, here's the problem. It's either Sanchez or Naaman. So I'm going to say Sanchez.
Mark Sanchez, final answer.
Cowboys, Aikman. No, the Cowboys is Roger Staubach.
Staubach and Aikman. Staubach.
And then Miami, I'm going to say Marino.
Dolphins is Marino.
And then which one am I missing?
That's it.
That's it.
What a masterclass by me.
Rams in Chicago. Dusty texted us an update on the real field this morning. I thought it was news from the show. Nope. Just wanted to tell us all it's down to -21
Jeez,
on the real field.
I can't talk to you in the makeup room. What? Dusty can't text you important news. Well, you know what, man?
Usually texts at 7:30 in the morning are like breaking news. He's like, guys, the real field's down to -21. Caleb has provided the Bears with some late game magic, and guess what? The Rams are open to giving up leads. Games this season where you fell behind after leading by 14 or more. The Rams have done it 3 times. Eagles, Seahawks, and last week against Carolina. The 7 other remaining teams have just done it twice.
Wow.
That's fascinating, right?
That's a great job, Josh.
Josh, you crushed that,
That's a Josh
dude.
original. No other show in America has
No
that
other
stat
show
today.
in the world.
Great job, Josh.
If it gets later, you're taking Stafford or Caleb.
They're both very good in the clutch. I mean, obviously Caleb had the 6 game-winning drives this year, but Stafford is tied for the most all time in the season with 8. back in Detroit.
Yep.
So not just with the Rams, he did it with Detroit. So they're both clutch. But one thing, Dusty pushed me to this. One thing came to mind to lead me into which guys I would take. Dusty!
Don't say real few.
The video.
No.
Clutch game, NFC Championship a few years ago. Right in the socket, baby. And I don't even know if I should say the name because I don't want the guy to feel like I'm picking on him.
You've been doing it for 4 years.
I'm just saying that could have. It was 17-14.
There was also like
San
9
Fran,
minutes
obviously
left,
you see
Brew.
it. Yes, but the Rams went down, got a field goal, tied the game, and eventually won 2017. That could have ended it. That could have sealed it. So now I could point to Caleb against
made a
Green Bay.
couple mistakes
too.
in his career.
But I'm gonna go with Caleb just because of the magic. The magic is right now. They're both clutch, but right now, Caleb. If it gets to that moment, I'm gonna be believing in Caleb.
As a guy who just watched this last week and I was rooting for the team on the short end of the stick, yeah, I'm going with Caleb too.
Wow.
Let me explain to you some. Matthew Stafford, and I don't think you're not knocking Matt. Well, you are actually.
No.
Matthew Stafford, you are.
He's clutch.
Like we know who he is, and is he clutch? Absolutely. But at this stage in his career, he can get it done and get it done one way. That's just completely being surgical and dissecting you.
Oh, that's interesting.
Caleb,
it's true.
You don't know what you're going to get, but you know you're getting something. It might be that he's going to be surgical. It might be, oh, shoot, he got outside the pocket. What is he going to do? Throw it on the run, 4th and 8, boom, dot. Or you know what? You get out. Now you're in space. If you're a linebacker or you're a defender, you're like, do I take Caleb? Do I stay with the defender? I don't know what to do. Why? Because his legs. He can beat you with his legs too. Like there's not another player, and I will continue to double down on this, remaining, that is more scarier than Caleb. There's one. Josh Allen, Caleb Williams. Yeah. Period. Because of what he can do and what he's proven to do time and time again. When I watch his games, I'm gonna be honest. Like last week, I felt like, oh shoot.
Yeah, you believe they were going to come drive down and win. But what I would say is, I felt the exact same way at the end of Panthers-Rams when Stafford had the ball. I was like, he's going to. So this is a cop-out answer because my answer is if it came down to this, if we were in a scenario where a team is down by less than a touchdown and they have the ball, I believe that team's going to win this game. So if there's 3 minutes left and the Rams get the ball down 4, I would be live betting the Rams. And if 3 minutes left and the Bears get the ball, I'd be live betting the Bears. But of all the quarterbacks in football, if you're asking me, like, who do I trust, in the fourth quarter of a playoff game to expand it a little bit larger, my list would be Patrick 1, Stafford 2, Allen 3. I think Matt Stafford in the playoffs, you can show it real quick, Dust, since he's been a Ram, he's been so good. It's not just the win-loss record's been good. 300 yards per game. This is an 8-game sample. 18 touchdowns, 4 picks, a 107 rating, 8 yards per attempt. He has been so awesome. And you put 4.2 picks if you want, because the Jaquaski chart was. But he has been just so sensational in the postseason once he got with McVay, that my answer would be Matt Stafford, as much as I like Caleb.
Texans-Patriots, this one is Sunday at 3 o'clock. It's CJ versus Drake. We're going to focus on the quarterbacks. Both QBs had trouble holding on to the ball last week, so I'm just dropping it sometimes. Brew, we'll start with you because you're very confident. What are the chances that CJ Stroud outplays Drake May?
Look, Drake is obviously the better quarterback at this point, but I think there's a chance that CJ could outplay him. Obviously, Drake is facing the tougher defense. CJ's in his 6th playoff game, 3rd time straight to the divisional round. Mm-hmm. I think that team is really intent. Obviously, they all are, but on getting over the hump finally. And CJ hasn't been great in the playoffs. His numbers have been better maybe than he's played, but he hasn't his game against the Ravens his rookie year, he was objectively bad, had like a low passer rating, but didn't throw any interceptions in that game. Just didn't complete a lot of passes and things like that. Last week, he had the fumbleitis and fumbled 5 times, but he had a short memory, and I liked that even in that game where he had some bad moments, he still hung in there and he made some good throws. And this pass to Christian Kirk, I believe we have it. This is after several of those fumbles, if not all of them. And he makes a critical throw to Christian Kirk down the sideline. That went for 46 yards. So he still threw for 250. Like I said, whilst the Patriots defense is really good, if you're going to get them, it could be through the pass. And so I just think that C.J. Stroud, I don't believe he's going to be nearly as bad as he was last week. And I think he could definitely outplay Drake May in this game.
Yeah, I'll add to that because I believe there's a chance that he can outplay Drake simply because of how good, obviously, what Bruce said, the Texans defense is. But I think we don't give this Texans offensive skill group enough credit. And because of the poor quarterback play, whether it's been Davis Mills or I don't want to say poor. The mediocre, inconsistent quarterback play. But they have an array of guys that can do different things and pose potential problems. The question is can CJ do what you just shown on that throw? And he can. Can New England disrupt him? If they can be disruptive and cause him to be frantic, which they don't have a great pass rush. They don't have a great pass rush. Obviously, they've shown that they can get after you.
Good against the Chargers, but it's hard to judge.
But with CJ having that game, again, I think without Nico being out there, you can't be rattled. You can't walk into this game feeling like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do? No, you got to be calm. You got to be stoic. You're the one that supposedly has the experience. You have a good tight end, use him. You have some young rookies that can make plays and rely on the running game. And remember, you got that defense. That's the biggest thing. The defense that he's going up against, not as stiff. Not gonna.
But pretty good. I mean,
they are pretty good.
It's tricky because we played a bunch of cupcakes on offense, and then Justin Herbert couldn't move the ball at all because of the offensive line. So again, I don't know. Are we actually the 4th best defense?
They look
in
great.
The league? Yeah, but everybody looks pretty good against the Chargers. But I just want to temper and give some credence to Patriots defense skeptics. The problem is, flatly, C.J. Stroud is missing his best skill player, which means Christian Kirk, who played great, is now going to be on. Christian Gonzalez has him, so he's basically out of the game.
Can I say something about that? And I don't want to. I don't.
You say it like
I
you
don't
feel
think
sorry.
I
do.
No,
you do not.
But I like CJ, and it feels like every year we get here and he's either missing, like offensive line goes down, no Nico Collins. So I don't feel like we're getting the best of him.
I also don't know that we're
their
going to be
receiving
getting.
core is a little better than people think outside of Nico.
I also don't know you're going to be getting the best of Christian Gonzalez. And I also think when I have seen this happen to the Bills a year ago, the guy who suffers a concussion in the playoffs and just amazingly clears concussion protocol just in time for the game, very often is not either there at the end of the game or himself throughout it. So I think you're playing.
I'm debating whether he had a.
Say it again.
I don't want to have a concussion debate. Yeah. I'm not sure he.
You think they were already precautionary and keeping
right after the game in the tunnel, he's like, I'm fine. Not one of these like, I'm fine. Like, I'm fine.
Yeah. No, listen.
It's weird to discuss it.
I think that if this happens, it's not going to be because CJ plays some great game. It's going to be because the Texans defense makes Drake May look like the way they made Rodgers look. Which, again, I'm not predicting, obviously, but I think it's going to be more. This is oddly a Texans defense question to me. Because the Texans defense is more likely to be the deciding factor than C.J. Stroud.
The one, I like to twist stats. You know what my dad always told me growing up? Every day we'd sit down, we'd have eggs, we'd have cereal, sit down.
Eat your food?
Yeah, he said, eat your food. He said, never fight a man with cauliflower ear. And I always thought about that. I always think about that. Whenever I go to a bar and I'm getting into it with a guy, I look and I say, that guy has cauliflower ear.
say, let me get you a Miller Lite, you know?
How does that apply here?
Oh, Drake took so many sacks. Drake took 52 sacks. Man, I'm used to getting sacked.
Yeah, but
Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to be sacked. It was just shocking he got hit. Oh, my gosh, I'm on the ground. I think that's sacks all day. I'm getting 52 sacks. Texans had the fourth most sacks. Drake took the fourth most. So
I don't know that that's a good thing.
So you don't mind him getting sacked in this game?
Guy with cauliflower ear, used to getting hit.
You don't mind your quarterback getting
I don't want him to get hit.
Oh.
But it's not Aaron Rodgers.
No, but he also is coming off a game where in 2 of those sacks he dropped the ball.
But he was oddly trying to throw the ball.
I know you. Keep,
he's so comfortable getting hit.
Listen, I don't. Never mind. It's just any bad thing. There are not many bad Drake May things, but somehow all of the bad Drake May things are actually good Drake May things.
No,
he gets sacked a lot, so now he's used to it. He's only fumbling the ball because he's trying to do too much.
He was.
They blew a 21-point lead, and now they actually feel better. So I just can't.
You tell me, we're favored at home. About to go to the AFC Championship.
Buddy,
it seems like it's working out for me. Drake, one of 3 sophomore quarterbacks trying to get to the conference championship. Jaden's already been there. Caleb trying to get past the Rams to make it. Can Caleb regain the top quarterback in his draft class title belt with a win on Sunday?
I think it's possible. It would take a very specific turn of events, which would be Jaden's obviously not playing this weekend, so he's static. Drake would have to play poorly. He would have to look like he looked in the first half against the Chargers for the whole game. And Caleb would have to look like he looked in the Niner game, except they win, where it's just up and down the field, where they scored 38 points. And I know some people would say that even that wouldn't be enough. And this is where you might get upset.
Sure, I'll take it.
There is a massive discrepancy between Caleb and Drake in accuracy. Drake was the most accurate quarterback in the league. Caleb was the least accurate quarterback in the league as far as completion percentage goes. That gulf is enormous. And I think the stats back it up, the only place there's a gap, and I'm not saying that doesn't matter, and I'll show it to you. This year, Drake is slightly better than him in those categories. But it's closer than you think. In passing yards, he's got him beat by 350 over the course of the year. Same number of picks, he's got 3 more touchdowns. Rushing yards, he's got 100 more. Rushing touchdowns, 4 more. So again, and sacks, which is I don't know if sacks are good now. I don't think they are.
Good against the Texans.
Caleb sacked half the time. And the reason I include sacks in there is that offsets a lot of the small yardage difference. So I do think that if one guy ends up playing great has an amazing round 1 comeback, and then round 2 plays great, and the other guy has what I would call a shaky round 1 where the story of that game was what the other team's offense didn't do, and then is shaky in round 2, it certainly opens the door to it. At least it will for me.
I think, as you've said before, those numbers, their regular season performance was not as close as those numbers. And sure. I think you would agree with that. And obviously the playoff game you threw in there helped Caleb because he threw for over 300 yards. And so I think, look, first of all, I got to say this. Some people would hold out room for Jaden.
Yeah.
Because Jaden led them to the conference championship game last year, was fantastic throughout the season. You were first on this, I do start to wonder, like, how healthy, is he going to be able to just stay healthy like a normal quarterback? But assuming he does, he's certainly in this conversation.
No doubt.
Outside of that, I think at best it's like, because Drake was so much better in the regular season and doesn't have nearly the weapons that Caleb has. They both got great offensive coordinators.
Not according to KW. KW thinks Diggs is the best receiver on either team.
I think Chicago has the best receiving core. I think they got clearly a better run game. And I just think that Drake, I'm not going to dismiss him being either the MVP or second in the MVP race because of a couple of playoff games. I think Caleb would have to do more.
I actually think he regains it. And you've kind of alluded to this before, draft placement of where you were drafted and how you were viewed entering into the draft and what the expectations were surrounding you. Caleb, the expectations were so high, we were disappointed last year, and he didn't have a terrible season. He just had a season where it was like, man, I thought he was going to be so much better.
That was my fault.
And
I'll wear that one.
And now you see a young man that's starting to develop, has a future with a head coach and coordinator that you feel like it's going to do nothing but blossom. And he feels like, and again, little recency bias because of how he beat the Packers and what he continues to look like in these moments. But he just feels like there's so much more room and potential there with growth.
No doubt.
Drake May has been almost like just stoically perfect. I shouldn't say perfect, but just steady all season long. And it's like, can he get better? Absolutely.
If Bo Nix beats Josh Allen.
No, because Bo Nix has not had the caliber of regular season either of these guys had. Bo Nix does not have a one great playoff game like Caleb has.
This is his first time he hasn't.
No, he played the playoffs. No,
I know, but now he's getting a shot this year. He doesn't get rewarded. He doesn't get penalized for making the playoffs.
No. I'm not penalizing him, but I don't think. No, it might be. I don't think Bo Nix is as good as the guys who went 1, 2, 3.
No, we look at those teams. Even Jaden, they're the reasons why we talk about those teams and why those teams are winning.
Yeah, I mean I don't think Bo Nix is in the conversation at the moment.
Brock Purdy not pictured.
That's not our call.
But if he wins on Saturday, most conference championship appearances in their first 4 years, Patrick Mahomes has 3, and Purdy will have 3. Who has the most to gain from a win here, Purdy or Sam Darnold?
This is a tough one because I think both guys have a ton to gain. And I think for Purdy, a lot of people do believe in him. I think him winning this game, I think Nick might come around and fully give him his credit. But I think for most people that believe in him to whatever degree, they think he's a top 10-ish quarterback or better or whatever, fluid. But I think for those people that already believe he's a good quarterback, kind of the only thing he can do to improve that opinion is win a Super Bowl.
I think getting back to another Super Bowl.
It would be impressive. It would maybe solidify. I think, I say 2 things. Next year to come back and just put up lights out numbers, like fantastic numbers and all of that, be in the MVP conversation, or win a Super Bowl. Because he's been to a Super Bowl, he's been good in the playoffs, he's been in the MVP conversation a couple years ago. And so I just think that's like, to totally erase that Mr. Irrelevant that still haunts him to some degree, he has to win a Super Bowl. So I'm going to say Darnold for this game because even though he's been really good the last 2 regular seasons, he was a bust, a straight bust for 6 years. For a guy who was number 3 in the draft, for 6 years he was viewed as a bust. And I still think some of that residue is on him in terms of the way people view him. We're sitting here saying, if he doesn't play well in this game.
He played the playoffs last year.
Yeah, if he doesn't play well in this game, they may feel like in that building, they have their quarterback. And so I think if he comes out and plays well in this game and they win it, then he could maybe fully dispel the bust. Like that is no longer an issue with him. Don't even think about that with him. He's a legitimately good quarterback.
I say Purdy. I say Purdy because last year he was in this situation with a lot of injuries around him, and we were very critical of him. Some saying, well, it's because of the guys, and he played well, he didn't play well. He's in the same situation, and he's been excellent. He's been executing, and he has his team in this position. So I think guys like you, who your voice carries and you have influence.
I know.
You're going to start saying, I kind of like that guy.
Purdy?
Yeah.
I told you guys, I'm open to the possibility.
No, you're going to start saying,
you've been open before, though.
I like moxie. Wilds calls recency bias. I call it playoff weight. Like I weigh your performance in these playoff games more than your performance over 2 months of the regular season at times. That's a little more flippant, but I just think these playoff games have real weight. However, I have to say, I'm insulted by the question. What did we do in the B block today, KW? We do it every week during the playoffs.
Most of the games.
Most of the
Sorry,
games.
I forgot.
Yeah, I made a whole list, America.
Really
I have it printed off here. You know who was number 4 on it? Sam Darnold. You know who wasn't on it? Brock Purdy. I answered this question an hour and a half ago. More to gain. I don't know. Most to gain. Sam Darnold, number 4. Brock Purdy, not listed. So it's like, hey, Nick, make a whole list, and later in the show we'll ask a question about it. What the hell? Why did I put all the work in?
Danny's cooked. I need the person and the year.
Yeah.
This is not easy. So 24 is Allen.
Last year, Josh Allen won it.
23 is Lamar.
The year before, Lamar Jackson won
Yes.
it. Oh my God, it's so incredible.
All right.
22 is Patrick.
The year before, Mahomes won it.
21 is Aaron.
2021 was Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
20 is Aaron.
Aaron Rodgers in 2020.
19 is Lamar.
2019 was the other one that Lamar won.
18 is Patrick.
Mahomes won it in 18.
2017 was Tom.
Yes.
Brady won it in 17.
2016 is Matt Ryan.
Matt Ryan.
2015 is Cam Newton. I could screw this up and it would be mortifying. 2014, Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers.
So Peyton Manning, 2013.
Correct.
That means that Peyton also won in 2013. Adrian Peterson is 2012.
2012, Adrian Peterson.
Yes.
2011, definitely Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
There's no question about it.
Aaron Rodgers won in, that's 2011.
I don't like this one bit because I should have all these.
The order, G, the order.
Tom, definitely. 2010.
2010 MVP?
Yep.
Would be Tom Brady.
09, Peyton Manning.
Yes.
Yeah, Peyton went back-to-back in 08 and 09.
Yes.
2008, Peyton Manning.
Yes.
Yeah, the 07 Patriots, so Tom Brady 07.
Correct.
I know he won in 07.
LaDainian Tomlinson is 2006.
Sean Alexander, 2005.
Yes.
2005, Sean Alexander.
I think 2004 is Peyton Manning.
Peyton 03 and 04.
Yes.
03 was Peyton's first.
Yes, but there was a co-MVP.
Oh. Steve McNair?
Yes.
I feel like 02 was Rich Gannon.
Correct.
Great job.
I'm in trouble right now. I will say that.
2001, Kurt Warner.
Yep.
01, Kurt Warner.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Wow. What a pull.
Was 2000 Marshall Faulk.
Correct.
All right, let's say Marshall Faulk 2000. Like Favre? Favre? No.
And?
2006 is LaDainian Tomlinson.
Correct.
That's 25 for 25. Bang.
All right. That was a fine showing.
I think you did well.
I'll take it.
Danny, do you still believe the Bears can win this game?
Of course they can.
Thank you. That's what I've been
Is
saying.
We don't.
What are you talking about?
I can't speak for the entire city of Chicago and all Bears fans, but allow me to. We don't want your support.
What?
Because you don't actually support.
You're doing it for a game, for the upset alert points, for the spread. You don't like Caleb.
And really,
games.
Can I tell you something?
You don't like Caleb.
It's not even for the upset alert points. It's a hedge against wrongness Monday.
No.
It's so if the Bears win, he doesn't have to eat it because he has not believed in Caleb.
It
and
could not have come
underdog.
across with less genuine.
They have not fared well.
I didn't buy it for a second. Of course I believe it. You think I'm gonna doubt this team and abandon them now?
You do not sound confident.
You better have some
Body
data.
language,
I got data.
all that. I mean, I'm giving you time, but you don't look confident in the least bit.
Did I look confident?
No.
I did though, right?
You didn't sound confident.
Not really.
Brew,
But
why would I doubt this coach, this quarterback, the cold? You want me to do the 40th anniversary of the Super Bowl Shuffle that came out this week? The first game they played after the Super Bowl Shuffle? The Rams shut them out in the NFC Championship game, no big deal. But why am I supposed to fear the Rams?
The question gave you some leeway. And I guess are we waiting until he makes his picks? Because the question was, can they beat the Rams? Okay, yeah, they can.
Oh.
Okay.
Will
they?
Yes. Yes.
You know, okay, I'm going to believe your words. And your body language, not that I'm an expert,
Body language.
but you
All right, well,
just
here's the
don't
thing.
see,
Can I tell
maybe
you?
it's that little smirk on your face.
Yeah, he was smirking through. I was the whole show. The whole story all of a sudden this week is like, oh man, Ben Johnson. He's really ruffled some feathers. How soft is everybody? It's absurd. Like, oh my God, he's upset the Sean McVay coaching tree. So Zach Taylor's not going to send him a Christmas card. So he can't play Wordle with Kevin O'Connell. Let me tell you about Ben Johnson against Sean McVay. Forget his bush or his tree or whatever it is. Undefeated. Ben Johnson's played Sean McVay twice. Not a problem. Now he was the offensive coordinator of the Lions, but no one here loves the Lions either. Yeah. Ben Johnson is his own maniacal, crazy person, offensive brilliance, play caller, and all that. So yeah, of course I believe, and then I can talk negatively about the Rams too, but Ben Johnson's not afraid.
So I agree Ben Johnson's not afraid. I do think the coaching tree stuff might be overrated. The fact that Matt LaFleur's brother is the offensive coordinator for the Rams. Here's the only way I think that actually impacts it, and it's in a way you won't care about anyway. If this game is out of hand, I could see McVay and LaFleur trying to do a little Ben Johnson stuff to Ben Johnson, but who cares? A playoff loss is a playoff loss no matter what it is. The reason I don't believe the Bears will win this game, I would be... This, to me, would be the biggest upset of the weekend.
Bigger than San Francisco?
Yes, because I think if San Francisco, we know how San Francisco wins. Darnold goes straight pumpkin. Like that's they lose like that. That is the most obvious path. The reason this to me. And I am not beloved in Chicago like Danny, but Chicago doesn't dislike me. I've been a Caleb guy. I think they're coming around on Jackson Blade personally.
He has universal approval.
I think that what we saw Jordan Love in the first half doing to the Bears defense, Matt Stafford and Puka and Devontae Adams, Devontae now knocked the rust off in the last game. They are going to be able to do that throughout the game. Whatever concerns, I know Ben Johnson tried to project going for a 4th and 4 on their own 32 in the first half or maybe it was a 4th and 2, whatever it was as utmost confidence. It was, I don't know if we can stop these guys, so we got to go get points. And credit to Dennis Allen and that Bears defense for what they did in the second half. Sure. Yeah. But I think the Rams are going to score at least 35. And so even if Caleb is awesome, I don't think the Rams defense is all of a sudden awful. I know they haven't, the numbers are not good over the last couple months, but it's the same personnel where the numbers were awesome the first 2 months. It's not like they lost to Micah Parsons and that's why they have fallen off. I just don't think that the Bears are going to be able to slow down the Rams at all. So that's why I don't think they're going to win, Brew.
Yeah, I think the Bears could win. I won't be totally shocked if they do. But yeah, I'm going with the Rams too. I just think a lot of what Nick said, Danny, I don't know how they're going to stop that Rams offense. Now, maybe the weather will be a factor. I don't think it will for Stafford. He played in that division for most of his career. He's been in Chicago, been in Green Bay. And last year he was great in that snow game. So I think he'll be fine. I think the receivers will as well. Obviously, Devontae Adams played in Green Bay. So I just think it's going to – and look, here's where I would worry if I'm the Rams over the course of the game. If the Rams get out to a 2-touchdown lead, which I could see happening.
Bears got it right where they want them.
And but seriously, if the Bears start walking them down in the fourth quarter, kind of like they've been doing all these, then I would start to worry because I think it gets mental for both teams in that case because the Bears will feel really good about their chances, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Rams inside are thinking, man, what is this happening to us now?
Listen,
and
I'm glad you guys, the question wasn't like guarantee it, because I'm not guaranteeing it because I saw, a little bit coward, but I saw what all of you saw. The Bears defense is not good. Jordan Love torched them for a half. I am a realist enough about the Bears defense that I looked this up. 505 could be in jeopardy. The record for most passing yards in a playoff game.
Oh,
Brady in the Super Bowl and that loss to the Eagles.
Not in the cold.
Well, can I tell you something about the cold?
I don't think Stafford's going to be impacted by it. The cold, I think, could impact the Rams' special teams, which has been awful. They fired their special teams coach after Week 16. They've had blocked kicks in 3 of their 5 losses.
Special teams been bad for them.
They had a blocked punt last week in the win against Carolina. So that's where I see the weather coming in.
Yeah, listen, I think because of the Bears' tendency to come back, it might be force McVay out of some of his worst tendencies, which is get a lead, get conservative, lose the lead. He might feel like we just have to keep scoring points. As far as the weather, I don't, if there's not going to be precipitation and if the wind isn't going to be crazy, Kyron Williams went to Notre Dame, Blake Corum went to Michigan, Devontae Adams played at Green Bay, Matt Stafford played for a decade in Detroit and road games, Green Bay and Chicago, and Puka went to BYU. These guys have played in all of the Rams skill position guys are used to playing in the cold, even though the Rams don't play in the cold. So I'm not worried about the weather playing a big factor in this game personally.
The Rams will give up a lead, though.
And their defense is not very good.
They'll give it up.
The defense we have seen the defense be excellent. That's the difference. The Bears defense, I know, but we know the Bears defense.
I would say it's better than the Bears defense.
And so I just, to me, I don't know. I have more trust in the Rams defense than Bears defense.
Josh Allen looking to get back to the AFC Championship game. Broncos standing in his way. All right, so that's very complimentary. But what happens if Josh Allen loses, Danny?
He gets a new coach?
No.
No way. Really?
Really?
That's amazing.
We would obviously ask the question.
I'm interested in that.
I think it's on the board.
If Josh Allen has a great playoff game, which if it's a playoff game, Josh Allen almost exclusively plays great in playoff games, so I assume he will, and that means they lose a game because Josh Allen scores 31 or 30 plus, and they lose because Sean McDermott's defense lets them down, and we say, man, Josh Allen did it again, but let down by this defense. You don't think we're asking a question about Sean McDermott on Monday?
That's a very the scenario you painted is very different than just the generic loss.
But that's
losing.
That's the way that they lose. Josh Allen, I know you will point to instances where he did not get it done, but man, he is.
I mean, they haven't lost a playoff. He has 5 career playoff losses. 1, they've scored 30. So like the 13 seconds game, you're describing like they lost when they lost to the Bengals in the divisional round. They scored 10.
Yep.
They scored 24 in the loss to the Chiefs 2 years ago. They scored 28 or 27 in the So I guess I'm not shocked by if they lose to Bo Nix 35-32. Yeah, I'm going to be pissed at the defensive head coach. But that's the only scenario I would see where we are saying McDermott's on the hot seat. Like McDermott could be fired next week.
Their defense has been the weak point of the team. He's a defensive head coach. And if we talked about them, the Ravens underachieving playoff expectations, and at some point it was time to go to try to salvage some of Lamar's prime, I don't know why we would not apply the same logic to Josh Allen's prime if he gets let down by his defensive head coach.
I would not be as definitive as I was on Harbaugh, like they need to get rid of Harbaugh, but I think you make a lot of sense. I mean, a few years ago I was saying I think McDermott should be on the hot seat if they can't get over the hump. And if they lose this, Nick, I think in the grand scheme, like we and people will point to if Josh loses this game years from now, like he couldn't get it done when Mahomes and Lamar and Burrow were out of the playoffs. This was his best chance and they didn't do it. But I think in the moment, if he plays well, obviously I don't think you can kill him. Like if he goes Superman mode, like you said, and then they lose a shootout, you can't kill him. If he loses the game, Look, he is up and down, as you've said famously. And if he just goes out and has a pedestrian game, which I can't see happening, but if he does, I guess you can rip him. But I think McDermott's going to be the first one on the firing line.
Wow.
Listen, like, I think people are going to blame McDermott before they blame Josh.
Well, I think there's a lot on this line reputationally for Josh Allen in this game.
Well, I think the missed opportunity is what's on the line.
Yeah,
The
but I
fact
don't know that his
he is-
reputation takes a huge hit.
but it's the. I think,
you can say, okay, he's not Mahomes. We feel that way anyway.
I honestly think his reputation. He's not quite bulletproof, but it's close. Like, it takes a lot for his reputation to take a hit. But this is a great opportunity for his reputation to get the only boost it can get. Like, no other quarterback in league history has won 6 playoff games and not made a Super Bowl. He has now won 8 playoff games. Like, this moment right now is important for him. The McDermott's, it's very odd to me. When it comes to Josh Allen having not made a Super Bowl, we're like, man, what are you going to do? You can't get past Mahomes. Sean McDermott's defense has been excellent in the postseason, except for when they have played Patrick Mahomes. Like, that, to me, McDermott has as big of an, like, his defense was good in that Jags game. They confused Trevor. His defense was good in the Ravens game when they beat them. Like, the
Cincinnati loss.
The Cincinnati loss, Josh was awful.
Josh was terrible.
And they lost 27 to 10. Like, that was bad on both sides of it. They have a playoff win 17-3 that over the Ravens years ago. That kind of offsets the playoff loss 36-33 to the Chiefs. Like,
I just would be very surprised if this is a low
time for a new voice. I mean, after so many years of not getting it done, again, okay, Mahomes was in the way. He's not this year, and the coach still couldn't get it done.
It would just really surprise me if this was like a low-scoring, grinded-out game. Like, I don't think Buffalo's defense is very good, and Denver's at home. They're rested.
Wow. So you expect Denver to put up a ton of points?
I think Denver's going to score points. Absolutely.
So
I think Denver scores points.
Listen, I think the Bills are going to win, and I think the Bills are going to impose their will on Denver. If we are here talking about a Bills loss, I think it is far more likely they lose a game that is in the teens than a game where it's high 20s, low 30s. Like, I think that the more likely path for a Denver victory is this defense gets to the level it was the first couple months of the year and does to Josh similarly to what Houston did to Josh a month or so ago than it is Bo Nix, and Denver score 30 points. If they score 30 and Josh plays great and they lose, I could be with you. Otherwise, I would be stunned.
Saturday at 4:30, Bills in Denver. Right now, a good bounce back from Mr. Parkins.
Was
Rough
it?
ending to the season, but Parkins picks bounce back in a major way, and he's ready to keep his hot streak going. Yeah. It's time now for a divisional round episode of Parkins Picks. I'm excited for this one.
You should be, Wilds, because everyone knew the regular season was an aberration. 4-2. Got right back in there. Got a lead. Solid. It's a marathon, not a sprint. That's all gamblers know that. You're playing the sample size game. Comfortably back up above 500 for the season. 66%. Right what the chain says.
66%.
Yeah, went 4-2.
Oh, for the one weekend.
I'm sorry. Do you need me to check the math?
That's good.
66 2/3%. Wilds, hold on. Just check your math.
Got it.
I get the same. But more importantly, why is the crown back out here, Nick? Because,
this is not how it's done.
Well, you won the regular season. Congratulations. I'm winning in the
There's
playoffs,
no
and now I'm back winning overall to be the FTF Picks King. I'm sorry, is that not something that's
lost.
possible?
It's not. You lost. It's over.
Who has more wins? Who has more wins? Wilds? Is 31 or 30 higher?
The only issue I have is with the graphic. The overall should be larger. And like you said, playoffs is really what matters.
Yeah, you said that you add extra emphasis for legacy and all that on
Caleb
playoffs.
could be have the 22nd best
the
passer
weight
rate,
of
but
the
if he
playoffs.
wins
Weight of the playoffs.
Can I tell you guys something?
Thank you very much.
Before you make your dumb
that's a
picks,
good
can I
point.
tell you guys something?
Correct.
While that is actually 100% correct for the players, I would argue for this competition, playoffs actually matter far less because During the regular season, we look at the whole league and we're like, here are our favorite picks. For the playoffs, we just have to pick every single game. And that's why the championship is determined in the regular season, like the Premier League.
The crown has the potential to live on. To the picks. We're picking every game, if you don't mind.
Really good.
The Bills,
this one
plus
you got correct.
1.5. You and I are aligned. And here's the thing. Is it going to be high scoring? Is it going to be low scoring? Are the Bills going to give up a ton on the ground? I don't really know.
Yeah.
I can't see the future.
Sweet analysis.
But it doesn't matter.
I can't see the future.
Because Josh Allen, I can't see the future. Josh Allen is great in every scenario for the Bills this year. Eventually, though, so it doesn't matter. If they allow 30 or more points, Josh Allen is 4-1. 19 touchdowns, 4 turnovers. If they allow over 150 yards on the ground, he's 6-2, 23 touchdowns against 7 picks. If their running back gets completely abandoned and Denver's defense dominates, still has a winning record. That was the scenario last week against Jacksonville. Josh Allen will figure out a way to win. Bills plus 1.5. To the next game, Seattle -7 against San Francisco. We're opposite here. It's just too much. It's too much for San Francisco to be as injured as they are against a team as healthy as they are in Seattle that is rested, coming off a bye when they just had to go all the way to Philadelphia and then go back to Seattle on a short week. Seattle against playoff teams, they have been the best team in football by far across the board. If they're playing a great team, they are dominant. They hold opponents to playoff opponents to 17 points per game, even better than the Houston Texans. Wilds game. I'm on the side of the New England Patriots -3 against Houston. And here's the thing. This was the game that I had the hardest time with this week, and I think the formula is actually pretty similar for both. It's a race to 20. Both of these teams, if they score above 20 points, are basically unbeaten. Texans undefeated, like we've been talking about. Patriots, though, also 14-1, most wins this season. Their defense a little underrated relative to the Texans. I just trust Drake May to get to 20 over CJ Stroud, so I'll lay the 3 with Houston. And then the Chicago Bears. I know it's going to come as a shock to you. Thrilled that I got back to 4.5. Today, I can talk to you about the Rams defense, allowing 28 a game. We've been talking about that since Thanksgiving. Their defense has not been good. I could talk to you about the cold. I could talk to you about the crowd. I could talk to you about magic. But honestly, Nick, you can make some of the rules for the regulation. But on the OT,
what is this?
This video lives.
What is
Sorry,
this?
I'm not betting against him.
Oh,
I'm not.
Great video.
It's a great video. You think I'm betting against that guy?
I like that.
Salt Bay.
Yeah, little salt
But
bay
with
with
cheese,
cheese,
but with
little
cheese.
cheese bay.
I like that.
Yeah, that video lives. Caleb's. I cannot wait to see how he celebrates on the Sunday Night Football post game this week against the Rams. 4-0? What do you think?
2-2.
2-2 at best.
You're gonna get Bills and Pats right. Seahawks.
Oh,
and
the ones
Bears
that we were
wrong.
aligned on.
I think this seems like 4-0 to me. This seems like 4-0. I think you did it.
You and I are back.
I think you did it.
Welcome back to the OT. We got Greg Jennings and Willie Colon hanging out. San Francisco on the road. They're 7-point underdogs. They're banged up. They're going to Seattle. And as per their reputation, it's going to be loud. So Kyle Shanahan was asked how quarterback Brock Purdy will handle the noise and the element. Greg, how confident should the Niners be in Purdy here?
Look, they should be very confident. Everything that Kyle Shanahan is absolutely spot on. When we looked at Brock Purdy last year and he was without a lot of his skill guys, you know, we felt like, man, was it Brock Purdy's fault that they didn't get over the hump? Could he be, in coaches' terms, a force multiplier? He wasn't last year. This year, it's been different. They've been without a lot of guys in the lineup, and he's been steady. He's been really good. He's been one of those guys that's been in and out of the lineup. And when he's been available, he's been money good. So I really like the 49ers in this situation because it's a familiar opponent. I'm not picking them to win, but you should have a lot of confidence if you're Brock Purdy, a team that you've seen twice. You have a head coach and offensive mind that understands, man, when I see a defense a couple times, give me a third crack at them, we're going to have some wrinkles. We just have to execute when the opportunities present themselves. Playing against a sound defense, a stout defense, they're stingy. So he has his work cut out for him, but they should be really confident.
Yeah, Brock Purdy's like my dad's minivan. It's not flashy, a little dinged up, but it's going to get you home, right? And so, and you understand he also lives rent-free in the 12th man's head, being 4-0 in Seattle. So, he has that with him also. But they get their muscle back. They get Trent Williams back this game, which was huge because in Week 18, they gave up 3 sacks in that game. And I talked about that last hit he took in that game. I thought they broke him in half. So with that, they also showed up the protection because their center now is calling the protection. And now you're talking about Juan Jennings being one of his main targets on third down. With everything around him, I expect him to be that guy. I expect him to be inefficient. Now, to Greg's point, I have more faith in it. I have more faith in the Seattle Seahawks defense. If they don't allow him to cook in the middle of the field, man, it's going to be a long day for Brock. But he's been able to do it thus far.
Yeah, this would be a wildly impressive win.
It would be.
Because we've seen him in a Super Bowl. We've seen him put up massive numbers. In terms of just, they are banged up. They are injured. Right. They lose Kittle last week. Seattle is rested. Seattle's at home. I've talked with you guys this week. I talked about it with you after that game in Week 18. That Week 18 game is one of my favorite games in the NFL all season. Like all NFL games are physical. It jumped off the screen. And I had never seen the Niners with Kyle Shanahan look like that. Because it was literally the worst offensive game that San Francisco had played in that Week 18 game. Like, look at what Purdy has been this year since he came back from injury. That's the column on the right.
Right.
They were the best offense in football.
Yeah.
Now, that's not a huge sample post Week 11, and then I'm taking out one game, so it's not a huge sample, but it's not 2 games. Like, they were the best offense in football. But in that game against Seattle, it's like, that's the worst game Christian McCaffrey's had as a Niner.
Yeah.
It's the fewest yards they've had since Kyle Shanahan's been there. It's tied for the fewest points. So, confidence in Purdy is fine. But confidence in Purdy in this spot against this team, I don't know. I saw it 2 weeks ago, and it looked ugly.
So one thing to note, when you know there's a possible chance of you playing a team for the 3rd time in the postseason, you go into that last game, I get a lot was on the line.
Yeah, the one seed.
A lot was on the line.
Yeah.
However, you pretty much have a feeling, man, we might have to see this team in the playoffs at some point.
You think they held something back in that game?
You can't show everything.
With the 1 seed on the line?
You can't show everything.
But look what Greg is saying. Even with this game, we're going to the playoffs. You feel like we have everything we need to hopefully beat the Eagles. You do beat the Eagles, but now you're saying we know who Seattle is. We got a little left over in the tank.
Yeah.
Valid, we don't have George Kittle, but we know schematically we can match up with anybody. So Greg's right in that.
I'm not saying there's no wrinkles, but I guess I would personally be surprised if you deliberately held something back in that spot.
Well, you see ball players do it all the time. I remember Ray Lewis and Ed Reed would talk about they would play certain coverages knowing they would play a playoff team later down the road. So when they did play them in that playoff game, they had a little something for them in that big game.
So you expect, how do you expect a high-scoring game?
No.
Okay, well,
on what side, though?
I'm saying through the prism of San Francisco. I would be very surprised if this game looks drastically different than the Week 18. I'm not saying they're going to be held to under 200 yards of total offense. Like, that's an outlier in the 8 years that Shanahan's been there. But I'd be very surprised if this game was played into the high 20s.
Yeah, what I'm saying is the same. Like, they had a wrinkle for Philly. We saw the toss sweep to the jet pass with Juwan Jennings throwing the ball to McCaffrey. We saw the gadget plays. He's going to have something, having seen this team twice, having seen this defense twice. You know you don't have a lot of time if you're Purdy. You got to create. You got to move the pocket. He's going to have something in the run game, in the pass game, a couple wrinkles that we have not seen that we're going to be looking at that TV screen this weekend saying, that was a great play.
What we're ultimately talking about, the Niners are going to be aggressive. That's what I took from the Eagles game. They realized, this is all or nothing. I don't think they held anything back from that standpoint because I felt, you talk about the gadget plays, you talk about Purdy using his legs more, you talk about him seeing the whole field. Now, I didn't like him throwing the pick with 8 minutes left in the game. And then, Shanahan talked about, he looked unwavering because he was scared, right? Sometimes when you're scared on the sideline, you can't show it because that ripples throughout the offense. I like Purdy in the big moments. He just has to play faster, and I think, we'll see what happens in Seattle.
His clock is definitely going to be sped up in this game.
What about you've gotten everything you can out of a real banged-up roster. Seattle is very healthy.
There's a lot of
So you're saying playing with house money?
Well, they are the Niners were in line for the 1 seed in Week 18.
Mm-hmm.
They have maybe the best offensive coach in football, not named Andy Reid. They have beaten this team this year. There's a reason they're a touchdown underdog. They are undermanned in this spot,
They are.
just on like a straight health issue. It's hard for me to imagine that this isn't the end of the road for the Niners in this spot.
It's hard for me to. It would have been hard for any of us to imagine that they would even be here.
Yeah, I picked Philly last week, so my analysis this week is pretty simple.
I'm not even talking about last week. I'm saying to get to the postseason with how banged up they are. No Nick Bosa, no Fred Warner, no like.
Well, Mac
George
Jones
Kittle.
was the X factor. He carried them midway.
But
through,
still, but even still, like there were so many injuries. We just didn't.
It's been a remarkable performance to get this far.
Absolutely has
and it'll be
been.
one of the shocking results of the season
So
if they're able
they're
to
like, I
advance
mean-
to Championship Sunday.
What was your number one artist?
Your number one song was Spotify Wrapped.
On Spotify.
Oh my god.
I don't listen to music.
What? Ever?
I mean, yes, like I'm in the car with my wife and the music is on.
But you don't put it on.
I don't have a Spotify.
I don't know. I do know what my top 5 genres were. Is that that's become like a big thing now?
Not the genres, but
Yeah.
the rap.
My family was
rap.
It was number 1. Christian hip hop.
Yeah.
Y'all need to check it out. It's dope.
Do you have an
What do you
answer?
think it would be?
Bob Marley legend.
Really?
Yeah.
Great answer.
It's just on all the time. It's just on all the time.
You know what my answer was?
What?
I don't listen to music.
You don't listen to music? You honestly probably don't.
Correct.
He's listening to podcasts all the time. He ends the show.
Well, I asked that as well, and he said his number one podcast is.
That's right with Nick Wright.
Your listening age is.
Yo, brother is hip. I'm down, baby. That's odd though, because I do listen to a lot of old school R&B.
Mine was 68.
Your listening age was 68?
Yes.
Mine is 21.
21.
Yo.
That's crazy.
But most of my old school R&B is on iTunes. I guess that's
That makes sense.
This might be the official passing of the torch of me being the old guy.
What was your age?
Well, I don't have one because